Our main character is named Ling Yunfeng. He's the invincible saint-honored one, ending the chaotic wars that plagued the world for the past 500 years. He just breathes, and the whole sky shifts. After reaching the peak, he suddenly hears bad news. The holy maiden is pregnant with his child. He asked for clarification and found out that in the past, while cultivating, he encountered a demonic influence. Right when she was, that's why he doesn't remember anything. He goes to his old confidant, or practice spelling as you know, for some heart-to-heart, only to hear more bad news. He also has a kid with her here. Then he learns that his fox spirit sweetheart also gave birth to a daughter for him, and he spoils his daughter's rotten. Daughter likes sparkly things. He casually crushes a demon into a glittery ball and gives it to her, just to hear his daughter call him dad. And he even uses universe reversal to rewind time 30 seconds and hear it again. And every 3 steps he takes, he hears more bad news. His children are scattered throughout the myriad realms. Okay, no more rambling intro. Let's get started. The story is complete, and the admin has updated to the end. Hope you enjoy. At Saint Honored One City, the back of a man appears. The man steps out, standing at the peak, radiating light. Everyone around him shouts, Saint Honored One, Saint Honored One, Saint Honored One. This man is Ling Yunfeng. While everyone around him is still chanting Saint Honored One, he raises his head to the sky. This 500-year-long war, the sacrifices of so many brothers in life and death, he closes his eyes, has finally ended with me. Then he opens his eyes, spreads his arms, and declares, as long as I live, there will be no more war in this world. Everyone reveres him, bowing in gratitude. Saint Honored One initiates eternal peace. At the highest level of the throne, Saint Honored One flies up with a whoosh. He closes his eyes and thinks, 500 years ago, the world changed drastically. Suddenly, all living beings gained divine power. A great war, lasting 500 years, known as the Great Chaotic Era of the End of Dharma, began. Experiencing countless dangers and opportunities made me strong. I, Ling Yunfeng, with unparalleled power, using overwhelming strength, suppressed the forces of all directions. Finally, ushering in peace, he sits with his hand on his chin, thinking, finally, some time to chill. Gotta enjoy this precious peace and quiet. Footsteps approaching. He sighed wearily, eyes still closed. Didn't I say no one's allowed to bother me here? The man chuckled cheerfully. I'm your junior brother, dude. You gonna give me the rule book too? Hearing that, he opened his eyes and asked, out of all the junior brothers and sisters, you're the biggest troublemaker. What's up? The man held up something and said, the secret yin tally of sect leader from Dao sect. He thought, Tian Fangsu of the Dao sect. He wondered, that super proud woman never asks for help. Why would she send out a yin tally to all the sects that's only for super urgent alliances? He snatched the yin tally. Then he ordered, get lost. The man happily waved goodbye. See ya, senior brother. He stared at the yin tally, lost in thought. He felt annoyed, suddenly recalling some humiliating old memories. He remembered 15 years ago. Coincidentally, I was cultivating the Hunyuan Zizhuan Heart Sutra in the secret realm of the Cold Pond, when suddenly, a girl came flying out of nowhere. At the crucial moment of breaking through the life and death barrier, this woman suddenly barged in. She floated down towards him, slowly landing. Her fiery hot body immediately distracted him. She suddenly fell into his arms. Annoyed, he exclaimed, Scram! Who are you to interrupt my breakthrough? Then some experts chasing after her shouted, Tian Fangsu, who knew your cultivation was so profound. After being hit with our aphrodisiac poison, you can actually run all the way here looking for a savior, he retorted as they charged at him. You're all gonna die. He angrily used frozen breath to form a sword and attacked. After that, he carried the girl ashore. As he lifted the girl up, he felt a piercing pain in his heart. Red veins appeared in his eyes. Crap! I'm gonna lose control and go berserk. He immediately put the girl down. He started circulating qi throughout his body to suppress his energy. He used all his internal force, the Bing Qi Ning Shen Dao, Wu Gi Yuan Li Wu Jing, when suddenly a hand landed on his back. The girl suddenly hugged him tightly, her eyes filled with desire. Seeing her malicious intent, he panicked. What is she trying to do? Oh no, I can't move now. If I move, everything will be ruined. Thinking of this, he roared angrily. Get off me! What are you waiting for? But the girl whispered playfully in his ear. Desperate times call for desperate measures. I need to borrow you to get rid of the poison. Before he could reply, the girl forcibly kissed him. He widened his eyes in shock, totally caught off guard. What's gonna happen? Gonna happen, I guess. A moment later, the girl prepared to leave. Before leaving, she turned her head and said to him, If you ever run into trouble, say my name, Tian Fangsu, and I'll definitely repay your kindness for detoxifying me. He was so angry he was trembling, his face full of dissatisfaction as he watched her leave. acting like nothing happened. He grumbled. Seriously, is this the legendary wipe and go move? You just defiled my purity and then left like that, Tian Fangsu. I'll remember you. He recalled that memory, thinking to himself, what an embarrassing memory. To think that Ling Yunfeng, a hero of my generation, was used as a detoxifying tool. Later, during a battle where various sects were besieging the demonic sect, she politely extended her hand towards him, as if they were meeting for the first time, saying, Dao Sect's 9 provinces envoy Tian Fangsu. He was so annoyed he gritted his teeth. It's a pleasure, he replied. But why do I feel like we've met before? But she coldly responded, really, I'm usually blind to men's faces. What's even more infuriating is that later, we collaborated in battles multiple times, but she acted like nothing had happened, treating me like a stranger. But this woman truly possesses courage and guts that don't lose out to men, and she has the awareness to sacrifice her life for peace. After many years of fighting, she became the new sect leader of the Dao sect, radiating an extraordinary aura. The talisman reads, tonight, at Chen Hour, at the back mountain of Dao sect, Bu Gi Peak Pavilion, important matters need to be discussed. You must come. He thought, the extraterrestrial demons are basically suppressed, so what important and urgent matter now requires the use of a talisman? When Chen Hour arrived, Ling Yunfeng arrived at the rendezvous point on Bu Gi Peak at the Dao sect. He looked in one direction, suddenly speechless with disbelief. He muttered to himself, why did it have to be this place? Instantly, that humiliating memory resurfaced. He coughed lightly, and then sat down to wait for her to arrive. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Sacred Venerable, you're early, he then replied. In this world there are few things that could pique my curiosity enough for sect leader Tian Fangsu of the Dao sect to use a talisman as an invitation. At the same time, she walked over in extremely modest clothing, but it still accentuated her beauty. Yun Feng, with a tense expression, sat there waiting for Fangsu. After Fangsu arrived, she sat down opposite him, and with a wave of her hand, conjured a teapot and cups. Then she pointed towards the lake over there. Drops of water flew into the air, the lid of the pot opened, and water from the lake was poured in. She picked up the teapot and gently poured into the cup. Fangsu used her hand to make the teacup float up and said, this is the famous Dahongpao tea from 500 years ago. Would you like to try some? Yun Feng caught the teacup, carefully looking at it. He slowly took a sip, not forgetting to ask, so, spill it. What demonic leftovers are causing trouble around here again? Fangsu, while blowing on her hot tea, said, it's about our son. Without hesitation, he replied, our son. Realizing something was off with her words, Ling Yunfeng's face turned green, spitting out the tea he hadn't swallowed yet straight onto Fangsu's face. With water still dripping from his mouth, he yelled, what did you say, our son? Fangsu wiped her face with a cloth, and seeing him panic, she said, calm down first. Yun Feng slammed his hand on the table in anger, cracking it, sending small pieces of stone flying. He shouted again, are you kidding me? You and I, aside from fighting together a few times, we have no relationship, no feelings. Where did a son come from? Yun Feng suddenly remembered something. Except the image of her kissing him flashed in his mind. Fangsu didn't react, just casually replied, that's right, it was when I borrowed you to detoxify. Hearing those words come from her mouth, he went silent, pointing at her face. Great, you finally admit it. After fighting together so many times, you pretended like nothing happened? I even thought I was having a QA deviation, having hallucinations. Fangsu didn't know what to say. She just told him, Holy One, please calm down, it's not your fault. Yun Feng didn't stop. He kept blaming her like that. She spoke louder. She said, how can I calm down? This old lady has always been respectful and polite to women, treating them equally, never crossing the line. And I was used as a tool to detoxify, and even had my taken. And you, after finishing the deed, you just brushed it off and left, not even a thank you. The tea in Fangsu's hand hadn't even touched her lips. She was enduring, to the point that the teacup she was holding was trembling slightly. Unable to bear it anymore, she stood up abruptly, slammed her hand on the table, and shouted, have you yelled enough? Why not shout a little louder? Let the entire Dao sect know. Making Yun Feng, who was initially fierce, freeze on the spot. He covered his mouth with his hand, his face pale, turning his head left and right to observe. Only then did she calm down, sit down, trembling slightly, and lower her head to say, why are you so nervous? You didn't do anything wrong from beginning to end. Yun Feng was stunned. He took his hand off his mouth. That's right, I didn't do anything wrong. Why am I so nervous? Then he crossed his arms and snorted, that's right, it's me. On the contrary, it's her. Her eyes drooped, silent. So for the past few years, I never thought about wanting anyone to take responsibility. Suddenly, he raised his hand. Wait. She was suddenly surprised. What is it? Yunfeng raised his hand to rub his forehead, pondered, and said, I need to calm down first. The teapot suddenly moved, attracting Fan Shu's attention. It flew into Yunfeng's hand. He picked it up, poured all the tea into his mouth, then chugged more than 10 pots down. Fan Shu looked down at him, watching him guzzle the whole teapot. He slammed it down on the table. Yunfeng said clearly to her, Since things have come to this, then. She looked up at him. Then, crossing his arms, Yunfeng leaned halfway forward, his tone serious. Then let's get married, as you wished. Fan Shu was surprised. Her face blushed a little, and asked again, Huh. What did you say? Lang Yunfeng closed his eyes, slowly raised his hand high, and from the small, sparkling lights, a piece of wood flew up. Then, he clenched his hand, causing the piece of wood to glow red hot, emitting a strange golden light. Suddenly, the brown wood disappeared, and a sparkling white diamond ring appeared, bathed in the golden glow of the wood fragments. Then, Ling Yunfeng controlled the ring, sending it flying towards Fan Shu, who widened her eyes and dodged. A little surprised, Ling Yunfeng, putting on an arrogant and confident act, said, Although there's no love between us, if we already have a child, then let's get married. You decide the date. But Fan Shu raised her hand and pushed the ring away, saying, You're mistaken, causing Ling Yunfeng to freeze, his face blank for a few seconds. The girl who claimed to have his child was refusing to marry him. Fan Shu seemed a little embarrassed after pushing the ring away. Fan Shu's beautiful face flushed red, and she said shyly, I'm not planning to marry you. Making Ling Yunfeng furious, he slammed his hand on the table and shouted indignantly, Hey, are you messing with me? Then why did you suddenly come to me and tell me we have a son? Fan Shu was also quite embarrassed, avoiding his gaze and turning her head away, answering, Because. Then Fan Shu said nothing more, lowering her head and thinking for a moment. Then she decided to stand up and slowly, step by step, walk towards Ling Yunfeng. She brushed her hair to one side and whispered something to Ling Yunfeng. Suddenly, Ling Yunfeng's eyes widened in shock. What? He exclaimed in surprise, turning to Fan Shu, making her flinch. Suddenly, their eyes met, their faces so close, causing both Fan Shu and Ling Yunfeng to blush furiously. Awkwardly turning away to ease the tension, he pretended to cough and stood up, saying, I'll go think of a solution first. I'll give you an answer in a few days. Fan Shui also stood up, watching Ling Yunfeng's departing figure. Wait, she said. Hearing this, Ling Yunfeng immediately turned back and asked, What is it? I, suddenly telling you that you have a son. Have you never considered that I might be lying to you? Fan Shu replied in a very embarrassed tone. Seeing this, Ling Yunfeng silently pondered for a moment. Then he began to recount. To be honest, our first meeting didn't leave me with a good impression of you. You were self-centered, impolite, and rude, like I was offended. Fan Shu was so angry that she casually crushed the table next to her. Then he continued. But later, when we faced life or death battles together, your heroic spirit in killing enemies, not inferior to men, changed my view of you. I actually quite like you. Making Fan Shu widen her eyes, shy, and not believing what she was hearing. Then he raised his index finger and said, Sometimes I even thought about becoming sworn brothers with you, making Fan Shu lose interest, clenching her fist, wanting to fight this insensitive guy to the death. She threw something at him, scolding, Who wants to be sworn brothers with you? Hurry up and go think of a solution. A few days later, Ling Yunfeng still maintained his calm demeanor as he flew into the sky. Even though he was gone, Fan Shu was still very angry. The night sky was beautiful, the full moon shining brightly, the stars twinkling in the sky, and the light clouds gently fluttering, creating a truly dreamy scene. Ling Yunfeng was flying in the sky, followed by long streaks of glowing orange-red in the night. OMG, 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 what's going on? What's happening? What is this? What is this? Only when he's alone do his true feelings come out. He's flustered, sweating like crazy, his face all worried with sweat trickling down, his bloodshot eyes wide open, replaying what just happened. He shouts in distress, What is this? Causing his heart to beat like a drum out of nowhere. Calm down, calm down. This venerable one's mental state has been cultivated to be as still as a mirror, unfazed even by 10,000 powerful enemies. Why is my heart racing like this now? Ling Yunfeng frowned. Closing his eyes tight, his mind flooded with thoughts about that girl who wanted to become sworn brother. But sweat kept pouring down. Suddenly, Ling Yunfeng's face changed, turning a ghastly pale, his eyes snapping open. This sudden panic is really throwing me off. I need to find someone to fight to blow off some steam. Ling Yunfeng gritted his teeth, thinking about what to do to cool down. Ling Yunfeng was floating in the starry sky, looking around as if searching for something. Suddenly, a red light flashed through the billowing white clouds beyond the galaxy. The light was heading toward a certain planet. Inside the planet was filled with brilliant reds. There was a magnificent castle located between the seawater and the red smoke shimmering. The bright red light kept flying. It turned into the castle. It is known that the castle is a demonic sect. There are strange hieroglyphs on the gates of the castle. Above it is the word Zhai Tiange. From the inside, 2 soldiers, holding weapons, come out. Suddenly the 2 people were startled and frightened to look at the sky. Above there was a red light and a figure hovering on it. The red-clad soldier turned around in a panic and shouted, "It's the Holy One! Sound the alarm!" The figure was none other than Ling Yunfeng. He stood in the sky looking down, saying, "The alarm's too late." With a loud shout, he called out a girl's name with a challenge. "Yi Gan, get your butt out here and fight!" A fiery red circle appeared, spreading out and creating an extremely unpleasant sound. The sound was loud and annoying, making everyone uncomfortable, and everyone covered their ears outside. After using his magic to create that sound, Ling Yunfeng stood outside, looking leisurely at the castle, emitting strange screams and boiling demonic energy. The castle radiated with strange purple smoke. Suddenly, a cloud of smoke flew up, showing the image of a black-haired and short-haired girl. She flew into the sky like a gust of wind. Ling Yunfeng's mouth slightly curled up as he watched. In the dark sky full of red and purple smoke, 2 beams of golden and purple light seemed to be tearing each other apart. "It's Ye Gan Gan." She finally revealed herself. Ye Gan Gan and Ling Yunfeng stood facing each other. She pushed him away. Ling Yunfeng judged with a calm expression. "Not bad. You've improved. In this world, apart from you, not many people can touch my 2 layers of golden wilderness body protection." The wind blew her hair fluttering. She whispered to him, "You bastard." She looked at him with contempt. "No wonder you suddenly remembered someone's chest." He frowned slightly, pushing her hand off his shoulder. Transmitting the desire to fight. "Here I come," she exclaimed, soaring high into the sky as dazzling as a galaxy. A violent shock. Explosions followed one after another. The soldiers in the castle couldn't stand still, they said to each other. "Didn't we already turn to good? Why is the Holy One here again? Could it be that someone secretly caused trouble and was discovered by the Holy One?" Sect leader. "Could it be that there's a major breakthrough?" HMPH, you're just a newbie. You haven't seen the Holy One's 5 parts of heaven-defying divine power. One move killed 10 of the top demonic cultivators. Now, he didn't use his strength. Obediently pray that the Holy One wouldn't be angry and destroy this place without leaving anything behind. What's with this fighting style? Is he so bored that he's playing around and teasing the sect leader? He didn't use his strength. Obediently pray that the Holy One wouldn't be angry and destroy this place without leaving anything behind. 2 radiant circles illuminated the sky. Ling Yunfeng and Ye Gan Gan were clashing with all their might. A moment later, silence descended upon the heavens. Where did they go? Empty beer cans littered the ground. Turns out, they were just chilling, drinking beer, and gazing at the planet. They even clinked their glasses together. "Alright. Bottoms up. Whoever drinks the fastest wins." Ye Gan Gan chugged down mouthful after mouthful of beer, the liquid tracing a path down her neck and onto her chest. Then, wiping her mouth with her hand, she glanced at Ling Yunfeng, feigning weakness. "Big brother, every time you're troubled you take it out on me. This tiny body of mine can't handle it." Ling Yunfeng, sounding a bit annoyed, retorted, "Cut it out. You were the one always chasing after me to spar. When did I ever complain?" He then glanced at her, adding, "To be honest, the only person I can fight with and feel truly relaxed is you." She chuckled softly and said, "In this world, only you beat me up like a man. Any other guy would be fawning over me, treating me like precious jade." They laughed and joked with each other, seemingly enjoying themselves. "Aren't we just the perfect example of a relationship built on constant fighting?" She seemed a little embarrassed as she replied, "What could possibly trouble our invincible sacred paragon?" Gan Gan gazed at Yunfeng with a mesmerizing look, saying, "I'm all ears." Yunfeng sighed, sitting in silence for a moment. After a period of contemplation, he finally decided to share what had been bothering him for a long time. "Without any warning, without any preparation, a son suddenly popped into my life, and he's fond shoes." Upon hearing this, Gan Gan was utterly shocked. Disbelieving what she had just heard, she immediately spat all the beer in her mouth right into Yunfeng's face. As droplets trickled down his face, Gan Gan was flustered, unsure of what to do. She could only offer an awkward laugh. "Sorry, I couldn't help but laugh." Yunfeng said nothing, simply wiping his face silently. Gan Gan warily looked at him. Sensing Gan Gan's cautious gaze, Yunfeng immediately said, "You really didn't know about it at all." Then, Yunfeng began to explain. "It was before when I was cultivating, And then he rambled on and on. As Gan Gan listened to his explanation, she couldn't stop laughing. He looked like a kid who had secretly done something naughty and was caught by his mom. Suddenly, a little girl shouted from afar, "You're not allowed to bully my mommy!" Yunfeng and Gan Gan turned to look. It was a petite, adorable girl with short hair. She pouted at Yunfeng, looking like she was about to burst into tears. Abruptly, the little girl charged straight towards him and angrily punched Yunfeng repeatedly, yelling, "Bad guy, stay away from my mommy!" But her fluffy fists seemed to have no effect on Yunfeng, who could only offer a helpless smile. Yunfeng pointed at the little girl and turned to Gan Gan, asking, "Is she your daughter?" Gan Gan just smiled, gently tucking her hair behind her ear, and said, "Yep." Seeing her daughter still causing trouble, Yunfeng held the little girl's head, awkwardly smiling and saying, "You didn't even tell me you had a kid. If you had, I would have given her a red envelope." Afterwards, Ling Yunfeng looked the little girl up and down and said, "This kid is so adorable, loves her mom so much. It's rare and precious to see such genuine affection in this Hai Tian pavilion, where emotional coldness is the norm." Gan Gan seemed a bit disbelieving, a mischievous grin spreading across her face as she asked, "Really?" Suddenly, Ling Yunfeng's expression shifted, a sharp pain piercing through his stomach. Ling Yunfeng looked down to see Gan Gan's daughter using the immortal extermination spike to stab him in the gut. The little girl didn't hold back at all. A devilish smile plastered on her face. Ling Yunfeng immediately used his spiritual power to push the immortal extermination spike away. A red aura emerged, dispelling the evil energy surrounding the spike. Ling Yunfeng seized the opportunity to grab the little girl, giving her a small lesson. "This isn't a toy for little ones." Gan Gan's daughter refused to give in, struggling and yelling, let me go, you bad guy, you meanie who told you to bully my mommy." Gan Gan watched them bickering back and forth, a wide, happy smile on her face. Taking advantage of the little girl's distraction, Ling Yunfeng snatched the immortal extermination spike from her. He gently reminded, "This thing can hurt you if you're not careful." Suddenly, the handle of the immortal extermination spike clicked, and the entire grip transformed into a mass of spikes. Ling Yunfeng yelped, dropping it immediately. He was about to angrily turn and scold Gan Gan's daughter when the little girl suddenly produced a round pill. Capitalizing on Ling Yunfeng's open-mouthed yell, she chucked it straight into his mouth. Gan Gan's daughter successfully launched the pill into his mouth. Ling Yunfeng froze, completely taken aback to find a pill in his mouth. But then he regained his composure and said proudly, "What a mischievous child. I, Ben Zun, am immune to all poisons." Before he could finish the sentence, Ling Yunfeng's face changed drastically, turning pale as a ghost. "So bitter, so astringent, what is this?" The little girl immediately escaped Ling Yunfeng's grasp and ran back to Gan Gan. Gan Gan then explained, "That's something my daughter got from Fifth Brother of the Five Venoms Hall. Hee. The poison isn't strong, but it's incredibly awful to taste. Others can't land a hit with it, but she's pretty good at it." Ling Yunfeng's face contorted as if he was about to vomit his insides out, struggling to spit the pill out without success. Then sullenly said, "I'm gonna be angry. This is not something children should do." The little girl hid behind Gan Gan, sticking her tongue out to tease him. Ling Yunfeng paced back and forth, flicking his tongue due to the awful taste. When he noticed the beer cans that he and Gan Gan had been drinking earlier, Ling Yunfeng immediately grabbed 2 cans of beer and chugged them down, Gan Gan watching helplessly. Ling Yunfeng drank and drank, beer spilling out of his mouth. Finally, Ling Yunfeng felt better. He sighed, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. Then Ling Yunfeng angrily shouted, "Who's her dad? I need to teach him a lesson for letting his daughter become such a menace." Gan Gan casually replied, "That's your daughter." Ling Yunfeng froze solid upon hearing that. Gan Gan's daughter was also stunned, staring wide-eyed at her. Before Ling Yunfeng could process the information, he immediately spat the beer all over Gan Gan's face, drenching her. But instead of getting angry at Ling Yunfeng, Gan Gan just smiled and flicked her hair. Suddenly she stood up and gently patted her daughter's head. The little girl, totally confused, just called out, "Mom!" Then, Gan Gan used her spiritual energy to gently lift the girl up, sighing as she said she wanted to explain things to Ling Yunfeng a bit. When Ling Yunfeng saw Gan Gan was about to talk to him, he totally freaked out. Gan then just teleported her daughter back home in the blink of an eye. Ling Yunfeng was drenched in sweat, still not believing any of this was real. A moment later, he started laughing like a maniac, saying, "Ha, isn't this just Tsingtao beer? Why is it so strong? It's making me hallucinate." Gan Gan just smiled, handing him a beer can. "How about you drink a few more cans to clear your head?" she teased. Ling Yunfeng took the beer can, hesitated, and just stared at it. After thinking for a bit, He finally decided to chug it. After chugging over 10 cans of beer, Ling Yunfeng was pretty wasted. He finally summoned up all his courage and asked Gan Gan, "So, who's the kid's dad? Seriously?" Gan Gan just calmly replied, "It's you." That answer totally pissed off Ling Yunfeng. He lunged at her, shouting, "You female devil! Is your old sickness flaring up again? Not a single truth comes out of your mouth? What did Tian Fanchu say? I still don't remember ever having anything with you." Gan Gan looked a little troubled, but she still smiled, saying, "You really don't remember, do you?" Then she started telling him everything. "Over a decade ago, when I was still the Saintess of Zacian Pavilion, your divine art had just reached completion. You were practically a madman, slaughtering so many experts from the demonic sect. You forced those arrogant devils to team up and scheme together, and they finally joined forces to capture you." Ling Yunfeng suddenly remembered too. Those despicable scoundrels always used sneaky, insidious tricks. It was wave after wave of attacks. Some kept using poison, others relentlessly ambushed and harassed him during the fight, and still others continuously wore him down with attrition tactics, making it super hard for him to defend. Gan Gan explained that after they caught Ling Yunfeng, the two factions reverted to their opposing states, and they could even overwhelm him. Those guys acted like they owned the heavens and earth, even proclaiming, "From now on, if a god blocks us, we'll kill the god. If a Buddha blocks us, we'll kill the Buddha." And as if that wasn't enough, those insidious, cunning bastards, with their ever-growing ambition to dominate the world, started a civil war among themselves. Ling Yunfeng couldn't believe those guys had such a move up their sleeve. At that time, he was locked up in the endless prison, almost torn to shreds. Gan Gan gently tapped his nose. "You, my dear, are truly a son of destiny. Your luck just hadn't run out yet. Only you in this whole wide world would dare to be so wild with me." She said that. Then Gan Gan moved closer to Ling Yunfeng, revealing her alluring look, and cooed, "Oh, who said I'm a female devil, huh?" Ling Yunfeng immediately pushed her away, telling her to cut to the chase and stop playing these games. Gan Gan sighed. "You already know I was cultivating the Bright Moon Maiden Heart Sutra back then, don't you?" Ling Yunfeng said seriously. "I know. It's a cultivation method from the myriad demonic sects. You can fuse anyone's myriad techniques into your own. It's even more powerful than the Northern Tranquility divine art from those novels a century ago. That's why our demonic sect produced quite a few peerless demonic overlords. However, this cultivation method doubles one's spiritual power and is known as the Universal Grand Supplement art, which is why I've had so few men around me." Ling Yunfeng continued. "Then you were coveted by others, making your sect, which always had few people." Gan Gan immediately cut him off. "That's right. That year, after the 5 elder devils captured you, their minds went wild. They teamed up and conspired against me, delusional enough to think they could split my spiritual power among themselves, and then, in one fell swoop, divide the entire Huaxia divine continent." Ling Yunfeng crushed the beer can in his hand, his face darkening with extreme rage. He clenched his fist tight. Then he used his own spiritual power to turn it into a tiny, ugly thing that even glowed with a sparkly light. Ling Yunfeng frowned and said, "Those old sly foxes are really cunning and full of tricks, making me suffer all kinds of humiliation. The more I think about it, the more... Where are those 4 bastards hiding? I want to go punch them a few times to vent my anger," Gan Gan gently comforted. All right. If you saw them now, you definitely wouldn't be angry anymore." Hearing that, he widened his eyes in surprise and asked, "What are they doing?" The Thousand Hands demonic Buddha had his cultivation crippled by your one move, and after 10 days of seclusion, he awakened from demonic to righteous, and started traveling all over the Shenzhou continent to make up for the sins he had committed. Hearing this, Yunfeng asked in doubt, "I heard that this guy is eloquent in Buddhist teachings, and skillful in sophistry, clearly understanding the principles of Buddhism, so why did he even become a demon in the first place?" He sighed to himself. "Now that he's following the path of good, I really can't bring myself to attack him." Yin Shan Ghost Kang controlled tens of thousands of ghost generals, arrogantly thinking he was the best in the world, but was killed by your Qi Qian Shield Yang sword, scaring him out of his wits, body and soul scattered, and now he's residing in a mental hospital. Hearing that made Yunfeng astonished. Gan Gan continued. As for the others, she hesitated. Seeing her reaction, Yunfeng didn't ask her to continue. "Forget it, life isn't like a drama. I didn't expect their endings to turn out like this." Gan Gan took the tiny thing that Yunfeng had made while he was angry. She held it up to her eyes for a close look and exclaimed with delight, "Ever since you entered the Taiyi realm, you've become more and more terrifying. You can casually crush a beer bottle into a rare 7-colored illusion stone. Perfect for wooing girls. Seeing her change the subject like that, Yunfeng immediately got annoyed and said, "Hey, don't beat around the bush, you haven't told me yet. What about you?" The ferocity she had just now was gone when Gangan turned her head to look. He averted his gaze and said shyly, "What?" Seeing that, Gangan continued, "Afterwards, they joined forces, ganged up on me, and force-fed me the world's #1 aphrodisiac, melt yang powder, intending to mess with my mind. Of course, I wouldn't easily be manipulated. I risked my life to escape." Yunfeng exclaimed in shock when he heard her say that. "It's melt yang powder again. Heavens!" The scene gradually reversed to that time. Gan was so exhausted that she had to lean against the wall to walk. She thought to herself, "While I'm already very tired from being poisoned with melt yang powder, my body poisoned by the powder, I know that I can't run away forever, so I started thinking, if I'm destined to lose my cultivation, then I should decide it myself." With that said, she conjured a magic power on her hand and quickly disappeared into a dark cave. There was a person tied up with chains all over his body. It was Yunfeng. He sat motionless here. Gangan's magic circle gradually appeared, and then she sprang up and gently set her foot down. Gangan approached Yunfeng and stared at him. Yunfeng's firm chest was the first thing that caught Gangan's eyes. She immediately lunged at him. Realizing that someone was on him, he gradually opened his eyes and woke up. Seeing him wake up, Gangan quickly used the soul-sealing technique on him. Yunfeng's vision at this moment was Gangan gradually taking off her clothes, his vision gradually blurred, and then it was completely black. Ending Gangan's recollection, Yunfeng frowned uncomfortably, and he roared angrily, "Confess! I and you are like water and fire. Why did you choose me as a tool to detoxify?" Gangan replied shyly, "Of course it's because you're handsome, duh." Hearing that, Ling Yunfeng's expression turned displeased, and he was at a loss. He said angrily, "Damn it, when it comes to being handsome, that bastard Qian Xiao is known as the most handsome guy in the demonic path. Although he cultivates Buddhism but has gone demonic, his temperament is so bewitching, and he's handsome and a rogue. Men and women alike want a piece of him." Gangan calmly asked, "So, that's why you reacted like that?" Ling Yunfeng roared. "Please tell me the truth." Hearing that, she giggled and asked, "So, you're self-aware, huh?" Gangan gradually spoke her mind. "Well, I also think deeply from the perspective of the outcome. It's because of my choice that I am now the supreme of the demonic sect, and that I can now drink and chat with you." As she spoke, she nudged Ling Yunfeng. "If I hadn't chosen you, who knows? I might have already died, and my cultivation might have been destroyed." Hearing her say that, he had to agree. As expected of a demoness, "You're always scheming. Clearly scheming against me. I was wrong to think you could be a good bro." Sigh, lame excuse. Seeing him say that, she smiled with satisfaction. Ling Yunfeng suddenly stared intently at Gangan with a very serious gaze. Seeing that, she also looked at him with a very shy expression, and he made another unexpected move. Ling Yunfeng grabbed Gangan's wrist and suddenly took the spirit stone she was holding. This action surprised Gangan. She watched as Ling Yunfeng slowly raised the spirit stone. He slowly pointed his finger at it, and a beam of light shone out, causing it to gradually smoke. Instantly, something shot out unexpectedly, much to Gangan's astonishment. The terrifying power shattered the wall. The spirit stone instantly had a round hole in it, perfectly shaped like a ring. Ling Yunfeng handed it to her and casually made a proposal. "Then, let's get married." Gangan looked happily at the ring on his hand. She gently closed her eyes and gently took the ring. Gangan calmly replied, "The ring is beautiful, I'll take it, but I refuse to marry you." Ling Yunfeng became flustered when he heard her say that. "What do you mean?" Gangan calmly replied. "The literal meaning." Ling Yunfeng angrily roared, "I won't accept this. Did you and Fan Shu discuss this beforehand? Why are you both rejecting me so bluntly?" Gangan gently smoothed her hair and said, "Ha. So what reason did she use to reject you?" "She's afraid that if her child carries the name of the Saint Sovereign, they'll be isolated by everyone, and the child will be targeted by my enemies, making it even more dangerous for them." Gangan smiled and continued, "What she said is very true. There are still many problems you need to face. Although you are invincible, the strongest in the world, beneath you are the 3 remnant immortals, the 4 absolute pavilions, the 5 sects, the absolute top experts, and the 8 gangs, are all patiently waiting for the opportunity, hiding their tracks. Among them, many are eyeing your supreme position. In addition, to the west of Divine Province, there's the Jialuo Rakshasa commander, and the western regions like Water, South Mani, North Shenli. The Eastern Federation is transforming, calling themselves a heavenly kingdom, manipulating the surrounding countries. And the EC is eyeing our dense spiritual energy, Gangan said gently. You still have many battles to fight. Children will become your weakness. Hearing this, Ling Yunfeng was surprised. He directly asked, but this place is full of big and small devil heads, killing people like ants, not following the righteous path. Wouldn't this place be safer? Yi Gangan smiled brightly at Ling Yunfeng. About that little demon spirit Ling Long, you don't need to worry. She's known as the little demon star of the Zai Tian Pavilion, feared by those old guys in here. Haven't you been played by her already? That little demon really is naughty. She even carries a bunch of dangerous things with her, and a sign hanging on them says, taking your life 9,000 ent. Hearing this, Ling Yunfeng replied, he's already this sneaky at such a young age. Aren't you worried about his future? Seeing him say that, Ye Gangan suddenly leaned on his shoulder and said, hey, I used to be a demonic woman who stirred up trouble all over the world, so why aren't you worried about me, huh? He heard that, and had no idea how to respond logically or reasonably, only managing to stammer out a few words. Well, this. Before he could even finish his reply, she already placed a hand on his lips, signaling him to keep quiet. Then she continued. Think about it. The ideals you strive for before, Mia. Even though I'm a demonic cultivator, and in your eyes I've never been interested in peace or stability, but after having Ling Long, I feel like changing my way of life doesn't seem so bad. At this, Ling Yunfeng suddenly clutched his chest and cried out, ouch! As if in great pain. His face was drenched in sweat as he exclaimed, suddenly having a kid with two people who absolutely shouldn't have children, my heart can't take this, man. Ye Gangan burst into amused laughter after hearing him say that and replied, hey, well, you'd better get used to it fast. Her words surprised our guy a bit, and he asked curiously, why? Not letting him wonder for long, Ye Gangan immediately explained to him, right then and there, because Hu Kexin, that foxy seductress, also bore you a daughter. As soon as she finished speaking, Ling Yunfeng was so shocked he nearly flew out of his skin. His face turned pale, dripping with sweat as he stared at Gangan. Suddenly a daughter pops out of nowhere, and it's with Hu Kexin. How? As if that wasn't shocking enough, what followed must have been utter panic, as he screamed out loud, what did you say? His scream caused no small tremor throughout the entire area, a tremor so huge that even wooden particles from the ceiling started falling down. The people in the room, minding their own business, also got caught in the crossfire. One man even started trembling uncontrollably at the sight. Even a monk in the room, busy chanting Buddhist scriptures, could only sit there and chant, may Buddha bless us. Utterly helpless, forced to endure this scene. Even little demon girl Ling Long saw this, and immediately poked her head out, standing next to a pillar, directing her gaze towards a strange object flying in the sky outside. Needless to say, it was Ling Yunfeng, who had been so shocked he shot straight up into the heavens. As for Ye Gangan, who had just been sitting and chatting with him moments ago, she was now alone, watching Ling Yunfeng flying away, and then she smiled amusedly and spoke up. Things are getting more and more interesting. In the starry night, under the full, bright moon, a truly poetic scene, Ling Yunfeng suddenly shot past. Around him, a powerful stream of light emanated, and while it looked cool, his expression at the moment was utterly unhinged, his face drenched in sweat. Our Yunfeng still hadn't gotten over the shock of the news about Hu Kexin having a child with him. He thought to himself, no way, no way. My interaction with Hu Kexin back then was purely to establish a diplomatic alliance with the great Ming Kunlun in the southwest. His emotions were in utter chaos now. He thought back to his memories. The entire process was crystal clear. Nothing impossible had ever happened. Wait a sec, not right. Right at this point, Ling Yunfeng suddenly stopped, as if he had remembered something. His expression changed, and he was asking himself in his head, could it be that? Then Yunfeng hastily searched through his memories. It was 12 years ago, when the divine continent was still in the 5 dragons contending for the world situation. The situation back then was that the Western Great Rakshasa Kingdom harbored ambitions of expanding eastward, and their first step was to use the pretext of a marriage alliance between the Great Rakshasa's Sun King and the 9-tailed Demon King Hu Kexin, sending the 5th Prince Bai Ye as an envoy to the great Ming Kunlun of the Myriad Demon Nation, located at the southwestern gateway of the Divine Continent, to make them declare allegiance. He remembered very clearly that on that fated day, he, serving as the Divine Continent's special envoy, went to Kunlun alone. He remembered clearly in his heart, that day, I was meant to slay the prince with one sword. He used his sword to strike down the one called 5th Prince Bai Ye. That day, this event sent shockwaves throughout the entire realm. In the great Ming nation's main hall at that time, Ling Yunfeng fought a decisive battle against the prince. The outcome was clear. Ling Yunfeng claimed victory, and the other person was obviously no longer alive. Above the arena, the imperial sister of the great Ming nation was seated. This woman was intently observing the situation, and on the arena itself was Ling Yunfeng, holding a sword in his hand, while opposite him, the prince lay in a pool of blood. Seeing this, a guy who looked like the referee totally freaked out. He collapsed to his knees, yelling in panic, "We're screwed, we're so screwed, what have you done?" Just then, the voice of the monarch from behind the screen rang out. "The fifth prince of the great Rakshasa, Bai Ye. And just like that, the fifth seat of the great Rakshasa nation is taken down by your sword. You've certainly made a name for yourself, but before you struck, did you ever stop to think that with the great Rakshasa kingdom breathing down our necks, all the demons, big and small, in my great Ming are about to be toast?" she asked. "With your divine continent in turmoil, can you even handle the fallout?" Hearing this, Ling Yunfeng shot back, "Monarch, you can rest easy. They sent a character like Bai Ye to flex precisely because they're itching for a fight. Only by cutting him down will the Rakshasa hesitate to invade." Seeing him answer with such confidence, the monarchs couldn't help but give him a round of appreciative applause. As the clapping continued, the woman's voice spoke again. "The god of slaughter of the 9 provinces, Ling Yunfeng. Not only is your martial talent out of this world, but your courage is surprisingly peerless too." Hearing this, he replied modestly, "You flatter me." But his expression didn't so much as twitch. The woman continued, "Though the great Rakshasa nation might not send their army to attack right away, what if they use this as an excuse to strong-arm us into surrendering, forcing us to be their eyes and ears, watching the chaotic mess in the divine continent, only to strike later? What then?" Ling Yunfeng didn't need long to come up with an answer. He replied instantly, "Internally, the great Rakshasa are all about keeping up appearances. Their divine seat and royal authority are supposed to be one, but they're constantly watching each other's backs. They can't handle a full-blown national war for at least another 10 years. Then, he lifted his sword, which was buzzing with spirit energy, and continued, "If they dare to send another envoy, trying to use force to make us bow down." He suddenly let the sword go. Ling Yunfeng went on, "Then they'll have to ask this sword first." As the words left his mouth, the flying sword shot out and embedded itself inches from the defeated prince's head. Just then, the screen high above fluttered in the breeze. A passing gust of wind gently lifted the thin curtain, revealing the face of a devastatingly beautiful foxwoman. At that moment, the female monarch spoke up again. "Sir, by doing this, aren't you also trying to subjugate people with force? How does that make you any different from the great Rakshasa nation?" But before he could even answer, she immediately stood up, walked over, and pulled the screen aside, and slowly began to walk towards Ling Yunfeng, who stood on the floor below. And as for Yunfeng, he was completely stunned the moment he laid eyes on her. No wonder our boy was staring like that. Turns out the monarch of the great Ming nation was an absolutely stunning young woman, none other than Hu Kexin. She approached Yunfeng barefoot, but she didn't stop in front of him. Instead, she brushed past his shoulder and said, "When you get right down to it, for a small border state like ours, squeezed between great nations, all we want is to be left in peace. Our only options are to bow our heads, suffer grievances, form marriage alliances, or pay tribute. These are the only tricks up our sleeve." She finally stopped and asked, "So, Lord Emissary, which will it be? Or maybe," she asked again, "you want it all?" But contrary to her expectations, Yunfeng coolly dropped a single word, "Friends." The moment she heard this, Hu Kexin's face was a picture of surprise. "Friends? What do you mean?" Ling Yunfeng's expression remained unchanged as he replied, "No big or small, we work together for peace, help each other in times of danger, a pact between equals." He trailed off. The air between them suddenly went still. Their eyes met, and neither spoke a word. Suddenly, Hu Kexin covered her mouth, trying to stifle a giggle. The next moment, she was clutching her stomach, howling with laughter, as if she'd just heard the funniest joke in the world. Watching her, he asked, "What's so funny?" The woman was now laughing so hard she was in tears. At his question, she managed to gasp out between laughs, Hold on, that was just too much. I wasn't expecting that. Give me a second to process it." A moment later, after Hu Kexin finally got her laughter under control, she took a deep breath to compose herself, her chest rising and falling in a way that was incredibly captivating. Then she reached out, placed her hand on the sword, and said, with both hands on the hilt, she continued, looking at Ling Yunfeng, "Then, before this sword's time here is up, I look forward to your guidance." As soon as the words left her mouth, Hugh Carrickson's eyes suddenly blazed with a captivating, seductive red light. Meanwhile, Ling Yunfeng's eyes flashed with a purple light, his pupils turning emotionless, as if he had fallen under the fox spirit's charm. The flashback to 12 years ago ends, returning to the present, where Ling Yunfeng is standing alone in the clear, breezy night, lost in thought. Now he realizes that something actually happened without him knowing. He rubs his chin, wondering. The main problem is, what happened after that, the second day when I came back? And now thinking about it, I have no memory of it. What's going on? The more he thinks, the more confused he gets. He runs a hand through his hair and mutters, well, deep thinking and deduction aren't my strong suit. Better do what I'm good at. Even though he's still super confused, our Ling Yunfeng strikes a cool pose and tells himself, after decades of life and death battles, facing all kinds of conspiracies and schemes, this venerable one forged a different path, cultivated an aura of absolute dominance. Everyone in front of me will tell the truth. The image of that fox girl pops into his head, and he laughs, saying, that's right, I'll make that cunning fox spirit, Hu Kexin, tell the truth, ha ha ha. Though he's chuckling to himself like he's super pleased, his face isn't looking too good right now. Overwhelmed by confusion, he speeds off again like a bat out of hell, a golden streak flashing across the starry night sky, accompanied by booming laughter. The narrator chimes in, our holy sect is in a state of turmoil, completely forgetting the purpose of this trip. Cut to a beautiful morning at the main hall of the great Ming Kingdom. A man is walking down the red carpet. The guards shout, envoy of the sacred fox great Luo killing country has arrived. Ling Yunfeng is nearby, seemingly observing in secret. Seeing the scene, he wonders, do they have some kind of diplomatic event today? Ling Yunfeng peeks around, lost in thought. Finally, Ling Yunfeng realizes the absurdity, grinding his teeth in frustration, questioning himself, that's not right. Shouldn't I be furious? Standing in front of that femme fatale demon, pointing my finger at her nose and loudly interrogating her, why am I hiding? Ling Yunfeng paces back and forth to the left, then back and forth to the right. Ling Yunfeng wonders what he should say, then suddenly points his finger and shouts, accuse Hu Kexin. Ask if she did something to me. Tell the truth. But Ling Yunfeng shakes his head in dismay, feeling like it's a bit much. Is that maybe a little too harsh? Suddenly, a clear voice rang out, asking, Ling Yunfeng, Daddy? What are you doing here? Ling Yunfeng replied without thinking, I'm here to cause trouble for that vixen Hu Kexin. That same voice asked again, Ling Yunfeng, why does Daddy have to cause trouble for Mommy? Ling Yunfeng answers without thinking, of course, it's because. Ling Yunfeng finally realizes something's not quite right. Ling Yunfeng quickly turns his head and shouts, who is it? Standing before Ling Yunfeng is a super cute little girl. Ling Yunfeng is a bit stunned, silent. The little girl is holding a crudely sewn doll, innocently looking up at Ling Yunfeng. The little girl grins happily, saying, it's me, Daddy. Ling Yunfeng breathes a sigh of relief, feeling like a huge weight has been lifted. Ah, so it's you. The little girl is still staring intently at Ling Yunfeng, but something still feels wrong. Ling Yunfeng starts to sweat a little, then sweats even more, his face turning pale. The little girl is still looking at Ling Yunfeng with that same gaze. Ling Yunfeng opens his eyes wide, freezes his expression, and slowly turns his head to look at the little girl. Ling Yunfeng roars so loudly the buildings almost shake. What did you say? The soldiers scramble, shouting, foreign enemy invasion! In the palace, Ling Yunfeng knows he just screwed up, feeling panicked. Crap, I made my entrance in the worst way possible. I can't cause a big commotion in an allied state. He clasps his hands together, releasing a small stream of spiritual energy. Ling Yunfeng focuses his power, directly using the Qiangkun shift. The surrounding space seems to warp and distort. The Qiangkun shift, after Ling Yunfeng entered the Taiyi Shangqing realm, is one of the 10 great unparalleled techniques, capable of reversing space to its state 30 seconds prior. It has defeated countless powerful enemies, and now he's using it here. And now, everyone's back. Just 30 seconds ago, the little girl was all smiles, eyes sparkling, saying, it's this one. Bah! Ling Yunfeng looked at the little girl, and him, a bit awkward. Then he wiped his forehead, sighing in relief. Phew, good thing I had that trick up my sleeve. Ling Yunfeng ruffled the little girl's hair, gently reminding her, little one, you can't just call anyone Dad, okay? Ling Yunfeng glanced around, trying to find the girl's family, asking with concern, who's your family? Why are you running around in the great Ming imperial court? It's dangerous, you know. The little girl innocently replied, my mom is the fox demon you were just talking about, and you are that Ba. Ling Yunfeng chuckled awkwardly, patting the little girl's head. Really? Really? So I'm a dad? Thinking, What the heck? Ling Yunfeng, doing the dumb thing again, repeated history and let out that was so loud it hurt everyone's ears. Just like before, the soldiers started shouting and running around, exactly the same as before. Intruder in the other hall. Ling Yunfeng clutched his head, panicking. Crap! I showed up in the worst possible way. I can't cause a big commotion in a friendly country. Ling Yunfeng once again used the Qiangkun shift, making everything go back to how it was before. Ling Yunfeng was all, I'm in pain, I'm collapsing before this weird reality. Ling Yunfeng gasped for breath, stammering in confusion. Too sudden. Messing with my Dao heart. I've never fought with a little kid before. What do I do? Ling Yunfeng put his hands on his knees to stand up, gradually calming down, and said softly, Ling Yunfeng forced a smile, and asked the little girl, did your mom really say that to you? The little girl looked earnest. Replying to Ling Yunfeng's question, she couldn't hide the joy in her eyes. Daddy, you've finally come to see me. The next reaction was heart-wrenching. The little girl held up a doll for Ling Yunfeng to see clearly, proudly showing it off. It's been 12 years, ever since I was little. I've been waiting for you on the roof of the main hall, waiting for the stars, waiting for the moon, waiting for you to come. The Ling Yunfeng doll was patched up all over the place, but it was very clean, and she seemed to cherish it a lot. The little girl's voice suddenly became a little sad, and she recounted, Yesterday I even saw a shooting star, and prayed that Daddy would be like a hero descending from the sky to save us. The little girl smiled peacefully. I didn't expect my wish to come true. Ling Yunfeng started to tear up, touched, saying to himself, 12 years, it seems she wasn't wrong. Ling Yunfeng clutched his left chest, his hands trembling, facing the pure longing for a father that the child showed. The saint suddenly felt ashamed, self-blaming, and uncomfortable. Ling Yunfeng knelt down on one knee, spreading his arms wide. Come on, give Daddy a hug. Tears streaming down his face, he choked out to his daughter, I'm sorry, Daddy's late. But the little girl worriedly told Ling Yunfeng, Daddy, please save me and Mom. Ling Yunfeng asked his daughter in confusion. What's wrong? The little girl replied. The great Rakshasa kingdom sent an envoy, wanting the great Ming kingdom to pay tribute. Yesterday, they suddenly sent a letter wanting a marriage alliance with Mom. The little girl lowered her voice, sadly saying, They want me to marry the third prince of theirs. Ling Yunfeng muttered angrily. A marriage alliance. This old Rakshasa still hasn't given up. He remembers this every year. Taking advantage of my divine continent being newly established, with everything waiting to be rebuilt, he's stirring up trouble again. He hasn't given up, and not only is he thinking about that sly vixen, but he's also eyeing my daughter. Without hesitating any longer, Ling Yunfeng stood up abruptly, murderous intent radiating out, and said loudly. The little girl frowned slightly, curiously asking Ling Yunfeng, What are you going to do, Daddy? Ling Yunfeng answered with a firm voice, I'll personally take the lead in disciplining this rabble of Rakshasa dogs. The little girl happily hugged Ling Yunfeng, her father, and exclaimed with joy, Really, Daddy, you're so reliable. Ling Yunfeng also felt a contagious happiness, and even became smug. Why can't I help but smile when this little one praises me? Ling Yunfeng picked up his daughter with one hand and gently said, Hold on tight. The little girl was overjoyed to be carried by her dad for the first time, grinning from ear to ear, and replied playfully, Okay. Before she could even blink, Ling Yunfeng used his strength to jump high into the air. The little girl wasn't afraid at all, and happily sat obediently in Ling Yunfeng's arms. Ling Yunfeng looked like a superhero at this moment. At the main hall of the great Ming kingdom, the envoy of the great Rakshasa kingdom smugly reminded, Your Majesty, the queen of the great Ming kingdom, a day has passed. My great Rakshasa kingdom's second prince seeks to marry the princess of the great Ming kingdom. Have you made arrangements? This envoy was accompanied by a black-robed figure when he came to meet Hu Qihan. Hu Qihan pondered for a moment, then Ling Yunfeng crossed his legs and sat down arrogantly. Deliberately acting as if she wouldn't easily submit, she retorted with a displeased tone, My daughter is still young, not of marriageable age. It's not too late to talk about it later. But this envoy was a cunning and eloquent man, who had already planned ahead, making excuses. The Holy King has already considered this for your Majesty. Just welcome the princess to the holy capital, where she can receive the best education, get close to the second prince, and nurture their relationship. When she reaches the appropriate age, a grand wedding can be held. This envoy even deliberately emphasized that the great Ming kingdom could forever enjoy the protection of our great Rakshasa kingdom and live for 10,000 years. Hukihan closed her eyes, seemingly deep in thought, looking both noble and elegant and captivating. Hukihan was starting to feel cornered by their relentless pressure, and reluctantly said to the envoy, "I only have one daughter. If she's too far away, I won't be able to bear it." The envoy's face remained cheerful. They seemed to have anticipated this scenario as well. He said flatteringly, It's all right. The Holy King has thought everything through. If you can't bear it, we've already sent a teacher to take care of and nurture the princess beforehand." Hukihan firmly refused, replying coldly, "My great Ming kingdom, although a small border country, is not lacking in knowledgeable people. No need to waste your efforts." The envoy continued to press, deliberately raising his eyebrows slyly, asking as if he was provoking, "Really? Does your esteemed country have anyone who can compare to the famous teacher that the Holy King painstakingly arranged for the princess?" Suddenly, the black-robed figure emitted eerie green aura all over his body. That person was gradually transforming, looking like spiritual energy was leaving his body. A towering figure, wielding a weapon almost as tall as the main hall, stood in the middle of the hall, exuding a truly intimidating aura. This aura made Hukihan wary. Hukihan asked, "Who is this?" The envoy then smirked and introduced the chief disciple under the great Rakshasa kingdom's national teacher, known as the Great Dark Mage, who controls life and death. This mysterious person is Sheng An Nuo, specially bestowed the divine title Death Wisdom by the Holy King. Jelin dared to arrogantly declare, "This old man has never taken a disciple in his life." Hearing that Her Highness, the Princess of the Great Ming Kingdom, possesses extraordinary talent, and having met her yesterday, her aptitude is indeed outstanding, worthy of inheriting this old man's knowledge. The envoy gave Hukihan almost no other choice, asking just for show, "Our kingdom is so sincere, Your Majesty the Queen wouldn't refuse the Holy King's good intentions, would you?" Inside the main hall, Hukihan was receiving the group. Facing the proposal from Master Gelin, Hukihan replied sternly, "Taking a master is a serious matter. Let me think about it some more." "No need to think about it. She already has a master." Suddenly, a voice from behind surprised everyone. Jelin turned around, and the envoy, seeing this, asked inquisitively, "Who are you?" Turns out it was none other than Ling Yunfeng, who was holding Hukihan's little daughter. Seeing this, the Gelin faction fell silent, their faces showing suspicion. Even Hukihan was stunned when she saw that figure. Ling Yunfeng strode forward heroically, carrying little Hunu in one arm. Unknowingly, Miao Nuwang smiled thoughtfully, looking at him. She stood up, slowly stepping forward, and said, "Ling Yunfeng, I was wondering who would enter the halls of my Dam Minghua without any decorum or prior notice." Her flawless, jade-like feet descended the steps, one by one. Gelin and the envoy could only watch her approach them. Ling Yunfeng, Hu Keixin bowed slightly in greeting. "Greetings, Holy Paragon. Why did you arrive without informing us beforehand?" As she spoke, she flashed a cunning smile. Hearing that name, the envoy jolted in surprise. Even Grandmaster Gelin was taken aback, beads of sweat starting to form on his temples. The envoy frantically turned to him for guidance. "Grandmaster, what should we do? I heard this holy paragon unified Shen Zhao and is unbeatable," Gelin replied. "Shen Zhu is newly established. Everything needs rebuilding. So much to do. How could a holy paragon have the time to come here, let alone suddenly want to take in a disciple? Could it be that they don't want me to accept a disciple, so they've teamed up to put on a bad show to deceive me?" The envoy nodded in agreement. "We just arrived. Even if they secretly sent a message, there's no way it could be this fast." Hearing the words behind her, Hu Keixin suddenly smiled and asked Ling Yunfeng, "Indeed, could it be that the Holy Paragon and I are telepathically connected? Or that you secretly harbor feelings for me and came to visit me in secret?" Hu Keixin continued to put on an expression of understanding everything, saying, "It's not like you came earlier when I was bathing and changing, right?" Witnessing this scene, Ling Yunfeng could only helplessly remain silent. The little girl also saw her mother, and happily ran to embrace her. Hu Keixin, the Miao Queen, bent down and stroked the girl's head, asking, "Good girl, why did you bring people here?" Hearing this, Ling Yunfeng turned his face away, a look of resentment appearing on his face. Knowing he was being used as a shield, he whispered just loud enough for Hu Keixin to hear, "This cunning fox knows how to take advantage of me, doesn't she?" Gleefully, Hu Keixin stuck out her tongue, continuing to provoke, "But the Grandmaster still doesn't believe you're the Holy Paragon." Witnessing this, Grandmaster Gilin's face darkened, causing the envoy beside him to start worrying. The Grandmaster said, "If the number one Holy Paragon of Shenzhou wants to take a disciple, of course I wouldn't dare to snatch them away. But pretending to be the holy paragon of the eastern lands is no small crime, he continued. Today, for the sake of the new ruler of Shen Zhao's reputation, I must step forward to verify the truth. Then, the little girl, hearing this, angrily puffed up her cheeks and said, "Mom, that old man is just as cunning as we are, using this excuse so that no matter who wins or loses, he won't offend anyone on the other side." Gelin flashed a sinister smile, beginning to unleash his technique, causing the atmosphere to suddenly change. He simply extended his right hand forward, and a drop of black liquid appeared on his index finger. It gradually condensed and began to fall. Splatter. A patch of black liquid splattered across the tiled floor. Suddenly, a complex formation flashed, covering a large area, and the Grandmaster continuously chanted a series of incomprehensible incantations. Abruptly, a skeleton clad in a cloak slowly rose up, wielding a scythe in its hand, its eyes glowing brightly, exuding a visible sense of danger. She, Hu Kei-shin, frowned and asked, "This is a lesser god technique, summoning a deity from the world of laws." "Ah," the envoy triumphantly boasted. "In this world, those who can be affirmed by the gods, great sages who are bestowed with the power of laws, can be counted on one's fingers. And the god of death, who holds the power of life and death, is also a terrifying existence. During divine possession, this god of death is immune to any form of attack, and can reap billions of lives." Gara Lin coldly snorted. "Not as magical as you say. I hope this holy paragon can enlighten me." The gloomy aura started spreading from the opposite side, making the atmosphere between the two sides tense. Hu Kei-shin's kid, trembling and hugging her, spoke up, telling the two of them, "It feels so cold. What's going on?" Ling Yunfeng glanced at the little girl. Then he placed his hand on her head. He cast a spell enveloping her, leaving her stunned for a few seconds. After waiting a bit, Ling Yunfeng smiled and asked her, "Feeling better now?" Hu Kei-shin's kid tried to feel it again, and seeing that it was okay, she immediately smiled brightly and replied, "Yeah, not cold anymore." On the other side, Gelin and his attendant stared intently at them. His eyes darkened, his expression a bit angry. He raised his hand, sending a surge of energy towards the black skull. That thing was holding a scythe, and upon receiving the energy, it immediately shot towards Ling Yunfeng. Hu Kei-shin was startled. He also noticed it coming, but Ling Yunfeng wasn't scared at all. He stood there calmly, coldly saying, "Low-level deity magic. Ever heard of Dongfang's illusion techniques? Or avatar transformation?" Gelin and his attendant looked a bit stunned, confused. Just then, a golden light radiated from Ling Yunfeng's entire body. It made the two people on the opposite side gape. They couldn't even believe their eyes. Behind Ling Yunfeng, a god actually appeared, having more than 2 arms and shiny dark brown skin. Ling Yunfeng loudly continued, "Avatar manifestation, my god is also a god." He coldly looked at the two people opposite him. They were so shocked that they broke out in a cold sweat, instinctively blurting out, "This is impossible. The light is too dazzling. Divine might." The god's 2 large hands surrounded the skull in the middle. Then, without hesitation, he smashed him like a mosquito. His body shattered, and the dark green aura vanished. This slap even affected Gi Lin and his attendant. Wind blowing into their faces, dust flew everywhere. After this battle, both sides fell silent. Ling Yunfeng still kept his back to them. He was also the first to speak, saying to your king, "Shen Zhao is only initially stabilized. As long as I am here, even surrounding states shouldn't think about touching even a piece of it." On the other side, Gelin and the other guy were using their hands to cover their sensitive parts because the wind had blown away all their clothes. They no longer acted arrogantly, but were extremely frightened, trembling as they replied, "Why, yes, Ling Yunfeng was quite satisfied." "Get lost. Go ask your White Knight Prince how he became crippled 12 years ago." As he spoke, he waved his hand, the wave of his hand carrying a great gust of wind. Those two, caught off guard, were blown away. Ugh, ah. They were sent flying far away but didn't dare to curse, only managing to apologize loudly. "Sorry." The place was once again filled with dust. Ling Yunfeng remained standing straight. Seemed like things were pretty easy for him. Hu Kei-shin and her daughter's hair was blown wildly by the wind, the little girl exclaimed in surprise. Then she shook her mother's arm, happily asking, "Mom, did you arrange for Daddy to come save us?" Hu Kei-shin smoothed her hair. She turned her head to look at him, softly asking, "I don't know either." The Rakshasa envoy arrived suddenly. How would Holy Zun know about this? Ling Yunfeng slowly walked towards the two of them, adjusted his voice, and was about to reply, "This venerable one," when suddenly the little girl burst into tears and shouted loudly, "Ah!" This scream made Ling Yunfeng freeze, forgetting what he was about to say, while Hukihan looked worriedly at the little girl, thinking something was wrong with her child. Who knew that Hukihan's daughter would jump up and down, excitedly saying, "Hee hee, Mommy fell for it, I finally lured you out." The little girl pointed at Ling Yunfeng, saying with a confident tone, "You really are my dad, aren't you?" Ling Yunfeng and Hukihan were both shocked by the little girl. He lightly bent down to look at her. Hukihan sighed, then smiled again. She lowered herself until she was at the same height as her daughter, reached out to the little girl, and nodded in response. "That's right, you win. Yay." A tiny hand high-fived a big hand. Kihan's daughter flew around Ling Yunfeng with a happy face, saying, "Yay, I finally found Daddy." Suddenly, Kihan's daughter flew to Hukihan and called out, "Mommy," causing Hukihan to be slightly startled, replying with an "M." Then the little girl whispered into Kihan's hand, "Daddy wants to say, being handsome is just average, but being a little slow-witted is kind of amazing. Why did you choose Daddy?" Yunfeng looked at the two of them with a confused expression, asking, "Hey, what are you two talking about?" Right now, Kihan looked at her daughter, smiling as she immediately said, "It's roughly the right time, right place, and right people all meeting at the right moment." The little fox Kihan, hearing Kihan's words, her face immediately turned blank, as if she understood and didn't understand. At this time, Yunfeng walked to the two of them, saying loudly, "Hey, don't treat me like I don't exist. What's going on with you two?" Kihan retorted, "You really have no regard for beauty. This celestial silk dress is the only one I have, and it was cut into pieces by the key flow you released just now. Come with me to the sleeping palace to change clothes first." After speaking, Kihan touched the cut part of her dress with 2 fingers. Yunfeng froze at this moment, saying, Kihan walked over to link arms with Yunfeng. "Let's go." Then the two turned and left. Yunfeng was now thinking about where to go. Kihan's daughter looked at the two of them like that, then smiled hee hee, and ran after the two of them. "Wait for me, Mommy and Daddy." At Ling Yunfeng's sleeping palace, don't look at the two Kihan mother and daughter joking around on the bed. Suddenly, Yunfeng froze, looking at everything in front of him. Kihan was starting to laugh at this moment. She had laughed all her makeup off. Yunfeng was standing and looking at Kihan changing clothes, covered by a thin film. Suddenly, Yunfeng turned around with a shy expression. Kihan's daughter, lying on the bed, saw Yunfeng like that and asked, "Why aren't you looking, Daddy? Isn't Mommy pretty?" Yunfeng, with a disgruntled expression, retorted, "What are you thinking at such a young age? This is called respect." At this time, an image of many men looking at Kihan appeared, and a voice came over. "Which of those animals outside doesn't stare blankly at Mommy? That proves Mommy has charm." Yunfeng, hearing those words, immediately asked, "How has your mother been teaching you normally?" The fox spirit Kenjin replied, "Utilize all your charm to conquer your opponent, using softness to overcome hardness, playing hard to get is welcome, and a combination of the big stick and sweet dates." Suddenly, a voice echoed, "See? Isn't this little one smart?" Then, Keishin emerged, clad in a black dress. Hearing the voice, Ling Yunfeng glanced over, then turned to face Keishin. Ling Yunfeng coughed and said, "Who on earth teaches her stuff like that?" Keishin chuckled, responding, "This little one learns fast. The tiger lion marshals and great ape generals are all tamed by her, listening to her every word." As she spoke, Keishin recalled the image of her child riding on the back of a monkey, with a tiger beside them wielding an axe. Ling Yunfeng continued, saying, "Nonsense. Tell me, what's really going on here?" Ever since she understood things, this little one has always wanted to know who her father is. But I didn't tell her. A hand gently stroked her head. Hearing this, Ling Yunfeng asked, "Is your father that embarrassing?" Keishin retorted, "So I played a game with her, letting her find him herself." Suddenly, the fox spirit Keishin spoke up. "Yeah, I flipped through the entire external affairs compendium of the Great Ming Dynasty, listing out all the possible candidates from over a dozen years ago." The little girl started recalling the past, a list of names appearing, including Ling Yunfeng. Then, she recounted. After that, one by one, only a few were left, including 3. Unexpectedly, one of the 3 came looking for me. Next was the image of the little girl sucking on candy when she saw a yellow object fly past. After that, I rode with the tide, pretending to call Dad to save me, and also tricking info from Mom. In the fox spirit Keishin's hand was a doll that looked like Ling Yunfeng in his current form. Ling Yunfeng spoke up, "I see, so it's educational entertainment, is that right?" In Keishin's mind appeared an image of a queen, and she said, "As the future queen of the Great Ming Dynasty, surrounded by the major powers of the contending kingdoms, both before, after, left and right like Feng Yuan, This is a skill she must master. Also, it is the kingly way so that in the future she can protect herself, protect the 10,000 demon clans. Ling Yunfeng silently stared at the mother and daughter fox spirits. Suddenly he spoke up. Then don't be this princess anymore, just be a happy child. Both Qixin and her daughter turned their gaze forward. Kexin sighed, and she said, the world is not yet at peace. Our royal family must bear this responsibility. The hand was clenched tightly. Ling Yunfeng said again, the peace I want is not just the peace of one country, but so that everyone who yearns for peaceful happiness can enjoy it. I hope you can live carefree and without worry. The fox spirit Kexin, with a joyful expression, retorted, really, I hate being some kind of saintess. I have to learn so many etiquettes, so much intelligence, the relations between the surrounding countries. Like this, I can't even smack my lips when food comes to my mouth. Suddenly, Kenjin sat up on the bed, saying, 12 years ago, when you said these words, I thought you were a fool, joking around. Now I really hope the day comes true. Qixin then lay down on the bed. Ling Yunfeng looked at everything before him, and suddenly his face turned surprised. He pointed at Qixin, saying, that's not right. You talked for so long and haven't said anything. I know what you've done to me. Why don't I remember anything? Hearing this, the fox spirit Qixin asked in surprise, Mom, did you use that trick on Dad? Qixin smiled, responding, worthy of being my precious treasure? So smart, hee hee. Ling Yunfeng was a bit surprised, asking, what trick? Qixin replied, my great Ming dynasty has been established for hundreds of years, not only relying on methods, but also having strong future generations. The importance of relationships and strength, then appear influence and power. Those targeted individuals are all brilliant minds and peerless talents, insightful people, either already married, or allied in marriage, or pestered by many like that. If there weren't tricks at home, how could things always go as intended? The fox spirit Qixin chimed in, continuing, Mom said, strong nine-tailed foxes are born with charm and alluring essence, but their most powerful ability is charm soul, a natural talent to captivate all beings. It can only be used once in a lifetime. Those affected are at your mercy. The little girl then asked, Mom, even though Dad was powerful a dozen years ago, he was still far from the grandmasters. Why did you choose him back then? Hearing those words, Ling Yunfeng spoke up. Yeah, why us? Kexin giggled and replied, maybe someone's one-time charm soul was captured by someone's honesty and courage. Hey. Hearing that, Yunfeng suddenly became embarrassed, then sighed and sat down. Yunfeng pointed at the other two, exclaiming, you women, you're so dangerous. The mother and daughter said together, we are. Qixin piped up, we are. Does that mean besides me and Yegangan there's someone else? Tell me, the fox spirit Qixin said with a cheerful expression. I want to hear Mom's story too. Yunfeng could only reply with a simple, right now the three of them were chatting together in a room. The mother and daughter, Qixin, were lying on the bed, listening to Yunfeng with happy expressions. Now Lu Ding's image appears for the two girls. Fan Shu has 100%, while Ye Gangan only has 50%. The fox spirit Qixin suddenly stood up and said, if they both refuse to marry Dad, why don't Dad and Mom get married first? Qixin then looked over at Yunfeng. Yunfeng also looked back. Qixin suddenly spoke, that won't work. The fox spirit Qixin became a little sad, asking, why? Yunfeng replied, the marriage of a nation's ruler is not just a personal matter. For a monarch to marry me is the same as the great Ming nation being absorbed by the divine continent. The opposing factions within the great Ming nation would never allow it. It would risk plunging the country into civil war, Kexin added. Exactly. And for the saintly venerable to remain in the great Ming nation, that's even more out of the question. With the divine continent only just stabilized, the saintly venerable is its pillar of stability. We are all in situations beyond our control. Hearing those words, the fox spirit Kexin buried her face in the pillow. Then she said with a sad expression, so even though I found my dad, I still have to be a poor child without a father. Suddenly, the fox spirit Kexin stood up and exclaimed, I hate you two. There is a girl trying to run into an empty room. Ling Yunfeng quickly reached out, shouting, wait! Suddenly, his face froze in surprise. Hu Kexin suddenly laughed and went to put her arm around Ling Yunfeng's shoulders, making him turn to look at her in surprise. Hu Kexin smiled softly and shook her head. Ling Yunfeng frowned slightly, turning his head and blurting out, Hu Kexin said, this is what is born in the house of the emperor. It is like this. I am also like this. My mother has also been like this. She smiled and said, what I am lucky about is that I used my will to choose the father of this child. Ling Yunfeng turned his face away with a somewhat uncomfortable expression. Not bothering to look at Hu Kexin anymore, Ling Yunfeng said. Only children can't let their parents down. He frowned and said, I'll figure something out. Hu Kexin smiled, her cheeks flushed, and said, spend more time with her before you go. Knowing you're her dad, she's actually really happy. Ling Yunfeng turned his head to look at her, a little surprised, and asked, how did you know? Hu Kexin shyly turned her face away and said, we foxes, when we're happy, our tails will wag uncontrollably. The tail is much more honest than the mouth. Ling Yunfeng asked, looking at the tail wagging back and forth. Then aren't you very happy too? Hu Kexin said shyly, I was a little bit just now. At the super huge palace. At the palace, beams of light radiate out. Hu Kexin's daughter was sitting pensively on the roof of the palace. Her eyes were a little teary, as if she had something sad on her mind. Ling Yunfeng suddenly descended to where she was sitting. Hu Kexin's daughter pouted, turning her face away. Ling Yunfeng gently sat down, glancing at her with a smile. The little girl's tail was wagging, and she gradually moved away from Ling Yunfeng. Then the girl moved even further away from him. Ling Yunfeng smiled gently at Hu Kexin's daughter, while she looked a little annoyed. He looked at her tail wagging up and down. Ling Yunfeng smiled, thinking of Hu Kexin's words, we foxes, when we're happy, our tails will wag unconsciously. Ling Yunfeng spoke up and said, I'm sorry, okay? Hu Kexin's daughter said, what's there to apologize for? Adults have a lot of unspeakable things. It's normal for me as a child to not understand. Ling Yunfeng frowned slightly, thinking, if that vixen hadn't said this kid wagging her tail actually means she's happy, kids' minds are really hard to understand. Then he touched the top of her head. Making her a little surprised, the girl shouted, why are you touching my head? I'm not close to you as my dad. You don't even love me. Ling Yunfeng looked at Hu Kexin's daughter and asked, it's our first time meeting. I want to give you a gift. What do you want? The little girl looked at him cheerfully and asked, really? I can have anything I want. Ling Yunfeng smiled at the girl and said, yep. Hu Kexin's daughter happily pointed to the sky and said, I want a star in the sky. There are countless stars, and even shooting stars. Ling Yunfeng smiled happily and agreed, okay? Then, he stood up and said with a smile, I'll pick a star for you now. Follow me. Golden lights surrounded her. Then the girl was enveloped in golden light, and she was gradually floating into the air. Hu Kexin's daughter happily said, I'm flying, haha, I'm flying. Hu Kexin's daughter said excitedly, higher, higher. Ling Yunfeng agreed, okay. Then, the two of them flew into the air together. Under their feet were countless streams of golden light. They were both happily laughing, looking up in the same direction. There were countless stars in the sky, and a beautiful blue color appeared above. Then, they were both moving towards the massive moon. Little Hu Kexin's eyes darted around, taking in everything, and she suddenly blurted out, she said happily, first time seeing stars and the moon so close. Ling Yunfeng chuckled and said, watch closely, I'm going to pluck a star for you. She looked at him and said, okay, Papa. Then, golden rays of light radiated from Ling Yunfeng's body. He frowned, reached out his hand, and declared, mouth devours the sun and moon, hands can pluck the stars, shifting constellations. Something like a blue whirlwind appeared in the middle, and a golden ray of light shone down into the center of the whirlwind. Ling Yunfeng furrowed his brow, a golden light appearing in his hand. Ling Yunfeng shouted, star, come. A star in the sky began to glow. Hu Kexin's daughter laughed in surprise, exclaiming, plaft. Suddenly, a round ball of black, orange, and gold, like fire, came crashing down. A comet is falling straight to Earth. Then, the sky turned a strange shade of orange, and everyone was stunned, mouths agape as they looked up. People suddenly yelled, we're doomed, we're doomed, a comet is falling. Hu Kexin opened the door and looked up at the sky. She laughed and said, holy paragon is still holy paragon. Always like to make a fuss. Hu Kexin and Ling Yunfeng's two children were floating in the air, watching the sky filled with orange, gold, and red. The little girl looked scared, covered her face with her hands, and said fearfully, it's going to fall, save me, save me. But Ling Yunfeng just smiled and said, don't be afraid, I'm here. Then, he rushed forward. There was a round ball. It seemed to be a comet that appeared. Ling Yunfeng supported the comet with one hand, and countless cracks had appeared on the comet. Then, he used the power of subsuming Sumeru into a mustard seed on the comet. Countless golden lights were trying to rush towards the Earth, but they were blocked by countless orange circles. The light gradually shrank, leaving only a ray of orange light, and after a while, everything was just small, golden things floating in the air. Hu Kexin's daughter slowly lowered her hand and looked ahead. A round, pink thing appeared in Ling Yunfeng's hand, shining brightly, looking like glittering stars. The little girl looked at Ling Yunfeng with a somewhat surprised expression. who was standing right in front of her. He smiled, holding the glowing round jade, and said with a grin, "Take it." Hu Keixin's daughter smiled, and accepted the round jade from Ling Yunfeng's hand. The little girl asked happily, Is this the star? It's so beautiful." Ling Yunfeng smiled, his face full of affection, and said, "As long as you like it." Hu Keixin's daughter turned her face away uncomfortably, saying, "HMPH. Don't think you can win me over with just a star. I'm very difficult to please." Ling Yunfeng suddenly laughed. "Ha ha, hey hey!" The little girl angrily turned her face back to look at him, asking loudly, "What are you laughing at, Dad?" he said. "Your mom told me that you wag your tail when you're happy." Only then did the little girl notice her tail was wagging non-stop. Hu Keixin's daughter angrily punched Ling Yunfeng's chest, complaining, "No, I hate you. You didn't even visit us for so long. Mom and I keep getting bullied." Ling Yunfeng patted the little girl's head and said, "I'm sorry, Xuan Xuan." He chuckled and said, "From now on, if anyone dares to cause trouble for you two, look at this star and call me. Even if I'm 10,000 miles away, I'll come immediately." Hu Keixin's daughter looked blankly and asked, "Really? Not just empty words, right?" Ling Yunfeng laughed and picked her up, saying, "Really, your dad is awesome. I do what I say." Hu Keixin's daughter smiled and said, "Okay, Papa, I believe you." Ling Yunfeng was holding the little girl, and countless gusts of wind blew past them. The little girl covered her mouth. And Acho, he chuckled to the girl, "The star's been picked, let's go home." The little girl happily replied, "Okay, okay." Then the two left. Ling Yunfeng said, "Daddy doesn't even know your name yet." Hu Keixin's daughter said, "My name is Xuan Xuan, the Xuan with the grass radical on top." Ling Yunfeng happily said, "Xuan Xuan, what a lovely name, Daddy will remember it." In a small imperial court, light radiated from within. Hu Keixin was happily opening the door to look outside. Suddenly her eyes widened, as if seeing something unexpected. Ling Yunfeng and Hu Keixin's daughter were also happily walking back. The two looked at each other and smiled, looking like they had become very close. Hu Keixin also smiled happily watching them talk to each other like that. Ling Yunfeng looked at the mother and daughter, reminding them, "It's late. You two should rest early. I still have things to do back in the country. I'll leave first." The little girl waved her hand and said, "Papa, visit me and Mommy often." Ling Yunfeng smiled and said, "Deal? I promise." The little girl did a pinky promise and said, "Once we do a pinky promise, you can't break your word for 1,000 years." Hu Keixin's daughter said, "No, Papa has to do a pinky promise with Mommy too for it to count." Ling Yunfeng looked a little embarrassed and said, "This?" Suddenly, Hu Keixin held out her hand in front of Ling Yunfeng, making him a little surprised. Hu Keixin laughed and spoke, "Come on." The little girl also smiled and said, "Hurry up, Papa." Ling Yunfeng also gradually smiled, raised his hand, and then the two did a pinky promise. Ling Yunfeng laughed and asked, "We don't need to say the words, right?" Hu Keixin laughed, covering her mouth with her hand, and asked, "Of course we do. Otherwise, how would it count as an oath?" Hu Keixin's daughter laughed, looking at the two, and said, "Hurry, quick, Papa." Ling Yunfeng said with an embarrassed face, "Pinky promise." Hu Keixin smiled and continued, "For 100 years," the two said in unison. "No takebacks." After that, Ling Yunfeng smiled and flew up, turning back to wave goodbye to the mother and daughter. Hu Keixin's daughter also happily waved goodbye to him. The mother and daughter also smiled, looking in the direction of Ling Yunfeng. "The moon today is very big and round." Ling Yunfeng was laughing happily while flying in the air. A bright smile plastered on his face. "Ha he. Ling Yunfeng continued to laugh cheerfully. He. Suddenly, his eyes widened as if sensing something unexpected. Ling Yunfeng exclaimed in shock, shouting internally, "Wait, what the heck? This venerable one, what's wrong? Why am I acting like a total nutcase?" He grabbed his face, looking horrified, and said, "Ah, damn it. Am I being mind-controlled or something?" Ling Yunfeng stood in mid-air, taking deep breaths. Then, his nose inhaled streaks of golden light. There were streams of water moving forward. Then those streams of water formed currents, all heading in one direction. Countless strands of orange and yellow chi swirled around Ling Yunfeng. Then, he inhaled something white into his mouth. Countless orange circles and yellow lightning bolts were advancing forward. That was the power of devouring the earth, Ling Yunfeng thought. Just thinking about having such a cute daughter makes me feel good, kinda hyped. This thought triggered a CO-level magic spell, with a yellow spot of light in the center. Ling Yunfeng was still floating in the air, a look of dismay on his face as he thought, "Having kids is so sudden, I'm not used to it. And with 3 women, oh my god, I wasn't prepared at all. What should I do? What should I do?" Then, Ling Yunfeng slapped his forehead and said, "I've got it. I'll ask Wen Yufeng for advice." He thought of the image of a man, Ling Yunfeng thought he was known as an unparalleled strategist. His schemes were higher than the heavens. Then, Ling Yunfeng flew away, transforming into a streak of golden light. He shouted, "Let's go when we say go!" amidst the towering, undulating mountains, inside a house suspended in mid-air, before a room with a plaque reading Beyond Tian's Small Bamboo. Ling Yunfeng stood before the door of that house. Then, he lifted one foot. Then Ling Yunfeng put his foot down again. He asked himself, how should I talk to this guy now? Suddenly, the door swung open, and Yunfeng asked, "Usually, you just barge right in, don't you? What's up this time?" Ling Yunfeng chuckled, looking away. Then he gradually entered the house. Ling Yunfeng's eyes suddenly looked down. Yunfeng was happily cooking something. Yunfeng looked very happy. "Cooking," he said with a smile. "Come over and enjoy the food, I made it." Ling Yunfeng gradually approached Yunfeng. Then Ling Yunfeng picked up a piece of meat with his chopsticks. He said, "Using the samurai chessboard to cook hot pot, only you in this world can do something like this." Yunfeng sighed. "Hi RT. Leaning on the table, Yunfeng said, "I've already calculated everything for the unification of Divine Continent. Coming back this time is just to enjoy life. This table for me is just for grilling meat and brewing wine, having fun by myself." Ling Yunfeng's face was pensive, as if thinking about something. He thought from senior brother Shi's. All for his ideals, rampaging horizontally and vertically, defying fate and changing destiny. Good at schemes. But this guy's realm of 7 schemes has reached its limit. Ling Yunfeng thought of the image of Yunfeng practicing the power of great derivation, calculating new heavenly secrets, with 2 people standing on a large Bagua diagram. He thought human nature is yin scheming, divine nature is yang scheming, but before the divine, all possibilities in the future can be calculated. All yin and yang have no resistance. Ling Yunfeng thought of the image of someone, he thought. But, after this calculation, he had exhausted his life's calculation ability. From heavenly calculation back to the realm of human totality, the 2 of them were standing in front of a large mountain range. Ling Yunfeng said, "Shenzhou is newly established. There are still many things waiting for us to do." Yunfeng said, "My heavenly calculation only stops at this moment. It still relies on the Holy Lord to protect and maintain." One of the 2 people said, "I have found a small wooden house. Whether there is anything or not, you can come to me to talk." After that, it seemed that Yunfeng had left, and only Ling Yunfeng remained. He stood pensively looking forward. At Yunfeng's house, Yunfeng was smiling, pouring wine. He said, "So what brings Holy Lord to my humble abode today?" Ling Yunfeng looked embarrassed, and said, "This matter." The 2 were sitting at the table, facing each other. Yunfeng laughed, throwing the cup forward, and asked, "Is it that you have a friend who has been troubled recently?" Ling Yunfeng unexpectedly caught the cup, looking at Yunfeng. Ling Yunfeng laughed, slapping the table, and said, Right, that's exactly it." Yunfeng picked up a piece of meat, and asked, "Did he fall in love, and even have a child?" Ling Yunfeng slammed the table, happily saying, That's right. Suddenly, his face suddenly changed. Ling Yunfeng laughed, pointing at Yunfeng, and asked, "How did you know? You've returned to the heavenly calculation realm, haven't you?" Yunfeng ate a piece of meat, not mentioning his friend's matter. "Continue," Ling Yunfeng breathed out, and said, "I." He was about to continue, but stopped. Ling Yunfeng laughed, scratching his head, and said, "That friend of mine," he said, "that friend of mine is always busy with work, and has never interacted with the opposite gender, yet suddenly has children with several women. Impossible. Especially since he has no idea how." Ling Yunfeng's hand reached for the wine cup on the table. Then, he drank the whole cup, and slammed the cup down hard. He was angry, crossing his arms and saying, "I came to you for advice. You know, I'm a single guy, never even flirted, so how would I have any experience?" Yunfeng, with food in his mouth, said, "This is even more melodramatic than TV dramas. Virtual realism. Go on. Ling Yunfeng angrily, with red cheeks, said, "What's there to continue? I can't help him," Ling Yunfeng said, "but if he came to me for help, it means he trusts me. I have to do something. So I came to find you," he said. "Give me some ideas." After that, Yunfeng put his chopsticks down, stretched, and said, "Oh my, looks like our Saint Lord is still as enthusiastic as ever. It's not like the world's ending, or people are suffering, so why are you so worried about other people's business?" Ling Yunfeng's face twitched with anger. He furiously grabbed Yunfeng by the collar and said, "For my brothers, I'd climb mountains of blades and dive into seas of fire. Whatever troubles you have, I'll go all out for you too." Yunfeng chuckled and said, Right. You're always so enthusiastic. I'll give you a perfect 10 for that spirit." Yunfeng raised his hands, laughing, and said, Let go. My tiny little body can't take it anymore." Ling Yunfeng went back to his seat and said, "Just remember that. Now hurry up and give me some brilliant ideas, so I can go back and treat you to some good food." Yu Feng said, I'm thinking. Ling Yunfeng was speechless after hearing him. Then, Yu Feng buried his face in the table, letting out grunts. Oog! Oog! Inside the house, Yu Feng's loud laughter echoed. Ha ha! That was Yu Feng's laughter. He laughed until tears welled up in his eyes, saying, No way! No way! I can't hold back my laughter anymore. Ling Yunfeng angrily raised his fist and said, What kind of clowning around is this? Do you know how much you're asking for a beating right now? Yu Feng coughed lightly, then chuckled and asked, You know how 15 years ago I used the one and only heavenly calculation divination in this life? Right? Ling Yunfeng's face stiffened. He asked, Why are you suddenly bringing that up? Yu Feng said, I've told you before, the heavenly calculation divination is a divine divination art that calculates every possible outcome. Everyone's schemes are all within the heavenly calculation. Ling Yunfeng just grunted in response. Yu Feng continued, Actually, only those who've experienced it truly know its secret. What appears in my mind isn't some complex array of 9 palaces, 4 trays, 16 ghosts, heavenly stems and earthly branches, calculations, talismans, and texts. It's real scenes, starting from the very beginning, showing all the possibilities that could suddenly emerge. Yu Feng's face was bleeding profusely. Possibilities of failure, near failure, success, and so on. Ling Yunfeng's face showed confusion. He crossed his arms and asked, And so on? Yu Feng replied, Exactly, all kinds. There's even a scenario where you unite the world, but also one where, 5 years ago, to save me, you turned into a skeleton, and there was an image of a mutated person with many hands. There was also an ending where the divine continent was unified by the 1,000-hand demonic Tao, which then used its power to devastate all living beings, and the divine continent fell under one person's control. Ling Yunfeng asked, surprised. It's that miraculous. So what about now? Yu Feng's face remained calm. Without adding anything else, he said, Your extraordinary encounters. The story of you and Tian Fan Shuai, Qian Qian and Hu Shuang Xuan, Yu Feng said with a smile. It's because right after the calculation began, I chose a certain outcome that had a starting point in the future. Ling Yunfeng was furious, his mouth agape. You mean you're that incredible? Ling Yunfeng angrily pointed at Yu Feng's face and asked, So you knew everything all along? Yu Feng chuckled. No, but I probably know it even clearer than you do. After hearing Yu Feng's words, Ling Yunfeng was so shocked his face turned purple. He angrily grabbed Yu Feng by the collar and said, Then why didn't you tell me sooner, so I wouldn't be in such a bind now? Yu Feng chuckled. Easy there, my tiny little body can't handle your punches. Ling Yunfeng let out a huff and said, Why do I feel like you're the most formidable person in this entire world? It's like nothing can escape your 5 elements mountain. Yu Feng raised 2 fingers and said, It's not what you think. Yu Feng said, The truly formidable one is actually you. I merely presented the choices, everything else. Your life, your insights, your unwavering ideals. Those are what led to this outcome. Ling Yunfeng asked, Then why didn't you choose to unite the world with your own talent? Who knows, maybe this world would have become a better place. Yu Feng poured the wine, saying, Because in that ending, Yu Feng held the cup towards Ling Yunfeng, saying, No matter how you slice it, there's nothing better than us chilling together, cooking hot pot, and talking about life. Ling Yunfeng grabbed the wine cup. Then, the two of them clinked glasses and drained them. The two of them were still cooking something. Ling Yunfeng sighed and said, If you know everything, then you must know what I should do next. Tell me quickly. Yu Feng chuckled and shook his head. If I could calculate everything from the beginning of time, my brain would have exploded into dust already. My calculating power only goes so far. Ling Yunfeng suddenly said, Even if you can't calculate it, with your smarts you can come up with a killer idea to help me, right? Yu Feng scratched his head and said, I'm just like you in that regard. I still live alone, haven't even been in love, let alone had a kid. Ling Yunfeng turned his face away and sighed twice. Yu Feng was staring intently at Ling Yunfeng. Then he walked over and put his arm around Ling Yunfeng's shoulder. Yu Feng asked, Think back to all the dangerous battles we've faced. How did we do it? Ling Yunfeng said, Of course we charged ahead when it was tough, persisted in attacking, and overcame difficulties. Yu Feng said, Exactly. If you treat your current situation as a dangerous battle, Ling Yunfeng suddenly asked. A battle, he frowned and said. But this is different. Yu Feng said, It's no different at all. Has our holy sect ever been afraid of anything? Just go with the flow and charge forward. Ling Yunfeng picked up his wine cup. then slowly brought it to his lips. Ling Yunfeng looked at his reflection in the wineglass and asked, "Just go with the flow." Yufeng laughed, put his arm around Ling Yunfeng's shoulders, and said with a smile, "Honestly, you're really enviable. You've got Tianfan, Shui Ye, Gan Gan, Hu Shuangshuan, all those stunningly beautiful and independent women." Yufeng said, "All having your babies. Wouldn't life become much more interesting?" Among the undulating mountains, Ling Yunfeng flew up, waving goodbye to Yufeng. Yufeng also waved back with a smile, saying, "Prepare yourself mentally so you can face even more surprises with ease. Good luck, my good brother." Then, Ling Yunfeng flew into the sky. He thought, "Accept what comes. That's right, this old man has walked through storms of blood and fire. Would I be afraid of this kind of thing?" Ling Yunfeng was still flying in the sky. He seemed to be meditating in mid-air. Ling Yunfeng said, "No wonder you're called Scheming Heaven's Scholar." "Yufeng, I've calmed down now," he asked. "So, like before, if I'm facing this kind of situation, what should I do next?" Ling Yunfeng thought, What to do? Then he suddenly widened his eyes and thought, "Aphrodisiac powder." Ling Yunfeng thought, "That's right, aphrodisiac powder, that's the root of all the trouble." He thought, "First, I have to eliminate this harmful thing. To prevent tragedies from happening again, that's the most important task." Ling Yunfeng thought, "Then he'll discuss the difficulties of having children with Tianfan and Xueye." He thought next he'll discuss education and future of his daughter with Ye Gangan. Ling Yunfeng thought he should make time to visit Hu Shuangshuan. Then he snapped his fingers. Ling Yunfeng said with a smile, "Perfect, haha. As expected of yours truly." At the peak of St. Lord City, he was sitting on a chair. A voice called out, "Senior brother." Someone came over and asked, "Why did you call me here?" Ling Yunfeng closed his eyes and said, "Because of a secret." A purple-haired person asked, "Secret?" Ling Yunfeng's junior brother was extremely eager for the mysterious mission he gave. He kept urging, Tell me. I love secrets the most." Ling Yunfeng pointed and instructed, "Activate earth listening. Find the origin of the #1 aphrodisiac in the world, aphrodisiac powder." The junior brother was very surprised when he heard that. He stammered, Aphrodisiac powder." Suddenly the space became silent. Ling Yunfeng and his junior brother looked at each other quietly. Ling Yunfeng's junior brother suddenly gave a sinister smile. I covered my mouth with my hand and whispered to Ling Yunfeng, "Senior brother, since when did you become interested in this stuff? You don't want to." Before he could finish, Ling Yunfeng flicked him on the forehead. Ouch! He immediately fell backward. Ling Yunfeng threatened angrily, "You dare make fun of your senior brother, huh?" While his junior brother was squatting on the ground covering his head, he kept shouting, "It hurts, it hurts, it hurts." After a while, the junior brother stood up with a swollen head. 2 lines of tears rolled down his cheeks. He softly replied, "Sorry, senior brother." Ling Yunfeng sternly demanded, "Trace the origin of the aphrodisiac powder for me. This harmful thing must be sealed." His junior brother looked worried. He rubbed his head and said, "Senior brother, the output of aphrodisiac powder from Ditingye has always been grasped, but..." He suddenly stopped there. Ling Yunfeng asked curiously, "But what?" His junior brother smiled awkwardly and replied, "I'm afraid senior brother will be embarrassed." Ling Yunfeng's expression turned serious. He explained, "This is a scourge after the world has just stabilized. This thing shouldn't exist, otherwise who knows how many more people it will harm." That junior brother didn't say anything. He quietly moved closer to Ling Yunfeng. He whispered in his ear, "This came from the Ye family." Ling Yunfeng looked confused upon hearing this. He stammered, "Ye, the Ye family? Which Ye family?" Faced with Ling Yunfeng's blank expression, his junior brother pointed to the sky and replied, "What other Ye family is there? Senior brother's old acquaintance, life-saving benefactor, who showed you kindness and took you in. That Ye family, the one whose single meal earned them the title of the #1 merchant family under heaven. The world is currently under Ye Tingyu's management." Ling Yunfeng's eyes widened. He seemed to have remembered something. An image of a woman with long hair and a business suit suddenly appeared in his mind. He murmured, "Ye Tingyu." Ling Yunfeng stood up straight. He still couldn't believe what he had just heard. He hurriedly said loudly, "Impossible. With her personality, how could she do something like this?" Ling Yunfeng's disciple was still sure of his words. He immediately replied, "The information from Di Zhengge is definitely correct. It has already been confirmed." He looked up at Ling Yunfeng and asked, "So, how does senior brother want to handle this?" At this moment, he sat back down in his chair, trying to calm himself down. Ling Yunfeng frowned, sitting silently to concentrate, sweat already dripping from his face. After trying to think for a while but Ling Yunfeng still couldn't find his answer, he lowered his head, his hands tired, and said, "Step back, I'll take care of it." His disciple smiled and flew into the air. leaving Ling Yunfeng alone, troubled, sitting and thinking in the chair. He thought to himself, Ye Tingyu, the head of the #1 merchant clan in the world, is actually an old acquaintance. It seems I still have to make a trip to Jinling myself. Whether for official or personal reasons, considering my relationship with her, secretly resolving this matter is the best course of action. With that thought, Ling Yunfeng used a spell to leave his chair and fly into the air. After a while, Ling Yunfeng increased his speed of movement, his body surrounded by a stream of light. He flew quickly through the vast sky. He traveled a long distance from Holy Venerable City to the Divine Continent to Jinling City. Before long, Ling Yunfeng easily arrived at the Nine Truths Four Seas shopping mall in Jinling City. There are many tall buildings here, with a lot of modern equipment. In the sky of this place also has a lot of vehicles busy coming and going. 7 people appeared in the sky with a solemn style, each riding on a sword moving in the air. They drag behind them large shipments. The towering skyscraper, with a transparent exterior glass that reflects the sky. This is the Yi family headquarters building, surrounded by many green trees. Ling Yunfeng stood from above. He clasped his hands behind his back, silently looking down at the Ye family headquarters building. He silently watched the building carefully. After a while, Ling Yunfeng's eyes suddenly radiated, emitting a golden light. He was using the heavenly eye of insight, without omission, to easily examine the situation before him. The entire detailed structure of all the buildings and streets near it now appeared in his eyes. After careful observation, Ling Yunfeng noticed the lights appearing inside the Ye family headquarters building, and there was also a great formation surrounding the area. He began to analyze. The building has 6 layers of semicircular barriers. The building is divided into 5 floors. Each floor has extremely large lights from small to large. Below there is a great formation covering the 6 Immortals Trust. Also, inside the building, there are 5 super experts. Judging by the light emitted, they are probably the top 20 experts in the world. Ling Yunfeng was also quite stunned by what the Ye family had done. Maintaining these barriers requires resources, even thousands, more than thousands of gold are not too much. 2 great experts, each worth 10,000 gold, are hard to find. No wonder they are the #1 great merchant clan in the world. The Ye family. He put his hand on his chin, thinking hard. This Ye Tingyu doesn't respond to soft or hard approaches. She's impervious to persuasion. This trip is for my personal purpose. If I come here as the official Holy Venerable to intervene, the underground industry has a wide connection, it's not suitable to pass down the family, I'll definitely be laughed at. An image appeared in his mind of him entering the Ye family with the identity of the Holy Venerable and being well received. But that image was quickly discarded from his head. Remembering Ye Tingyu, he continued to think, I also owe her a great kindness. I can't use brute force like I did in the great Ming nation with Luo Demanchu and Luo Sha. Thinking of this, Ling Yunfeng sighed tiredly. Finally, he made a decision. It's still better to sneak in quietly, handling it discreetly. She can't possibly not give me this face. At this time, the sky was brightly sunny, looking out from the bushes. It looked quite quiet. There were only a few cars and almost no pedestrians. Ling Yunfeng, quick as a whip, ducked into a tiny alleyway, hiding behind a stone wall, watching his surroundings like a hawk. He peeked his head out, observing the entrance situation, thinking, gotta scope out the entry point first. Below the Yi family headquarters, people were buzzing around like bees, chatting and gossiping as they went. Right at the entrance stood 3 beefy guards, looking all serious. Employees were lined up, showing their ID cards for inspection. Next up was a female employee. The guard asked for her card, and she whipped it out faster than you can say Spirit Stone. Ling Yunfeng, still playing peekaboo behind the wall, kept his eyes glued to the building entrance. He zeroed in on that employee's card. A white ID card with personal info, a photo, and a gene map thingy. The guard held the card up, eyes glowing with a golden light. Scanning away. A blue light from the card enveloped the female employee. Talk about security. After a thorough checkup, he finally spoke. After watching the guard's routine, Ling Yunfeng figured out the gig. This, he thought, is top-notch ID tech. They're using those cards with all the genetic data and zapping folks with some kind of heavenly eye scan. Even the best face-changing tricks can only alter your look, maybe even your bones, but ain't no way to copy someone's genes. This is practically a foolproof system. Ling Yunfeng smirked, feeling smug. But hey, there are only a handful of peeps who can slip through the cracks, and yours truly is one of them. Back in the day, I did plenty of sneaky infiltrations, making me all nostalgic. He chuckled, clenching his fist, looking determined. Suddenly, Zhu Minhui, wearing her ID badge proudly around her neck, strolled casually toward her workplace. As soon as he spotted her getting close, Ling Yunfeng locked his gaze on that ID card. Zhao Minhui kept on walking, totally clueless about Ling Yunfeng's scheme. Grinning like she hadn't a care in the world, she passed by the alley, where Ling Yunfeng was waiting in ambush. Bam! A swift strike to the neck, and before Zhao Minhui could even scream, "What the heck?" her eyes went wide with shock and she went nighty-night. In a flash, Ling Yunfeng whisked Zhao Minhui away from the street. Ling Yunfeng cradled the actress in his arms, quickly hiding behind the wall again. He gazed gently at the unconscious Zhao Minhui, lying limp in his arms. Oh, how sweetly evil. Then he carefully laid Zhao Minhui down in the corner and said, "Sorry about this, but I'm borrowing your identity for a bit." Ling Yunfeng delicately removed the ID card from her person. He pressed his finger to Zhao Minhui's forehead to cast a spell. She was still out cold, blissfully unaware. Suddenly, Ling Yunfeng's eyes blazed with light, a golden glow enveloping his body. He was using his magic to activate the ultra-awesome transformation technique, Myriad Faces. Supposedly, only those with the supreme secret art of the Taiyi Jade Purity Realm could copy the target's genetic information. The light on Ling Yunfeng's body flared intensely, startling a nearby black cat so badly it almost jumped out of its fur. Ling Yunfeng swiftly transformed into Zhao Minhui. He bent down, gently touching his new body, double-checking everything. After a quick once-over, Ling Yunfeng stood up. But he was still getting used to the new bod, moving a bit awkwardly. Suddenly, Ling Yunfeng felt kinda queasy and looked down at his stomach, surprised. He touched his tummy and realized, this body's got some hormonal imbalance going on, and a weak stomach, yikes. Then, Ling Yunfeng raised 2 fingers high, performing a magical gesture. He brought his glowing fingers close to Zhao Minhui's stomach to heal her, thinking, I'll fix this little ailment for good. As a thank you, how considerate. Having completed the first step, Ling Yunfeng retracted his hand and said, Alright, then. He turned around and cast a spell on Zhao Minhui again. A burst of light spread throughout the space, and Ling Yunfeng shouted loudly, Stealth technique, Vajra barrier secret art, prolonged soul preservation. After finishing everything, Ling Yunfeng created a sphere encompassing Zhao Minhui, which would keep her safe. Only then did he completely relax and leave, chuckling softly to himself. With this, her safety is no longer a problem. Ling Yunfeng immediately headed towards the Ye family's headquarters building. Upon arriving at the building's entrance, Ling Yunfeng followed the others, queuing neatly to have their cards checked by security. When his turn came, he, like any other employee, took his card and stepped forward. The guard reached out, sternly demanding, Please present your identification card. He smiled cheerfully and handed over his identification card. The guard, with a cold expression, accepted the card. He raised the card to his face and used the heavenly eye of almond insight to scan the genetic profile on the card for employee verification. The card emitted a blue light, shining on Ling Yunfeng. Yunfeng stood straight, allowing the guard to inspect him. The light shone upon him, beginning a thorough genetic analysis from head to toe. The guard remained highly focused, showing no carelessness. Suddenly, Ling Yunfeng gave the guard a gentle smile. The guard returned Ling Yunfeng's identification card, and he gently reached out to receive it. He said softly, Thank you, and immediately walked inside. Ling Yunfeng glanced at the guard and smiled to himself, thinking, First checkpoint cleared, passed with ease. Inside the building was a vast space, designed modernly, with many people bustling about. Ling Yunfeng was stunned, looking around to assess the situation, cautiously acting natural. His eyes landed on Bug Se, who was diligently meditating at the base of the elevators. Bugc was sitting cross-legged in solemn meditation, his eyes closed, oblivious to everything around him. Ling Yunfeng was so shocked that he almost spat out all the saliva in his mouth. He hurriedly turned his face away, clamping his mouth shut. To avoid being seen, Ling Yunfeng's expression became stiff. He exclaimed in surprise, Damn, isn't that Bugc? Suddenly memories of him flooded Ling Yunfeng's mind. Cultivating the indestructible golden body Arhat technique, suffering a cultivation deviation, unable to control his desires, despised by the world. Clearly a simple, foolish monk, who actually gained a body of demonic power that dominated the world. Dual cultivating the Vajra Protector King, unmovable like a mountain, immune to all techniques, impenetrable by any force. Even this daddy could only subdue him, but not eliminate him, and eventually we became bros. No wonder I haven't seen him around lately, so he's here guarding the front door. What kind of trick did Ye Tingyu use? Thinking of this, Ling Yunfeng's face suddenly changed. Ling Yunfeng pretended to cough a few times, then tiptoed forward. Seeing that Bugc didn't seem to be moving, he thought smugly, This guy's a simpleton. Should be able to get by easily. Ling Yunfeng puffed out his chest, put his hands on his hips, full of arrogance, and strolled toward the elevator, completely ignoring Bugc's presence. Ling Yunfeng stood silently behind two men, waiting for the elevator. Suddenly, the elevator display flashed 1, and a ding announced they'd arrived. Two guys in front started heading into the elevator, and just as Ling Yunfeng was about to follow, bam, he got blocked. He looked down, totally confused. Bugc straight up stuck his hand out, blocking Ling Yunfeng's foot so he couldn't step forward. Ling Yunfeng freaked out, eyes wide, totally worried his cover was blown. Bugc just kept his eyes closed, hand firmly in place. No way he was letting Ling Yunfeng pass. Ling Yunfeng glanced at him, thinking, what in the world is going on? Suddenly, Bugc stood up straight, got all up in Ling Yunfeng's face, staring intensely with a look of serious contemplation. Ling Yunfeng was sweating bullets at this point, freaking out like, am I busted? What gave me away? Then, Bugc's face turned dark, completely emotionless, and he barked, hey, you stood me up yesterday at Zoo Lake. I waited all night. What were you doing? Dude still hadn't realized he wasn't talking to Zhao Minhui. A second later, he was sobbing like a little kid, whining, I planned such a special date for you. Ling Yunfeng was so scared by Bugc he was drenched in cold sweat. He forced a smile, thinking, wow, they even date, this is too much of a coincidence. Thinking about Zhao Minhui's hot body, he realized that figure was right up Bugc's alley. Plus his cuteness probably made him super popular with the ladies. Before he could even process that, Bugc grabbed Ling Yunfeng's wrist, making him jump. He pulled Ling Yunfeng even closer, leaving him totally flustered and unsure what to do. Suddenly, Bugc's face turned red. He puckered up his lips for a kiss, and then whined, how are you going to make up for breaking my heart? Looking at his face, Ling Yunfeng was trembling with disgust. Ling Yunfeng went pale, and hurriedly pushed Bugc's head away, yelling, get off me! Even hearing that, Bugc stubbornly got even closer, replying firmly, I won't let go unless you tell me why. You can scream your head off, I won't let go. Ling Yunfeng gritted his teeth, trying to push Bugc away, thinking, good thing I know how to deal with this guy, otherwise I'd be in real trouble. He raised his hand, ready to deliver one hell of a slap. Without any hesitation, with one swift slap, Ling Yunfeng knocked Bugc away. He glared at him, already planning what to say after slapping him, then dumping the problem back on him. Bugc's face was swollen from the slap. He was dizzy and hadn't recovered yet. Immediately, Ling Yunfeng pointed his finger right at Bugc's head and yelled angrily, why are you asking me why? Can't you figure it out yourself? He begged, looking dazedly and unable to reply. One side of Bugc's cheek was swollen and red, and his face looked blankly at Zhao Minhui. With a thud, Bugc suddenly knelt on the ground, kowtowing sincerely. Sorry, Zhao Minhui, sorry darling, I was wrong, I'll reflect on it. But Zhao Minhui just stood with arms crossed, closed her eyes, and ignored Bugc completely. Zhao Minhui tossed her hair, coldly and arrogantly said, don't come looking for me until you've figured it out, I have to work now. After speaking, without turning back, she left, leaving Bugc crying miserably, kneeling on the ground behind her. Ding! The elevator doors in front opened. Zhao Minhui walked straight into the elevator. Bugc reached out his hand to call Zhao Minhui back, but before he could even speak, the elevator doors closed. Bugc stared blankly at Zhao Minhui's figure until the elevator doors closed completely. Zhao Minhui stood silently in the elevator for a while, before letting out a sigh of relief, gently putting her hand on her chest. That was close. The elevator displayed that it was on the 11th floor, and continued up to the upper floor, until it reached the 20th floor, and the elevator stopped. The elevator doors slid open, and Zhao Minhui stepped out, then took a look around the spacious lobby. Zhao Minhui walked while carefully pondering. The elevator changes levels every 2 floors to prevent sneaky people from getting in. There's no direct route to the top floor. This thoroughness is so typical of the Ye family. Who could be behind the door on this floor? Suddenly, Zhao Minhui noticed an old man with white hair sitting on a wooden chair in front. The old man had a snow-white beard and hair, wore a blue traditional Chinese suit, his eyes were closed, and he was leisurely stroking his beard. The old man's eyes suddenly snapped open, looking over here with a clear look of surprise. Zhao Minhui looked at the white-haired old man with a bit of apprehension. Crap, it's the divine calculator, Wu Yingsheng. This guy has an innate talent, a photographic memory, and was once Dongfang family's top strategist, second only to Wen Yufeng's divine calculation technique. After the Dongfang family fell from grace, this guy also lost his job, but who knew he was hiding here? Wu Yingsheng gently stroked his beard, sizing up the girl in front of him. After figuring things out, Zhao Minhui lifted her foot to leave this place. Who knew that Wu Yingsheng, having just seen Zhao Minhui, suddenly beckoned with his hand, signaling Zhao Minhui to come closer. Zhao Minhui was startled. Her footsteps faltered slightly, and she looked at Wu Yingsheng, then nervously pointed at herself, confirming whether Wu Yingsheng was calling her. Wu Yingsheng nodded in response. Zhao Minhui didn't know what to say, and her face showed a hint of unease, but she still strode towards Wu Yingsheng. Zhao Minhui stopped a few steps away from Wu Yingsheng and stood upright, waiting. Wu Yingsheng remained seated, glanced at Zhao Minhui, and asked, "Who are you?" Zhao Minhui was slightly startled. Her expression froze and she didn't answer. While unsure how to respond, she suddenly remembered the name next to the photo in the file. Zhao Minhui. Zhao Minhui quickly replied. Wu Yingsheng closed his eyes and asked, as if he had seen through something, "I'm asking for your real identity." Zhao Minhui suddenly covered her mouth and laughed, waving her hand pretendingly. "Old Wu, what are you joking about? I'm just here for work." But Wu Yingsheng didn't care about Zhao Minhui's words. His eyes were still closed as he slowly exposed the lie. On this floor above, from the chairman and CEO down to the janitors and cleaners, there are a total of 2,316 people. I remember everyone's names, genders, positions, and fixed daily tasks very clearly. Zhao Minhui is a new office worker in the administrative department on the 5th floor, in office for 187 days. Her work tasks today have nothing to do with the business area above the 20th floor. Zhao Minhui's expression grew stiffer as she listened, and she stammered an explanation. It was a sudden announcement from my superior this morning. Wu Yingsheng stroked his white beard, opened his eyes, and looked straight at Zhao Minhui, asking, "What's your superior's name?" Zhao Minhui was caught off guard and became flustered. Her eyes darted around, and sweat began to pour down her forehead. This. Zhao Minhui didn't know how to answer, and awkwardly scratched her head, giving Wu Yingsheng an awkward smile. Heh. The sweat on Zhao Minhui's forehead poured out even more. Looking away, she desperately thought, What to do? What to do? How can you lie in front of this old fogey and hope to get away with it?" Suddenly, a glint of intelligence flashed in Zhao Minhui's eyes. "Got it." Zhao Minhui clasped her hands in front of her chest and chanted an incantation. "Heaven and earth, Tao revolves, manifest Dharma, I command heaven and earth." Zhao Minhui's eyes lit up, and the golden light grew brighter and brighter with Zhao Minhui's chanting. Wu Yingsheng was startled, and turned to look at Zhao Minhui. In the changing light, Zhao Minhui's body gradually became transparent. With many scattered spots of light around her, Zhao Minhui was in the hall, with so many people coming and going. Yet no one noticed the strange situation happening here, until the golden light disappeared. Only then did Wu Yingsheng look around in astonishment. The people around him suddenly frozen, keeping the same movements they were doing just now. In the vast hall, everyone stood still and motionless in a strange way, as if time had stopped, with only the two of them able to move normally. Zhao Minhui silently assessed the situation around her. This magic can freely manipulate the flow of time around us. A unique skill. Holy Paragon. Wu Yingsheng stared blankly at Zhao Minhui, seeming to have guessed the true identity of Zhao Minhui before him. Holy Paragon is actually a person. Zhao Minhui suddenly crossed her arms, sighed, and helplessly admitted, "Yeah. HMPH, that's right, it's me." Wu Yingsheng quickly stood up and bowed respectfully, clasping his hands and bowing his head to Zhao Minhui. "Holy Paragon is dressed like this, sneaking in, not taking the main road, and without making a big fuss. Is it because you have important private matters to discuss with the Ye family head?" Zhao Minhui lowered her eyelids. "It's so convenient talking to smart people like you. Can you do me a little favor?" Yes. Wu Yingsheng immediately put on a smiling face, even seeming to want to ingratiate himself. Convenient. Now I'm working for the Ye family, seeking a place to settle down. The matter between the Holy Paragon and the Ye family head, especially a private matter, can further consolidate this relationship. I'm just going with the flow. Doing favors is only natural." Zhao Minhui looked at Wu Yingsheng with slight admiration, praising, "Old fox, no wonder you can thrive anywhere. A mastermind like you, isn't this wasting your talent?" Wu Yingsheng once again clasped his hands, bowed, and said, "The world is newly settled. There's no need for old schemers like me to cause division. What's needed are talents to build, so I'm unemployed now." Having offended too many people, it's already difficult to find a place to settle down. I hope Holy Paragon understands, Zhao Minhui impatiently urged. Understood, understood. So, can I go up now? Wu Yingsheng hesitated slightly, pointed upwards, and signaled to Zhao Minhui. This old man's side has no problem, but there are 3 people up there. The other 2 shouldn't be a problem. This old man will tell people how to deal with them. It's just that there's one person who knows Holy Paragon. We can only rely on you. Zhao Minhui listened carefully, then extended her hand to Wu Yingsheng, saying, Thank you for your help this time. I'll repay you in the future. Wu Yingsheng smiled and shook Zhao Minhui's hand. You're too kind, you're too kind. I hope Holy Paragon will take care of me. Zhao Minhui also smiled. It's nothing. The 2 understood each other's intentions and looked at each other, simultaneously breaking into cunning smiles. The building where Zhao Minhui was is a skyscraper, over 100 stories tall, luxuriously and elegantly constructed. Inside the building, the elevator display showed that it had reached the 80th floor. The elevator doors slowly opened, and Zhao Minhui stepped out of the elevator. Looking around, in front of her stood a long-haired man, with his back turned to Zhao Minhui. A cyan sword hovered in the space beside him. Zhao Minhui scrutinized the figure's back, slowly moving closer. Zhao Minhui's eyes showed a hint of surprise, and Zhao Minhui's eyebrows furrowed slightly. This figure is too familiar. I have a bad feeling about this. The person in front didn't turn around and spoke. The Holy Paragon is invincible. Now that you've come here, why are you being so sneaky? After speaking, the person turned his face around. A young man's face met Zhao Minhui's. Zhao Minhui was sweating. Crap. First sword. The sword maniac, Yuan Feng. Zhao Minhui's lips parted slightly, then awkwardly raised her hand to scratch her head, forcing a smile. Mister? You've mistaken me. I'm just an employee of the corporation, here to report on work. Yuan Feng looked at the girl in front of him, gently shook his head, and said with a certain gaze, The appearance can change, the inner self can transform, but the spirit remains constant. Becoming a holy paragon is my lifelong goal. The aura, every action, it's unmistakable. There's no way I could be mistaken. Zhao Minhui's hand, which was scratching her head, froze mid-air. Zhao Minhui approached, carefully looking around. No one else is here, right? Yuan Feng replied emotionlessly. Besides me, there's no one else. Holy Paragon can rest assured. Zhao Minhui looked straight at Yuan Feng, golden light emanating from her, surrounding her body. The light grew brighter and brighter, and Zhao Minhui's body underwent a transformation accordingly. Finally, her true appearance was revealed. Ling Yunfeng appeared within the brilliant golden aura. You, a sword fanatic immersed in extreme swordplay. Why are you here guarding the door for them? What conditions did they offer you? Yuan Feng said seriously. An opportunity to legitimately request a sword spar with Emperor Zun. Ling Yunfeng was dumbfounded. What? You can find me for a sword fight any time? Why choose this place? Yuan Feng patiently explained to the clueless Ling Yunfeng. With Shenzhou newly established, there are few opportunities for Holy Paragon to have public spars. Someone told me to wait for you here, and the opportunity would arise. Ling Yunfeng scratched his head, immediately understanding the problem. It's that Wen Yufeng guy's scheme again, isn't it? Yuan Feng controlled his sword, making it float up. I am already invincible among mortals, but Holy Paragon has unlocked a higher realm, unprecedented. Calling you a god is not an overstatement. Yuan Feng said something that made me swoon without even batting an eye. Oh my, talk about having a thick skin. Just like those domineering male leads in Chinese dramas. Hearing this, Ling Yunfeng was speechless, only able to gently remind him. If ordinary people heard those words, they would be very embarrassed. Yuan Feng grasped his sword. I hope Holy Paragon will accept my sword. Ling Yunfeng only smiled, and Ling Yunfeng agreed, casually putting his hands behind his back, leisurely saying to Yuan Feng, Come. Yuan Feng was a little wary of Ling Yunfeng's attitude towards him, while Ling Yunfeng smiled, as if he was looking forward to Yuan Feng's attack. Yuan Feng circulated his energy. Thin streams of blue qi flew around him like ribbons. Yuan Feng raised his hand and grasped the hilt of his supreme sword. Then he slowly drew the sword from its sheath. The sword moved as fast as lightning. Yuan Feng, wielding the sword, charged over at lightning speed. Yuan Feng's sword tip was already close to Ling Yunfeng. Ling Yunfeng was admiring Yuan Feng's swordsmanship. No wonder you're the #1 swordsman. This is the ultimate swordplay. It's just a simple yet profound sword draw, thrusting towards the opponent in an instant, completing everything with effortless grace. Time froze at this moment for a brief second. Thanks to Ling Yunfeng's trickery, Ling Yunfeng was a bit arrogant. If it were an ordinary person, they would have died before they could react. But for me, manipulating the flow of time around me is not a threat at all. Ling Yunfeng smiled meaningfully, his two fingers hooked together, turning golden and slightly glowing. Actually, Ling Yunfeng wanted to use this opportunity as a lesson for Yunfeng. This venerable also hopes to overcome obstacles in the future and meet opponents of the same level. Although I don't know how long it will take, consider this a gift to help you achieve enlightenment. Thinking this, Ling Yunfeng used two fingers to clamp the tip of the sword, even with one finger, aided by supreme Tao energy. Now Ling Yunfeng just tapped lightly on the tip of the sword with his fingers. I have no idea what Ling Yunfeng is doing. Then Ling Yunfeng released his control of the flow of time. Immediately, Yunfeng flashed past Ling Yunfeng like lightning. Yunfeng landed perfectly, ending his previous strike, but Yunfeng's sword shattered into pieces easily. Seeing the fragments of his sword shatter and fall, Yunfeng's heart skipped a beat. Ling Yunfeng glanced back at Yunfeng. Yunfeng stood frozen. Ling Yunfeng asked calmly, "How was it?" Yunfeng bowed and placed his hand on his chest, expressing his sincerity. "Thank you, Holy Paragon, for granting me this opportunity." Ling Yunfeng then pointed upwards and asked, "Can I go up now?" Yunfeng replied, "Head of the Ye family has been waiting for a long time." Hearing this, Ling Yunfeng was a bit stunned. He whipped his head around and hastily asked, "What?" "She already knows," Yunfeng calmly answered. That's right. A second later, Ling Yunfeng clutched his head and lamented, "Heavens, what the heck have I been busy with all this time?" Yunfeng promptly reminded him, "Holy One, your Tao heart is in turmoil." At Ye family's company, on the top floor, in the CEO's office, a person sat with their back to the desk, the chair completely obscuring their body, only revealing the top of their head. Ling Yunfeng entered and greeted. But it sounded more like a barb. "Long time no see. Quite the grand display." Ling Yunfeng continued in that irritating tone, "Even in this room you've set up so many hidden formations." Ling Yunfeng probed. The former eldest daughter of the Ye family, skilled in calculations, is now also the manager of the #1 merchant guild in the world. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the room became stifling. Breaking the silence, the mysterious person denied, "Holy One has mistaken me." Then, this mysterious person turned around, wearing a white mask, with some patterns covering their entire face. And let's be real, that body is drool-worthy. Ling Yunfeng froze on the spot. He must be feeling super awkward now. What a misidentification. This mysterious person tapped the table a few times, and 3 frames appeared. A model of tables and chairs sprouted from those frames and transformed into completely real objects, including a tea set. The mysterious person stood up and politely invited Ling Yunfeng, "Holy One, please have a seat." Ling Yunfeng sat down, and as soon as his butt hit the seat, Ling Yunfeng questioned the mysterious person, "Who are you? Where's Ye Tingyu?" The mysterious person replied, "She is my mother." Ling Yunfeng was taken aback. "You're the new manager of the Ye family, rarely seen. Ye Tingyu's son." Tingyu's son? He asked Ling Yunfeng directly. "What matter brings Holy One here in disguise, requiring my Ye family's discreet cooperation?" Unexpectedly, Tingyu's son guessed it. Ling Yunfeng asked in surprise, "Oh, how did you know the purpose of my visit?" Tingyu's son left the desk and walked to the window. Looking outside, Tingyu's son answered Ling Yunfeng's question. "The barriers outside are just bait in all directions. With the Heavenly Inquiry Scouts 100 line away, I already knew of Holy One's arrival." Ling Yunfeng asked warily. "Oh, perhaps I've come to question you." Tingyu's son retorted smartly. "If Holy One wanted to question us, the barriers outside wouldn't be able to stop you. Therefore, I have been secretly probing, since Holy One started ascending the building. Bu Qi, Bu Ji, and Siwu Lao Xiansheng are all used to investigate Holy One." Tingyu's son added, "If Holy One brought malicious intent, I would have already fled to the ends of the earth, and you wouldn't have met me." Ling Yunfeng was somewhat speechless. Indeed, like mother, like son, meticulous minds, and also very cunning. Tingyu's son sat down in the chair opposite Ling Yunfeng, pouring tea for the guest. Tingyu's kid doesn't sweat the small stuff. That's the highest praise you can give a merchant. Holy Venerable, spill the beans, what brings you here? Ling Yunfeng picked up his tea, then started with the snark, not even sparing the younger generation of women, even mentioning Ye Tingyu. Heard ages ago, Ye family's up-and-comer is a smooth talker and all the tricks are no less skilled than her mother Ye Tingyu. Tingyu's kid, all business and major boss vibes, shot back with a comeback colder than ice water. "Holy Venerable, you flatter me. It's all thanks to my mother's guidance." Ling Yunfeng, probably feeling burned, gave a forced laugh. "Back in the day your mom and I were pretty tight. She even saved my life." You weren't even a twinkle in her eye back then. Can't believe it's been so many years, and she's gotten so old.
Tingyu's kid immediately signaled Ling Yunfeng to shut it down, not giving Ling Yunfeng any face. Holy venerable. If you want to reminisce about the good old days, let's schedule something. My time is booked by the minute. Ling Yunfeng was stunned. Minutes. Tingyu's kid
taps the table, and the surface turns into a map. The map had areas like Qing, Xingying, Yuling, Jingzirong. Spots of light flew into the air from there,
forming headlines, lined up in order. 1. Sign a comprehensive contract to acquire Seekong family's banking equity. 2. Negotiate mineral exploitation rights. A Jing Zhao section. A Shangcheng magic item relocation project. A ceremony to acquire 45% of Danan City's transport equity.
Dude, there were so many, it looked like a stack of official documents, towering from the table to the ceiling.
Ling Yunfeng, watching Tingyu's kid work this magic, couldn't help but marvel. Ma Yi divine art, minor Qiangkun magic, the highest secret art of the 9 provinces, used to transmit commercial intelligence. There are only a handful of people in the world who have the resources and manpower to set up this kind of formation. Ling Yunfeng looked Tingyu's kid up and down, judging. So young and already so busy. Makes me think when I was that age, I was just a street rat hustling to survive. This kid's potential is limitless. Yan Tingyu really had a good son. Tingyu's kid dismissed the magic formation, and everything disappeared. Tingyu's kid still didn't feel like beating around the bush with Ling Yunfeng. He went straight to the point. Ling Yunfeng, the business world is a battlefield. As long as it improves efficiency, money to me is just a string of numbers. I can always make it back, so holy venerable, just spit it out.
Ling Yunfeng sipped his tea, but his eyes were glued to Tingyu's kid.
Tingyu's kid didn't waste words either. Ling Yunfeng got straight to the main point, throwing out his demand. I want the Yang family to immediately stop manufacturing and spreading the #1 aphrodisiac, fiery sun powder, throughout the land. Tingyu's kid immediately threw up both hands,
making an X shape, a straight-up rejection. Responding to Ling Yunfeng, can't do it. Ling Yunfeng slammed the table with a bang.
You little punk, rejecting me so decisively, do you even respect me? What's up? Their stuff is selling well, you can't just stop it out of the blue. Who will compensate for the losses? Tingyu's kid was respectful to his elders, so he quickly expressed, wouldn't dare overstep, wouldn't use sweet words to try and smooth the air. If Holy Venerable wants to ban it, just issue a holy decree in Shenqiao. Who would dare disobey? There's no need to sneak around like this and waste both our time. Ling Yunfeng's mind went to the steamy scenes of under-18s that are banned, said to Tingyu's kid. This thing harms the cultivation world very deeply. If it stays in this world, it will only create more tragedies. You still won't agree to my request in coming here. Tingyu's kid was still patient enough to explain and ask Ling Yunfeng.
I'm the new head of the Ye family. If anyone could just waltz in and ask me to shut down a Ye family business, wouldn't we quickly go bankrupt? Besides, fiery sun powder only circulates in a very small range. Why do you insist on stopping it?
Ling Yunfeng was still stubbornly taking the reason that fiery sun powder messed with people's minds.
Harming the innocent should not exist in this world, Tingyu's kid questioned.
Even without fiery sun powder, there are countless aphrodisiacs in the world that harm people. Will Holy Venerable investigate them all, ban them all? As expected, Ling Yunfeng couldn't refute a word, just mumbled. Perhaps not expecting Tingyu's kid to be so difficult, Tingyu's kid continued to reason.
The Yi family distributes fiery sun powder on a small scale. And there's a very important reason behind it. It involves a lot. How can we stop it just because Holy Venerable tells us to?
Ling Yunfeng was left speechless by the sharp and tight reasoning, then glared and threw a sassy look. Ling Yunfeng was angry.
His whole body erupted with power, intending to threaten the junior to do as he said, not caring what others think. And now I have a sentence. Not all predecessors are worthy of respect. A slash right in the middle of the mask, and the mask broke in half and fell off. Of course, the mask falling off revealed the true face of Tingyu's kid. Ling Yunfeng was also very surprised at his appearance. Then he pointed and said, why do you look familiar? The young man immediately lowered his eyes and raised his hand to cover his face. Then, another mask was put on. The young man stood up decisively and asked,
since the Holy Paragon has spoken, don't even mention a small thing like the exterminate Liang powder. Even if I wanted the Ye family to disband on the spot, with just a word from the Holy Paragon, how would the Ye family dare to say no? Who in this world would dare to say no? But he continued, not giving Ling Yunfeng time to answer. I just don't know if it's really like what the Holy Paragon said when he unified Divine Province, that this world belongs to the people, that it's everyone's world. Or is this world actually still the Holy Paragon's alone?
Ling Yunfeng frowned in anger after hearing that.
The two stared at each other in silence. At this moment, he sighed. Ling Yunfeng crossed his arms and said, Good kid, using my own words to shut me up. If I forcefully make you comply now, and if it gets out that I broke my promise to the world, you'll be hard to manage.
The young man immediately replied, That's right, holy paragon, if there's nothing else, please leave. Hearing this, he smiled, then said seriously, a young man is indeed a young man. Although I don't know why you refuse to sell me this favor. If you think I'm so easily dealt with by you, then you're underestimating me too much. Let me tell you, the reason I could unify Divine Province wasn't just based on my own skills. The young man listened silently to Ling Yunfeng finishing, then asked, what do you want? Hearing that, he leaned back in his chair, smiled contentedly, and said, the world is newly stabilized. Pacifying the people is the priority. To pacify the people, there must be assets. The Yi family is the #1 merchant clan in the world. I'm here to ask for guidance for a few days. For the sake of the newly stabilized world, the Yi family head won't refuse me, will he? Ling Yunfeng's eyes turned sharp, and he thought to himself, little brat, if I stick by your side every day, every time you sell the exterminate Liang powder, I'll bankrupt you once. Let's see how long you can endure it. After that, Ting Yu's son placed both hands on the table and replied, holy paragon, you're busy with 100 things, and the world has 1,000 tasks waiting to be done. Splitting one person into several wouldn't be enough. How could you have time to stay with me all the time? At this moment, the scene before his eyes left him completely stunned. Another Ling Yunfeng appeared across from him, standing, and asked, how many people did you say? The young man was speechless. Then, another Ling Yunfeng appeared from behind him. You thought I became the best in the world by being handsome. From the right to the left, another Ling Yunfeng added, if I can't get what I want with kind words, then I can only change my approach. In an instant, 5 identical Ling Yunfengs surrounded the young man. A hand was placed on his shoulder, and the young man was forced to sit down and continue the conversation. The young man clenched his fist on the table, seemingly so angry that he was trembling. Ling Yunfeng, who was sitting across from him, teased, this mirror flower water moon technique is a bit draining, and it can't be maintained for long, but maintaining it for 7 or 8 months shouldn't be a problem. He then said, son, do you know how awesome our holy paragon is now? At this point, the young man remained silent, sweating profusely, and didn't reply. Just then, a golden circle appeared, attracting everyone's attention. Ling Yunfeng and a chair gradually appeared from the circle with a pair of legs. It turned out to be Ye Tingyu, and she suddenly appeared. At this time, she sat cross-legged on the chair, glancing downwards, and she looked up at Ling Yunfeng, startling him. At this moment, the Ling Yunfeng behind him gradually disappeared, and the others also slowly disappeared. At that time, Yang Tingyu had just landed on the ground, and the two immediately stood up. The young man went forward and bowed to his mother, and she went forward and patted her son's shoulder, saying, step back, let me handle it. The young man replied, all right. Ling Yunfeng turned his head and glanced at Ye Tingyu's son leaving. Ye Tingyu brushed her hair behind her ear, giving him a gentle smile. Long time no see, Holy One. Immediately after, she switched to a cold tone, continuing, barely arrived and you're already intimidating my child. Ling Yunfeng was a bit flustered, scratching his head sheepishly as he replied, hello, long time no see, Tingyu. He sighed inwardly. After so many years, this woman still makes my heart burn with nervousness. Ye Tingyu stared intently at him without blinking, before suddenly asking him, why is the Holy One so fixated on the Liang San? Ling Yunfeng stammered, answering, it's just because I have a friend who was harmed by Liang San, and many other heroes of the martial world have been harmed as well. He added, if it weren't for the Yeg family's dedication to justice in the martial world, I would definitely shut him down. So that's how it is. Ye Tingyu looked at him and asked, does the Holy One know the real name of this Liang? This question caused Ling Yunfeng to freeze in place for a few seconds. What? She raised her hand to adjust her glasses, then explained its origin to him. Liwi Yang San's real name is a kind of miraculous medicine. Zheng Zi Guan Yin, he exclaimed in surprise. Zheng Zi Guan Yin. Ling Yunfeng recalled his memories. Ye Gan once mentioned something related to our son. Whoa, he was really shocked. Holy crap, Ye Tingyu told him about the effects of Liang San. This was originally a miraculous medicine for infertile women, helping countless people unable to conceive to realize their dream of having offspring. She paused after speaking, then turned her head to look at him, making him Ling Yunfeng was quite confused by her strange gaze. Ye Tingyu lowered her head, admitting a truth he didn't know, including me. The information she just revealed was truly beyond his imagination, huh? Oh. Ye Tingyu gently touched her abdomen, continuing, that's right, I'm 28 years old and still couldn't sense the power to ascend. My family consulted famous doctors everywhere, diagnosing me with the lonely yin body. destined to be alone and childless for life. And finally, I sought out Yao Wang Jiyu and obtained this prescription.
Hearing this familiar name, Ling Yunfeng exclaimed in shock. Yao Wang Jiyu saves people and helps the world for the sake of Zongliang Xin. How could they create such a harmful thing?
Ye Tingyu realized he seemed to know her, and turned her head to ask him, "Oh, does the Holy One also know Liang Xin?" She's very afraid of meeting strangers, and is wholeheartedly researching the medical arts of the immortal path.
Ling Yunfeng scratched his head, avoiding the question as he replied, That was a matter from 6 years ago."
Having said that, he sighed wearily. Dude, he suddenly felt like the topic they were discussing was a little off. Hey, I'm the one asking you questions here. Don't change the subject.
Ye Tingyu pursed her lips,
her eyebrows slightly furrowed as she looked at him coldly.
She turned around, crossed her arms, and then snorted coldly.
HMPH. Seeing her slender back and long, thin legs, Ling Yunfeng's expression turned melancholic.
Ye Tingyu explained its benefits. The miraculous medicinal properties of Zhengzi Guanyin. Women who consume it nourish yin, smooth the body, reconstruct the physique, can create life where there is none, and pregnancy will definitely occur within 3 days. However, she added, but also because its medicinal properties are too strong, the whole body becomes fiery, and passionate desires are born, allowing those with malicious intent to use it to harm others. She glanced at him, softly asking, should the blame for this really be placed on the medicine or the physician themselves?
Ling Yunfeng frowned. He couldn't understand her. If she knew all this, why did she release the burning sun powder at the auction?
She closed her eyes, listening to him speak.
After hearing him out, Ye Tingyu could only sigh.
Helpless, she revealed the answer. This is all to protect Lian Xin, and to preserve a miraculous medicine that could save countless women. Ye Tingyu turned around, and she told him that, not long after she left the Ye family, rumors spread throughout the Jianghu of someone misusing the medicine as an aphrodisiac, and it kept getting worse. She recalled, I tried my best to stop it, but couldn't prevent it. Some even sought the medicine for infertility.
So I came up with a plan. Ye Tingyu changed the packaging and label. The Ye family stopped selling Giftasong Guanyin, replacing it with February Spring Breeze, while isolating and treating the affected patients, preventing the medicine from spreading further. And then, under the name Burning Sun Powder, they continued to sell small quantities of it in the night market.
She continued, over time, the Jianghu only knew of the world's #1 aphrodisiac, Burning Sun Powder, forgetting about Giftasong Guanyin, while February Spring Breeze continued to bring happiness to patients. Ling Yunfeng sighed. Changing the soup, but not the medicine. Truly your style as a businesswoman, Ye Tingyu. Crossing her arms defiantly, she retorted, this is the best way I could think of. Do you have a better idea?
Although he couldn't think of anything better, Ling Yunfeng still tried to argue. But releasing the burning sun powder still caused a lot of trouble. Seeing this, Ye Tingyu frowned and enlightened him. Before burning sun powder, the Jianghu still had laughing ecstasy powder and burning fire tinder causing chaos. And this Giftasong Guanyin saved thousands of families longing for children, is a small amount of burning sun powder causing trouble worth exchanging for saving thousands of infertile families and gaining respect. What should you choose? Tired of hearing her justifications, Ling Yunfeng held up a hand in refusal. Stop, I can't win against your logic, you win. Immediately after, he turned to beg her, but that friend of mine suffered quite a bit from this burning sun powder. Now that you've found a way to control it using February Spring Breeze, can you stop selling it? Consider it a favor, and I'll do whatever you ask. Without hesitation, Ye Tingyu said. 5. Faced with that ridiculous number, Ling Yunfeng protested. What? Hey, do you think this is a market? Haggling prices? 5 is too many? 2 at most? Ye Tingyu lowered the price. 4. But Ling Yunfeng still didn't accept. He resolutely said, no way, still too many. 3 at most. Seeing that she had achieved her goal, Ye Tingyu agreed. Ling Yunfeng stared at her blankly for a moment. Finally, he had no choice but to shake hands and make a deal with her. But in his heart, he was still very reluctant. Why do I feel like something's wrong? She agreed so easily. With a confident expression, Ye Tingyu smiled and explained. Because Lian Xin has researched a new medicine without any side effects, so we were planning to stop selling this anyway. Hearing this, Ling Yunfeng was shocked, stunned, and completely floored. At this point, everything clicked, and he exclaimed, damn, I get it. The two of you teamed up to trap me, didn't you? He recalled the past. From the beginning, your son set a trap to test me, going against what I wanted to anger me, using that to figure out my intentions, he continued. Then you came out to negotiate terms with me from start to finish. I've been in your trap. Hearing those words,
Ye Tingyu smugly smiled. She began to praise. Wow. Since you coldly and heartlessly evaporated from my side, you've really improved a lot. You can even see through the ways of a merchant now. Every word was like a fatal blow, piercing Ling Yunfeng, cold and heartless, silently, without a sound.
But Ling Yunfeng still tried to argue. Hey, what do you mean silently? I just didn't want to cause you trouble. Hearing his excuses, Ye Tingyu turned her head away. Ignoring him, she replied, yeah, even a pet that you raise for a year or so, you feed and care for, would at least give you a proper farewell if they wanted to leave. Only a cold and heartless person would suddenly disappear without even leaving a speck of dust.
Ling Yunfeng scratched his head and said, Hey, weren't we talking seriously just now? Why suddenly bring this up? I had no choice, and about your kindness in taking me in. I am grateful to you. Otherwise, there wouldn't be the Ye family you have today, Ye Tingyu replied.
Consider us even then. So next, Ling Yunfeng, pay back my favor.
Indignant at this situation, Ling Yunfeng angrily said, This is so fast, you must have planned this all along, right, you vicious woman?
Ye Tingyu, hearing that, rushed over and grabbed his collar, yelling, don't always assume I'm someone with ulterior motives. This is urgent, and it just so happens to meet the conditions, so I can't delay. Unfazed by her words, Ling Yunfeng retorted, stop trying to intimidate me. What could possibly be beyond the reach of Ye Tingyu, the top business tycoon in the world?
Hearing that, she suddenly froze, staring blankly at him, the hand gripping his collar abruptly releasing. She took a step back, lowering her head, seemingly trying her best to suppress her emotions.
Ye Tingyu said, trembling, even I have times when I'm helpless, and I just realized something has happened. Ling Yunfeng looked at her and approached, asking with concern,
Hey, are you okay? Why are you suddenly like this? How are we supposed to keep arguing now? He took a breath, as if to release the discomfort he felt earlier, and also to regain his composure.
Then, Ling Yunfeng said, actually, you don't have to use business tactics to disguise yourself, even if it's not a transaction. We've known each other for so long, if you have any difficulties, I'm willing to do my best to help you.
Hearing those heartfelt words, Ye Tingyu's nose gradually turned red. Gathering all her courage, she looked up at him. She pleaded, Save our son and daughter, I'm out of options.
Ling Yunfeng suddenly froze like a statue, her every word like boulders crashing onto his head. First a son, then a daughter, and then ours. Ling Yunfeng staggered, completely shocked by the news.
Right then, Ling Yunfeng heard news so shocking it was like a bolt of lightning from the blue.
He was completely split in half, his mouth agape, frozen solid.
Yunfeng started questioning his existence, asking himself, Who am I? Where am I? Where did I come from? And where am I going?
And as he seemed to remember and realize something terrifying, he muttered to himself, that's right. No wonder this kid looks so familiar. Who does he look like?
In Ling Yunfeng's memories, an image of a red-haired boy appeared. Thinking about it, he realized that the boy looked exactly like him when he was a kid. He was utterly terrified, saying to himself, So he's a spitting image of my young, handsome, and breathtaking self. Standing in front of Ye Tingyu, he hesitated, not knowing what to say next. Suddenly, he grabbed Tingyu's hand.
Yunfeng excitedly denied. But when did we have children? Before I secretly left, I always respectfully maintained my distance from you, never taking any liberties.
Ye Tingyu angrily pulled her hand away, turning her face away, which made him a little flustered. Then Tingyu said something shocking. She said softly and languidly, Who wants you to respectfully maintain your distance from me? How annoying.
At this moment, Yunfeng was also confused. He asked, What do you mean by that?
Ye Tingyu suddenly turned around, and the two were face to face. Her expression became serious as she said, Everything is destiny. The gifting sun Guanying mixed with wine. The effect for women is the same as previously said, but for men it will.
Yunfeng anxiously asked, What will happen to men?
Tingyu hesitatingly recounted,
18 years ago, the medicinal wine I prepared was ready to drink. But then something happened. He abruptly interjected. Back to 18 years ago, Ye Tingyu was alone in her room,
carefully holding a packet of medicine called Gifting Son Guanyin. Suddenly, a knock on the door startled her. Following that, Tingyu quickly poured the packet of medicine into a bottle of wine to enjoy later. She quickly stuffed the remaining cigarette pack into her chest. She turned towards the door and asked, What's up? Ling Yunfeng entered, his clothes tattered, looking like a beggar.
He calmly delivered the message. There's a problem with the Yun vessel at the docks. Master wants you to go negotiate.
Ye Tingyu walked up to the man whose sleeve was torn off. Her face darkened. Ignoring his ragged appearance, he casually put a hand in his pocket, still looking stylish, but with a slightly gloomy expression. Tingyu ignored this and said coldly, I know. She turned her head, as if suddenly remembering she still had a bottle of wine there. Hesitating a bit, she worried about the integrity of that bottle. Still with a cold expression, she instructed,
"Keep watch for me. I don't want anyone entering the room." Gently touching Ling Yunfeng, she said very seriously. "Also, you booze hound, you have to control yourself. No sneaking drinks from the table."
Ling Yunfeng spoke, as if he understood, without her reminding him, nodding in agreement. After the mystical memory Ting Yun had just recounted,
Yunfeng was still trying to process reality, and continued to ask, "I remember the beginning, but what happened after that?"
Ye Tingyu said bitterly. "After that, when I came back, I found you passed out on the table, and half the wine was gone."
Ling Yunfeng was sweating profusely, stammering. Then what happened?"
Ye Tingyu continued angrily.
"Then of course, I had to sadly drink the little bit of wine that was left." Yunfeng's face was now blank, only listening to her continue the story. So, she hesitated. Her cheeks flushed red, saying, "So the next day I woke up in bed and found you lying next to me, stark naked, fast asleep, so I—" Memories flooded back of the two of them sleeping together on a large bed, without a stitch of clothing. She turned to look at the sleeping Yunfeng, his face half covered by the pillow. He looked pretty handsome.
Ye Tingyu's cheeks were flushed, seeming quite moved, and also somewhat regretful.
Her little finger reached out towards Yunfeng.
She poked Ling Yunfeng's cheek once, not really knowing why. Maybe it was to confirm if this was real. Ye Tingyu's old saying quickly appeared in Ling Yunfeng's mind. "Sooner or later, there will be a day you will leave me. This blockhead."
Ling Yunfeng was a little stunned when he heard this, and asked, "So, what did you think?"
Ye Tingyu was a little angry, turning her face away.
"I put you back at the table, pretending nothing happened, to avoid embarrassing everyone." Ling Yunfeng was a little surprised by her actions, so he continued to ask, Why, Ling Yunfeng? Am I the type of person who doesn't take responsibility?"
Ye Tingyu immediately said the reason she did so, and asked him in return, "Would you, if you knew this at the time, would you stay in the Ye family forever, stay by my side?"
But Ling Yunfeng was clearly a little annoyed by her self-decisive actions. "Why do you feel like I wouldn't?" Ling Yunfeng's question stunned Ye Tingyu, but after a moment, she regained her composure.
Ye Tingyu turned around and coldly stated her answer. "You would," she slowly continued. "But the moment I picked you up on the merchant road, I knew your world wasn't with me." She turned her head and looked straight at Ling Yunfeng, saying, "You back then, listless and addicted to alcohol like it was your life, yet I had you watch the door for me."
Finally, Ye Tingyu concluded, "That was the only losing business I've ever done." Ling Yunfeng was so shocked to hear this that he stammered, I. Just then, Ye Tingyu continued, "But this time, I've gotten back 3 favors from you. The favors of Shenzhou, the invincible supreme being of the world. So I've finally made a profit." Ling Yunfeng was dumbfounded after hearing Ye Tingyu's words, not understanding her intentions. But Ye Tingyu remained silent and didn't say anything more. Ling Yunfeng seemed to understand her meaning, so he also remained silent and looked at her.
The two of them just stared at each other, causing the entire room to fall into a deathly silence. Finally, Ling Yunfeng spoke up, breaking the atmosphere first. He cleared his throat and said, "Let's still talk about the kids."
"Right, what's wrong with them?" Ling Yunfeng was extremely proud when talking about his children with Ye Tingyu. "Although my son is a bit aloof, how many people his age can remain so calm in front of me in this world? He's just too dazzling. I'm afraid he'll offend many people when autumn arrives." Ling Yunfeng suddenly thought of a possibility, and immediately asked, "Could it be that someone wants to do him harm?"
Ye Tingyu immediately shook her head,
indicating no.
Ye Tingyu slowly spoke. "From a merchant's point of view, he is indeed very outstanding, so outstanding that he surpasses his peers. His strategies and guts in the business world even put me to shame."
Ling Yunfeng also admitted somewhat shyly, "Yeah, that's right, I was played by him just now, but I'm still very happy that you nurtured such an outstanding son." He raised his head to the sky and sighed. Now for some reason, his voice was a little hesitant. I'm also a little happy." Ye Tingyu looked at him like that, and could only remain silent. Then she sighed again. She hesitated a bit when speaking to Ling Yunfeng. Actually, She
remained silent for a long while. Finally, Ye Tingyu made up her mind and said to him,
"He's not our son." Ling Yunfeng was so shocked that his mouth dropped open. What was that? What is it?"
Ye Tingyu stepped forward, getting closer to him. She went and whispered into his ear,
That's our daughter." After hearing this, his face immediately turned ugly. After who knows how long, a loud shout echoed throughout the building. "What?" On this side, Ye Tingyu's child, hearing the horrified scream, was also a bit confused. It silently watched the room intently. Ye Tingyu immediately covered Ling Yunfeng's mouth with her hand, and she reminded him, "Keep it down. Aren't you always very composed?"
Ling Yunfeng took Ye Tingyu's hand off and said, "You're shattering this venerable one's worldview. How do you expect me to be composed?"
After regaining his composure, he quickly asked, "What exactly is going on?"
Ye Tingyu lowered her head in silence,
not giving an immediate answer.
She slowly walked towards the tea table. Ye Tingyu gently sat down in the chair. Seeing this, Ling Yunfeng also went over and sat down as well.
At this point, he was super eager and urged, "Spill it, hurry." Ye Tingyu remained silent, like she was gathering her courage to speak. Before long, she slowly began to recount. After Gan Gan and Xuan Xuan were born, the Ye family's business was shaky.
The scene quickly played out according to her words. Dad was the head of the family and only had one daughter.
At that time, their family was like ants on a greasy griddle, with countless people eyeing them up. She continued, "During those turbulent years, we had business rivals eyeing us from the outside, and internal conflicts with people wanting to split the assets. If I hadn't stepped in, the Ye family would have collapsed. So, I poured almost all my time into the family business. After taking over the company, she dove headfirst into work.
Sleeping at her desk happened more times than she could count."
Ling Yunfeng listened intently to Ye Tingyu's story.
He couldn't help but admire her, standing strong through that period and turning the Yi family into the #1 business empire. The hardship behind that wasn't something outsiders could understand. The fact I could unite Shenzhou was all thanks to your help, worthy of the name Business City Yi Tingyu.
Despite being praised, Ye Tingyu sadly lowered her head. Ye Tingyu morosely said, "Even now, I deeply regret it. I desperately threw myself into the family's business, neglecting my children." Ye Tingyu sighed dejectedly. He asked, "So that's why Gan Gan became like that?" But Ye Tingyu shook her head.
Ye Tingyu continued, "The twins were very loving and understanding. Like when they were 6 years old." Ye Tingyu fell silent again.
A moment later, she somewhat hesitantly said, quote, "They were kidnapped." Ling Yunfeng was stunned upon hearing this and exclaimed, "What?" He was so angry that he crushed the wooden chair with his hand, making a cracking sound. He scolded with a bit of blame, "How could you be so negligent?" Ye Tingyu sharply looked towards the source of the sound, the wooden chair that he had crushed. Ye Tingyu adjusted her glasses and coldly said, "That chair was a favorite of the leader of the Wu Xuan sect, Wu Dan, 3,000 years ago. It's the last carving he left before his death, along with an extremely rare poison." Ling Yunfeng was a little surprised to hear that, and let out a huh, but he calmly continued, "That calculating side of you hasn't changed. Not since the moment I met you." Ye Tingyu immediately retorted, "Thanks for the compliment." Ling Yunfeng said, "You tried to trick me earlier. Don't even think about tricking me again." He quickly cast the Qian-kun little shift spell, creating a small vortex in his hand.
The crushed part of the wooden chair returned to its original state.
Ling Yunfeng smugly asked, "How about it? Good as new?"
Ye Tingyu was slightly dumbfounded at the sight.
She just snorted and didn't say anything. Well, Ye Tingyu suddenly spoke up. Ling Yunfeng anxiously waited for her next words.
"Back then, what?"
But Ye Tingyu shook her head and said, "Never mind. Nothing much. Ye Tingyu is just super bummed and feeling guilty right now. This kidnapping was so sudden and weird. I still haven't found a single clue."
She's lost in thought, trying to remember that day. "I was doing my usual Ye family thing, checking the account books for the Ye family business in different places, when suddenly from outside,
a girl came running in, panting like crazy, shouting, 'Miss Ye Tingyu!' Miss Ye Tingyu didn't even look up. Still focused on the books, she told the girl, "You've been with me for years. How many times have I told you? Don't freak out so much when something happens." The girl noticed a stranger, calmed down, came closer, and whispered something in her ear. Instantly, she dropped both the book and pen she was holding. Ye Tingyu's face was a mess right then. Confused, panicked, a little dazed, she just stood there frozen, not believing her ears. She turned around in horror and asked the girl, "How could this happen? Aren't the bodyguards all top-notch?" The girl sobbed, "It's so bizarre, young master and miss just disappeared like that, leaving only a ransom note."
Ye Tingyu turned back, feeling like her soul had left her body. She couldn't keep calm anymore, dashed past the girl, headed for the door, and yelled at her, "Follow me!" She tried to remember the situation at the time. "I used all the intelligence resources of the family, but couldn't find a single clue." Seeing the clutter on the table, Ye Tingyu slammed her hand on it, shouting angrily, startling everyone present, "You're all useless trash."
Back to the present. She was sitting across from Ling Yunfeng, lowering her head to hold back her sorrow. He spoke up to ask, to be able to snatch them under the protection of so many experts, they're definitely not ordinary. To be able to hire such experts, It's hard to pinpoint the target, right? Ye Tingyu closed her eyes tightly. The business world is like a battlefield, but not like a battlefield. Both sides killing each other is just a stab here and a cut there, or at worst, both die. But in business battles, losing means the whole family of hundreds of people can be ruined overnight. Speaking of this, she frowned. So the enemies are many, and each of them is full of tricks. Careful, cautious, leaving no trace. Clues are almost impossible to find. You don't know where to start. Anyone could be the one, or maybe it's no one. Ling Yunfeng asked curiously. So how did you find them later? Ye Tingyu shook her head. I tried everything but couldn't find them. It was just suddenly a month later. She began to sink into memories again. She was so anxious at the time that she kept pacing back and forth in the room without being able to do anything else. She was trying to think of something. Just then the girl appeared again, running quickly towards her and shouting, Miss! Miss! Ye Tingyu's face changed instantly when she heard her shout. There's breaking news! Because she ran too fast, she was now panting as she uttered each word. Young Master and Miss Olu are back. They're at the door, Ye Tingyu shouted. Then why not bring them in to see me? The girl replied. Young Master doesn't allow anyone to approach. Ye Tingyu, after hearing that, was still just like before, lost her composure and ran off, leaving the girl struggling to breathe behind her. She ran quickly down the yard, across the long steps, not caring that she was wearing high heels. Outside the big door were the small figures of two children. They were piggybacking each other. The closer she got, the clearer the figures became. A boy with ragged clothes was carrying a girl on his back. Her condition wasn't much better than his. Ye Tingyu saw the children and smiled happily, trying to run as fast as possible to them. But when the children were standing in front of her, her expression suddenly changed. Her mouth dropped open, shocked. Ye Tingyu's eyes widened, filled with horror. Zhu Zi, my son, Hai Xin, he's all scraped up, and Lian Sheng, Lian Xin's daughter, is fast asleep on his back. Both of them are barefoot, and their clothes are torn beyond recognition. Seriously, what happened to them? The state these kids are in right now. They shouldn't have to go through this. Nobody knows what they went through to get back after being gone for a whole month. Ye Tingyu covered her mouth to stop herself from sobbing, tears streaming down her face as she cried silently. My heart is breaking for them. Zhu Zi, his blank eyes finally registered someone standing in front of him all this time. He looked up, but his face was totally expressionless, like a blank slate. So cold. Ye Tingyu looked at the two kids, and tears started flowing again. OMG. Suddenly, Zhu Zi squeezed his eyes shut and swayed like he was about to fall. Ye Tingyu was caught off guard, but she managed to quickly catch both Lian Sheng and Zhu Zi before they lost consciousness. They both fainted and fell into Ye Tingyu's arms. She held them tight, tears streaming down her face. My poor babies. Back at again, Ling Yunfeng couldn't believe it and asked again. So, what happened after that? How are they? Ye Tingyu was taken aback, slowly standing up, not hurrying to answer him. She walked over to the window and looked down, finally speaking up. After that kidnapping, their personalities completely changed. My son, except for me and his younger sister, he became cold, ruthless, and merciless towards everyone else, Ye Tingyu said, tears welling up, continuing in a choked voice. And my daughter, Ling Yunfeng, just sat there, silently waiting for her answer. Ye Tingyu wiped away her tears. Behind the thin, round glasses she was wearing, she talked about her daughter again. If her brother's home, she locks herself in her room. That girl, Lian Sheng, just shuts herself away in a single space. 3 meals a day, bathing and changing clothes, never coming out. Only me and her brother can go in. Ye Tingyu pointed towards the closed door, her hands suddenly trembling. She seemed scared, her voice trembling with worry. Whenever he goes out to work, she transforms, puts on a mask, becomes young Master Ye of the Ye family, seemingly becoming her brother, helping me and him handle everything internally. Talk about sibling goals but with a dark twist. Ling Yunfeng also looked in the direction Ye Tingyu was pointing. He frowned, looking displeased. After a moment he asked, So, even with all those difficulties, you still didn't look for me? Ye Tingyu sighed. She explained to him helplessly, I've always been paying attention to your situation. Even though the kids never asked about their father, I know they have a place for you in their hearts that can't be replaced. It's just that I never found the right time. Her words made Ling Yunfeng feel sad, that pang of heartache clearly visible on his face. She looked at him, with a hint of blame in her voice. But you were fighting battles everywhere, famous throughout the land, with so many enemies. Wouldn't acknowledging each other just put the kids in even more danger? That's why I didn't look for you. After saying that,
Ye Tingyu didn't look at Ling Yunfeng anymore, and he also stood up from his chair at the same time. He walked over to her,
clasping his hands behind his back. From the moment I met you, I knew you were a very strong-willed person. Ye Tingyu interrupted him, not understanding what he was implying. What did he want to say? This time, he looked straight into her eyes and said, "It's okay to rely on others sometimes. Like me, it's not a blow to your pride. I also relied on the help of my brothers in life and death to get where I am today."
Though outwardly strong, she was still a woman after all. Ling Yunfeng's words made her cheeks flush red. Turning her head to hide her embarrassment, Ye Tingyu asked, "So, do you have a solution?" Ling Yunfeng suggested.
A heart sickness needs a medicinal cure. Let me try to listen to what's in their hearts.
Immediately afterwards, he closed his eyes,
a faint light flaring up on his forehead. It was heart communication.
Ye Tingyu was at a loss, with nothing left to do but stand by and wait for his decision.
He used his telepathic ability to reach out to the boy, his power erupting and creating a whirlwind in the room, sending Ye Tingyu's hair and robe fluttering wildly.
His mind ventured beyond the confines of the room they were standing in,
and entered another room, neatly arranged.
He saw someone sitting on the large sofa in that room,
their head lowered, strange patterns etched on their face. Judging by the hairstyle, it was a young boy.
Ling Yunfeng used his own power to invade the kid's brain. Even though this was a forbidden act, he saw, and quickly skimmed through each nerve, heading straight for the center of consciousness.
Another space welcomed him. A place where fragmented rays of light converged to form a unified whole, creating a simulated space, and another space composed of tiny lights like stardust. He murmured to himself, "He's only at the first level of telepathy, so he can probably sense what he's thinking and desiring."
Immediately, everything went pitch black before his eyes, nothing but solid black.
But now he could see. There was something in front of him,
a pair of hands resting on his knees but quite faint,
and now he could see it clearly, vividly, before Ling Yunfeng's eyes. Right in front of him was that boy, still in the same position, unchanged, seemingly unable to see him even though he was standing right behind him.
Tingyu's son, he thought anxiously.
What's the result after Mom and the Holy One talked inside for so long? He sighed softly, thinking about Ling Yunfeng. This Holy One is truly extraordinary. His imposing manner is not forced, and his unparalleled magic, which I have never seen before, almost shattered my mind. His hand trembled, clenching his pants until they were wrinkled, and he told himself, "No, I'm not strong enough yet."
Tingyu's son's face contorted in a grimace,
and he muttered to himself, still trembling. He blamed himself. "When Big Brother isn't around, I can only rely on myself to protect my little sister. I must become more and more reliable. What should I do? What should I do?"
Suddenly, Ling Yunfeng's spirit clone appeared behind him.
Ling Yunfeng looked at him and frowned slightly, thinking, as expected, there's a problem.
Suddenly, Tingyu's son seemed to sense something nearby.
He turned his head left and right and shouted,
"Who's there?" At this moment, Ling Yunfeng, floating in the air, slowly said, "Collect." And immediately, everything turned pitch black.
At this time, Ling Yunfeng's body was still in Tingyu's room. His face was now motionless, his eyes tightly closed. After a while, Ling Yunfeng's soul consciousness returned, and he woke up suddenly, his eyes wide open. As soon as she saw him open his eyes, Ye Tingyu rushed over and asked anxiously, "How is it?" Ling Yunfeng exhaled, a stray hair floating back into place. He said in a deep voice, "He's completely independent. He sees himself as the older brother protecting his younger sister, trying to make himself more mature and stronger."
Hearing this, Ye Tingyu sadly lowered her face and said slowly,
"I used to look for people to be telepathic with him, to understand the real thoughts in his heart, so that I can find the correct medicine to treat him. But,
Tingyu raised her face to look directly at Ling Yunfeng.
As you said, he doesn't want to pretend to be an older brother to escape, but truly sees himself as the older brother protecting his younger sister."
Saying that, her eyes filled with sadness again, and she asked in a low voice, "Even you have no way?"
Various incantations flashed through Ling Yunfeng's mind, and he calmly replied, "You have the 6 roots of eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind. He is at the first level of telepathy, and can only understand the intention." He pondered for a moment and continued, "It's useful for stealing intel, but handling this kind of situation is still beyond its capabilities."
Suddenly, Ling Yunfeng's expression changed, and he made a decision. "Then, let's descend another level," Ye Tingyu asked in surprise.
"Descend another level," Ling Yunfeng said solemnly. "Descending another level is when the mind stirs, when myriad thoughts arise. Buddhists call it the 7th consciousness, Manavijna, while Confucian texts refer to the moment when intention arises."
Ling Yunfeng turned and continued to explain.
It connects with the mind. Many can reach the understanding of intent, but few can reach the moment when intention arises. After speaking, he immediately sat in meditation in mid-air. Ling Yunfeng clasped his hands together, and small, shimmering lights appeared around him. He recited in his mind. Second level of mind connection. Tham, DNHI. As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of light flashed in the middle of his forehead. That ray of light shot out straight ahead. The ray of light continued to pass straight through the wall of the room. It moved to the door of the living room opposite, and that ray of light was aimed directly at Ting Yu's son, who was sitting there. It immediately flew into the middle of his forehead. Ting Yu's son suddenly twitched. He looked around, not understanding what had just happened. A brilliant ray of light appeared in the dim darkness. Ling Yunfeng stood alone, observing the bubbles filled with the thoughts of Ting Yu's son. He was searching for that important fragment of his soul, and said to himself, when intention arises, a flick of the finger creates words. 400 can observe the cause of intention's rise. Ling Yunfeng floated among the thoughts in Ting Yu's son's mind. He suddenly saw a bubble that was a bit different. Inside was Ting Yu's son, sitting in contemplation. A negative thought ran through his head. I'm too weak. I want to become stronger. I want to become stronger. Ling Yunfeng remained silent, continuing to look at other bubbles. Another bubble appeared, showing the image of Ting Yu's son hugging his head and yelling, why aren't you back yet? If it were him, things wouldn't be like this. I have to be like him to protect my sister. Another bubble. This time, it was an image of him stroking his chin and thought, can I win over Sheng Zun? No, I can't. Besides, Mom, only I am truly good to my sister. I can't be weak. Ling Yunfeng pondered, looking at the floating fragments of his soul among hundreds of those soul thoughts. Each one carried a voice of self-blame. Ling Yunfeng sighed softly. Hi. It's all thoughts about protecting his sister. Suddenly, Ling Yunfeng clutched his left chest. He frowned slightly and thought to himself, damn it, it's making this deity's heart ache again. What on earth has this child gone through? He stood silently among those bubbles. Suddenly, he saw a pink bubble that was very special compared to the others. He gradually approached it to see inside a scene of a very young girl. Her legs were bent. Her face was buried in her knees, sitting in a corner. Ling Yunfeng was completely stunned when he saw it, his eyes widening. The little girl inside was wearing tattered clothes, her dark eyes still filled with tears. She trembled and said, save me, I'm so scared, I'm so scared. Ling Yunfeng couldn't help but reach out his hand, intending to touch that bubble, but before he could even get close, the surrounding bubbles started expanding one after another, getting bigger and bigger, about to engulf Ling Yunfeng completely, freaking him out. The bubbles were rapidly closing in, as if protecting the purple bubble. A boy's voice echoed in the air. Ting Yu, we have to protect our little sister. We have to protect our little sister. What do we do? What do we do? Those bubbles gradually receded from Ling Yunfeng's sight. In Ye Ting Yu's room, she was still intently watching Ling Yunfeng, his eyes tightly shut, fully focused. Suddenly, Ling Yunfeng's eyes snapped open, and he stared blankly at Ye Ting Yu. She was startled to see him awake and stammered worriedly, Did you discover anything? Ling Yunfeng's expression turned serious, and he gave his analysis. It seems the child's intense desire to be protected is what formed the personality. Now, they want to be able to protect themselves at any time. He clenched his trembling palm, angrily saying, damn it, what on earth did they go through? Hearing Ling Yunfeng say that, tears welled up in Ye Ting Yu's eyes. She lowered her head sadly and replied, I've been investigating for years, but there are no clues. The children just won't tell us what happened. Ling Yunfeng seemed at a loss too. He sighed softly and said, this kind of situation doesn't help. We can only guess the reason. At this point, tears streamed down Ting Yu's cheeks as she whispered her thoughts. Knowing my daughter is suffering like this, I can't even show my concern in front of her. Telling myself I have to be strong, have to make her feel safe. The more she spoke, the more she sobbed, blaming herself. I regret it so much. Why was I so careless back then? I wish they would target me instead. Why hurt my child? Ling Yunfeng looked at her crying heartrendingly, her body shaking as she tried to hold back the tears that kept flowing. He frowned and lowered his head, his face darkening. Ling Yunfeng patted her shoulder to comfort her. Ye Tingyu looked up at him, fearfully asking, is there still no way? Ling Yunfeng's face suddenly hardened, and he said sternly, her mindscape has another layer. It can know everything. Hearing this, Ye Tingyu's eyes widened in surprise, and she asked doubtfully, then why don't you use it? Ling Yunfeng exhaled, his gaze drifting into the distance as he calmly replied, go any deeper, and you'll reach what the Buddha called the alaya vijnana, the very foundation of the mind. He hesitated, and continued, because it's the root of the mind. Ling Yunfeng put his hands behind his back, his face serious, and said, compared to the seventh layer where thoughts originate,
This place hides everything, boundless and endless. To stabilize this state without contact, one needs a calm mind, entering a state of neither perception nor non-perception, requiring extremely high concentration.
He lowered his head and continued softly. Although I can enter this state, my battles are constant, and my thoughts are overbearing. If I force my way in, I fear it will harm her primordial spirit.
Ye Tingyu looked at him and asked, "So what should we do?"
Hearing her question, he quickly replied, "There is one other person in this world who can enter this state."
She thought of a woman with long white hair, a crane ring floating on her hand, and said, "Bihai Jin of the Pure Thought Mountain sect." Ling Yunfeng was surprised to hear her ask, "What? You know her?" Suddenly, Tingyu sighed and slowly replied to him, "Who doesn't know Bihai Jin of the Buddhist Sacred Ground, Pure Thought Mountain sect? I've been searching for her for years, but she is secretive and elusive, never to be found." Hearing this, Yunfeng glanced away vaguely, scratching his cheek and saying, "Well, actually, I have a way to find her."
Hearing him say that, Tingyu exclaimed loudly, "What are you saying? Why didn't you say so earlier?"
He sweated nervously, not daring to look at her, thinking to himself,
"This is awkward. It's making me remember a past I don't dare to recall." Ling Yunfeng scratched his face in confusion and replied, "No, why would I look for her if there was nothing going on?"
She rushed over and grabbed his hand roughly, Tingyu pulling him along as she said loudly,
"Well, what are you spacing out for? Take me to her, to the Yi family. We've just finished setting up the Myriad Lie Divine Travel System in Shenzhou. We can go anywhere." As she pulled him along, Yunfeng shouted, "Hey, wait a moment, hold on."
She turned her face unhappily to ask,
"What is it now?" When she looked again, she was surprised to realize she was holding Yunfeng's hand.
Tingyu embarrassedly took her hand away from his. Yunfeng just smiled awkwardly, saying nothing. Tingyu ran her hand through her hair and said, "Don't you want to cure your daughter soon?"
He sighed and said, "Of course I do. Let me contact her for a bit."
She turned to him in surprise and asked, "Contact? How are you going to contact her?" He raised his hand to his face, looked up at the sky, and stammered, I and she have some unspeakable way to communicate. Anyway, just wait."
Tingyu frowned and said with difficulty, "An unspeakable way to communicate, you guys?" Hearing that, he raised his hand to his forehead, speechless. Yunfeng turned to face another direction, put his hands together behind his back, making Tingyu extremely uncomfortable. He closed his eyes, thinking, mindset, fate, spiritual luck. Yunfeng closed his eyes and used telepathy to call out, Bihaixin, are you there?" Just as he finished calling, a voice replied, "Holy Lord! Finally found the time to look me up, huh?" Hearing her, Yunfeng answered awkwardly, Yeah, it's me. I need to ask you for a favor." The voice on the other end replied right away, "Oh, I'm in Yaowang Valley. Come on over, Holy Lord." After finishing talking with Haixin, he turned back and said, "She is at the Medicine King Valley. Let's go."
Hearing this, she replied, "I'm not going anymore, please. Our 9 provinces Holy One, go invite her yourself."
What? Didn't you just say you wanted to go together?" he asked in surprise, his eyes wide.
She crossed her arms and turned away with difficulty. Tingyu said,
"If she's the Holy One's unspeakable acquaintance, it wouldn't be convenient for me to go." Her response left him frozen, saying, and then nothing.
Tingyu coldly brushed past him and went straight to her desk, tapping something.
She quickly tapped away, very fast. A very large blue door leading somewhere opened up. She pointed at the door and said, "Holy One, please go." He walked to the door and turned back, saying, "Okay, I will return soon." After saying that, he walked into the door and gradually disappeared. At the Medicine King Valley, warm sunlight shone everywhere. Yunfeng walked out of the door. As soon as he came out, he didn't know what he saw that made his eyes widen. In front of him was a grand court assembly, with a large crowd of people present. He stood behind everyone for a bit, thinking, Haven't been to the Medicine King Valley in a while. Why is it so lively?
Suddenly, a loud shout came from the front of the crowd. "Get out of the way! Can't you see our master wants to see the doctor?" The shout came from a tall, burly man standing in front of a sedan, on top of which sat another man. He was wearing golden robes and a large hat, looked quite old, and his expression wasn't pleasant at all. Probably the master they were talking about. At that moment, a brown-haired guy in the crowd pointed at the bald dude and said, "Hey! How can you cut in line? We're all waiting in order here." He sneered, picking his ear as he spoke. "You lowly peasants dare to talk about queuing up in front of my master?" Everyone got pissed and shouted, "We've been waiting in line for ages to see the doctor. Everyone's following the rules." Hearing this, he didn't back down, but instead pointed at the crowd mockingly. "Rules are for you commoners. Do you know who my master is?
Even if I beat you to death, I wouldn't be held responsible." As he said that, he flexed his biceps, and stone shards began to cover his arm. "Get lost!" He charged into the crowd with his stone-covered arm, scaring everyone. Everyone instinctively raised their hands to avoid his deadly punch. Ling Yunfeng, who had been watching the whole scene, said, "Qiankun, freeze." Everything around him, except for him, turned blue, and time stopped at that moment. Even the punch heading towards the people's faces froze, unable to move. He walked step by step towards the man, and everyone standing still in place. Ling Yunfeng raised his fist in front of the man's face, looking at him with extremely cold eyes. He gently touched the man's arm with 2 fingers. Golden light suddenly erupted from Ling Yunfeng's feet, and wind began to rise from where he stood, emanating countless orange-gold circles that spread to the old master's sedan. Ling Yunfeng then walked straight into the house in front of him, lifting the curtain and entering inside. Everything outside was still frozen, motionless. Suddenly, everything returned to normal. The people who had been shielding their faces, mouths agape in fear, were suddenly stunned. No longer looking scared as before, the thug looked down at his arm, which was no longer covered in stone, but was bent in a weird way, completely distorted. After seeing his arm like that, he screamed, my arm, what happened?" The old master, witnessing the scene from his palanquin, called out in a loud voice, "Hu Yi, who dares to cause trouble?" Suddenly, the sedan shook violently, causing him to look around, not knowing what was happening. The sedan bearers were changing direction, turning their backs and leaving, and a strange golden light emanated from their bodies. He sat there angrily shouting, "Hey, what are you doing?" The bearers below are turning his head around. Maybe they're being hypnotized. The old master sitting on the sedan continued to curse and shout, "I'm going to fire you all!" Everyone there was also confused, watching the sedan gradually moving away. Over here, the house Ling Yunfeng just entered. The curtain was blown by the wind. Inside, there was a girl sitting under the bed, surrounded by a blue light, and the girl on the bed was also enveloped in that strange light, floating in the air. Lian Jin was chanting an incantation for senior sister Sheng, cleaning the wound on the girl's abdomen and securing it with acupuncture needles, while the wounded girl floated in mid-air. Lian Xin closed her eyes, concentrating on the incantation, with a blue aura emanating around her. Suddenly, from the wound, a knife pinned a mass of white flesh the size of an egg. The knife and the flesh shot out, leaving behind a few streaks of blood. The mass of flesh was placed on a surgical tray. After throwing the flesh into the tray, the knife returned to float in front of Lian Xin. Lian Xin stood up, sighed, and wiped the sweat from her forehead. She approached the wounded girl lying on the bed. As Lian Xin was wiping the sweat from her brow, a voice sounded from behind. "Long time no see. When did this place become so lively?" Lian Xin happily turned around to see who it was. Overjoyed, Lian Xin asked, "Why did you come so fast?" Ling Yunfeng replied gently, "I'm here to see Bihai Xin about something," he asked. "Where is she?" Lian Xin laughed as she wiped the sweat from her forehead. "Hai Xin is in the Royal Valley. She told me that if you needed her, just look for her there." Ling Yunfeng asked in surprise, "Isn't the rule of the Medicine King Valley usually that you get very few clients? I mean, you don't see many people in a year, right?" Then he asked, "How come it's like this now?" Lian Xin stood up, explaining happily, "Because she is a top-notch doctor. If she can save more people every day, the rules can be broken," she said. "It was after meeting you that I understood this principle." Ling Yunfeng rubbed Lian Xin's head. "You've worked hard," he said. Then he asked, "Why are there 2 rows of people lined up outside?" Lian Xin sighed, her face slightly flushed. Lian Xin said, "People usually come to senior sister Shang for treatment, and some people borrow the excuse to confess their feelings to her. No matter how much I refuse, it is useless." As she spoke, she recalled the scene of boys bringing flowers to confess to her. Lian Xin continued, "To improve treatment efficiency, I told them that if they want to confess, they can't cut in line. They have to stand in another line. I'll only get to them when I'm free." Ling Yunfeng was surprised and said, "These guys are really persistent." Lian Xin pouted, angrily saying, "These guys all reek of animals and are not sincere. I don't understand how they can say they like me based on just my face." Ling Yunfeng said coldly, "I'll take care of them for you. You continue to treat patients." Hearing Ling Yunfeng's words, Lian Xin happily hugged his arm, saying, Okay, you really helped me with a big trouble." Ling Yunfeng affectionately tapped Lian Xin's forehead, saying, You've had no rules since you met me." Hearing him say that, Lian Xin stuck out her tongue playfully. After that, Ling Yunfeng waved goodbye to Lian Xin. He said, "Continue examining patients." A large crowd was still gathered in front of the courtyard, neatly lined up in 2 rows. Waiting for his turn, a young man held a vibrant bouquet of flowers,
gently inhaling their fragrance. Both before and after the guy with the flowers were other young men, all holding bouquets and preening themselves. Just then, the line of flower-bearing dudes suddenly felt something weird with their bodies. The flower-holding lads were in a panic, clamoring, "What's happening? Why are our legs moving on their own?" The line of flower holders automatically turned around, facing the opposite direction, everyone bewildered and shouting, "Is this some kind of psychic power at work?" Then, the flower-toting bunch ran towards the treatment room, someone desperately trying to say, "Behind us, Haishin, no, don't!" The group ran away relentlessly, leaving behind only a cloud of dust and a voice echoing, "I'll be back!" At the entrance of the Medicine King Valley, thick mist covered the scene. Only birds flying high and hazy rows of trees in the distance could be seen. Ling Yunfeng stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He was blending in with the fog. He thought, Medicine King Valley is one of the 5 great secret realms of Divine Continent. Without someone from the valley to guide, entering the valley at will definitely lead to getting lost. He pondered. It's just a dead end. The mystery within remains unsolved. Ling Yunfeng cautiously took each step forward. Ling Yunfeng's figure became increasingly blurred in the mist. The scenery of Medicine King Valley was always shrouded in thick fog, making it difficult to clearly observe the surroundings. Ling Yunfeng calmly walked through the mist, without a word, silently advancing forward. Ling Yunfeng reached a small river. The river had also widened, and the shapes of the mountains in front could be seen. Right next to the river was a peach tree in full bloom. Right under the peach tree, a long-haired girl was sitting on a stone chair. She was quietly looking at the river. Without turning around, the girl softly said, "Sacred Lord, you've arrived." Ling Yunfeng awkwardly scratched his face, silently not answering. He thought, in this world, only she is the person he doesn't dare to face. Ling Yunfeng slowly walked to the side of the stone table where the girl was sitting. He was silent, and quietly sat down on the stone chair opposite her, facing the girl. He was worried, and a drop of sweat dripped on his face, and silently observed the girl in front of him. Vid Haishin, gently, she didn't say anything, only lost in the landscape in front of her. At this time, Ling Yunfeng awkwardly broke the silence, and he hesitated and said, "I don't." Before Ling Yunfeng could finish the sentence, Bi Haishin gently took a seed in the dish. Bi Haishin held the seed in front of Ling Yunfeng. He was surprised, not knowing what she was going to do. Bi Haishin gently dropped the seed on the ground. The seed lay on the ground. Then from the seed began to germinate and quickly grew shoots. The shoots also quickly separated into the first 2 buds, stretched upright. The sapling began to grow very quickly. The 2 young leaves also gradually grew larger, and the tree was also taller. Then very quickly, the tree grew quickly, bloomed, and bore fruit. A very large watermelon was formed. The watermelon, after ripening, automatically moved to the center of the stone table. Bi Haishin gently said, "Long time no see. Why is Sacred Lord still so restrained with me?" As she spoke, she flicked her hand, cutting the watermelon into pieces. Then, she continued, "How scary am I that I caused Sacred Lord to have the thought of not daring to face me." Quick and clean, the watermelon was sliced into even pieces. Ling Yunfeng felt awkward, worrying. This one lotus reincarnation technique really can't hide anything from her. Bi Haishin lowered her eyes and said, "The Holy One owes me nothing. Everything was my own decision." Hearing Bi Haishin say that, Ling Yunfeng scratched his head, avoiding her gaze, and awkwardly said, "If it's one lotus reincarnation, why can't I feel what you're thinking?" Bi Haishin said softly, "That's not how it works." As she spoke, she held out a piece of watermelon towards him. Bi Haishin said, "I only have one thought in my heart. When a thought arises, it's spoken. So, whatever the Holy One, and I think, we say truthfully, with no other intentions." Ling Yunfeng also slowly reached out and took the watermelon from Bi Haishin's hand. Bi Haishin continued, "Like now, as I reunite with the Holy One, joy arises in my heart, and the Holy One can naturally feel it." Ling Yunfeng looked at the watermelon in his hand and smiled gently. Ling Yunfeng took a bite of the watermelon and chewed slowly. After taking the first bite, Ling Yunfeng looked at the watermelon and asked in surprise, "What is this stuff? It's so delicious, so sweet." Bi Haishin said, "This is something the 2 little brats in the valley found in a hidden secret realm. It seems to be a relic from 500 years ago, before the birth of all laws," she continued. "The remaining inscription calls it watermelon." Ling Yunfeng looked around and asked, "Little brats? What little brats in this valley? When did we get kids?" Bi Haishin gently pointed forward. Ling Yunfeng ate his watermelon while following the direction of Bi Haishin's finger. He glanced behind him, and suddenly, a voice came from behind Ling Yunfeng. "Dad, why are you here?"
Upon hearing this voice, he spat out the watermelon in his mouth, his eyes wide, panicked, and sweating profusely. However, the watermelon seeds Ling Yunfeng spat out were flying straight towards Bihai-shin. Quickly, Ling Yunfeng shouted a spell. "Qian-kun, I decree," he said anxiously. After Ling Yunfeng's incantation, the 3 watermelon seeds stopped right in front of Bihai-shin. Meanwhile, she remained calm, smiling as if nothing had happened. In the dreamy space, flower petals fell with the wind. Bihai-shin and Ling Yunfeng sat facing each other, and they both fell into a silent void again. At this time, Ling Yunfeng gradually calmed down, turning his head back to look. As he looked, he was worried. Ling Yunfeng turned his head, his eyes wide, worried, and sweat flowed down his face like a shower. Behind Ling Yunfeng was a long-haired little girl. The little girl laughed and ran towards him, very happily. Too panicked and worried, Ling Yunfeng quickly turned back to the front. He lowered his face, his eyes averted, and sweat began to pour down his face. Yunfeng shook his head desperately. He couldn't believe what he had just heard. He sweated profusely, trying to reassure himself. Calm down, this is too sudden, not prepared at all, but this venerable one has faced these shocks continuously, so I'm very used to it. Calm down, can't cry. Then he took a deep breath to calm himself down. Then Yunfeng warily looked up at Hai-shin. He saw her only smile gently, and he felt a little confused. He immediately cast the dispel technique on her. After being hit by Yunfeng's dispel technique, Hai-shin looked around blankly, not knowing what had just happened. Then she behaved normally as if nothing had happened. She picked up a piece of watermelon and ate it. Suddenly, Hai-shin froze. She dropped the piece of watermelon and saw it floating in the air. It seemed that Hai-shin realized that Yunfeng had used the dispel technique on her. She smiled and said, "Is this the Holy One's unique Qian-kun-i decree skill? It is indeed an unprecedented masterpiece." Yunfeng looked at her with a wry smile. Then he pointed at the child behind him and asked, "What exactly is going on here?" Hai-shin replied casually, "That child, Liansheng, is your daughter." Ling Yunfeng's sweat poured like a fountain. He gave a silly laugh and said, "I can even accept a stranger reason now, no. But I want to know what the heck happened." Hai-shin knew he had been constantly meeting his children these past few days, so she felt he should be a bit used to this by now, right? Hai-shin conjured a lotus flower. She tilted her head slightly and looked at him. One lotus, one transformation. Lotus flowers bear lotus seeds. Haven't I told you this before? Ling Yunfeng said, flustered. "You know me better than I know myself. Only you know what I'm thinking. But I have no idea what you're thinking." Suddenly, everything fell silent. Hai-shin pondered for a moment, then began to tell the whole story. 7 years ago, the divine continent was still in chaos. The various factions were full of bizarre schemes, with no trustworthiness left. Allied today, betrayed tomorrow. By Ling Yunfeng's side, his like-minded brothers and good comrades kept falling in battle. In the end, no one survived. Only he was left to fight alone against that cruel world. The path ahead was like eternal night. Ling Yunfeng was also utterly exhausted. He sobbed in agony. Everyone he loved was no longer in this world. Ling Yunfeng gritted his teeth. The hatred in his heart piled up more and more. "Then all I have left is this." He stumbled forward. A wave of black energy gradually appeared around him, then suddenly erupted. Ling Yunfeng had been demonized. His eyes glowed crimson. Resentful energy continuously emanated from his body. Ling Yunfeng roared furiously. Then he uttered one word: "Kill." The sky turned crimson. A powerful surge of demonic ki erupted from Ling Yunfeng's body and shot into the sky. He vowed to slaughter everyone who brought chaos to the world, to eliminate those who betrayed trust and righteousness, to wipe out those who divided the nation, and to exterminate all those with evil intentions. Ling Yunfeng had now transformed into a devil. In his mind, there was only the intention to kill everything. On that day, Ling Yunfeng, driven to despair, fully embraced the demonic path and became the true killing god of the 9 provinces. There were so many people with evil intentions, he couldn't kill them all, couldn't wipe them out completely. From south to north, from east to west, he couldn't eradicate them all. And the more Ling Yunfeng killed, the more despair he felt. The more despair he felt, the deeper he fell into the demonic path. Until one day, as Ling Yunfeng stood on a mountain edge, staring into the void, he suddenly sensed an incredibly powerful demonic energy. A girl appeared, standing on a lotus platform. The two silently gazed at each other. Suddenly, Ling Yunfeng spoke up. "Pure Thought Mountain Gate, Bihai-shin, what are you doing here?" Hai-shin calmly replied, "I came to enlighten you." The resentful energy around Ling Yunfeng suddenly fluctuated. He said irritably, "You pure thought Zen people come out to seek the Buddha. What do worldly affairs have to do with you?
I don't need your saving. Hai Xin slowly approached Ling Yunfeng.
With each step she took, a dazzling lotus platform appeared. Hai Xin stood before him and said coldly, "Now the divine continent has become a place where everyone wants to destroy you, and all the hatred in the world gathers within you. Is this the divine continent you wanted to unify?"
Ling Yunfeng ignored what she said. He felt she wasn't someone he should kill, then told her to get lost.
Hai Xin still calmly asked, "If I'm not someone you should kill, then does it make any difference whether I leave or not?"
Ling Yunfeng immediately pointed his sword at Hai Xin, who calmly turned to look at the blade at her throat.
Ling Yunfeng said coldly, "If you don't leave, I'll kill you." But Hai Xin didn't care about what he said. She moved even closer to him.
Seeing her still approaching, Ling Yunfeng shouted in a panic, "Won't you scram? Do you want to die? Wasting a lifetime of cultivation."
Hai Xin stopped and replied coldly, "You think just because you're a demon-corrupted cultivator, I'd be willing to abandon Buddhism for you?" At this moment, Ling Yunfeng's demonic energy began to fluctuate chaotically. He told her she was talking nonsense, that his purpose for killing wasn't for the sake of the world, but for revenge.
Hai Xin smiled, and with her arms wide open she moved towards him.
"Then kill me."
Seeing this, Ling Yunfeng retreated in fear.
Hai Xin immediately embraced him tightly and gave him a kiss.
Ling Yunfeng didn't understand what had just happened.
Then Hai Xin used the Purifying Heart Sutra technique, and instantly a lotus flower appeared, shining brightly and illuminating all of Divine Province. Ling Yunfeng struggled to break free but failed.
Suddenly, Ling Yunfeng's eyes widened, and the demonic energy within them flashed. It ceaselessly poured out and shattered into pieces.
Finally, Ling Yunfeng regained his humanity.
Remembering what he had done when he was demonized, he cried out in pain, tears streaming down his face,
after which Ling Yunfeng fainted. Hai Xin silently looked at him, a strange emotion rising within her heart.
Back in the present, after hearing Hai Xin explain the whole story, Ling Yunfeng nodded.
Then he stammered, "Smiso, just one kiss and that's it." Hai Xin then remembered that she had something she'd never told him, and she began to explain. "That day, you lost all your demonic energy, and your life force was also gone, so if you weren't saved, you would have definitely died. That's why I brought you to this Medicine King Valley, to find Lian Sheng for help." Ling Yunfeng now understood why he woke up inside Lian Sheng's alchemy furnace. After a moment, he shyly asked, "Hai Xin, after you took me to Lian Sheng, what did she do to me?" Hai Xin then said, "After the Lotus Rebirth, the two of you completed body and soul unification. Under Lian Sheng's protection, I used my sect's highest secret technique on you, Lotus Reincarnation. Although this process was extremely dangerous, the result was that Ling Yunfeng reconstructed his body and mind, coincidentally reaching this invincible realm." Ling Yunfeng suddenly went silent, frowning as he thought about something for a long time. After a while, Ling Yunfeng mustered up the courage to ask Hai Xin, "Why didn't you bring Lian Sheng to see me, even though she knows I'm her father?"
Hai Xin paused for a moment, then replied,
"It's not that I didn't want to, it's that I couldn't." Ling Yunfeng hesitated. "Are you worried about her safety?" Hai Xin immediately shook her head, a hint of melancholy flashing in her eyes. She looked into the void and said, "She only has 1 year left to live."
Ling Yunfeng was totally freaking out when Hai Xin said Lian Sheng only had a year left to live. He was a mess, plain and simple.
Hai Xin said, looking all bummed out, she was planning that in another 6 months, if things didn't get better, she'd take her to see the world and look for you at the same time.
Yunfeng couldn't take it anymore. He slammed his hand on the table, all riled up. "What the heck is going on?"
Hai Xin sighed, bummed. She explained, "Lian Sheng has a weird congenital disease. If she gets hurt, she bleeds non-stop. So I took her to Yaowang Valley to find Lian Xin for treatment. The medical texts call it the glass body of absolute deficiency. There's no cure right now. When her period comes, she'll bleed out until she dies." Yunfeng clenched his fist. He turned to look at Lian Sheng. Seeing her happy and smiling because she was finally meeting her dad just broke his heart. Yunfeng hesitated, then asked Hai Xin, "Even Lian Xin can't cure her?" Hai Xin shook her head. Me and her tried everything, but nothing worked. It's like a knife to the heart, but this kid doesn't even cry." Then, tears started streaming down her beautiful face. "I know she's afraid I'll worry."
Seeing that, Yunfeng couldn't hold back his own tears. He knew that helpless feeling Hai Xin had, not being able to do anything for your sick kid. Yunfeng immediately snapped back to reality. He wiped his tears, trying to act tough. "Ugh, talk about a pain in the rear. You're crying and it's making a tough guy like me feel it too."
Hai Xin gave a faint smile and asked, "Is that so?" Yunfeng understood how she was feeling right now. He clenched his fist tighter. Suddenly, he jumped up and declared, "The best doctors from the western regions, Bama, southern wilderness, eastern sea, I'll find them all. If they don't come willingly, I'll tie them up and drag them here." Then, he turned to look at Lian Sheng and said, before Yunfeng could finish his sentence, Hai Xin said, "Just give her a hug, quick." Yunfeng immediately released the Qiankun stasis, and time started flowing again. Lian Sheng happily ran towards Yunfeng. "Daddy, did you come to see me? I missed you so much." He immediately crouched down, opened his arms, and waited for her to run into his embrace. Yunfeng gave Lian Sheng a gentle smile. He used his powers to dissolve all the protective golden armor so it wouldn't hurt her. He kept telling himself, "I can't use any strength, I have to be gentle, gentle." Then, a golden wisp of energy appeared and slowly faded away. Yunfeng wrapped Lian Sheng in his arms. She was so happy, because she finally got to meet the dad she had always admired. Yunfeng gently stroked Lian Sheng's hair, feeling overwhelmed with emotion. "I'm sorry, I made you wait so long." Hai Xin saw this, and tears of happiness streamed down her face. She felt a little bit comforted. The warm family reunion scene that Hai Xin had always hoped her daughter would experience was now a reality. After chatting for a while, Yunfeng and his daughter started playing together. Lian Sheng said she wanted to try riding a horse. She'd wanted to try it for so long. Yunfeng immediately agreed. Lian Sheng also wanted Yunfeng to take her flying. He didn't refuse either. "No problem, just hold on tight to my head." Hai Xin watched the two of them play happily, and it had been a long time since she'd seen her daughter so happy. Suddenly, Lian Sheng asked Yunfeng, "Can you pick a star for me like Xuanzhuan got?" Yunfeng was surprised, and gently asked, "How did she know about that?" Lian Sheng just giggled, "I saw it." Yunfeng didn't understand. He turned to Hai Xin and asked, "What's going on?" Hai Xin smiled and said, "Heaven's so quirky like that. When it takes something away, it always gives something back. Since the moment this kid understood things, she hasn't left the house, but she knows everything that's happening in the world." Ling Yunfeng was super surprised. This isn't omniscience, is it? Hai Xin immediately shot down his idea. Not omniscience, a huge difference, you could say it's omni-seeing. She said, "The kid can't leave the house but can see the world, so she really admires Yunfeng. You could say she's always by your side." Right then, Ling Yunfeng put Lian Sheng on his shoulders, smiled, and looked up at her, asking, "Really?" Lian Sheng, with an innocent face, reached her hand high up and said, "I think Daddy's super handsome. That immovable wisdom king is so cool. He blows away all the bad guys who bully Xuanzhuan Uni." Hearing her say that, Ling Yunfeng was overjoyed, his heart blooming like a flower, sporting a face full of delight at being praised. But Yunfeng was secretly thinking, "Oh no, I'm losing my cool again. Why am I like this when a kid praises me?" Little Lian Sheng touched Yunfeng's hair and asked, "Daddy, can you use that immovable wisdom king to catch Jin Uni for me?" Yunfeng replied without hesitation. "No problem." The two were playing and having a blast. Bi Hai Xin, Lian Sheng's mom, then came over and said to Yunfeng, "You play with her first. I'll go to the Yit's family to see if there's any progress. I'll let you know." So Ling Yunfeng agreed and replied, "Okay, then I'll have to trouble you." Lian Sheng heard her mom mention the Ye family, and her eyes lit up, gently instructing her mom, "Mom, you have to heal Ye family Uni." Bi Hai Xin doted on her little daughter so much, gently placed her hand on the kid's leg, and smiled, saying, "You play with Daddy?" The peaceful, warm, and gentle atmosphere of a happy family of three was so apparent. Then, Ling Yunfeng, with a serious face, began to use his magic, creating a vortex with small jade-green lightning bolts. Afterward, an infinitely deep, dazzling vortex slowly appeared in front of the three of them, looking like it was the teleportation vortex. Bi Hai Xin slowly stepped into the vortex in front of Yunfeng, and his daughter, little Lian Sheng, quickly waved goodbye to her mom. After Bi Hai Xin left, Ling Yunfeng picked up Lian Sheng, lifted her up, and happily said, "So let's start catching birds." Lian Sheng heard that and smiled brightly, saying, "Daddy, catch them gently. Don't hurt the bird." Ling Yunfeng, with the gentle look of a father in his eyes, calmly replied, "Okay." The clear blue sky and the floating clouds surrounded the distant mountain, and the small birds hurriedly flew around to welcome the cool air. At that time, Lian Xin was strolling in the forest, very happy, taking joyful steps through the shady forest. Suddenly, she felt that something unusual was happening, and Lian Xin's eyes seemed to be stunned. There was a huge object covering a part above Lian Xin's head, and above that object was a huge and surprisingly strange shadow. Lian Xin looked up and saw that it was Ling Yunfeng holding Lian Sheng,
controlling the huge, immovable Wisdom King, his whole body radiating dazzling golden spiritual energy. Ling Yunfeng happily pointed forward and shouted, "King, point!" The king's huge arm moved along with Yunfeng,
immediately reaching straight forward. Under Yunfeng's control, the huge hands slowly and gently approached the small bird that was flying, gently touching and capturing the bird with magic, helping the bird not to get hurt.
Seeing this, Lian Sheng happily cheered. So cool. Lian Xin recognized that it was Ling Yunfeng and Lian Sheng and shouted,
causing Yunfeng and Sheng to look back. "Feng, senior brother, you haven't left yet. Then stay for dinner."
Receiving such an invitation, Yunfeng had no intention of refusing and quickly said, "Okay, it's been a long time since I've tasted Lian Xin's cooking."
Then, Ling Yunfeng carried Lian Sheng and slowly landed on the ground. Standing in front of Lian Xin, Lian Sheng was still using her hand to keep the circle around the bird. Lian Sheng's feet gently touched the ground. The little girl's eyes lit up. Lian Sheng, beautiful in the sunlight, said to Lian Xin, "Aunt Lian Xin, you're back. Quick, look at the bird Bao caught." Lian Xin happily scurried over, replying, let me see.
Ling Yunfeng held out his hand, with the little bird perched on it. Lian Sheng smiled so wide her eyes squinted. Lian Xin, sitting beside her, was just as happy, her eyes sparkling as she praised, "What an adorable little bird." Seeing them so happy, he felt a wave of joy. Watching Lian Xin and Lian Sheng dote on the bird, Yunfeng then said, "Lian Xin, how old are you now? Why are you still like a child?"
Lian Xin looked stunned by the teasing, then turned her face away in a huff, saying, "HMPH, I'm a mother now, not a kid anymore." Lian Sheng chimed in, agreeing, "That's right, Aunt Lian Xin is a super good mother, so good to Zhu Ge."
Hearing that Lian Xin had a child, Ling Yunfeng was incredibly surprised and asked, "What? You became a mother and didn't even tell me? I would have gotten you a red envelope."
Upon hearing the mention of the red envelope, Lian Xin's face went blank, confused, and she asked Yunfeng, "What's a red envelope?" Ling Yunfeng started to explain with a serious face. "Oh, it's a custom from the outside world to congratulate friends who have children," Yunfeng continued. Li Jianxin didn't understand any of this. But upon hearing this, Li Jianxin seemed very happy to know that, a smile flickering on her face. Suddenly, a noise came from behind Lian Sheng and Lian Xin, startling them both. Yunfeng also seemed to realize something. Then, all three of them looked towards the source of the noise with suspicion. Before their eyes, thick smoke billowed from Lian Xin's house in the distance. Lian Sheng looked with innocent eyes and said, "Big Brother Zhu? It's Big Brother Zhu."
Seeing this, Lian Xin rushed towards the house, billowing smoke, yelling, "Zhu Zi!" A shadow appeared behind them out of nowhere.
Lian Xin was still running towards it. Suddenly, she was taken by surprise when the shadow suddenly blocked her path.
Yunfeng suddenly appeared, carrying Zhu Zi in his arms. There was a little smoke on the boy's face, and his eyes were tightly shut in Yunfeng's arms.
Lian Xin screamed, "Zhu Zi," and then she ran over, her face panicked, asking, "Zhu Zi, are you okay? Wake up quickly, Lian Sheng." Lian Sheng's face also filled with worry. "Big Brother Zhu, what happened?"
Seeing both of them panicking, Yunfeng said, "Don't panic, he's just fainted, he's not hurt."
She asked doubtfully.
"Really?" Seeing her ask that, he responded, scolding, "Aren't you a doctor? You really are a mess when you're worried." Hearing this, Lian Xin looked surprised, and she pointed at her face, bewildered.
Right, I am a doctor." Afterwards, she grabbed Zhu Zi's hand and began to take his pulse. All three of them fell silent. Lian Xin was taking his pulse, while Lian Sheng and Yunfeng stood waiting to see what was going on.
After taking his pulse, she sat down on the ground, breathing a sigh of relief. "Done," she said irritably. "Honestly, I told him long ago not to make those strange things anymore, but he just won't listen. But Big Brother Zhu is very amazing. The things he makes are very magical, nothing like them outside." Seeing this, Lian Sheng quickly chimed in, "What's the use of being amazing? Can he heal people and save lives? He should just learn medicine from me." She sat there sighing. "How will I ever pass down Medicine King Valley?" A look of surprise crossed Yunfeng's face, because the child in his arms, Zhu Zi, woke up, and the first thing he said was, Father is here." Hearing this, he happily replied, "That's right, I'm here." Suddenly, he looked blankly at Zhu Zi, completely lost. Yunfeng jumped up, tossing the boy high into the air, yelling, "Whoa!" Down below, Lian Xin and Lian Sheng watched as Zhu Zi was tossed way up high.
Little Lian Xing raised her hands, her cute little mouth agape in awe. So high, Lian Xin, looking completely stunned, exclaimed,
"Feng? What in the world is Brother Feng doing?"
Only then did Yunfeng look down at his own hands, His face went completely blank. Meanwhile, Zhu Zi, still flying through the air, was beaming. "Haha, this is awesome! So much fun!"
Lian Xin yelled, full of worry. "Brother Feng, hurry and catch him!" But with a calm face he replied, "Hey, don't rush it." Instantly, Yunfeng clapped his hands together,
his eyes shining brightly as a golden aura erupted around him. He raised a hand high and yelled, "Pangu's heaven-lifting palm." Instantly, a massive pillar of light shot straight up into the sky, almost reaching Zhu Zi just as he began to fall. Zhu Zi, in a free fall, just laughed. "Ha ha, so soft." The little guy was safe. He scrambled to his feet, held onto the edge of the light pillar, and gazed down. Zhu Zi gasped. "Whoa, so this is the sky, and the earth. Yawang Valley looks so tiny from up here." So tiny. Down below, Yunfeng and Lian Xin stared up at him. Still freaking out, she urged him, "Brother Feng, quick, get him down." Seeing how anxious she was, he stammered back, equally stunned. Right. From way up high, Zhu Zi's voice echoed down, "Dad! Dad!" Finally, the kid yelled at the top of his lungs, "I want to slide down. Can you make a slide?" Hearing that, a terrified Ling Yunfeng yelled, "You got it, okay?" He gestured with his hands, conjuring a slide that spiraled around the pillar of light, stretching all the way up into space. The slide he made just kept spiraling up and up, all the way to the top where Zhu Zi was standing. The kid, seeing this, cheered and threw his hands in the air. He let out a huge, happy laugh and jumped onto the glowing, golden slide. "This is epic! This world is so epic!" Zhu Zi yelled in excitement as he slid down. After just a few twists and turns, the kid was almost at the bottom, forcing Ling Yunfeng to rush and open his arms to catch the curious little troublemaker. As he neared the bottom and saw Yunfeng waiting with open arms, Zhu Zi yelled, "Dad, catch me!" And then he just let himself fall, right into his dad's arms. Still buzzing from the giant slide, Zhu Zi laughed excitedly. "Ha ha ha, that was a blast, Dad. Can we do it again? I want to see the view from up in the sky some more, you little rascal." At his side, Lian Sheng started clamoring too. I want to play too." Seeing this, Ling Yunfeng didn't have the heart to say no. Trembling with fear, he stammered, "Heaven and earth, reset." The moment he said it, a strange sensation enveloped all four of them. Suddenly, Ling Yunfeng grabbed Lian Xin's hand and, to her complete surprise, began helplessly dragging her away. Lian Xin looked back at the kids, shocked. "Whoa! What kind of magic is this?" "It's incredible," it seemed. Ling Yunfeng's spell had split the space in two. One side held Zhu Zi and Lian Sheng, and the other held him and Lian Xin. The little guy, Zhu Zi, was having a blast, floating around in his new pocket dimension. Walking along, Lian Xin asked, "Brother Feng, you never used this technique back in the valley." He replied, "This is something I came up with back when I was out fighting my battles." Ling Yunfeng suddenly remembered something, and he turned to Lian Xin, clearly uncomfortable, asking, "Hey, is now really the time to bring this up? What's, the deal here?" The girl still hadn't caught on, answering happily, "Deal with what, our kid just called you Dad." Ling Yunfeng pointed at Zhu Zi, saying loudly. Hearing this, Lian Xin smiled sheepishly and replied, "That's right, you are his dad." Before she could finish speaking, Ling Yunfeng raised a hand, signaling her to stop, saying worriedly, Wait for me a sec," which left Lian Xin wide-eyed and clueless. Ling Yunfeng turned around, clutching his head in terror, trying to calm himself down. "A Dio, deep Dio heart, stay calm, shouldn't I be used to this by now? Whether I remember or not, I'm definitely going to be turned into a tool again. Breathe deeply. There's no point getting surprised by this now, just figure out the reason." Yunfeng looked up at the sky, forcing a smile. He seemed a bit calmer, so he turned back to face Lian Xin. Ling Yunfeng had accepted the reality, and he asked, "So what's the deal here? Why do we have a kid?" "Well," she said, "remember when Haijin Jiji came here looking for me, and we helped save you? It just so happened that I was trying to solve the side effects of the conception-bestowing guanyin pill. So I borrowed you for a bit," Lian Xin recounted happily. Ling Yunfeng was stunned, not believing his ears, and asked, confused, Why did you have to use me?" Lian Xin replied, "In ancient times, Shen Nong tested hundreds of herbs. Now, Lian Xin is using herself to test medicine." Hearing this, Ling Yunfeng turned even more aghast, his face paling as he asked worriedly, Did you even get my consent? How could you treat me like this?" Lian Xin avoided his gaze, turning to the side and saying, "I did ask you back then. I said to speak up if you didn't agree. You didn't say anything, so I took it as you agreeing." Flashback to the past. When Yunfeng was lying unconscious on the sickbed, Lian Xin stood beside him, looking like she was about to do something.
She clasped her hands together, looking pleadingly as she said, "Ah Feng, Lian Xin, to save all the women in the world from being unable to conceive, is determined to test the medicine with her own body. I need a man to cooperate, and since Lian Xin has never left the valley, you're the only man I've ever met, Ah Feng. Just lend me yourself for a bit. Just a little bit." Saying that, she suddenly got shy.
Then her eyes lit up, and she smiled brightly, saying, "Just say something if you don't agree." Ling Yunfeng was half naked, lying on the bed, resting, with Lian Xin standing guard beside him.
Lian Xin was quite embarrassed to have to face Ling Yunfeng at this moment.
While Ling Yunfeng didn't make the slightest movement, but when Lian Xin saw his silence, she happily clapped her hands. "Ah Feng, so that means you agree." Yunfeng froze after hearing her story, not knowing what to say.
He trembled all over, pointed at Lian Xin, so horrified that he stuttered, "Hey, you, this?" But she happily ran over and hugged Yunfeng tightly.
"I'm so glad I had you, Ah Feng. I was finally able to solve the side effects of the conception. Bestowing guanyin pill, I heard from Yejiji that the treatment is very effective."
Yunfeng could only cover his face with a fake smile after hearing this. Suddenly feeling that he could help her complete such a great mission, he had nothing left to say. He then pinched Lian Xin's cheek, making her a little painful, and blamed her. "Don't ever do something like that on your own again, you hear me?"
Lian Xin rubbed her sore cheek but wasn't angry at all. "I know, I have Zhu Zi to keep me company." Lian Xin is also very happy. After Hai Xin Jiji brings Lian Sheng back to the valley, it will be more lively. Hearing this, Yunfeng stroked her head and comforted her. "That's right. Ever since your master passed away, you've always been alone and lonely in the valley, rarely having so much fun." But Lian Xin was still sad. "I feel so useless. Not only can't I cure Lian Sheng, but Zhu Zi won't listen either, doing strange things and not willing to inherit the medical skills of Yaowang Valley." She hugged Ling Yunfeng's arm and whined, "Yunfeng, you're Zhu Zi's father too. Please help me figure something out."
He just looked at Lian Xin without saying anything, then sighed deeply, full of worry. Ling Yunfeng's eyes gazed into the distance. "My mother used to want me to study military strategy, but I liked playing with swords and sticks, and causing trouble," he continued. "Later, in the chaotic martial world, I risked my life fighting alongside my brothers to establish this stable divine continent."
Lian Xin didn't understand Ling Yunfeng's point. "Yunfeng, what are you trying to say?" Ling Yunfeng gently stroked her head. "Although we're both first-time parents, children aren't tools to fulfill their parents' wishes. Interest is the greatest teacher. Though I don't know what Zhu Zi is doing, if he enjoys it, I think we should fully support him." Lian Xin worried. "Then what about the inheritance of Yaowang Valley?" he continued. "Since you've broken the rules of Yaowang Valley and opened the Righteous Clinic, have you ever thought about opening a medical school and passing on your medical skills to more people?" Lian Xin blushed slightly, surprised. This, Ling Yunfeng continued to persuade her. "The world is newly settled, everything needs rebuilding, and people suffering from war-related illnesses need more excellent doctors. The Imperial City is building an Imperial Medical Academy. Would you be willing to be its president?" She fell into thought. I really never thought about it, me. Am I really qualified?"
Ling Yunfeng placed his hands on her shoulders, as if to affirm, "I feel like looking at the entire divine continent, only you are qualified for the job."
Lian Xin was still a little troubled, but then she hugged Ling Yunfeng tightly again. "Okay, I'll listen to you, Yunfeng." He was a little embarrassed. "Hey, you're so old, aren't you ashamed?" Ling Yunxin asked again. "Aren't all parents like this?" But Ling Yunfeng hesitated. Well, maybe not all of them are like this, right?" Lian Xin laughed. "Then you play with the kids. I'll go make some delicious food for you guys." With that, she went inside, leaving Ling Yunfeng outside with the two children, including a boy named Zhu Zi. Ling Yunfeng stared at the boy. Suddenly, Ling Yunfeng picked the boy up, and the girl had already come closer at some point. He gasped in shock. "The heaven and earth reset, that's insane." The two children happily asked Ling Yunfeng, "Is it okay, Dad? Is it okay, Dad?" But all he could answer was, "Let you two be enough." With that, Ling Yunfeng put the boy down, and then said to the two kids, "Then let's begin."
Both Zhu Zi and Lian Sheng shouted in unison. Right away, immediately after that,
Ling Yunfeng gave the order. As soon as the words fell, a cloud surrounded the children's feet.
This made them extremely happy. Gulp. Ling Yunfeng waved his hand. The wind rose immediately, and strong gusts of wind appeared. Zhu Zi and Lian Sheng were lifted high by that cloud.
Zhu Zi felt incredulous. "Am I dreaming?"
Ling Yunfeng lay on the grass,
gently explaining. "No," he said.
This move was originally meant to hide troops in the clouds, a surprise attack kind of thing.
But then Yunfeng got all serious. Now that I think about it, it actually has so many other uses. Check this out, you two. He clasped his hands together, starting to cast a spell, the combo spell of Lian Sheng and Luo Lawan Xiang. Yunfeng's eyes lit up, and he shouted, "Cloudscape world of clouds!" And Lian Sheng and Zhu Zi, who were lying down, started to grow bigger, then layered on top of each other. Some even formed different-sized pillars. The two kids couldn't hide their curiosity as they watched the clouds take shape and move around. A small cloud, through Yunfeng's magic, transformed into a massive cloud castle. Zhu Zi and Lian Sheng's eyes sparkled, and they went, "Ooh, super loud." He ruffled the two excited little ones' heads. "Go play, it's all soft here, no need to worry about getting hurt." Zhu Zi dashed forward super fast, awesome, leaving Lian Sheng struggling to catch up. "Wait for me, Zhu Zi." Lian Sheng happily played on the cloud slide, and Zhu Zi was just as happy. These two little tykes jumped and bounced on the clouds, enjoying this bizarre toy. The little ones were ecstatic, and laughed so hard, haha. The clouds were also close to where Lian Xin was standing. The loud noises made Lian Xin, who was focused on cooking, pay attention. Yunfeng watched Zhu Zi and Lian Sheng play and thought, "This is the scene of peace that me and my brothers risked our lives for." While the two kids were still playing, over there, haha, he was still lost in his thoughts. "They are the future of the world. The hatred, chaos, and darkness of this world ends with me." In the distance, the red flowers seemed to be adding beauty to the blue sky. Lian Xin had finished cooking and was setting the table for everyone. Colorful and delicious dishes were waiting for everyone to dig in. Lian Xin called the three over. "Ah Feng, Zhu Zi, Lian Sheng, come and eat." A voice echoed down from the clouds. Here comes a long slide from the big cloud to the ground. All three of them happily enjoyed this softness with great fun. All three of them were smiling brightly. Then all four of them sat down to eat together, laughing and joking non-stop. From afar, this scene looked so peaceful. Suddenly, Zhu Zi asked, "Mom, is Dad the most awesome person in the world?" Lian Xin replied, "Ah Feng is super awesome, but I don't understand the outside world that well, so I'm not too sure." Lian Sheng chimed in. "My mom used to say, when it comes to fighting and battles, Dad's the best, but other aspects aren't so great. Especially when it comes to interacting with girls, he's definitely one of the worst." Yunfeng, hearing Lian Sheng say one of the worst like a game name hitting his heart, looked dejected. Lian Xin covered her mouth and giggled. That's right. When Ah Feng woke up, he didn't even dare to talk to Auntie and Hai Xin. His face was all red. So silly." Yunfeng covered his face in embarrassment. "Hey, can you not bring up embarrassing stuff from the past?" Zhu Zi tugged on Yunfeng's hand and asked, "Dad, can you help us with something?" Yunfeng replied, "Tell me what it is." Lian Sheng cut right to the chase. "Brother Zhu Zi and I found a secret place." Zhu Zi added more details. There were tons of seeds and books filled with ancient writings, plus a wall that glows. Lian Sheng backed Zhu Zi up. Yeah, that wall can even talk. All the cool stuff Brother Zhu Zi does, he learned from it." Yunfeng pondered. When I'm exploring, I occasionally find ruins from like 500 years ago. Usually just some big pillars and ancient writing that nobody understands. I didn't expect to find any in the Medicine King Valley. Still, something felt off to Yunfeng. "But from what you guys are describing, this place sounds different." Zhu Zi grabbed Ling Yunfeng's hand, begging, "Dad, can you save our friend?" That made Yunfeng curious. "Friend? What do you mean?" Zhu Zi explained. "It's the friend who taught us the ancient language and writing. But it's trapped in some kind of god room and can't get out. Mom and Aunt Hai Xin can't do anything either." With sparkling eyes, Lian Sheng chimed in. "Dad's the strongest in the world. You can definitely do it right." Seeing their hopeful faces, Ling Yunfeng agreed. "All right, let's go check it out." The two kids cheered. Yay! They grabbed Yunfeng's hands. "Let's go, Dad. Let's go." The scene of the three was warm and full of love. A little while later, somewhere at the foot of the mountain, Ling Yunfeng was feeling the texture of the earth with his hand. Ahead of him, the two innocent kids were running and playing. They knew the way, and quickly ran through a layer of barrier. Their figures slowly disappeared, leaving only ripples on the cliff face. Lost in observing his surroundings, Ling Yunfeng finally noticed something was off. He looked at the place where Zhu Zi and Lian Sheng vanished. Then he activated his eye skill. Mystic eyes of distortion. An orange glow appeared in his eyes and the scenery changed. An entrance to a cave suddenly appeared. He was surprised by the scene before him. Who knew there was such a magical place in this cave? If I couldn't see through all illusions, I would never have found this place. How did these kids discover it? A series of questions popped into Yunfeng's head. After waiting a while and not seeing him enter, Zhu Zi anxiously stuck his head out and called, "Dad, come on in," he replied. "All right." Ling Yunfeng, clasped his hands behind his back, and stepped forward. His figure also gradually faded behind the dark space transfer barrier, as if taking a stroll through the starry sky. Then, what greeted Ling Yunfeng was a corridor with a futuristic, sci-fi feel, with soft lights illuminating every corner. Yunfeng walked along the corridor. There was not a single soul here, only the sound of his footsteps on the glossy, mirror-like floor. He looked at the rows of metal shelves to his right, with countless culture tubes maintaining the activity of hundreds of species embryos. Right in front of him was one labeled African elephant. The entire right wall was a place for preserving animal embryos. After a quick glance, he curiously turned to the opposite side. Turns out, that side contained seeds of various plants, each type separately preserved in a rhombus-shaped crystal. Passing through the corridor was a staircase leading downstairs. Ling Yunfeng walked and admired the vast room, with advanced technologies he had never seen before. At the end of the road, the two little ones waved their hands enthusiastically. "Here, Dad." Standing next to them was a blonde girl wearing a tech suit with orange as the main color. Seeing a stranger appear, he wondered, "Who is she?" Zhu Zi excitedly showed off to him, "Dad, you also thought this was a living person, right?" With that, the little boy tapped on the girl's leg, only to hear a metallic clink-clink sound. Zhu Zi explained, "This big sister always stands here without moving. Aunt Hai Xin said this might be a puppet she's never seen before, a legacy of pre-era civilization left behind." Without a word, Yunfeng activated his no-trace perspective skill. Two beams of light from his eyes swept straight at the robot girl. Thanks to the ability, the energy core in the middle of her chest slowly appeared. A cube with strange patterns appeared on her forehead. He mused, "Is this the puppet technique of the previous civilization? The structure is completely different from now. No soul attachment, nor a spiritualization furnace to control the puppet's actions." Ling Yunfeng analyzed, compared, and concluded. Ling Yunfeng strolled around the factory with his hands clasped behind his back. The place was equipped with a lot of modern equipment. Suddenly, he saw the bodies of two middle-aged people lying in a machine with a glass screen. The man was wounded in the chest. The blood stained a corner of his white shirt red. The woman was holding a small picture in her hand. The wound on the man's chest was a large wound, looking quite serious. It was bleeding bright red blood. Then, Ling Yunfeng approached the machine containing the woman's body, and he stood there silently watching. This woman, even though she had passed away, always held tightly to the small picture. She had a wound cutting across her body. In that small picture was her and the man from before, along with their daughter with green hair, happily gathering together, with a happy smile on everyone's face. Ling Yunfeng put his hand on his chin, thinking to himself, "The people in here have been dead for a long time, yet the bones can remain intact. This cabinet has a more powerful function than the mystic ice coffin." Suddenly, the large screen nearby beeped, startling Lian Sheng, Zhu Zi, and Ling Yunfeng to turn and look. The image that appeared was a girl with green hair closing her eyes. The girl gently opened her eyes. The girl looked around with a dazed look for a moment and then happily asked, "Zhu Zi, Lian Sheng, you two, I've arrived." The two little ones happily ran up to the screen and climbed up. "Sister Lin Lam, Sister Lin Lam." Lin Lam looked down at the two little ones with affectionate eyes. Zhu Zi said excitedly, "We found Dad to help you." As soon as he saw the girl in front of him, Ling Yunfeng recognized the girl in the picture from earlier. Lin Lam smiled softly. She gently replied, "Really? Thank you." Then, she glanced towards Ling Yunfeng. She looked at him intently. At this time, Ling Yunfeng was also looking at her. His mind was full of thoughts. Lin Lam praised, "Your dad is very handsome." Hearing this, both Lian Sheng and Zhu Zi raised their hands high. The two children shouted in unison, "Yeah, Dad is awesome." Ling Yunfeng scratched his head. He asked curiously, "What kind of formation is sealing you in there? Why can't I sense any fluctuations of magical power?" Lin Lam replied, "This is just my image. I'm trapped in the safe house downstairs." Ling Yunfeng wondered, "Image? What's that? Some kind of illusion technique? Or a separated clone?" Suddenly, Lin Lam chuckled and said, "I didn't expect the world 500 years later to have changed so much. Compared to our time, I don't understand what you're saying, and you don't understand me either." Zhu Zi pointed at the screen and happily explained, "Dad, this isn't magic, it's called a display. People like Big Sis from 500 years ago can use this to communicate from thousands of miles away." Ling Yunfeng was utterly surprised and asked, "This thing can transmit sound across thousands of miles? There are only a handful of people in this world who can achieve that realm." Lian Sheng excitedly chimed in, "Big Sis Lin Lam taught us so many amazing things, like calculus, fairy tales, and even electronic machines."
All the stuff junior brother Zhu Zi invents. Big sis Lin Lam taught him.
Ling Yunfeng stepped forward and asked, Lin Lam, is this technology left behind by the civilization of the end of magic era?
Suddenly, the screen glitched out. Lin Lam was enduring extreme pain, and static crackled from the screen.
Lin Lam couldn't stand anymore, and slowly crumpled to the ground. Zhu Zi frantically asked,
Big sis, what's wrong?
Lin Lam frowned, suppressing the pain, and tried to answer, looks like I won't be able to play with you two anymore. This place's energy is almost gone, and my body can't take it much longer. Zhu Zi and Lian Sheng were extremely worried, tears welling up in their little eyes.
Lin Lam gradually fell, and the two kids cried out, No, big sis! Then they turned to Ling Yunfeng and said,
Dad, help her.
He remained calm, patted Zhu Zi and Lian Sheng's heads, and reassured them, Don't panic, Dad will figure something out.
Then, Ling Yunfeng looked up and asked, How can I help you? Lin Lam was moved to tears and softly replied, It's okay, I'm almost gone. In the last moments of my life, I have Zhu Zi and Lian Sheng by my side. I'm already satisfied.
Zhu Zi kept urging Ling Yunfeng, Dad, hurry up and save big sis. Mom has godlike medical skills. She can definitely save her.
He looked at Lin Lam again and asked, Why are you locked in there?
She looked down with a gloomy and aggrieved expression.
Lin Lam fell silent for a moment, the screen still glitching and crackling.
She recounted, 500 years ago, our world was engulfed in a war that destroyed humanity.
My parents led me into this place, hoping to escape the catastrophe. But the enemy found us. My parents hid me in the safest room here. Lin Lam then started pounding on the door, yelling, Mom, Dad, let me out. I want to be with you.
Her father put his hand on the glass door and earnestly persuaded her, Daughter, this place is very safe. You must live on for Mom and Dad. Then, the two of them grabbed their guns and left. Despite Lin Lam's desperation, the door slammed shut, and she couldn't see anything happening outside anymore. She sobbed in utter pain. The screen gradually became heavily glitched. While she was telling Ling Yunfeng her story, Lin Lam was tearfully crying. She continued, It was like a very long dream. I don't know how long it was before I woke up. Mom and Dad were already gone. No one could let me out anymore. The room seemed to sink. Everyone silently looking at each other. Lin Lam said, The thing I regret the most is not being able to lie together with my parents. Saying that, she lowered her head sadly and dejectedly cried. After hearing everything, Lian Sheng burst into tears, calling out, Sis, please don't.
Zhu Zi desperately urged, My daddy's super awesome. Hurry, think of a way to help sis. Ling Yunfeng didn't say a word. He just quietly pondered. Lin Lan also stood silently, tears streaming down her face in silent grievance.
Ling Yunfeng gently stroked Lian Sheng and Zhu Zi's heads, replying, All right, Dad also wants to see what 500-year-old tech is like.
Hearing this, the two kids were overjoyed. They quickly ran ahead, turning back to shout, Dad, hurry! Ling Yunfeng clasped his hands behind his back and slowly followed the two kids. Lin Lan stood still, watching the three of them. After seeing Ling Yunfeng and the two little ones leave, a smug and savage smile crept onto her face.
Ling Yunfeng was led by Lian Sheng and Zhu Zi to a deserted corridor with lots of modern machines and electrical conduits on both sides.
Reaching a large room, Zhu Zi pointed inside and said, Dad, there seems to be a weird protective formation in there. It looks scary. Mom and Aunt Hai Xin can't get in. Ling Yunfeng frowned and glanced around at everything. He saw many destroyed robots on the ground, with detached limbs, leaking strange green liquid from their parts onto the floor. Ling Yunfeng gently touched the heads of Lian Sheng and Zhu Zi, enveloping their bodies in a layer of golden light. Then, the two kids floated into the air, completely bewildered. Ling Yunfeng left them there, turning to leave and telling them, Go outside first. Daddy's gonna break the formation. Zhu Zi clenched her fist with a smile, cheering, Go, Daddy, go. Lian Sheng looked at Ling Yunfeng with worried eyes, urging, You have to be careful. Ling Yunfeng raised his hand in a gesture to the two little ones, and replied, Okay. He slowly advanced deeper into the corridor. As he walked, Ling Yunfeng glanced around, his expression extremely tense. He cautiously moved forward. After a while, one of his feet touched a line drawn on the ground in the corridor. As expected, a powerful beam of light immediately shot out from the nearby wall at an extremely fast speed. Hundreds of laser beams filled the entire room, forming interlocking squares. Ling Yunfeng was surrounded by the laser beams right in the middle. Without the slightest fear, he calmly smiled. Ling Yunfeng roared, Vajra Realm. A dazzling golden light instantly enveloped him, obliterating the nearby laser beams. Soon, all the lasers vanished. Ling Yunfeng slowly walked towards the door of the room.
Suddenly, a golden energy machine hanging in the corner of the wall was activated. It fired straight ahead.
4 energy machines aimed at each other right behind Ling Yunfeng.
Red electric beams from the 4 energy machines gradually spurted out, converging to form a blazing red sphere.
In just a moment, that red sphere transformed into a massive energy source that rushed towards Ling Yunlong.
The energy source rushed forward at an alarming speed, growing stronger and stronger, accompanied by violent rumbling sounds.
Ling Yunlong created a layer of magical protection around himself. As soon as the beam of energy approached him, it was blocked. Ling Yunlong wondered curiously, "Oh, what kind of powerful technique is this? It's about to break my elementary protective magic barrier."
Then, he said softly,
"Protective complete barrier." In an instant, the barrier surrounding Ling Yunlong disappeared, replaced by a giant black ball that blocked the energy beam. The black ball he created absorbed the energy, bit by bit, absorbing more and more, causing the inside of the black ball to glow intensely red. After a while, all of the red energy had completely vanished. Ling Yunlong reached out and knocked on the door. "Knock, knock," he thought to himself.
"The material of this door is rarely seen in this world.
Very sturdy. If I punch it, I'm afraid the person inside will be affected. If that's the case, then let's do it," he thought, then squatted down and examined the ground with his hands. Then, he decisively punched the ground with all his might, causing it to crack.
In an instant, the entire area was smashed to pieces, with rocks flying into the air, accompanied by a lot of dust and smoke.
The shouts of divine power mountain split. From inside the mountain startled Lian Sheng and Zhu Zi outside. The 2 kids saw the mountain shaking violently, and Zhu Zi anxiously urged Lian Sheng, "Quick, see what's going on in there? Are father and sister Lin Lam all right?" Lian Sheng replied, Then, she used her magic to see through the inside of the mountain. After looking around for a while without finding anything, Lian Sheng turned around and said, "It's just a bunch of light inside, I can't see anything." At this moment, the entire corridor was covered in a lot of dust and smoke. Ling Yunfeng had managed to open the big door.
He had destroyed the bottom part of the door, and then struggled to lift it up with a strained expression.
Ling Yunfeng looked inside, surveying the situation.
Suddenly, 2 great tentacles shot out from the room. Taking advantage of Ling Yunfeng's carelessness, they wrapped around him.
Lin Lam walked out, then used the tentacles to pull the distance between Ling Yunfeng closer. Gone was the beautiful and gentle appearance she had. When she appeared on the screen, Lin Lam appeared with 2 large, round eyes with many blood vessels inside, her mouth wide open, spitting out 2 tentacles. She laughed triumphantly and said, "Finally out, tremble, world." Then, her face darkened, staring intently at Ling Yunlong. He still stood there silently, unresisting. Lin Lam said, "Just came out and found such a good host. To thank you for releasing me, I will generously possess your body." Then, Lin Lam jumped up high, her eyes pale. More tentacles began to appear from her mouth, gradually crawling out. Ling Yunlong smiled as he looked at the tentacles approaching his face. Just as she was gloating, Lin Lam suddenly froze, her eyes wide as she looked at Ling Yunlong. His magic gradually formed a rope that tightly bound Lin Lam's hands, then tightly bound her feet. Lin Lam lowered her head, looking in horror at her bound body. She roared in anger, "What is this? Let me out now, you old hag!" Ling Yunfeng replied calmly, "There is indeed something strange about you. I noticed it early on. Did you think you concocted a perfect story? It's full of holes?" This statement made Lin Lan extremely surprised, and she immediately retorted, "What are you talking about?" Ling Yunfeng explained. "Firstly, the mystical barrier here isn't to prevent external forces from entering, but rather to prevent those inside from escaping. Secondly, in your love-filled story, they were in a sleeping mat. The mother's wounds weren't fatal. She absolutely had the ability to release you before dying." At this point, Lin Lan was utterly bewildered. She asked, "Then why did you release me?" Ling Yunfeng explained, "Because this daddy is invincible. Fear no schemes. Besides, this daddy likes the Lin Lan sister you fabricated. This daddy doesn't want to disappoint the kids." Suddenly, Lin Lan let out a savage grin. "Then they're in for a disappointment." Ling Yunfeng widened his eyes in surprise as he looked at her. He glanced behind him and saw a woman with blonde hair raising her hand for a sneak attack from behind. A red surge of power rapidly surged forward. Lin Lan triumphantly yelled, "This is a high-energy cannon powered by the most advanced, small-scale nuclear energy. Die." I retreated a step, chosen that little boy. So the monster possessing Lin Lan tightly bound Yunfeng, grinning smugly, waiting for its accomplice to attack. Immediately afterward, a beam of red light arrived, aiming straight for Yunfeng's head. Yunfeng abruptly turned his head, his white eyes completely devoid of pupils. He opened his mouth and swallowed the entire red light, then closed his mouth, taking a deep breath. Then, Yunfeng forcefully spat out the red light, shooting it back towards the blonde accomplice of the monster possessing Lin Lan. The intense red light pierced through the blonde accomplice's body. Not stopping there, the red light continued with its momentum, blasting the blonde accomplice through the sturdy wall. Whoosh! Shooting directly out of the dwarf country of the Eastern Heavenly Kingdom. Holy cow! The monster possessing Lin Lan watched in utter terror, its eyes wide and malevolent, cold sweat pouring down its face. The monster possessing Lin Lan was pale, completely drained of color. Yunfeng, having dealt with one, turned his head and coldly gazed at the monster possessing Lin Lan, who was using tendrils to bind itself. The monster's face, already white, became even whiter, shrinking back in fear. Yunfeng stared directly at the monster possessing Lin Lan, saying coldly, "We've never met, yet you wanted to take my life. It's not unreasonable for me to eliminate you, is it?" As soon as Yunfeng finished speaking, the two long, thin tendrils binding Yunfeng suddenly released him. Then, they retreated back into Lin Lan's mouth, while Lin Lan's body was bound by Yunfeng's ropes of light. The monster possessing Lin Lan panicked, hurriedly kneeling and begging, "I'm sorry, big boss. I'm out. Please spare my dog life." Yunfeng waved his hand, and the special ropes of light binding Lin Lan snapped. The monster possessing Lin Lan immediately controlled Lin Lan's body, kneeling and kowtowing frantically to Yunfeng. "Thank you for the mercy, big boss." Yunfeng indifferently looked at the person kneeling and kowtowing before him, head bowed to the ground, body trembling, Lin Lan's face lowered, tears about to spill from her eye sockets. Yet in the next moment, Lin Lan suddenly raised her head, looking at Yunfeng with a bizarre expression. Circular sound waves hypnotically emanated from its pupils. The circular sound wave slammed straight into Ling Yunfeng. Ling Yunfeng's face suddenly went blank, and his whole body became dull. The monster possessing Lin Lam's body slowly stood up, covering its face and laughing maniacally. He ha. This is the wisdom of thousands of years ago, and humans' mental schemes really haven't improved at all. But as soon as it finished speaking, the expression of the monster possessing Lin Lam's body changed. Its eyes looked ahead in disbelief. The monster possessing Lin Lam's body suddenly felt a chill run down its spine, shivering as it hugged itself. At this moment, Ling Yunfeng was already inside Lin Lam's consciousness space, looking at the huge octopus-headed monster in the dark void before him. The octopus-headed monster's red eyes stared at Ling Yunfeng in disbelief. "You? How did you get in here? Without the support of the highest level equipment, how could you enter this subconscious space?" Ling Yunfeng was enveloped in golden light, his face gloomy as he looked up at the octopus-headed monster, and growled, "HMPH, you messed with the wrong person." As soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling golden aura erupted from Ling Yunfeng's body. The golden aura spread out with Ling Yunfeng as the center, accompanied by Ling Yunfeng's powerful shout, soul-shackling mantra. As soon as the shout finished, the golden aura shot straight towards the octopus-headed monster. The octopus-headed monster hurriedly raised its hand to block, begging loudly, "Don't, I know I was wrong, I'm very valuable," but it was too late. The golden aura had already landed directly on the octopus-headed monster, before it could even state its value. When the light dissipated, the octopus-headed monster also disappeared along with it. Ling Yunfeng floated in a ball of light, with his hands clasped behind his back, quietly looking at the empty space in front of him. Back in reality, Lin Lam suddenly drooled, feeling a rumbling in her stomach, making a few glug-glug sounds, and then she lowered her head and vomited. Ugh! Lin Lam opened her mouth wide and spat out a small monster, resembling an octopus with small, thread-like tentacles. The small monster landed on the ground with a splat sound, smoking profusely, clearly cooked. Lin Lam, freed from the monster's control, also regained consciousness, blankly turning her head to look around. Seeing the surrounding area was a mess of debris, Lin Lam suddenly looked at the unfamiliar Ling Yunfeng in front of her in a panic. Who are you? Where are my parents?" Ling Yunfeng silently looked at Lin Lam, without answering. Just then, Lin Lam's vision suddenly darkened, and she staggered and fell to the ground unconscious. Ling Yunfeng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, thoughtfully looking at the fainted girl before him. The next morning, in a highland mountain area, Lian Sheng and Zhu Zi were flying around playing nearby, and suddenly startled when they saw Ling Yunfeng carrying Lin Lam stepping through the air towards them. The two children immediately recognized who the girl in Ling Yunfeng's arms was, and called out in unison, "Big sister Lin Lam." The two little ones flew over in a panic, looking at the unconscious Lin Lam in Ling Yunfeng's arms. "Big sister Lin Lam." Ling Yunfeng carried Lin Lam straight to the small house in the highlands where Lian Xin was living, so Lian Xin could examine her. The two little ones, Lian Sheng and Zhu Zi stood anxiously beside the bed waiting. Linlan's eyes were still shut tight, showing no signs of waking up. The more the two kids watched, the more worried they got. Lian Sheng was so scared he was about to burst into tears. Finally, Lian Xin finished his examination, closed his eyes, and let out a long sigh. Bu Yunfeng hurried over to Lian Xin's side to ask about the situation. "What's wrong?" Lian Xin turned his head and said. "It's nothing. I was just marveling at how insane the techniques from 500 years ago were. This kid is just a bit weak. Nothing major. It's just that her spiritual sense is a little—" Before Lian Xin could finish, Yunfeng's finger gently touched his lips. He blushed and looked up, clueless about what Yunfeng wanted. Yunfeng leaned in and whispered something in Lian Xin's ear. Lian Xin was seen smiling and nodding. Then, he walked over, ruffled the two kids' hair, and said with a bright smile, "Your big sis Lan is fine, don't worry. She needs some quiet time now, so you two go play outside for a bit." Hearing that Lin Lan was okay, Lian Sheng and Zhu Xin immediately beamed with joy and obediently agreed. Lian Xin and Yunfeng exchanged a smile, their eyes following the two kids as they cheerfully scampered out the door. After the kids were gone, Yunfeng finally spoke up. People from 500 years ago were physically weak, but they had some unbelievably amazing techniques. When she wakes up, maybe you could ask her about some of the old medical arts, see if there's a way to save Lian Sheng. Lian Xin gave a slight smile, glancing at Yunfeng. "All right, Brother Feng." Just then, Yunfeng suddenly received a voice transmission from Saint Monarch Bi Haixin. "Get over here now, I've found something." Yunfeng turned, gently patting Lian Xin's head before hastily saying his goodbyes. "I have to go to the Ye family's place first. I'll have to trouble you with the kids." Naturally, Lian Xin didn't stop him. Yunfeng turned to leave, but after a few steps, he suddenly stopped. He turned back and said meaningfully to Lian Xin, "Zhu Zin's hobbies. As parents, we absolutely must support them." Lian Xin bloomed into a radiant smile and replied, "I'll listen to whatever you say, Brother Feng." Before leaving, Yunfeng didn't forget to add, "Help me say goodbye to the kids. I'll visit them often." With that, Yunfeng left the house, with Lian Xin seeing him all the way to the door. But Yunfeng hadn't gotten far when he heard the kids shouting his name. It was Lian Sheng and Zhu Zi, running barefoot across the grass to catch up to him. The two little ones ran up, each grabbing one of Yunfeng's hands tightly, their faces full of reluctance as they asked, "Daddy, where are you going?" Yunfeng was at a loss for words. The eager, expectant look in those two little pairs of eyes made Yunfeng's heart ache a little. Yunfeng sighed, slowly closing his eyes before opening them again. Pointing to the sky, he said to Lian Sheng and Zhu Zi, "Before I go, how about I show you guys a magic trick?" Kneeling on one knee, Ling Yunfeng said, "Before I go, how about I perform a trick for you, okay?" Hearing this, Lian Sheng and Zhu Zi got all excited. "A magic trick? What's that? Is it like picking the rustling stars, big brother?" He replied, "You'll see in a second." Then, Ling Yunfeng stood up, turned to face the empty field beside them and shouted, "Watch closely now." He then clasped his hands together. Next, Ling Yunfeng raised his hands high and bellowed, "Move mountains and overturn seas." The East Sea. As soon as the words left his mouth, a spatial gate began to appear in the sky, slowly expanding. From the gate, a giant swirling pillar of water gradually formed. That pillar slowly grew taller and gradually moved towards the ground. Lian Sheng and Zhu Zi, seeing this, cried out in a bit of fear, It's going to flood." The two little ones ran to Ling Yunfeng's side, fearfully hugging his legs. He laughed and said, "Don't be scared, look up and see." The two little ones slowly peeked out to look, then their eyes widened, their expressions incredibly astonished. A miniature ocean appeared before the children. Zhu Zi excitedly cheered, What kind of fish is that? So big." A sperm whale and countless small fish swimming around. The two little friends watched intently. An octopus swam close to the two of them. Zhu Zi wondered, "What's this? Can you eat it?" The little boy curiously reached out to touch it. The octopus squirted black ink. The ink splattered on the two little ones, their clothes and faces covered in ink stains. Lian Sheng and Zhu Zi looked at each other and giggled. Behind them was Ling Yunfeng, watching the two little friends enjoying that joyful scene. He also smiled along. A moment later, Ling Yunfeng stood before a spatial gate. Behind him were Lian Xin and the two little ones. He turned around and waved goodbye. Lian Xin and the children also waved back with bright smiles. On the other side, in the living room, Bi Haixin and Ye Tingyu were sitting on chairs. In front of them was Ye Tingyu's son. He was lying on a wooden table, Bi Haixin holding his hand, comforting Tingyu. The spatial gate appeared. Ling Yunfeng slowly walked out.
The two people sitting on the chairs looked up at him.
The two of them stared at him, making Ling Yunfeng feel a little awkward.
He scratched his head and asked, What's wrong? Bin Haijin spoke up.
Holy One is truly blessed to have a child with such an outstanding beauty like Tingyu Meimei. Ye Tingyu, sitting next to her, blushed upon hearing this.
Ling Yunfeng looked away,
saying, "This, you should ask Lian Xin about this."
Ye Tingyu frowned. She was a little unhappy. She turned to look at Bi Haixin and said, "What a waste on that drunken bum, to let Haixin Jiji, such a beauty, abandon Buddhism for this idiot."
HMPH. Ling Yunfeng raised his hand to scratch his head, his expression stiff and awkward. So awkward. How do I change the subject?
Bi Haixin smiled lightly, her eyes gently looking at Ling Yunfeng.
Then Bin Haixin turned to look at Ye Tingyu. The two looked at each other. Bin Haixin said with a smile, "Let's look at your son's matter first."
Ling Yunfeng, who was standing there flustered, was ordered by Ye Tingyu, "Aren't you coming over here?"
Got it. Hearing Ye Tingyu's request, Ling Yunfeng rushed over ASAP. All three of them stood beside the table where Ye Tingyu's kid was lying. Ling Yunfeng turned to Bi Haixin and asked, "Any discoveries?"
Bi Haixin glanced at Ling Yunfeng and nodded, suggesting, "You and I need to enter its boundless sea of consciousness to figure it out. I can't do it alone." After hearing the suggestion, Ling Yunfeng replied,
"All right." Seeing Ye Tingyu's worried face, Ling Yunfeng reassured her, "Don't worry, your uncle's here. We'll definitely find a way."
Bi Haixin also carefully instructed Ye Tingyu, if it makes any movements later, absolutely don't let it move recklessly.
Okay. Ye Tingyu felt a bit uneasy but still listened to Bi Haixin. Ling Yunfeng and Bi Haixin sat cross-legged on the long chair opposite Ye Tingyu's kid, lying on the table. Ye Tingyu could only stand silently to the side and watch.
Ling Yunfeng and Bi Haixin closed their eyes and focused their minds.
After that, the two of them chanted in unison, "Mind to the summit, the landscape of night to its very limit."
Immediately afterward, the surrounding scenery gradually blurred. Two pale yellow spots of light appeared between Ling Yunfeng's and Bi Haixin's foreheads. The two spots of light left them and floated in the air. Finally, the two spots of light intertwined, and then went straight into the forehead of Ye Tingyu's kid. Some light from the two spots of light still lingered amongst the bangs of Ye Tingyu's kid, before disappearing completely. Inside the sea of consciousness of Ye Tingyu's kid, Ling Yunfeng and Bi Haixin stood in a dark and empty space. Bi Haixin looked down below and said to Ling Yunfeng,
"Let's go down." Ye Tingyu's kid's sea of consciousness only has two colors, black and gray, a stormy area. The sky is pitch black, and black tornadoes are swirling. Lightning gathers from the sky into a round black sphere. The black sphere is the center of the sea of consciousness. It absorbs lightning and black gas from the mountain ranges below the plain. Each mountain range is a terrifying, hideous face, full of resentment. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Hoo. Ling Yunfeng frowned in confusion. What's going on? In theory, a person's sea of consciousness holds all of their past, or it's sparkling and colorful like gems, or it's gloomy and murderous, a cold red hue. I've never seen anyone's sea of consciousness look like this, Bi Haixin explained. The phenomenon of the mental landscape is caused by love, hate, and desire. All memories and emotions build this. It shows that its heart is full of fear, hiding all emotions.
Bi Haixin pointed forward. The center of the sea of consciousness is invisible, plus the surrounding factors.
Ling Yunfeng looked around, wondering, where is its original nature? Where the two of them are standing is in the air,
far from the center of the sea of consciousness, so it's all lightning. Ling Yunfeng and Bi Haixin quickly flew closer to the center of the sea of consciousness.
The closer they got to the center, the slower they flew. Ling Yunfeng reached out his hand, wanting to touch the original nature of Ye Tingyu's kid. Unexpectedly, the center of the sea of consciousness transformed into countless sharp spikes, shocking both Ling Yunfeng and Bi Haixin.
The sharp spikes pierced through the divine sense of both of them.
Ling Yunfeng and Bi Haixin immediately teleported away. The spikes began to glow red. Ling Yunfeng was a little surprised, speechless.
Bi Haixin raised her hand to cover her mouth, trying to hold back a laugh, and turned to Ling Yunfeng.
"You can let go of me now." Only then did Ling Yunfeng notice that he was holding her wrist. Ling Yunfeng hurriedly let go of Bi Haixin's hand.
Ling Yunfeng raised his hand and scratched his head, his face a little red, shyly not daring to look directly at Bi Haixin. What was up with that sudden burst of courage? Bi Haixin didn't pay much attention, and seriously replied to Ling Yunfeng,
"This is probably a materialized image born from the desire for protection in its heart. It's just the image of being protected by its older brother." After not sensing any strangeness, The spikes retracted into the round sphere.
The sphere returned to its initial tranquil appearance,
But after only a few seconds, the sphere had a slight movement.
the sphere transformed into a black giant with 2 blood-red eyes. He was 10,000 times bigger than Ling Yunfeng and Bi Haijin.
This guy looked vaguely like Ye Tingyu's kid, he angrily said. Get out! You're not allowed to harm my sister.
Ling Yunfeng and Bi Haijin had to crane their necks to see this guy. Ling Yunfeng was a little surprised. Besides the two of us, who else could have such a powerful mind? Bi Haijin didn't think so.
Tempering the mind requires experiencing countless trials, enduring all the suffering of the world, thereby strengthening the mind to reach this realm.
This child's mind is like this, it definitely has its karma. It's just that the suffering and experiences inside exceed our imagination.
Ling Yunfeng was a little confused. What should we do next? Forcibly breaking through might damage his mind.
Bi Haijin bitterly smiled. This is precisely why I need Saint Zun's help. Next, I hope Saint Zun can concentrate all of his mind on you without harming anything else, so I can go inside and explore the main cause.
Ling Yunfeng agreed. I'm counting on you. Ling Yunfeng advanced towards the mind. Towering before him, Ling Yunfeng issued a provocation. Let me feel your will to protect your younger sister. The mind was provoked, reaching out to crush Ling Yunfeng. Disappear from here. You're not allowed to hurt my sister. Without the slightest hesitation, Ling Yunfeng unleashed his technique, Heaven and Earth Avatar. Ling Yunfeng's body gradually grew larger. The mind was shocked by the scene before him. In an instant, Ling Yunfeng's body was as big as the mind. Seeing Ling Yunfeng so large, the mind was even more agitated. I'm not afraid of you. I'm as powerful as my older brother. I definitely won't lose. I absolutely can't lose. Ling Yunfeng's body glowed at this moment, his eyes also shining brightly, continuing to act arrogantly. Mind, very good. Then, attack. The mind raised its hand to the sky, unleashing the myriad thunder technique. Countless lightning bolts gathered in one place, at the command of the mind, turning a region of the sky green, forming a round sphere. The round sphere guided the lightning to strike down on Ling Yunfeng. The mind proudly said, I'm very powerful. I'll be even more powerful if you don't listen to my advice. But seeing that Ling Yunfeng didn't seem to be in any pain, Ling Yunfeng still stood tall like that, letting all the lightning pour down from the top of his head. It was Ling Yunfeng's turn to respond, and he raised his hand upwards. Following the direction of Ling Yunfeng's hand, the waves of lightning striking down gradually thinned out, no longer fierce, gradually shrinking and then completely extinguishing. The mind was shocked. Ling Yunfeng said seriously, fighting in this world isn't like that. Consider this spar your first lesson on how to really fight. The primordial spirit, the essence of a mental battle, isn't about physical destruction, but a showdown between fear and courage, despair and hope. As he spoke, Ling Yunfeng's figure gradually faded away and finally disappeared completely. But Ling Yunfeng's voice still echoed. The key is to let go of your preconceived notions. Believe. From the void in front of her mind, a bright space appeared, and a hand reached out from within it. Her mind was frozen in fear, stuttering, unable to form a sentence. This. Tis. The closer the hand came, the more enormous it seemed, dwarfing her mind. The hand reached out, trying to seize her mind. A large black sphere was gathering in the air. Under the gloomy sky, miasma swirled all around, and bolts of lightning struck towards it relentlessly. Bi Haijin, enveloped in golden light, slowly approached the sphere. She reached out and touched the surface of the sphere, looking at it gently. Instantly, the black energy began to devour her entire arm, greedily trying to absorb Bi Haijin. Haijin, unafraid, calmly chanted the mantra of flawless purity. A light immediately shone from her forehead. Her entire body then emitted a cyan light, and the black energy quickly enveloped her whole being, slowly pulling her inside, and soon, Bi Haijin was nowhere to be seen. The lightning continued to strike the sphere relentlessly, and the color of the sky grew even gloomier. In an instant, Bi Haijin found herself in a different place, like a galaxy with sparkling stars. She turned her head, looking around, as if searching for something, and immediately realized there was something behind her. Bi Haijin looked in alarm, but there was a faint black cage, inside which was a boy burying his head in his knees. The child cried and wailed, "Brother, Mom, I'm so scared, save me, save me!" Haijin looked at the boy for a long time, her eyes filled with sorrow. She reached out her hand, wanting to touch him. Suddenly, the child turned around and looked at Haijin, his eyes bloodshot, even shedding tears of blood. The girl was stunned by this sight for a moment. The little brat stared intently at the person in front of him, questioning loudly, "Who are you? Who are you? Where's my brother? Where's my brother?" He hugged his head again, in great pain, his scream still echoing everywhere as if terrified. "Don't come here! Get out! Get out!" From beneath his small feet, a black void appeared, and the void kept growing, minute by minute, spreading everywhere, perhaps wanting to engulf the place. From somewhere, many ugly, filthy rats with bloodshot eyes swarmed out. The rats crawled from the child's feet upwards, gnawing on every inch of his tender skin. Because he was bitten too much, the little brat screamed in pain. "I'm a good boy, I'm a good boy. Why are you biting me? It hurts, get out, get out." He struggled desperately. Not stopping there, from his sleeves, even more cockroaches appeared. Not only that, but they also crawled onto his neck, making the child extremely frightened. He tried to resist by brushing the cockroaches away with his hands. A wailing voice echoed, "Get out, get out!" The kid stood up, trying to brush off all the mice and roaches. Then he just collapsed onto the ground, his face twisted in agony. Blood tears just wouldn't stop flowing. Suddenly, a coffin popped up, blocking his path, letting out a terrifying, drawn-out howl. Then, boom. A hand with long black claws just burst through the wood from inside and reached out. The kid was scared stiff, screaming, "Mom, big bro!" He wailed, I can't see, bro, mom, where are you guys?" Bi-Hike-sin quietly stepped up behind him, gently placed her hand on the kid's head, and slowly chanted a calming mantra, Namo Qingjing Yaowang Fo. Both the kid and the larger version of him were instantly enveloped in a soft, jade-green energy. The little guy slowly, steadily calmed down, no longer wailing out of control. It gradually drifted into a peaceful slumber. That black orb thingy wrapped itself around his tiny body once more. Bi-Hike-sin just stood there, silently watching. After a moment, she let out a helpless sigh, looking over at Ling Yunfeng, who had a clone guarding the bigger version of the kid trapped in that transparent box. It was totally unwilling, banging on the box walls and screaming non-stop, let me out, let me out." Yunfeng stood there, trying to calm him down. "Don't fight it, you can't get out. You only messed with this Dharma manifestation vision, which made you scared and anxious, and that's what trapped you inside your own mind, completely subduing you." Suddenly, Bi-Hike-sin popped up behind Ling Yunfeng and called out loudly, making him jump and whip his head around to look. Yunfeng looked at the girl in front of him and asked, "Find anything useful?" Hike-sin scratched her temple, replying, "Well, when you care too much, things just get messy. What I saw, you should have seen too." That remark left him completely stunned for a moment, only to be utterly bewildered by the next scene, just moments later. This was Bi-Hike-sin, her eyes full of pity, looking at the young man who was struggling in that sticky mess. That stubborn kid was still putting up a fight, totally refusing to give up. After a bit, she finally spoke up. "Let's head outside for a moment." The three of them went back into the house. Bi-Hike-sin and Ling Yunfeng sat cross-legged on chairs. While the young man was flailing around on the table, Ting-yu was really struggling to hold her son down, but her son's strength kept getting stronger, his legs flailing and kicking non-stop, making Ye Ting-yu grit her teeth and exert every ounce of her strength. She was trying to keep her son calm, while heartbreakingly pleading with him, "Son, just hold on please, just a little longer." Tears were already welling up in the corners of her eyes. A moment later, the young man finally fell quiet, no longer resisting. Ting-yu slowly stood up, clutching her hands to her chest, heartbrokenly gazing at her beloved son. Tears she couldn't hold back anymore streamed down her cheeks, her eyes filled with an indescribable heartache. Just then, Ling Yunfeng suddenly spoke up and asked, "Hike-sin, is there anything we can do?" That question made Ye Ting-yu totally freeze. She whipped around in a panic, utterly bewildered, and said, You guys." Bi-Hike-sin, meanwhile, looked at her with a sweet smile and an affectionate, almost playful gaze. Suddenly, Ting-yu rushed forward, grabbing her hand, and anxiously asked, Did you find anything?" However, Hike-sin's expression suddenly changed, and she tried to yank her hand away, answering in a super tense voice, "You're the kid's mom, you should know what happened." As soon as she finished speaking, Bi-Hike-sin slowly placed her hand on Ting-yu's forehead. Much to Ting-yu's shock and surprise, a stream of green light emerged from Hike-sin's arm, beaming straight towards Ye Ting-yu's head. This was the shared heart vision technique, and just like that, Ye Ting-yu found herself inside her son's dream. Inside the dream, a little boy with blood-red eyes was crying tears of blood. He kept whimpering, "I'm so scared, before his cries turned into resentful screams. "I'm a good boy, I'm just a little boy. Why did you bite me? It hurts so much, get away, go away." Witnessing all of this was a massive shock for a mother like her, snapping out of it. Ye Ting-yu's entire body was trembling uncontrollably, her face a mask of pure anxiety. She immediately rushed over to her son's side, hugging him tightly and stammering, "I'm sorry, my daughter, I'm sorry." Ling Yunfeng turned to the beauty beside him and asked, "We know what the kid went through, but how do we treat him?" Bi-Hike-sin gazed at the boy with a deep melancholy, a gentle sadness gracing her features as she explained.
This kind of heart sickness, you could say it's easy to cure, but you could also say it's as hard as ascending to the heavens.
Hearing this, Ye Tingyu rushed forward, pleading desperately. Sister, please, just tell me what to do. I'll risk my own life if it means I can cure my daughter. All eyes were on Hai Xin, and the room fell completely silent. After a long moment, Hai Xin turned to Ling Yunfeng and said, "The cure, it's on you two."
He looked completely baffled, pointing at himself. Ye Tingyu also chimed in anxiously.
Sister, if I was the cure for my daughter, she would have been healed ages ago.
Hai Xin's gaze slowly shifted to Ling Yunfeng. She asked him probingly, "Let's put it this way, Shengzun. If you were being gnawed on by rats, with snakes crawling all over you, while lying in a pile of corpses, would you be okay?" Ling Yunfeng casually shook his head and replied without missing a beat, "I've been through hundreds of battles in my lifetime. Lying in a pile of corpses is just a regular Tuesday for me. As for rats and snakes on a battlefield, those are rare delicacies that can keep you alive. I got used to them a long time ago." Hearing this, Hai Xin took Ye Tingyu's trembling hands in her own. She looked at her with heartfelt sincerity and comforted her. "Even though I left my path of cultivation to enter the mortal world for Feng, fate has also allowed me to understand the bonds of motherhood. I know that for her child, a mother can give up anything. That's the power of a mother's love."
With that, the two women stood up and walked over to the unconscious boy. Hai Xin knelt beside him, placing a gentle hand on his forehead as she explained. To face such a horrifying ordeal at his young age, his heart lacks a strong pillar of support. He's terrified, so he sealed off his own heart to run away from the pain.
She gently caressed the boy's forehead and continued. "And the best medicine for that is the courage to face anything and the warmth of feeling loved." Hai Xin then held out her hand to Ye Tingyu and Ling Yunfeng, who both just stared back with blank, confused faces. She looked at them with a sincere gaze and slowly began to explain further.
"Let him feel the courage and love that you both possess." Ling Yunfeng's expression grew serious, his face tense. He planted his feet on the ground and slowly rose from the bench. Much to Tingyu's astonishment, he slowly placed his hand on top of Hai Xin's. Then, filled with determination, Ye Tingyu placed her hand on his. The three of them stacked their hands together, a unified front. Hai Xin began to chant a spell. Under the brilliant moonlight, her entire body was once again enveloped in a curtain of jade-green light. "O great sun Tathagata of immeasurable light, eliminate all worldly regrets. Illuminate the path to the great liberation. Let the words of Dharma grant the eye of illuminating clarity." And just like that, the three of them were transported to another place. A space that resembled the vast, starry galaxy. In the very center, a child sat with his head buried in his knees, a black sphere still enveloping him completely. Tingyu hesitated, wanting to reach out and touch it. The child's pitiful words echoed endlessly. "I'm so scared. Save me. Please save me." Seeing her beloved child in such a state, the mother's eyes welled up with tears once more. Ye Tingyu asked urgently, "Sister Hai Xin, what do we do?" Hai Xin explained gently. "Reminisce. Channel the unshakable conviction that has seen you through your darkest moments, the will that allowed you to overcome every desperate plight and move forward. This moonlit clarity will allow the child to personally feel every hardship you have ever endured, and the light that guided you through them." Hearing this, a worried Tingyu glanced over at Ling Yunfeng. He met her gaze and gave a firm nod of acceptance. Ling Yunfeng closed his eyes tightly, and so begins the process. With Ye Tingyu right beside her doing the same, Hai Xin gently touched the source of golden light emanating from her fingertip, using that golden energy to transfer it to Tingyu's daughter's forehead. The golden light from her finger shone brilliantly. The child, who was slumped on the ground, was gradually bathed in the growing light, spreading to where Ling Yunfeng and Tingyu were standing. The golden light enveloped all three of them, and no one knew where they would end up. The child, having received the energy, suddenly woke up. She cracked open her eyes and looked around, only to realize that this wasn't the familiar scene she knew. She suddenly widened her eyes in surprise. Her face became confused as she realized she was landing on a spherical orange object. The spherical orange object engulfed the little girl. Not knowing what to do, she just let her body fall freely. Then she spread out her arms, as if wanting to embrace the entire sphere. Far off in the distance was the village where Ling Yunfeng used to live, burned to ashes, leaving behind unpleasant memories in his heart. He remembered 18 years ago. During that terrifying, chaotic era, my family and the entire village were killed by bandits for no meaningful reason at all. From afar, Yunfeng saw black smoke rising from the place he lived, and he frantically sped up on his sword, worried that something bad had happened. While flying, he shouted fearfully for his family. "Father, mother, little sister." He jumped off his sword, landing in the village that had been destroyed by the raging fire, and from a distance he saw 3 corpses lying embraced in a posture of trying to escape the enemy.
Seeing that scene, Yunfeng despaired, his face darkened.
The people lying in that pool of blood were none other than his parents and younger sister. Even in death, his father's eyes couldn't close, and his gaze seemed to express his hatred for the bandits. Yunfeng collapsed, kneeling on the ground. His face was pale, devoid of color, and his eyes still shed tears of sorrow, but they couldn't hide the hatred within. Overwhelmed with grief, he shouted loudly, "Adag!" Yunfeng, in extreme sorrow, descended into murderous rage. His blood-red eyes clearly showed the anger within him. He held the sword in his hand, slashing down any guards who got in his way. 2 brave guards, seemingly unafraid of death, one holding a sickle, the other holding a spiked club, shouted, "Quick, stop him!"
Now, nothing could stop Yunfeng. He raised his sword and slashed them a few times, cutting off their paths to survival.
He seemed determined to achieve something.
Entering the mansion of the high official, Yunfeng found an old man embracing a young, innocent girl.
While the scene in the village was in complete chaos, this old man was still sitting here, leisurely drinking wine and playing with women, acting as if it wasn't his problem. Yunfeng felt even more hatred seeing that scene. His face darkened, and he frowned, glancing at him with sharp eyes, thinking to himself, "I don't understand. They lived so well, self-sufficiently. Why did they have to suffer such a fate?" The anger swelled even higher, and he drew his sword and shouted, "Why? Why did you kill them? They never harmed anyone." The old man replied smugly, "The strong live, the weak die. This old master is the truth. What's with the why? If I want to kill, I kill."
The old man's face revealed a cunning smile as he said, "Hey, but who are you talking about? Isn't it your wife? This old man has already enjoyed her, haven't I?" Having said that, he laughed heartily. "Ha ha 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 ha!" Being ridiculed like that.
Ling Yunfeng gnashed his teeth in frustration, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. Then he raised his sword high, crazily charging at the old geezer and shouting, "Go die!" That old guy was totally watching the show, responding with a nonchalant look. A mere chi-refining cultivator doesn't even qualify to leave a scratch on this old man. The 2 of them fought fiercely, shaking the entire 7-kill camp.
Ling Yunfeng was covered in wounds, stuck his sword into the ground, and desperately tried to catch his breath.
Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, the old guy became even more smug, laughing heartily in Ling Yunfeng's face, saying, "For a chi-refining shrimp, you've managed to force this old man to use a bit more strength. Not bad." With that, he unleashed a finishing blow, wanting to end Ling Yunfeng.
The old guy's fist shot out quickly, bearing down on him. Suddenly, the image of his loved ones lying in a pool of blood, dying miserably, flashed through his mind. At that moment, something within him awakened. To take revenge, he struggled to his feet and roared loudly, releasing the pain within him.
Ling Yunfeng slashed his sword across the old man's body. Because of the force of the slash, the sword snapped in half. His eyes were bloodshot as if they wanted to burst into flames. His face filled with determination, wanting to avenge his loved ones.
The remaining broken piece of the sword was placed right against the old geezer's neck, which was as hard as iron. He curled his lip into a smile, his eyes wide with shock. The tall old man wasn't afraid at all, just kept laughing maniacally, and threatened, "Ling Yunfeng, ha, you've brought this old man quite a bit of joy. Take your unwillingness and resentment and go die."
Suddenly, something fell from above, slicing the old geezer in 2, the old guy's body being split in half. Bewildered, Ling Yunfeng, and then his corpse fell to the ground. But he was still in shock. A middle-aged man appeared from above, clasping his hands behind his back, observing the scene that had just occurred.
Seeing Ling Yunfeng acting so foolishly, he scolded, "You idiot disciple, you're your teacher's only successor in this generation. If you die so easily, who will inherit my sword now?"
Ling Yunfeng was still standing there, struggling to breathe.
This teacher used 2 fingers to move the broken piece of the sword.
He used his own energy to make the piece of sword fly back to its place.
This teacher continued to clasp his hands behind his back, teaching his student. There's only one thing he said that wasn't wrong.
He frowned, seriously instructing, "Strength is the only truth. If you want this whole world to follow your truth, then above you there's no one, and below you are the masses."
Hearing this, Ling Yunfeng revealed a face of disagreement. His heart aching as tears streamed down his face, he shouted, "The world is so big, even if I cultivate my whole life, I can't reach master's level. Not to mention there are so many experts in the world. How can I implement my Tao? Will my parents and sister come back to life?" After pouring out his heart, he staggered out with his sword, leaving his master standing behind him, watching him go. It was raining. Dark clouds rolled in, thunder roared across the sky, and heavy rain poured down.
Ling Yunfeng, walked sorrowfully across the uneven stone path.
He was so sorrowful that he didn't even bother taking care of himself, letting his stubble grow wild and his cheeks become hollow. Ling Yunfeng reflected. I, at that time, was hopeless, dazed, and in pain, with no strength left to walk.
He collapsed on the road and lay down, abandoning himself. A pair of black high heels suddenly appeared in front of Yunfeng, and the woman holding an umbrella walked towards him step by step. Ye Tingyu saw him curled up on the road and asked worriedly, "Hey, what's wrong with you?"
Because Yunfeng had fainted, Tingyu became even more worried and ordered the driver, quickly, carry him into the car. After recalling the past, Yunfeng said with great gratitude, "It was you who gave me courage when I was most desperate and bored." Hearing those words, Tingyu blushed shyly and hesitated to answer.
Yunfeng continued. When I was in the Ye family, you were just waiting to die after finishing your meal, working as a guard, until your father passed away due to being robbed by robbers, and the Ye family was torn apart.
The difficult situation didn't crush Tingyu's courage. She declared aggressively, "After this disaster, the Ye family has me. It will definitely not be chaotic. After that, I became the new head of the Ye family."
You witnessed that situation. Yunfeng admired and praised without reservation. You are braver than me, enduring the pain of losing your father, and taking on the danger of the entire family, using your own strength to change everything. It was your resilience that gave me more courage to face my life. From then on, he became even more determined to improve his life. That little girl witnessed all the suffering her mother had gone through. The little girl looked up at her mother. Her eyes were swollen and moved. Ye Tingyu, hearing him say that, shyly retorted, "No, it's not like that. I got my courage because of you."
Yunfeng, hearing that, couldn't believe his ears, and asked in surprise, What? Tingyu was both sad and enduring, as she burned paper money for her deceased father.
The family lined up, waiting for their turn to pay their respects to him.
Suddenly, one of them, Ye, spoke up, saying harshly, "Tingyu, uncles from each branch family are here. The Ye family cannot be without a leader for a day.
The family head has no son. We must quickly nominate a new family head, otherwise the hundreds of people in the Ye family will perish."
Taking advantage of the situation, they ordered her,
"Quickly, bring out your father's token. Hand it over."
To prevent their taunts, Yunfeng spread out his arms to shield Tingyu, surprising and shocking everyone.
Yunfeng swiped his hand once. Suddenly the ground shook, frightening everyone.
It turned out that Yunfeng only needed to swipe his hand on the ground for a crack to appear.
His face darkened. His eyes seemed to warn them before he withdrew his hand.
They shouted indignantly, "Who the hell do you think you are? What right does an outsider have to interfere in our Yi family's affairs?"
"Get out of the way." Tingyu's eyes, which were brimming with tears, were suddenly being protected, and her face clearly showed surprise.
Sheltered by Ling Yunfeng, Tingyu continued, "When everyone was pressuring me, wanting to push me to the brink, you stood in front of me, giving me courage."
Ye Tingyu wiped away her tears,
replacing her initial sobs with a resolute silence. As she stood up, she stood before Ling Yunfeng, protecting him with her frail body.
Confidently patting her chest,
Ye Tingyu clearly declared, "After this disaster with me here, the Ye family will absolutely not fall into chaos. From this moment on, I am the new head of the Ye family." The memory made Ye Tingyu smile. She turned to explain to Ling Yunfeng, "You gave me support, plus I was pregnant with twins, which gave me even more courage to face any difficulty."
The memories continued to flow, accompanied by a forceful table slam.
After several months of reorganizing the family business, purging the traders, rebuilding the trading company, and dealing with business rivals, I finally helped the Yente family overcome this major crisis. The revival of the family made Ye Tingyu's face radiant again. She happily went to Ling Yunfeng's house. With excitement, she opened the door and cheerfully said, "Hey, you lazy bum, thanks to you." Before she could finish her sentence, her face suddenly fell.
In front of her was an empty room, without a single person. On the table was a letter left by Ling Yunfeng.
Ye Tingyu picked it up and read the message he had left.
Only a few short sentences. "Thank you. You allowed me to see hope again. Farewell." Her soul fell silent in an instant. Suppressed emotions suddenly burst forth from her soul, causing her body to tremble.
Ye Tingyu trembled as she placed her hand on her slightly protruding belly,
tears streaming down her cheeks. All three of them glowed after that flashback. The sorrowful memories touched Ye Tingyu's heart. She clutched her chest, thinking, "If there is no light around, then I will light myself up." Ling Yunfeng's face also became peaceful, he thought to himself. After experiencing the deepest suffering, finding what you want to protect, courage will be passed from one person to another, creating miracles. The memories continued to intertwine, gradually revealing the bloody scene of war. The soldier spat out a mouthful of blood before a fatal wound. Ling Yunfeng supported the soldier in his arms, calling out his name incessantly. The soldier struggled to open his closing eyes to look at him, his lips barely moving. I'm sorry, brother. Then, with his last bit of strength, he took out a photo from his chest. In the photo, a woman smiled happily while holding a child in her arms. He fell silent, and then said, "Please bring hope to them." Under the rain, the image of the girl appeared. She steadfastly said to Ling Yunfeng, "People are going to die anyway. What's the point of clinging to life and fearing death? I only hope that when I die, I won't have any regrets." With that thought, the memory of Ye Gangan appeared next. She clutched the wound on her chest, glaring at him. "Stop talking nonsense. Even if you call me a heretic demon, I'm still risking my life to find the answer to this world in my own way. Strength is the only truth." Hu Keijin also smiled at him. "My nine-tailed fox clan is doing its best just to protect the temporary peace of the demon race. It's not that I love them deeply, but if I abandon them, I will have nowhere to live either, so I guess I should be grateful to them." Suddenly, the memory of parting with Lian Xin rang out. "Brother Feng, even if you die, Lian Xin will find a way to bring you back to life. Just go fight without worry." Finally, the flashback ended with Bihai Xin's words. "Congratulations, you have now entered the Supreme Realm. From now on, the world must follow your Tao." The child hugged herself in the energy surrounding her. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes. Over time, her body also grew, becoming a young girl. Her eyes turned to Ye Tingyu and Ling Yunfeng. Observing them, she hesitated and said with a shy voice, "Father, Mother." The words, father and mother, shook their hearts. Tears streamed down Ye Tingyu's cheeks, unable to hold back her sobs, while Ling Yunfeng looked at her with a happy smile. They hugged the child tightly as if afraid she would disappear from their sight. "Again," Ye Tingyu cried out. "That's great, my daughter." Standing there watching that warm and sacred scene, Bihai Xin could only silently smile and offer her blessings. Suddenly, a joyful voice shouted, "That's great, little sister! That's great! You're finally awake." Everyone looked towards the source of the voice. It turned out to be the son of their family. The child in Tingyu's arms blankly wiggled her head out. Her third brother blinked a few more times. A smile gradually appeared on his face. "Third brother!" The child shouted towards her brother, but before she could run over, her brother pushed her away, seriously saying, "Don't come over here." The little girl was stunned. Her heart tightened at her own brother's rejection. Yunfeng and Tingyu looked at their son with unspeakable heartache, and so did the boy. He just stood silently, watching his family from afar. He slightly lowered his head, hiding his emotions behind the mask. As he thought for a long while, he opened his mouth with a sad voice. "Little sister Tingyu is awake now, so I no longer have any meaning to exist." Before his son could finish, Ling Yunfeng teleported next to him. The boy was startled and looked up, not daring to meet his father's eyes. He asked, "Father?" Ling Yunfeng looked at his son thoughtfully, then frowned and said calmly, "Who said your existence has no meaning?" His father's reproachful words made the boy scared, and he lowered his head as if admitting all his mistakes. I was born to protect little sister Tingyu. I'm an anomaly that shouldn't exist." Helpless with his prideful son, Ling Yunfeng just sighed and said, "Raise your head." The boy looked up at his father's face. Looking at the emotionless mask that his son had worn for so long, his heart trembled slightly, and he said, "Where you came from doesn't matter. What matters is that you exist, and you're a good big brother who does his best to protect his little sister Tingyu." He gripped his frail son's shoulders tightly and said, "You're doing better than me." Then, Ling Yunfeng pulled his son closer, shortening the distance between them. He placed his hand on the boy's head to comfort him, holding him tightly in his arms and shouting, "You are Ling Yunfeng's proud son." The mask that had concealed his emotions for so long suddenly began to crack. It shattered as its owner reached an uncontrollable emotional state. Beneath the mask, the face of a teenager was revealed. He felt the warmth from his father, and tears suddenly streamed down his face. He trembled and asked to confirm. "Really?" Ling Yunfeng just sighed helplessly. He gazed at his son's face, then smiled proudly. "Next, you must join me in protecting our important family members, Ye Tingyu and your little sister Tingshu. Don't look at them with teary eyes from afar." He turned his son forward, pushing him towards the two of them, standing beside him, and urging, "What are you standing there for? Why are you being so silly right now? Can't you see the situation?" Encouraged by his father's words, the boy gradually stepped forward, but halfway there, he stopped as if something was bothering him. He clenched his hands, trembling, thinking of them rejecting him. Tears streamed down his delicate face again. He asked tentatively, "Mom, little sister Tingshu?" Suddenly, the two of them ran over and hugged him tightly, making his body freeze. Experiencing what was called family affection made him blank out. Tears fell again, but this time they were tears of happiness, of feeling reunited with his family. As a father, Ling Yunfeng could only smile silently. The happiness they brought also made Bihai Xin feel relieved. Time became gentle, Stretching out this moment longer, at the Yi Corporation, the Ling Yunfeng family was saying goodbye to their benefactor. Tingyu and her daughter were still a bit sad about leaving their little brother. Suddenly, Shu Chu appeared in his soul form, calling out to him. Senior brother, Ling Yunfeng, turned around, asking with a puzzled tone, "What's so important that you need to send your primordial spirit out to find me?" The junior brother floated inside, scratching his head non-stop. He turned to Ye Tingyu and her daughter, bowing respectfully. "Greetings, sister-in-law. Greetings, young miss." This statement startled Ling Yunfeng, who pointed a bewildered finger. "Huh, how did you know?" The junior brother just scratched his head and explained, "Well, considering the time senior brother spent at the Ye family, the child's age, plus sister-in-law's aura, and the fact that you had a child out of wedlock, even without proof, it's not hard to guess, right?" Ha! His words only made Ling Yunfeng and Ye Tingyu turn away in silence. Immediately after, the junior brother quickly moved closer and whispered into his ear, "Senior brother, our Eastern Grand Chancellor is waiting for you. This important cabinet meeting has been searching high and low for you, and now she's throwing a tantrum. That's why I used my primordial spirit to travel at top speed to find you." These words were like a thunderclap to his ears, causing his face to lose all composure as he remembered that person. Ling Yunfeng slapped his forehead in panic. "What? Oh crap, how could I forget about this?" He stuttered while scratching his head, continuing, "We were supposed to reunite, the cabinet has a meeting." Before he could finish, Ye Tingyu interrupted. "Official duties are important, go ahead." Tingyu's daughter, standing beside her, also waved goodbye, saying, "Bye-bye, Daddy. Remember to visit us." After she spoke, Ling Yunfeng immediately turned around and strode towards the door. A spacecraft appeared atop the skyscraper at this moment. At the cabinet, surrounded by clouds, Ling Yunfeng and his junior brother stood in contemplation before the large meeting room door. Ling Yunfeng nervously swallowed his saliva. He worriedly turned to his junior brother and asked, "Do you think she's calmed down yet?" His junior brother casually replied, "How could she possibly be? When she disguised herself as a man and adventured with us, her habit of rigidly controlling time has only gotten more severe, not less." Ling Yunfeng nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Suddenly, he abruptly turned around and said, Since we're already late, might as well. Forget it, let's not participate anymore, since she manages all the administrative affairs anyway." Ling Yunfeng's junior brother echoed, That's right. Hearing this, Yunfeng turned to wink happily. "Then let's go." Suddenly, the junior brother opened the door with a click, and loudly announced, echoing inside, "The Holy One has arrived." Ling Yunfeng was immediately startled and horrified. The junior brother stepped forward, waving goodbye, and whispered, "Senior brother, you're busy. I'll head out first. I'm more afraid of offending her than offending you." Ling Yunfeng watched his junior brother run away without saying a word. He angrily pointed at him, scolding this traitor. "Just wait until I deal with you later." The junior brother could only offer an apologetic smile. Suddenly, a voice echoed from inside the room. "With Shenzhou newly established, everything needs to be rebuilt. So many important matters await the Holy One's decisive action. I wonder where the Holy One has been running off to these past few days." Without giving Ling Yunfeng a chance to reply, the person continued, "If we hadn't discovered the Holy One's whereabouts at the Ye family, who knows where we would have to look?" he blankly replied. Ling Yunfeng immediately turned around, scratching his head, and softly said, "As soon as I heard your summons, I rushed right over." Yu Shuying entered the meeting room, and everyone immediately stood up, bowing respectfully. While everyone greeted her, a girl sat at the head of the table, wearing a stern expression, and remained silent. The girl finally put on a serious face and reminded Ling Yunfeng, "During the cabinet meeting, I hope Holy One will refer to me as Chancellor Dongfeng." Ling Yunfeng was taken aback and scratched his head, replying, Okay, Chancellor Dongfeng." He walked to the head of the table and slowly sat down. Chancellor Dongfeng then stood up, placed a stack of papers in front of Ling Yunfeng, and said, "These are the recent official documents that need the Holy One's approval, related to diplomacy, rebuilding the people's livelihood, education, and officials above the provincial level." Ling Yunfeng sighed wearily and said, "Hey, can't you guys just slowly do these things? What am I even for?" Suddenly, Chancellor Dongfeng slammed her hand on the stack of papers, startling Ling Yunfeng. She said sternly, "This is the land the Holy One led us to conquer. These are all things that must be done to consolidate the new era. If the Holy One doesn't know about these important matters, who will bear the responsibility if problems arise?" Everyone in the room was stunned by this sight. A brown-haired guy said to the person next to him, "Chancellor Dongfeng is the only one who dares to talk to the Holy One like that." The green-haired person also whispered, "Of course,
You weren't part of the old crew, so you wouldn't know. The Prime Minister and the Shengzun were life-and-death comrades for over a decade. She once disguised herself as a man to travel the world and uphold justice right alongside the Shengzun. That's a true bond forged in the face of death. Ling Yunfeng reached for the stack of papers, lowering his voice. I understand, I'll read them, okay? Everyone, just wait a moment, I'll get right to it. He immediately clasped his hands together and chanted an incantation. Suddenly, 3 identical versions of himself appeared from the Dharma image mirror behind Ling Yunfeng, standing upright. All 4 Ling Yunfeng embodiments began approving the official documents. They worked very focused, exchanging ideas actively. Chancellor Dongfeng remained silent, watching this scene, while everyone below showered him with praise, truly impressed. After a while, Ling Yunfeng slammed his hand on the stack of documents, and all 4 of them said in unison, "Done." As soon as the words left their mouths, the 3 Ling Yunfeng illusions disappeared. Everyone below immediately applauded and praised. The Holy One is miraculous, unparalleled in the world. Ling Yunfeng calmly replied, "You're all seeing a joke. After approving this pile of documents, I now know how hard Chancellor Dongfeng and everyone else works. The future of Shenzhou depends on you talented people of the land." Chancellor Dongfeng next to him sighed, covering her face in exasperation. Ling Yunfeng turned to her cheerfully and asked, "It's done. What's next?" Chancellor Dongfeng said seriously, "There's still one major matter the Holy One needs to take care of today, the Grand Wanfa Assembly." Ling Yunfeng pondered and asked, "Oh, is everything prepared?" The brown-haired guy sitting below spoke up, "Shenzhou is newly established and should be recovering and recuperating. Why hold this major Grand Wanfa Assembly, wasting effort and resources? Wouldn't it be better to put this investment into education?" Upon hearing this, the entire meeting room fell silent, and no one offered any further comments. Chancellor Dongfeng calmly stated, "This matter concerns national secrets and the very foundation of our country. All of you have undergone rigorous background checks and are all great talents capable of revitalizing the nation." She turned to look at Ling Yunfeng and continued, "Those participating in the cabinet discussions should also understand the whole story." He nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Chancellor Dongfeng spoke in a chilling tone, "Shenzhou is newly established, and the power balance of the various factions is complex. Although the Holy One used great power to overwhelm all others, forcefully unifying the various factions and uniting Shenzhou, there is an unseen power struggle behind the scenes. Zhang Fanghao and Shangju will absolutely not easily give up their original wealth and power." She continued to explain. "Therefore, they are using strange techniques, threatening the lives of the people in the territories under their control, to force the Holy One into submission. On the surface, Shenzhou is unified, and the various factions all recognize the Holy One as the master of Shenzhou. In reality, the various factions still have a great deal of control over their original territories." After hearing this, everyone was shocked and anxiously asked, What should we do?" Holy One furrowed his brow slightly, speaking seriously. "This Myriad Laws Assembly is precisely the first step in gradually dissolving their scheme, and also a crucial move to solidify our national foundation." Dongfeng Chengxiang, standing beside him, immediately showed his approval. "Indeed, the Myriad Laws Assembly doesn't discriminate based on wealth or status, inviting talented she refiners from across the land, selecting the outstanding ones to join our ranks. This is a vital method for recruiting talent for the nation." The green-haired dude asked hesitantly, "This method is to consolidate central power and divide the influence of aristocratic sects and demonic clans. But how will it dissolve that strange art connected to the lives of the common people?" Dongfeng Chengxiang calmly replied, "That strange art goes against the heavenly Tao. Anyone with a shred of humanity wouldn't dare use it carelessly. The Myriad Laws Assembly aims to recruit their younger generation, to jointly create a prosperous divine continent so they share the honor and the losses with the divine continent. At that time, this crisis can be resolved on its own." Everyone applauded in admiration upon hearing this. Truly a brilliant Yang scheme. Everyone gaped in awe, some couldn't help but exclaim, "What a brilliant plan! Absolutely ingenious." Night had gradually fallen. In the meeting room, only 2 people remained, Ling Yunfeng and Dongfeng Chengxiang. She was focused on reviewing the documents approved that morning, while he rested his chin on his hand, gazing at her intently. Ling Yunfeng watched her work and smiled faintly. Dongfeng Chengxiang was simply immersed in her work, paying no attention to him. Ling Yunfeng leaned back in his chair and said happily, "To think that us and our brothers risked our lives in desperate battles. For nearly 10 years we finally got what we wanted." He looked into the distance, reminiscing about the past. Back then, how could we have imagined that the famous Jade Gentleman, Dongfang Yulangjun, and the Dongfang Jade Tree was actually the eldest daughter of the Dongfang family, Dongfang Yushu?
Hearing this, Yunshu glanced at him, asking suspiciously, "What are you trying to say?" Ling Yunfeng casually replied, "Just feeling sentimental? If it weren't for you, who could shoulder the responsibility of revitalizing the divine continent?"
Dongfang Yushu closed her eyes and let out a soft humph. "I'm not doing this for you, but for the unfulfilled wishes of our fallen comrades."
Ling Yunfeng fell silent upon hearing this, saying nothing more.
Suddenly, remembering something, he turned to ask, "Oh right, I heard your son also wants to participate in the Myriad Laws Assembly. Aren't you worried he'll get hurt?"
Upon hearing this, Yushu was a little flustered.
She pretended nothing was amiss, and nonchalantly replied, "This is his life. If it's his decision, then I'll support him." Abruptly, Ling Yunfeng shot up, leaning in close to her and said, "Hey, suddenly this guy says he has a son. Everyone is super curious."
He curiously asked, "Who's the father? What kind of man could catch Dongfang Yushu's eye? What's he like anyway?" Yushu focused on tidying up the documents, remaining silent.
Suddenly, she turned to him, whispering tentatively, "What if I said it was you?"
As soon as she said that, Ling Yunfeng suddenly leaned so far back, he almost fell out of the chair. He grabbed onto the chair, sweating profusely, and said in a panic, You're kidding, right?"
Dongfang Yushu glared at him, saying sternly, "You dare make fun of me? Can't I tease you?"
Ling Yunfeng scratched his head, replying, Just curious."
Yushu said with a serious face,
HMPH. "Since when did Holy One become so nosy? Are you too free these days? And since you aren't fighting, you've started asking about other people's private matters."
Only then did Ling Yunfeng breathe a sigh of relief.
Wiping the sweat from his forehead,
he clasped his hands together to apologize to Yushu. I'm sorry, I was too talkative. I hope Chengqiang will forgive me." Hearing this, she covered her mouth and giggled. Before she could laugh for long, Dongfang Yushu stood up and said seriously, "Class dismissed. Holy One can go attend to his own business. I still have a lot of work to do. I don't have time to chat with you."
Finishing speaking, she gracefully walked towards the door.
Suddenly,
Ling Yunfeng reached out and called her back. "Wait a minute." Yushu turned back and asked, "Oh, does the Holy One have any other business?"
He scratched his head,
hesitatingly said, I have a good friend who has a son who has been having some trouble understanding things recently and asked me for guidance," she said. "What do I know about these things?" Hearing this, Yushu asked in surprise, "Oh, I know most of the Holy One's good friends. Who is it? He can just come to me directly."
Ling Yunfeng looked at her awkwardly and said, "This person, you don't know. The Prime Minister is busy with many things. It's fine to just tell me."
Yushu, hearing this, said, "Oh," in realization.
Hearing her response, he looked away awkwardly.
At this time, Yushu had already plopped down in her chair, and she continued, "All right, Holy One, tell me then, and see if I can help." Hearing this, he clapped his hands together happily, quickly replying, Okay, it's like this." He moved closer, saying something to her, looking very secretive.
After some discussion, Yunfeng arrived at Daozun Mountain.
At this time, his face was extremely serious, with his hands behind his back, flying high into the air. Below, there were also many people standing on swords and flying to the same location.
They flocked forward, very crowded. At the martial arts arena, there were many people sitting straight and neat, looking up at the stage. On the top of it, there was a figure vaguely visible, and an old man spoke up.
"The Myriad Laws Divine Continent Grand Assembly, the Daio Sect Selection Competition, now begins. Please, Sect Leader, give your instruction." The people below also loudly said in unison, "Please, Sect Leader, give your instruction."
The person standing high up suddenly flew up, making everyone extremely surprised.
"It's Tian Fan Shui." After flying up for a while, she slowly descended.
Her slender feet slowly landed on the arena surface, very gently.
Fan Shu stood above, looking at everyone standing bustling below. Her eyes at this moment were indescribable. Below, there were countless people standing at attention, all looking straight ahead. Among them was also Tian Fan Shui's son. His name is Tian Feng. At this time, she finally began to speak.
"The Divine Continent has been initially settled. Peace is not easy. There are hidden dangers within, and foreign enemies are watching."
Fan Shu furrowed her brows, and then continued. "We cultivators of this generation vow to protect the Divine Continent's peace."
Everyone below, hearing this, quickly shouted in unison, "Protect the Divine Continent's peace." She spread her hands to both sides, and then said loudly, "I announce that the Myriad Laws Grand Assembly Selection Competition now begins."
Yes, everyone shouted in unison. With that, Fan Shu turned around and went inside.
Inside, the old man continued, First, the preliminary competition begins. There are a total of 500 registered participants, divided into 32 areas. Please go to the lottery area to draw numbers. The preliminary competition uses a last man standing elimination system. The winner will participate in the general selection competition and proceed to the points competition.
Another person sitting on the other side continued to explain. The 8 contestants with the highest scores will become representatives of our Dao sect to participate in the Wanfa Shenju competition's first stage.
The contestants began to step forward to draw lots. This time, it's Ling Tianfeng's turn. He opened the paper in his hand after drawing. His number is 35.
In the front row, there were 4 people sitting, one of whom was Fan Shu.
She thought to herself, "Where's our son?"
As soon as the thought popped into her head, she was so shocked that her eyes widened, as if she'd seen something unbelievable. Then, she suddenly stood up, causing everyone around her to be extremely confused. One person saw this and turned to ask, "Sect leader, what's wrong?" Realizing that her strange behavior made her a little embarrassed, she waved her hand and replied, "No, it's nothing. Everyone, continue watching the competition. Continue watching." She finished speaking, and then sat down. Fan Shu, now settled back in her seat, used telepathy to speak to someone. "Why did you come without telling me? You made me lose face in front of my fellow disciples."
It turned out that Ling Yunfeng was using an invisibility technique beside her. He quickly replied, "Wasn't I rushing here to discuss how to resolve our son's predicament with you?" She closed her eyes, her face extremely red. Ling Yunfeng continued,
"Number 16 is about to go on stage." He gazed thoughtfully ahead. At the martial arts stage number 16, the referee came out and said loudly, "Number 35 and 36, come to the stage." From behind him, an extremely large figure appeared. He trembled slightly as he turned his head to look at the large guy, then gave a friendly smile and replied, I am number 36, Diantong of Dao Sect's 36th generation inner disciple, Da Shan, Big Mountain. Ling Yunfeng suddenly opened his eyes wide, looked at him, and leaned down to say to her who was enjoying tea beside him, Hey, who does our son look like? How is he so huge?" She had just taken a sip of tea, and when she heard him say that, she spat it all out, looking extremely unsightly, causing everyone to notice and look in her direction. The old man from before continued to ask, "Sect leader, what's wrong again?" She took a handkerchief to wipe her mouth, and softly replied, "No, it's nothing, everyone. Continue watching the competition." After speaking, she closed her eyes and sighed. Fan Shu gritted her teeth, turned to telepathically relay words into the head of the guy next to her. "Are you blind? Even if you've never seen him before, shouldn't you have some sense of your own son?" Ling Yunfeng raised his hand to his head, awkwardly replying, I think I'm suffering from that kind of illness that every young man has, afraid that he might suddenly become my son." While he was rambling, she saw something. Fan Shu coldly said, "Hurry and look. Our son is on stage." Both contestants were now on stage. Ling Tianfeng stepped forward with a cold face. He raised his hand and said, "Ling Tianfeng, 36th generation outer disciple of Ji Tang." Ling Yunfeng was extremely surprised when he heard his son introduce himself. The referee raised his hand, signaling, "The match begins. Bow to each other." Hearing this, both quickly clasped their hands and gave a slight bow. The other contestants below collectively sighed. Number 36 is so unlucky. Hearing everyone say that, number 36 suddenly felt a little apprehensive. He clapped his hands together and shouted, "Earth Rampart." Large slabs of stone flew into the air around him, encircling his body. Then they stuck tightly to him, forming an extremely sturdy armor. The slabs of stone covered his entire arm. Over on this side, Ling Yunfeng, seeing this, said, "The younger generation of the Dao sect is full of talent. This little fatty has already reached the earth manipulation body enchantment stage at such a young age." Fan Shu beside him, upon hearing this, replied, "This is all thanks to the tireless research of our sect's predecessors, who pioneered the origins of techniques." Of course, the diligence of the younger generation disciples is also essential. More importantly, Ling Yunfeng, hearing this inner voice, was dubious, and stole a glance at Fan Shu, wondering. More importantly, she looked up at him with deep affection, thinking to herself, "Holy Paragon, you brought about this peaceful world so they can live and grow. This is the lifelong wish of us both." She gazed at his heartbreakingly beautiful face. Ling Yunfeng once again widened his eyes in astonishment. On the stage, Dongfeng Ming used his fist to send number 36 flying with incredible speed. After taking that hit, number 36 lay flat on the ground, unable to twitch, Everyone cheered and congratulated Dongfang Ming.
The referee yelled when he saw number 36 foaming at the mouth on the ground. Number 35 wins. Number 36 is eliminated. He gaped, screaming internally. How can someone in the chi refining stage unleash the power of the foundation establishment? Fan Shu exhaled with difficulty and replied, "Just keep watching, and you'll understand. If the outcome is only like this, I wouldn't be so troubled." Ling Yunfeng spoke in a low voice, seemingly lost in thought. Several hours later, still at martial arts arena number 16, the referee announced, "Fifth match, number 35 versus number 41. Number 41 goes up against Dongfang Ming." Dongfang Ming seemed exhausted, panting heavily. In contrast to Dongfang Ming, number 41 showed no reaction whatsoever.
Everyone said in unison, "Number 41 is so lucky."
Ling Yunfeng was bewildered and transmitted his voice to Fan Shu. "What's going on?"
Fan Shu remained silent, not responding to Ling Yunfeng.
Perhaps she was very nervous, so Fan Shu gripped her skirt tightly.
And number 41 unleashed a single palm strike that sent Dongfang Ming flying.
Dongfang Ming was sent flying dozens of meters, causing everyone to turn and stare.
Dongfang Ming drifted backward, and the referee immediately announced, "Out of bounds. Number 41 wins." Dongfang Ming panted heavily, supporting himself to get up. Ling Yunfeng was stunned, unable to believe it. His expression was truly hilarious. Night fell, and the sounds of constant impact still echoed behind the mountain.
Bang! Bang! Dongfang Ming's fist smashed so hard that it chipped away at the rock. Bing!
Tianfeng was still punching the boulder non-stop.
Even though Bing was gritting his teeth and covered in sweat, Tianfeng maintained the same steady pace of punches and kicks. Bing! Suddenly, several clusters of colored light appeared behind Tianfeng and began to converge. It was Ling Yunfeng and Tianfansu. They had used stealth techniques and were silently observing Tianfeng. Ling Yunfeng immediately used his celestial eye of insight
and focused on Tianfeng, who was training ahead. Tianfeng's dantian and meridian channels were clearly visible. Ling Yunfeng was stunned and stammered a telepathic question to Tianfangsu. "His dantian and meridians, how could they be?" Tianfangsu replied listlessly. "As you can see, his dantian and meridians are several times thicker than the average person's. If the average person's dantian and meridians are like pipes, then his are layers of thick, elastic glue.
The meridians of a normal person have a thin wall and a large core, while Tianfeng's is the opposite." Ling Yunfeng suddenly understood. He rested his chin and analyzed. No wonder his dantian and meridians are so thick and elastic. It's like a high-pressure water gun. The power is several times greater than normal.
Ling Yunfeng added, "If he reaches the nascent soul stage and can freely manipulate the energy of heaven and earth, this kind of abnormal force will definitely allow him to overcome the transformation stage."
Tianfangsu immediately retorted, "But the problem is that because his dantian and meridians are so thick, they can't store enough energy to condense into a foundation, let alone nascent soul. He has no hope of reaching foundation establishment in this lifetime." Sure enough, Ling Yunfeng was stumped.
A little more time passed. Ling Yunfeng suddenly spoke, scratching his nose awkwardly. "How do you look at it?" Seeing Ling Yunfeng's hesitation,
he cleared his throat and mustered his courage to finish the sentence, quote,
"About our son."
Tianfangsu was stunned and turned to look at Ling Yunfeng. "Our son?" The two of them looked at each other awkwardly. Tianfangsu was too shy, so she quickly turned away, making Ling Yunfeng unsure of how to proceed.
Tianfangsu sighed, lamenting to herself, "I am a dignified sect leader of the Dao sect, commanding 20,000 Dao sect disciples. I can handle anything with ease, but I don't know what to do about my son."
The two of them silently watched their son Tianfeng continue his relentless training. Tianfeng was still unaware of his parents' presence, and was still trying his best to train.
As a mother, Tianfangsu deeply understood what her son had gone through. His identity as the son of the Dao sect leader makes him subject to everyone's gaze, and he endures pressure and malice far beyond those of his age. Behind his back, everyone calls him 1-second genius. Everyone, the disciples of the same generation in the sect, often gossip behind Tianfeng's back. 1-second genius, the shame of the sect leader, a mortal's dream.
Tianfangsu felt remorse,
but she never showed any anger or frustration in front of others.
Tianfangsu leaned her hand against a tree,
trying to calm her complicated emotions. Tianfangsu said gently, "Only this mother knows. Whenever he is in pain or sadness, he will come here to train desperately until he is completely exhausted." Hearing that, Ling Yunfeng clenched his fist behind his back, probably feeling sorry for his son. Fan Shu reminisced. "When he was little, he would come to me to complain when he was sad, would come to me for a hug when he got hurt, and would tell me everything. But in the last 2 years he's been saying less and less. Whenever I ask him anything, he just shakes his head.
Suddenly, Fan Shu turned around abruptly, facing Ling Yunfeng, two streams of tears rolling down her cheeks. Even if he could argue with me, even if he loudly questioned why I gave birth to him and brought him this suffering, even if he cried in front of me, the more he's like this, the more my heart aches.
Finishing her words, Fan Shu grabbed Ling Yunfeng's sleeve, wearily hanging her head low. Being a good mother is harder than being a good sect leader. Ling Yunfeng remained still, letting Fan Shu release her emotions.
After she finished, Ling Yunfeng spoke up.
I'll give it a try. Fan Shu was stunned for a moment, trying to hold back her tears. Fan Shu asked, You have a way?
Ling Yunfeng placed his hand on Fan Shu's shoulder to reassure her.
Let me and him have a man-to-man talk first. Fan Shu was bewildered. What? What do you want to do? Without saying much, Ling Yunfeng immediately got to work. Fire transformation technique. Instantly, Ling Yunfeng's body underwent a transformation and shrunk slightly.
Ling Yunfeng transformed into a fair-skinned, sweet-looking young boy. This must be Ling Yunfeng's appearance when he was a teenager.
Ling Yunfeng reminded. No matter what happens later, don't come out. Fan Shu wanted to say something, but then stopped herself. Ling Yunfeng immediately disappeared, without saying anything more.
Tianfeng persevered in his training, and was now doing handstand push-ups.
Surprisingly, Tianfeng was doing push-ups with only one finger, his index finger. Tianfeng silently counted 397.
398. Then Tianfeng tried to push through to 399, but his thumb had to touch the ground for support, because his index finger was too weak. The atmosphere was tense, when suddenly, Ling Yunfeng spoke up. A dignified disciple of the Tao sect, not focusing on foundation establishment, but hiding here to follow this useless path of body strengthening. Has the Tao sect run out of talent? Hearing the voice, Tianfeng immediately stopped and landed, stepping forward to look at the rock beside him, where the voice came from.
Ling Yunfeng sat cross-legged, hand propping his chin, wearing the arrogant attitude of youth as he looked at Tianfeng. Tianfeng immediately asked, Who are you? Daring to intrude into the back mountain of the Tao sect. Ling Yunfeng arrogantly replied, I heard that the Tao sect recruits disciples who are all geniuses, with extraordinary aptitude. This young master has just achieved some success in my cultivation, and wants to come here to scout around and play around with a few core disciples. Hearing that, Tianfeng immediately stood up, seriously saying, If you want to fight with the core disciples, get past me first. Suddenly, Ling Yunfeng vanished right before Tianfeng's eyes, then appeared right behind Tianfeng, haughtily saying, Interesting. Relying on you, a measly chi-refining cultivator, I'm afraid if I play for real, you won't be able to keep your little life. Fan Shu was restless seeing this. What does he want to do? What's this about a man-to-man talk? Is he trying to start a fight? Ling Yunfeng thought to himself. After years of fighting, having met countless opponents, I'm certain of one thing. People's mouths can lie, but only a fist contains the truest will and personality in his heart, be it cruel, violent, insidious, or courageous and resilient. Nevertheless, Tianfeng was very serious, ready to spar, but reminded Ling Yunfeng, Please don't underestimate me, even I can compete with the core disciples of this sect. Ling Yunfeng smiled slightly. Even in the midst of battle, he doesn't forget to remind his opponent, truly an honest kid. Ling Yunfeng dashed towards Fan Shu's son like lightning, his words dripping with obvious sarcasm. A chi-refining stage cultivator in front of me, pretending to be a fake Dan, I wouldn't even bother glancing. But Ling Yunfeng was instantly taken aback, as Fan Shu's son's lightning-fast punch came hurtling towards him. Wanna fight, huh?
Yunfeng's movements were too fast, so he couldn't dodge the blow. All he could do was use both hands to block the attack head-on. The opponent's overwhelming force sent both of them flying backwards several meters. Just as Ling Yunfeng steadied himself, he was shocked to see a not-so-minor wound on his right arm, where he had just taken the blow from Fan Shu's son. It felt like it was sizzling and smoking.
As if stimulated by it, Ling Yunfeng suddenly became incredibly eager. Interesting. This isn't ordinary chi refining. This level of destructive power is beyond his cultivation stage, but what was it called again? Yunfeng seemed to have forgotten.
He lightly patted his head, quickly recalling.
That's right, the sect elders once said there's a very rare physique, where a nascent soul stage cultivator can fight a transformation god, but can never reach foundation establishment, a physique that leaves people in despair. Ling Yunfeng quickly found the answer. What's it called? Oh yeah, the Chongying waste body? Right, the Chongying waste body it is.
Suddenly, Ling Yunfeng put one hand on his hip and pointed his other hand directly at Fan Shu's son. He burst out laughing. Haha, you're so unlucky, hitting the jackpot with this one.
Contrary to Yunfeng, Fan Shu's son didn't seem too happy to have received such a prize. He frowned deeply, his expression as if wanting to ask the person facing him, Is this really that funny?
Ling Yunfeng restrained himself, stopping his laughter. He asked him, "You must hate your parents, why they had to give birth to you, and give you this kind of physique, right?"
And immediately, Yunfeng was startled, as something unclear shape rushed to him. Ling Yunfeng's question seemed to have completely infuriated Fan Shu's son. He made his move, placing his left hand on the ground, lifting his entire body, and kicking towards Ling Yunfeng. But Yunfeng's reaction speed was too fast. He immediately jumped high in an attempt to dodge his attack.
Ling Yunfeng was unharmed, still able to land safely.
However, he didn't land on the ground, but instead stepped on a sword that had just been summoned with both feet.
Now the situation was reversed. One person looking up, the other floating above, looking down with disdain.
Ling Yunfeng said, "Even if you're still persevering, how long can you keep it up?" Fan Shu's son immediately jumped up, angrily shouting, "I'll persevere to the end. This is my last shred of dignity." Ling Yunfeng remained in the same posture and smiled. He seemed eager to fight Fan Shu's son one-on-one. He also rushed down, yelling, "Then come at me."
The two of them charged at each other, their clashes taking place in the air, making the moonlit sky even brighter. But neither of them knew that below, a woman was peeking from behind a tree,
none other than immortal Fan Shu. She anxiously watched the battle, afraid that one of them would strike too hard and injure the other.
They fought for quite a while, until the moon was obscured by clouds. Later, the figures of the two suddenly appeared beside a high cliff, with a bottomless abyss below. In this situation, Ling Yunfeng had the upper hand. He stood there, using one hand to grab Fan Shu's son by the neck and lift him up high.
Yunfeng smiled slyly, squeezing Fan Shu's son's neck hard, causing him to struggle and tremble. Immortal Fan Shu fearfully transmitted her voice to Ling Yunfeng. "Hey, what do you want to do?"
Yunfeng transmitted back to her. "Facing death to cultivate, heading towards death to find life. We can comprehend the Tao. Aren't all peaks like this? Now is a time of peace. Only this way can help him find hope. Believe in him. He is our son." Hearing this, immortal Fan Shu couldn't bring herself to stop him from acting recklessly.
Ling Yunfeng said to Fan Shu's son, "Not bad, you gave this young master a bit of fun. I'll give you a chance. Call me young master, and I'll spare your little life." But he didn't know that Fan Shu's son had an extremely unyielding will. He said, "I'd rather die standing than live kneeling."
Ling Yunfeng didn't make things difficult for Fan Shu's son any further,
and he unexpectedly let go of his neck.
Fan Shu's son was no longer in pain,
but at the same time he lost the foothold that had kept him suspended on the cliff all this time.
Then, what had to come, came.
Fan Shu's son widened his eyes, waiting to fall into the abyss without being able to do anything to save himself. Ling Yunfeng just stood there, impassive, coldly watching his son fall into the abyss, showing no intention of saving him. Fan Shu's son closed his eyes tightly, his last thought still only about his mother, muttering to himself, "Sorry, Mom, I still couldn't become your pride."
Tian Fan Shu suddenly rushed forward, ignoring Ling Yunfeng's gaze. She screamed.
Feng'er, Tian Fan Shu panicked, desperately trying to save her son. At this moment, Ling Yunfeng suddenly shouted, "Qian Kun Ding, universe freeze." Immediately,
space and time were completely frozen. Everything was motionless except for him.
Tian Fan Shu was frozen in place, still in the posture of rushing towards the cliff, calling out to her son. Fan Shu's son was the same, motionless and suspended in mid-air above the abyss.
Ling Yunfeng's entire body was enveloped in golden light.
He touched Tian Fan Shu's motionless hand and shouted, "Release!" Tian Fan Shu was unfrozen and followed her initial momentum, lunging forward, which startled her. But luckily, Ling Yunfeng quickly pulled her back and scooped her up into his arms.
Tian Fan Shu angrily pinched Ling Yunfeng's cheeks, shouting, "Ling Yunfeng, you bastard, what did you do to my son? Let me go, let me go."
Ling Yunfeng desperately tried to explain, calm down, look." Tian Fan Shu tilted her head, still anxious. How can I calm down? Now she could see clearly. Her son was temporarily safe. He was still floating in the same spot, motionless. Only the two of them could move. Everything else was still, a grayish-white like ash.
Tian Fan Shu breathed a sigh of relief.
"Almost forgot you had this trick. You're getting better and better at it."
Ling Yunfeng's face was pinched out of shape. He helplessly asked, "Tian Fan Shu, can you let go of my face?" Tian Shu blushed with embarrassment, and slowly loosened her slightly excessive grip.
Now her face was completely red, like a ripe tomato about to explode with steam.
Tian Fan Shu quickly jumped out of the arms that were holding her. Ling Yunfeng was also a little embarrassed, his face visibly reddening. They both turned their backs to each other,
unsure of what to say to each other. The atmosphere was a bit awkward, ambiguous. But this situation only lasted for a moment.
The two of them, one the father, one the mother, were looking down at Fan Shu's son in the air. Tian Fan Shu spoke first, breaking the awkward silence. "You went too hard on our son. I haven't hit him that hard since he grew up." Ling Yunfeng felt a little awkward being told that, and rubbed the back of his head, explaining, Don't be angry. My dad, my master, used to hit me even harder. I always controlled the force well so that our son only felt pain, not injury, so that he can experience despair." Fan Shu's left hand gripped her right wrist, shaking it to help it move.
But both of her hands were trembling. In despair,
Fan Shui said sadly.
"Toward death to live. Toward death to live. It's easy to say, I can be ruthless towards myself, but towards my son." Ling Yunfeng was also a little sad, feeling sorry for the hearts of parents. Thinking back to when I was little, every time I was forced to kneel before the ancestral tablet as punishment, my mom would secretly bring me food. Too bad I can't eat it in this life. He turned to look at Tianfang Su and continued. "But now I think I can understand the deep love of a father and a master. They clearly love their child, but can still steel themselves to place expectations on them to help them grow.
That's what a strict father is like."
Yunfeng's words moved Fan Shu even more, and she asked him again, "What do we do next?" Ling Yunfeng calmly replied, "Seek life from death. Then of course I'll slowly descend to the bottom of the abyss, where Fan Shu's son is still at, and shout, 'Destroy to build anew.'" Ling Yunfeng brushed past Fan Shu's son, but it seemed like Yunfeng hadn't released his seal yet, right? Reaching a certain height, Yunfeng turned around and stopped moving. Tianfang Shu then immediately came to his side. Ling Yunfeng, using his magic, touched the cliff face and shouted, "Jade purity, supreme art, purple mansion nourishes heaven opens." Yunfeng's hand glowed, and after that command, a magic formation resembling a yin-yang compass immediately appeared before their eyes. At the spot where Ling Yunfeng touched, a cave appeared, seemingly leading to another dimension. "Quick, let's go inside." They flew to a place with beautiful scenery, rolling hills, lush green fields, simple houses, all sparkling under the sunlight. Xian Fangsu exclaimed. "The Jade Purity realm is truly magical. This purple mansion grotto heaven, any major sect would consider it a treasure. You just casually grabbed one, why not grab a few more?" Ling Yunfeng turned his head back, teasing with a smile. Fangsu is in the mood to joke around. Now, Xian Fangsu didn't answer him, she asked something else. "What are we planning to do next?" Yunfeng answered her with a legendary tale. A chance encounter beneath a cliff. An extraordinary master takes in a disciple and imparts their skills, Fangsu asked in surprise. "Impart skills. You have a way," Ling Yunfeng replied. "I've fought countless battles in my life, with countless opponents, looking throughout the world for miraculous techniques. I've used all my wisdom to pursue the supreme way, regardless of righteous or demonic arts. Before, there was no cure, hopefully there will be in the future." Then he thought of something, and added, "Among the demonic Tao great sovereigns who fought me to a standstill, the thousand hands created Maha Yoga Dharma might hold hope." Ling Yunfeng and Tianfang Shu stood side by side on a small rock outcrop. Tianfang Shu wore a pensive expression and worriedly said, "This thousand hands cultivated demonic Buddhism. His magical power is profound and mysterious. If not for you, wouldn't he be the strongest in the world?" Ling Yunfeng didn't deny it, and even agreed with her opinion. Suddenly, Tianfang Su covered her mouth and giggled. She glanced at Ling Yunfeng next to her and asked, "After falling off the cliff and encountering an extraordinary master, how did you come up with something like this?" Ling Yunfeng scratched his head and replied, "A friend who's both a father and a mother used this method on her son, and it worked pretty well." He frowned slightly, cleared his throat, and reminded her, "Hey, don't cause any more trouble later," Xian Fangshu helplessly said. "I know, I'll restrain myself, but I want to watch." Ling Yunfeng didn't refuse, and just indifferently said 2 words. "Suit yourself." Back at the cliff face, as Fangshu's son was falling from above, in the silent space, he was suspended in midair. Suddenly someone, it's unclear who, said, "Release." At this moment, Fangshu's son was falling at a considerable speed, feeling death approaching. He thought to himself, "Am I about to die? No matter how hard I try, I can't even touch the title of genius, huh?" His body seemed to give up, resigned to fate. He closed his eyes and said 3 words. "Sorry, Mom." A moment later, Fangshu's son nearly fell into a small cave, and the next second, he was sucked inside. Sensing this, Fangshu's son widened his eyes in surprise. And soon after, he was completely sucked inside, then warped to a place with a clear blue sky and cliffs standing close together. Fangshu's son fell down, sliding along the ground. He slowly sat up, his face wrinkled, probably feeling the pain of the sudden fall. Then, he propped his hands on the ground, gradually standing up. After the fall, he could finally see the beautiful scenery and majestic mountains before his eyes, which made the boy extremely confused. Where is this? Just now, While still in confusion, a voice suddenly rang out behind him. Only a few hundred years, and the Tao sect has become this useless. Being beaten to the point of no resistance by an outsider, the Tao sect is about to collapse. The person who spoke was Ling Yunfeng, pretending to be a well-off old man, his hair and beard completely white. The invisible Tian Fan Shu behind him, upon hearing these words, became enraged and slapped him hard on the head. She transmitted her voice, scolding, "If you're acting, just act. Why say the Tao sect is collapsing?" He could only smile wryly, scratching his head and transmitting back, Lost in character, my bad. Just then, Fan Shu's son annoyedly turned around to ask, "Who's there?" He saw a slightly ragged old man, sitting cross-legged on a small rock, unable to sense his mother's presence, and unaware that the person in front of him was his father, Ling Yunfeng. At this moment, Ling Yunfeng silently stared at him with sharp eyes, without saying a word. Fan Shu's son, seeing an old man, immediately respectfully asked, "Who are you, senior?" The Tao sect's guiding principles are safeguarding the nation, and the core disciples are the pride of divine continent. He continued, "I'm just an insignificant outer sect disciple, unknown and with average talent." His expression became more indignant than ever. "Even so, if anyone dares to insult our Tao sect, we should give it our all." Tian Fan Shu, hearing the boy's resolute words, seemed to feel a part of his maturity, and looked at him with loving eyes. But the old man was not the same, and shouted with a fierce expression, "Presumptuous!" Fan Shu's son widened his eyes, looking bewildered. Then, a great wind blew from somewhere, knocking him backwards, accompanied by small stones. Fan Shu's son simply fell backward, without any defense. The silver-haired old man sternly said, "This old man sees that you have a naturally born primordial chaos physique. With outstanding talent like mine, you should have dominated the world, unrivaled and unparalleled." He stopped abruptly before finishing, his eyes wide open. It turned out that Tian Fan Shu was pinching his back. I'm just trying to play the part. Why are you still scolding me?" The old man's face turned pale, and he could only remind, Let go. I'm getting too into character again. Fan Shu's son had also stood up after the fall, and he firmly asked again, "Who are you, senior? Stop with the wild words." The current sect leader, and my father, risked their lives alongside the holy sect to achieve the peace we have today. His face became extremely angry, saying that she and my father are great heroes who stand tall and touch the sky. My father even sacrificed his life for this new era. You are not allowed to insult the sect leader. Tian Fan Shu, hearing her son's words, became even happier. So my son doesn't hate me after all. Even so, the silver-haired old man continued to mock relentlessly. "What's a sect leader? Even the sect leader of sect leaders would have to kneel and call me granduncle. As for you juniors, I can scold you as I please, criticize you as I like." Bin Tian Fan Shu angrily pressed his head and said, "Are you helping our son, or cursing me, granduncle? Your acting is really something." The silver-haired old man hurriedly dissuaded. Don't be hasty. This is a setup. First, we need to make him believe me. Quickly give me some tokens of the Tao sect's senior." Fan Shu's face was all scrunched up, looking super annoyed. She sighed, then held out her hand, and there was this sparkly stuff. She produced this cube-shaped thing surrounded by light, looked like some kind of magic artifact. It appeared in front of Tianfeng, and he was so shocked he just stuttered. The heavenly script Dapo inheritance seal. Tianfeng immediately dropped to his knees and kowtowed like crazy. Disciple Tianfeng greets ancestor Chicken Yunfeng. Yunfeng, still pretending to be the old guy, smiled, totally pleased. Good. He jumped right to the point. "This old geezer has been here a while, doesn't know what's been going on outside. Tell me the heroic saga of your father." Tianfeng looked a bit surprised. "My father, Yunfeng, faked a cough." "Ugh, Fan Shu," he blurted out, startled. Seeing that, Yunfeng quickly asked, "There's only this old man here. Where would your mother be?" Tianfeng looked around but didn't see anyone. He quickly said, I misspoke." Yunfeng turned to Fan Shu and muttered, "What's the deal with this?" she asked back, confused. "What does this have to do with him believing you?" he said calmly. "I already said I died. This sacrificing father needs to know how to play it right." With that, he used the 5-dust severing boundary on Fan Shu. A golden light surrounded her, forming a circle that trapped Fan Shu inside. She shouted like crazy inside,
but nothing could be heard outside. Yunfeng pretended not to notice. Fan Shui angrily punched the barrier.
Yunfeng calmly told her, "This is the 5 dust-severing boundary. If you force it open, it'll make a huge commotion, and the whole plan will be ruined." Hearing that, Fan Shu gradually calmed down and didn't do anything, turning her face away in anger.
Seeing that, Yunfeng also sighed helplessly.
He turned to Tianfeng. "Speak." He hesitated and answered, "My father is a great hero, the man my mother deeply loves." Hearing that, Fan Shu inside was so embarrassed her face was burning, and Yunfeng was so shocked he kept coughing. Seeing this, Tianfeng worriedly asked, "Ancestor, what's wrong?" He awkwardly waved his hand and said, it's nothing, continue." He seriously continued his story.
15 years ago, my father was ambushed, poisoned by a strange poison, and lost his way to my mother's place. Cultivation. Flashback.
Tianfeng's father, clutching a wound, came running,
charging straight towards Fan Shu's location,
and then crashing right into her.
Seeing this, Fan Shu was furious. "You scoundrel, who are you? Barging into my secluded cultivation spot." The assassins drew their swords and said, "Shanghai Yuan, who knew your cultivation was so deep? To be able to run here seeking reinforcements after being hit by the Chidu Xianrenzui." They charged forward at once.
"You all die."
Fan Shu effortlessly used Lingkong Jianqi on them, and then all of them were dealt with by the sharp sword energies. She carried Tianfeng's father ashore. "Turns out my father wandered into my mother's forbidden cultivation ground, and was very weak. But my mother, with a heart to save the Jianghu comrades, detoxified my father."
My father's cultivation talent was extraordinary, and my mother, valuing talent, also passed on to him many orthodox profound Taoist techniques. The two of them thus became Tao companions, and then there was me.
Hearing this, the two on the side were silent, the atmosphere becoming unusually gloomy. Ling Yunfeng turned to look at Tianfan Shui, a bit helpless. "I really underestimated you." Ling Yunfeng, treating Tian Haiyuan with Yang Zhang, turning him into Xianren Zui, and she can twist our story so much, with so many ups and downs. What kind of sect leader are you? Not gonna tell stories is such a waste.
Hearing this, Fan Shu turned her face away awkwardly. She became erratic and retorted, "Or else what? In order for the child to grow up positively, I have to fabricate a good father figure for him, right?" Tianfeng said sadly. "Later, my parents, for the sake of unifying the divine continent and restoring peace to the world, followed the Holy Venerable to fight in the 4 directions," Mother said. "During the war, not long after I was born, Father sacrificed himself to protect her." Mother said, "Father's only hope for me was that I could become a man who stands tall between heaven and earth."
Saying this, he clenched his fist, his voice trembling slightly.
It's just that my physique is weak. No matter how hard I try, I have no hope of foundation establishment in my whole life. No matter how hard I try, I can't break through, making my mother lose face."
Tianfeng was silent, and turned to the senior, saying, "The so-called Hunyuan Bati or something, I've never heard of it in this world."
Don't give me more hope, only to end up disappointed again." Hearing this, Fan Shu's face became very bitter, and she blamed herself inwardly. "Am I putting too much pressure on him?"
Yunfeng, in the guise of an old man, suddenly laughed loudly, his laughter creating a whirlwind.
Tianfeng quickly steadied himself.
The pressure of the wind cut his hand, causing blood to seep out.
After a while, the whirlwind gradually faded away. Yunfeng frowned and asked, "Ridiculous. Are you blind now? Your danshin, the tendons and bones around your body, most likely far surpass ordinary people, rare in the world. Ordinary cultivation methods are for mortals. How can they be worthy of this peerless talent?"
He said seriously. "Superb talent must be matched with superb methods to achieve the great Dabo."
Tianfeng was surprised to hear this. Yunfeng continued, "This old man made a big mistake when I was young, and swore an oath to seclude myself here for life and never come out. It would be a pity if my world-shaking cultivation and superb magic were lost. This old man sees you as straightforward and upright, and is willing to accept you as a disciple, and pass on to you my world-class unique skills. Are you willing?" Tianfeng, as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing, asked incomprehensibly, "Really?" Yunfeng stroked his beard and nodded. He turned to Fan Shu and said, "What's up? The kid just fell into the trap like that."
She smiled and asked, "I only knew you were good at fighting before. I didn't expect you to have this kind of acting skill."
Hearing that, Ling Yunfeng turned his head and replied, "The enemies this old man faces not only possess outstanding martial strength, but also have top-notch strategies. If I didn't have brains, how could I break through the encirclement?" Then, out of the blue, Tianfeng refused, saying, "No, I can't." Hearing that, both of them were very surprised. He immediately asked, "Why not?" The kid scratched his head and replied, "If I acknowledge you as my master, Wouldn't my position in the Tao sect become a mess? Wouldn't the elders in the sect with the highest status have to call me grand ancestral uncle? Hearing that, Ling Yunfeng facepalmed so hard he almost fell backwards. Fan Shu, hearing this, smiled gently and exclaimed, "What an honest child." Ling Yunfeng clapped his hands and laughed loudly, saying, "Ha ha! Imparting skills doesn't require adhering to the formalities of master and disciple. What matters is that I find you interesting, kid. This old man's profound skill is being passed down. What does the title matter?" Tianfeng quickly bowed his head. Disciple of the Tao sect, Tianfeng respectfully asks for the senior's guidance. Ling Yunfeng called him back immediately. A light enveloped him, moving him closer, and calmly said, "Let's begin." Hearing this, Tianfeng immediately asked, "Senior, what should I do?" Ling Yunfeng smiled and asked, "The method can be very easy if you want it to be. But it can also be harder than climbing to the heavens, and it might even take your life. Do you dare?" Hearing this, Fan Shu was very surprised, and she worriedly asked, "Hey, you didn't tell me it would be life-threatening?" Ling Yunfeng seriously replied, "I understand. You mean the master hopes to receive a worthy disciple, while the parents worry about their child's safety? But since we've grown up, which one of us hasn't gone through life or death trials?" Fan Shu immediately retorted. "Didn't we fight for this peaceful world so that future generations wouldn't have to face these things?" Hearing her say that, Ling Yunfeng calmly replied, "The peaceful world was created by us, but the future needs the youth to protect it." Fan Shu was a little worried because of Ling Yunfeng's words. Seeing how worried she was, he told her to rest assured he would always be close to Tianfeng. If there was any danger, he would intervene. Ling Yunfeng continued, "But from childhood to adulthood, have we ever listened to our parents' advice? This time, I want to give the decision back to the child." Ling Yunfeng felt that this was Tianfeng's life, so he had to let him be the master of it. After a while, Tianfeng clearly said, "This junior earnestly requests the senior to impart your teachings." Then he clasped his hands and bowed to Ling Yunfeng. Seeing his son so determined, Ling Yunfeng was very happy in his heart. Fan Shu also felt more proud of her son. Ling Yunfeng placed his hand on Tianfeng's forehead. "All right, let's begin." Suddenly, a source of light emitted from Tianfeng's forehead. Ling Yunfeng said to him, "This technique only has 2 steps." Tianfeng was quite surprised to hear that there were only 2 steps. Ling Yunfeng explained that, because our dantian is complete and our tendons and bones are stronger than others, it leads to the dispersion of primordial energy, preventing it from condensing. If you want to enter foundation establishment and core formation, you just need to spare no effort to block all the air vents. He said that it was similar to blowing up a balloon, trying to open up the tendons and bones so that the primordial energy would gather inside. After hearing the explanation, Tianfeng found it quite simple. Suddenly, Tianfeng felt something. A powerful source of energy erupted, causing him to vomit blood, and his body was covered in veins. Seeing this, Fan Shu tried to rush to her son's side, but Ling Yunfeng hurriedly stopped her. "Looks like the parent's responsibility is the most crucial part of a child's growth. You have to stay strong. If you show up now, it'll just shake his resolve, and all this effort will be for nothing." Hearing that, Fan Shu froze. By now, Tianfeng's body had swollen to a huge size. Seeing him endure so well, Ling Yunfeng was filled with pride and said, "This is the ultimate test of your will. When your dantian and meridians are forcibly opened, the pain is like being sliced by countless blades. If you can't handle it, you can back out any time." Tianfeng, still gritting his teeth, said shakily, For all these years, even when I knew it was hopeless, I still pushed through. How could I possibly give up now?" With that, he went back to enduring the pain. Seeing her son in such agony, Fan Shu's heart ached, but for his sake she decided to leave. Ling Yunfeng was surprised to see Fan Shu turn away and asked, "What are you doing?" Fan Shui replied, "If my son is being this brave, then as his mother I have to trust him. The sect has a lot of business to take care of, so I'm leaving it all in your hands. Take good care of our son." Ling Yunfeng immediately agreed. Before she left, Fan Shu turned back for one last look at Tianfeng. Seeing his determination, her faith in him grew even stronger. Ling Yunfeng gave her a supportive smile. Fan Shu turned to leave. She looked a little troubled, but then a faint smile touched her lips as she told Ling Yunfeng, "If anything happens to my son, I'll never forgive you." And with that, she vanished. The moment Fan Shu was gone, Tianfeng's body couldn't hold on any longer. Blood burst from multiple spots as his primordial ki started leaking out. Ling Yunfeng instantly cast a spell to seal the leaking ki. Then, a small flame appeared on Tianfeng's forehead. Fiery specks also appeared all over his body, sealing the leaking Q and gushing blood. Ling Yunfeng immediately chanted an incantation. By the famed sword of Pine Peak, the demonic rite emerges, proudly enduring ancient suffering. Let the cold come, let you be the wind from east, south, west, and north. 1,000 breaths, 10,000 strikes upon the body.
Heed my command. After finishing the incantation, Ling Yunfeng silently encouraged Tianfeng. Hang in there, son. This might be a crazy way for us to meet, but I see my own youthful stubbornness in you. I, your father, will see you through this.
2 days later, Tianfeng was completely dazed. His body was now oozing black impurities.
Ling Yunfeng smiled and said, 2 days have passed, and your body has been purified and is full of vitality. Young man, you have persevered through the first hurdle, and the second hurdle is coming soon.
Suddenly, Tianfeng's eyes widened, and his body began to react. Then he screamed in pain.
Tianfeng's eyes were bloodshot. Yunfeng realized that this was the second trial,
the inner demon tribulation. Because his dantian and tendons were thicker and stronger than others, the pressure was extremely high. After the qi flows into the bones, there will be a moment from qi refining to foundation establishment, and finally forming the golden core.
During this period, the inner demons rampaging within Tianfeng's body will be much more numerous than in ordinary cultivators. If his will is not strong enough, his mind will collapse.
Yunfeng said to himself, "Hang in there, son." Tianfeng's eyes were now completely white. In a flash, he remembered the things that had happened before. It was during a talent assessment session. The elder was assessing Tianfeng's aptitude, and suddenly, he sighed.
He said that Tianfeng's aptitude was utterly hopeless, buried, and that he could never enter foundation establishment. Tianfeng was stunned to hear this.
His classmates behind him gossiped. "He's our sect leader's son, but he's so useless? What a disgrace. Who knows if his mom actually birthed him? Maybe the sect leader just picked him up." "Keep it down. Even if he's useless, he's still stronger than you and has a good mom. Even if he can't reach foundation establishment, he can still swagger around." That night in the library, Tianfeng was sitting and reading with an elder. He attentively read every word in the book. The elder sighed when he saw him like that. He said, "Son, I've already read this scripture all the way through. There's no hope for you." At midnight, Tianfeng went into the forest. Standing in front of a large tree, he took a deep breath, then circulated his entire body's spiritual power. He slowly gathered all his qi into his fist, then raised his fist and punched hard into the tree trunk. Tianfeng was already exhausted after using just one move. He collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, then looked up at the tree trunk. Seeing that the tree trunk had been punched through such a big hole, the hole pierced through the tree trunk in a perfect circle, making Tianfeng couldn't help but feel happy.
Tianfeng immediately ran back to the sect to share this good news with Fan Shui.
He excitedly called out to his mother and told her that he had found a way.
Fan Shui saw him wearing training clothes. Not only that, but his body was also covered in sweat, so she wondered what he had been doing recently.
Tianfeng immediately said, "Mom, didn't they say my dantian and tendons can't hold much spiritual energy? But if I gather that single bit of spiritual energy, its power will be extremely strong." Fan Shu looked at her son with some sadness, and then she said,
"Feng'er, don't rush. This method can only be used in a fight, and can't be sustained for long. If you miss a hit in front of an enemy, you'll fall into a desperate situation."
Fan Shu's words made Tianfeng freeze. Fan Zhu then said, "Don't worry, I'm also thinking of a way to help you." But suddenly, Tianfeng turned away, gritting his teeth, angry, and then furiously said, "How would I know what's ahead if I don't keep pushing forward, right?" In a match, Tianfeng channeled all his qi into his arm, and then with one punch, he sent his opponent flying off the stage. His classmates were totally surprised. Whoa, did he get stronger or what? Tianfeng was super happy to see that. He felt like this was the only path he could take. In the next match, Tianfeng got his butt kicked like crazy by his opponent. His opponent looked down on him with a sneer, arrogantly saying, "Such mediocre skills. As long as I dodge your first strike, you're going to be fish on a chopping board." After that defeat, Tianfeng went back to the forest to train alone, training day in and day out, persistent and never stopping. He told himself, "This is the only way for me. There's no other hope, so I'll keep cultivating, absorbing as much qi as I can." In the next match again, Tianfeng got pummeled so hard he was covered in sweat and blood. He kept getting thrown around, but every time, Tianfeng tried his best to stand up, his eyes full of determination, refusing to give up. His friends were all gossiping. "Why is he so stubborn? Wouldn't it be nice to be a useless dude? Just give up and be a rich young master. Wouldn't that be better? Let's give him a nickname. Call him One Punch Wonder. 2-punch useless, how's that?" That night, he continued to train, but this time it wasn't like before. He was totally lost and confused. Tianfeng cried until his eyes were red, constantly asking himself, "What should I do? Is it really okay to keep going like this? If I give up, Is there any other path for me? What should I do? What should I do? Is there really no way out? After recalling those unhappy memories, Tianfeng screamed. That surge of emotion caused blood to flow from his eyes and mouth. Tianfeng kept yelling, I can't, I'm useless. Ling Yunfeng immediately cast the Ta Xin Sui Dang Xin Mo spell. Then he used telepathy to tell Tianfeng, don't let your thoughts control you. Remember your determination to become strong. That is the root of your Dao heart, Yunfeng said. Then Tianfeng remembered the beautiful moment he spent with his mother. They were sitting and looking at the starry sky. Fan Shu gently listened to every word he said. Tianfeng naively asked Fan Shu, Mom, which star did Dad become? She pointed to the sky, then gently said, that's the star that will always stand in the north no matter how the other stars move. That's your dad. He's always protecting us. Tianfeng smiled brightly when he heard that. He pointed to the star and said, I want to protect Mom like Dad does in the future. Then he asked, can I become a star above Dad? Fan Shu smiled and said, you have to work hard to be as awesome as your father. Not only protect your mother, but also protect the common people. Suddenly, Tianfeng jumped out of Fan Shu's arms and said innocently, I don't want to. If Dad's not here to protect Mom, then I will. I just want to protect Mom. She's already had it so hard Dad can watch from heaven. Then, he turned to Fan Shui and showed off the move he came up with. Behold, Fenger's myriad swords returned to origin. Pew pew pew. Seeing her son like that, Fan Shu was very happy. After recalling that memory, Tianfeng remembered the reason he always wanted to be strong. It wasn't because he wanted people around him to think highly of him, nor was it to compete for victory or defeat. He just wanted to be like his father, so he could protect his mother and protect the people he cared about most. So what if other people laughed at him? Tianfeng finally calmed down, and his body returned to normal. Yunfeng was happy to see that he had overcome his inner demon tribulation. Suddenly, everything in front of Tianfeng became blurred, and his eyes lit up. Spiritual energy gathered around his body, condensing Qian into liquid. Foundation establishment condensing essence, transforming the ancient. Then the spiritual energy gathered in one place and condensed again, finally forming a golden core. Tianfeng emitted a dazzling golden light from his eyes, ears, and even the tendons on his body glowed. He was floating in mid-air. Then, a few seconds later, the emitted light gradually weakened. Tianfeng landed on the ground. He looked at his hands in astonishment. Seeing his disciple like this, Ling Yunfeng next to him seemed quite happy. Congratulations, my son. Woo woo woo, he said awkwardly. My old man's successor must shock the world because of you. Hearing this, Tianfeng clasped his hands. Senior, Tianfeng cultivates not for fame or fortune, nor to seek fame in the world, but only to not be ashamed of being a good son. Then walk your own path, Ling Yunfeng said with a laugh. Suddenly he started coughing violently. Cough, 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 cough. His body trembled. Seeing this, Tianfeng anxiously rushed over and asked, Senior, what's wrong with you? It's okay, it's okay. This old man's lifespan is coming to an end. Having a successor like you is considered a comfort. Ling Yunfeng raised his hand to show that he was fine. He reassured his disciple. It's just that this old man has fought his whole life, and has been lonely his whole life. Before I die, I can still have you by my side, and heaven is considered not to have treated me badly, even though you are unwilling to. It's a bit of a pity to acknowledge me as your master. Hearing this, Tianfeng knelt down. His head bowed to the ground in front of Yunfeng. He hesitated and said, Tianfeng is ashamed of his identity as a Dao sect disciple, and cannot acknowledge Senior as his master. Tianfeng lost his father since he was a child, and now has been given a new life by Senior. How about, I don't know if Tianfeng can call Senior a godfather, he said, summoning all his courage. Seeing this, Ling Yunfeng replied, It's very fortunate that this old man has a son like you before he dies. Godfather, please accept a bow from your son. With that, Tianfeng bowed again. Seeing Tianfeng's affection for him, Ling Yunfeng opened his arms wide. Good boy, let Dad give you a hug. Tianfeng hesitated for a moment, then stood up. He walked over and embraced Senior Yunfeng, his teacher and father figure. The corners of Tianfeng's lips curved up in contentment. Yunfeng closed his eyes, savoring the embrace to the fullest. I didn't expect to continue with you in this way, but this feeling is pretty damn good. Suddenly he grinned, as if struck by a brilliant idea. Gotta add some special effects to this farewell. With that thought, Ling Yunfeng made the beard on his face start smoking, and the shoulder area of his robe gradually disappeared. Seeing this, Tianfeng was startled, horrified, as his father's body was slowly being corroded and vanishing. Father, he cried. Ling Yunfeng said kindly, Goodbye, my son. I'll look at this world in your father's place. After saying that, he vanished with a streak of light, leaving Tianfeng in stunned disbelief. He stared at the streak of light, unable to believe his eyes, and cried out in shock, Father, Ling Yunfeng floated in the sky, looking at his son, and only sighing. Damn my acting skills. Yunfeng wiped away tears, feeling extremely guilty towards this son of his.
Gotta give him a perfect ending next. Tianfeng's tears streamed down his face as he looked up at the sky, searching for his father's figure. Suddenly, Tianfeng felt something strange happening around his body.
The trees, the space, everything around him gradually became distorted. Abruptly, Tianfeng's body emitted a burst of light, then a gentle breeze swept him away in a shocking, dazed realization.
Tianfeng flew away with the wind, switching scenes to a cliff, enveloped in the beautiful starry sky. The cliff appeared to have a circular hole in it.
Suddenly, a small whirlwind appeared, and Tianfeng flew out.
He hovered in midair, completely bewildered.
Tianfeng looked around at this strange place in surprise. Then he looked at a black hole next to him. Unexpectedly, a blue light appeared. As if realizing something, Tianfeng's eyes involuntarily welled up. "Father, your great kindness, I will never forget." Wu Tianfeng's body emitted a golden light as he stood silently for a moment, before yelling, holding his body still.
Tianfeng hovered in the air, and those rays of light continued to spread more and more, wrapping around his body. Right in the middle of his abdomen, a golden vortex appeared.
Tianfeng closed his eyes, focusing his overflowing divine power. All meridians opened. Connection between heaven and man, cleansing marrow and tendons. The golden core is formed. Is this the golden core realm? Directly surpassing 2 realms. And suddenly he opened his eyes, his face serious, his brows furrowed. Before Yuanfeng was an extremely tall mountain. Moving his gaze to look up at it, he spoke. Immediately, power transmitted from his feet, lifting him up towards Tianfeng, his whole body soaring forward. He successfully landed safely on the mountaintop. Only 2 days out already so fast, Tianfeng startled, hearing the unfamiliar voice. He turned to see the figure of Ling Yunfeng, leisurely lying back with his hands behind his head on a treetop, smiling as he looked down at where Tianfeng was standing.
Tianfeng said in a deep voice to Yunfeng, "Thank you, brother. Tianfeng has obtained something most precious."
At the same time, Yunfeng leaped down from the treetop, standing level with him,
tilting his head to look at Tianfeng with a hint of disdain in his smile.
Abruptly, Yunfeng's expression changed. Realizing something, he looked at Tianfeng and asked, "Golden core? You formed a golden core?" Yunfeng's eyes widened. Raising his hand to his face, he laughed. His gaze sharpened, his voice somewhat sinister. "No wonder you said most precious. Truly you've picked up a massive bargain. What stroke of good fortune did you get? This young master didn't waste my time waiting." Tianfeng wasn't afraid at all, pointing directly at his face. "Someone like you, who only sees cultivation levels and strength, wouldn't understand what I consider my most precious treasure."
Without another word, Yunfeng rushed straight towards him. "The strong rule, isn't that the truth of this world? Only now are you worthy of fighting me."
Yunfeng stepped forward and punched Tianfeng straight in the eye, then punched him right in the face and laughed. But surprisingly, the direct punch was blocked by Tianfeng. A small black sphere appeared in his palm, gently saying, "Be careful. I'm not yet familiar with this newly acquired power." Hearing that, Yunfeng could only laugh loudly, his face darkening, his voice smug.
"Don't think that just because your trash body has entered the golden core stage, you can defeat this young master. Overcoming levels to fight monsters is a basic skill for Chosen One, right? This young master is the truly heaven chosen one."
Suddenly, Tianfeng's eyes lit up, and he shouted, "Primal Chaos Body, freshly entered the Transformation God Realm."
The two of them began to fight, and a golden body appeared. Both looked at each other with hatred, and then both of them shot out in opposite directions at the same time,
before flying back and clashing into each other, their fists colliding, creating a black and purple orb with lightning. A blinding light appeared. Yunfeng looked and laughed. On this side, so did Tianfeng.
Yunfeng felt excited to be fighting with him, so he shouted, "Haha, awesome! Come on, Tianfeng!"
Tianfeng also beamed. "Let's go." After speaking, the two continued to rush at each other. Yunfeng's expression was ecstatic, he thought to himself. Through the experience of fighting to break his limits, he will be able to control his power better, to prevent it from going out of control later and causing irreparable damage. Savor the enlightenment, son. The scene of the battle unfolded intensely between the two. They fought each other hidden behind the dim moonlight, with relentless attacks unleashed towards their opponent. "Man, the night sky is gorgeous tonight." Ling Yunfeng, riding on his sword, turned his head and said, "All right, kid. We'll call it even this time. Dare to tell me your name. This young master will come find you." Hearing that, the person below replied, "Dao's sect disciple, Tianfeng, respectfully awaits." With that, Ling Yunfeng flew far away, disappearing behind the hazy shadows of the moon. Tian Feng stood below, his eyes fixed on Ling Yunfeng's departing figure, a smug smile spreading across his face. Then, he turned around, raising his arm, clenching his fist tightly, his gaze becoming even more determined. At a mountain peak, lanterns fluttered everywhere, enhancing the captivating scenery. Inside a courtyard, a figure sat alone, as if waiting for someone. It was Fan Shu. Her eyes were tightly closed. Just then, something rushed over like a gust of wind, a whooshing sound echoing. Ling Yunfeng landed gracefully, approaching Fan Shu and clearing his throat. Ahem, ahem. He held up 2 fingers in front of her. Fan Shu, he said, a little surprised, his gaze softening as he looked at her. Hearing his voice, a hint of joy touched Fan Shu's face, and she gave a gentle smile, looking at Ling Yunfeng with affection, her hands lightly touching the teapot in front of her. Fan Shu lifted the teapot, pouring tea into a cup, white steam swirling upwards. She raised the teacup, facing Ling Yunfeng, and said softly, "Thank you." A faint blush appeared on her cheeks. Seeing this, Ling Yunfeng immediately jumped up, flustered, taking the teacup and bringing it closer to himself. He lifted the teacup towards his mouth, as if wanting to say something, then suddenly scratched his head with one hand, turning his face away shyly and muttering, "Hey, you suddenly acting all gentle like this? I'm not used to it." Hearing him, Fan Shu was taken aback, her whole body trembling slightly, as if extremely angry. Fan Shu slammed her hand on the table, shouting with fiery anger, "Hey, I lowered my voice and thanked you, humiliating myself all to thank you, and you dare to mock me. Want to get beaten?" Hearing her, Ling Yunfeng grinned and replied, "Haha, that's more like it. The true style of Tian Fan Shui, the #1 manly woman under the heavens." Those words only fueled Fan Shu's anger, her teeth grinding together, her body shaking. But then her fiery temper seemed to cool down. Fan Shu looked at him with deep, melancholic eyes, and said with a slightly embarrassed tone, Am I really that much of a manly woman?" Hearing that, Ling Yunfeng raised a finger and said, "It's not that much, it is. Totally deserving of the title." Tian Fan Shu, at the peak of her fury, roared. Dude, I remember back in the day, Fan Shu from Dao sect roamed the lands, eliminating evil, fighting against the demonic sect, battling powerful enemies. You could see her everywhere. She had the guts of a man, wasn't afraid to die with a sword in her hand, and always spoke her mind. Straight as an arrow, you know. One shout on the border wall, and she could hold back 100,000 tiger wolf troops. She deserved the title of a true hero, Ling Yunfeng said, raising his teacup, eyes looking up at the person standing in front of him. Hearing that, Fan Shu's face turned a little red, kinda embarrassed. And he just keeps going. "What's with you being all shy and roundabout now? You're talking like an old lady. I'm not used to this." Swish. A sharp sword suddenly came flying, aimed straight for the target. Ling Yunfeng blocked the sword with both hands, looking scared out of his mind, eyes wide with surprise. He instantly snapped back. "Hey, what are you doing? One wrong word, and you're already drawing your sword." Seeing he still wasn't repenting, Fan Shu got even more pissed. She yelled, "I am a woman, you jerk." Ling Yun nonchalantly picked his nose and said, yelling so loud, "Aren't you afraid the whole Dao sect will hear?" Hearing that, Fan Shu freaked out a little and instantly got startled. She covered her mouth with both hands, eyes darting around nervously. Ling Yun then gave a slight smile and lifted his teacup to take a sip. Seeing that, a worried look clearly showed on Fan Shu's face. She sat down on the chair facing him and spoke up. "I'm sorry." Hearing her say that, Ling Yun got confused and replied, "Hey, what's up with you all night? Just say what's on your mind. Why are you suddenly apologizing? I'm really not used to this." Fan Shu's face turned red, and she answered, I didn't let you two, father and son, recognize each other. Do you blame me?" Hearing that, he replied, I thought you wanted to talk about something important." This, Fan Shu saw that the other person was pretty calm about it, so she asked, confused, "Isn't this important?" Ling Yunfeng replied with an affectionate tone, "Of course it's important, but I can understand the difficulties of being a mother. If I were you, I'd do the same." Fan Shu was surprised by that answer, and she chuckled softly. "That's so like you." Seeing her say that, Ling Yunfeng chuckled back, "Hey, what like me even mean? After all these years, I still don't know what like me looks like in your eyes, so tell me." Ling Yun crossed his arms and looked up at the sky, saying, "Blind, idiot, dense," Fan Shu replied, her face red. Hearing those words, Ling Yun's face instantly turned confused, and he blurted out in a surprised tone, "But a real man," Fan Shu replied bashfully. Hearing that, Ling Yunfeng froze, stiff and speechless, his eyes wide with surprise. The other person also stared at him with an affectionate, somewhat shy gaze. The space between them became tense. A suffocating atmosphere enveloped them both, and everyone's face showed obvious embarrassment. Blushing red, Ling Yunfeng's mind was racing, thinking, "This suddenly feels awkward. Why is my heart beating so fast? Gotta find a new topic." The sound of heartbeats, thump-thump, kept ringing around him. Suddenly, Ling Yun shouted loudly, "Ah!" Fan Shu startled from his screaming, and asked, What's wrong?" Even though her son broke through, but he has already missed the Dao Sect's recruitment. "Is he sad?" Ling Yun said shyly, scratching his head a few times as he spoke. Hearing that, Fan Shui answered immediately, "No. I've arranged for him to go down the mountain to train. It just so happens there's something he can go take care of." "Oh, my son has never been down the mountain before. Can he handle this?" Ling Yunfeng said, raising his teacup for a sip. Then Fan Shu chimed in. "She said the daughter of Yegan demonic sect has left the Qizai pavilion and is causing a ruckus at Hejian's Bright Sword Manor." Hearing that, Ling Yun was so startled that he spat out the mouthful of tea he had in his mouth. Fan Shu exclaimed, "Reversal." As soon as she finished speaking, the stream of water rushed towards Ling Yun's face super fast. He stood up and said in a panicked tone, What did you say? What are you doing, huh?" Huff, puff, so flustered. Where's my son? Tell him to come back, quick," Ling Yunfeng said, scratching his head frantically. "He's already gone down the mountain," Fan Shu said, slowly raising her teacup to take a sip. Hearing that, Ling Yun frantically exclaimed, Ma ye gan! Gung Qijai's people are as cunning as foxes. I'm worried my son will get the short end of the stick. Aren't you worried?" But Fan Shu worried? But Fan Shu just leisurely enjoyed her tea, and then replied, "Right now, our son can defeat opponents 2 levels above him. He's got the ability to protect himself. He won't die. Even if he suffers a loss, he'll learn about the cunning of the Jianghu. I'm not worried. On the contrary, you're the one who's all worked up." "What's with that?" Fan Shu replied in a doting tone. Seeing that, Ling Yunfeng quietly uttered, "Oh," with a rather flustered expression. The atmosphere between the two gradually fell silent, neither of them saying a word. He smacked himself on the head hard, and then said, "Ah, that's right, my son's matter is settled. I have to go back and see how the myriad Dharma assembly preparations are going. I'll go first." Saying that, he turned and left, waving goodbye to Fan Shu. Yunfeng, Fan Shu reached out her hands, her tone somewhat pleading. Seeing that, Ling Yunfeng turned his head with a dazed expression, hesitating, but the words he wanted to say died in his throat. Fan Shu placed her hand back on the table, her face revealing a deep sadness within. Suddenly she yelled at the other person, "Get lost!" Ling Yun immediately flew into the sky. The sky sparkled with the light of lanterns in the starry night sky. The figure of a person faintly appeared in the hazy moonlight and white mist. Ling Yunfeng was now anxious. He scratched his head with both hands, and then exclaimed in a panicked tone, "Heavens, heavens, heavens! How could such a dog-blood thing happen? My daughter is clever and full of tricks, impossible to guard against, and my son, who just broke through, can be called the peak of the disciples of his generation. But his personality is too straightforward. If someone gets hurt, we're doomed," Ling Yunfeng exclaimed in a worried mood. He suddenly thought of a way, and then shouted, that's right, find Yegan. Tell her to take her daughter home. Wouldn't that be the end of it?" "Ha. As expected of this venerable one, tested in 100 battles. Even the most difficult things can be solved easily," Ling Yun said, bursting into a hearty laugh. Instantly, his eyes became firm. HMPH Shu. He rode on his sword and flew away. In fact, at Qi's High Pavilion, the surrounding scenery was shrouded in a desolate atmosphere. Ling Yun appeared in an extremely imposing posture. He shouted loudly, "Yegan Gan, get out here for this venerable one." His voice was like an extremely large echo, amplified with an extremely large frequency, constantly entering the dark tower below. The 2 guards outside were discussing with each other. One of the 2 wondered, "It hasn't been long. Why is the holy venerable coming to find the sect leader already, having fun again?" The guard next to him heard this, and raised his hand to his mouth. "Shh," a sound signaling silence, he said. "Be humble, this is a secret." Then the 2 of them looked up at the sky, where a large rock was floating in the air, right above Yegan Gan's large castle. The guard sighed and said, "A little devil just left, and a great killer is coming." And at this time, the person standing on top of that rock was none other than Ling Yunfeng. While he was waiting, suddenly, a dazzling golden light flashed from inside the castle. Seeing this, Ling Yunfeng immediately observed what the light was. Unexpectedly, Yegan Gan suddenly appeared right in front of him at the speed of light. But the problem was, her outfit didn't seem very appropriate for the current situation. She was only wearing a towel wrapped around her body.
just enough to cover what needed to be covered. Who knows how rushed she was that she didn't even have time to put on shoes. Ling Yunfeng saw Ye Gangan in this state and almost had a nosebleed. Such a beautiful sight isn't something you can see any time, but out of shame he had to cover his eyes, unable to look anymore. Looking anymore, and he'd probably lose too much blood from admiring her. He exclaimed, "Hey, what are you doing? There are people below wearing clothes like that." Even so, Ye Gangan didn't seem to mind much, she replied. "I was taking a bath. Saint Venerable suddenly came here to call me, so I rushed out." Hearing that, he opened his eyes a little bit, even though his face was still red with embarrassment. She looked at him like that, and smiled, then moved closer to him, deliberately teasing, "We only separated for a few days. Why is Saint Venerable already looking for me?" Ling Yunfeng was taken aback. Then he suddenly grabbed her hand, and while covering his face embarrassedly, he dragged her along with him. He said loudly, "Go put some clothes on first." Ye Gangan didn't refuse his words, and even followed him with a cheerful smile. Her expression was truly innocent. So the two of them went inside the castle, and to Ye Gangan's room. Before us now is a room with convenient furniture and extremely beautiful decorations. Ye Gangan is now changing clothes inside the room. The changing area only has a curtain to cover it, still revealing her alluring figure. As for Ling Yunfeng, he is sitting outside waiting. His face is completely red, silent, and not saying a word, probably because he is still remembering the hot scene from earlier. After waiting for a while, there was finally the sound of footsteps coming from behind the curtain. While Ling Yunfeng was sitting in contemplation, Ye Gangan suddenly asked from behind, "I'm done changing, Saint Venerable. Tell me, why did you come here?" Hearing her voice, he turned his face to look behind him. He now saw Ye Gangan in a revealing dress with sexy black stockings, showing off her beautiful curves. Seeing her, he blushed again. Rightfully so, because how could he maintain a calm expression in front of this beauty? Then, he turned his face away, a smile on his lips, and said, "With your cunning intelligence, how could you not guess?" But Ye Gangan didn't answer immediately. She casually sat down on the bed, then lay down on the bed. She shrugged, and said in a charming voice, "I'm not a worm in Saint Venerable's stomach, nor am I good at mind reading. How could I know?" Ling Yunfeng, hearing this, awkwardly replied, "Daughters are a daughter's business. How could you not know?" At this point, she became more serious, and asked curiously, Linglong, what's wrong?" His expression also became more serious, he replied, "She left the Haitian pavilion and is now causing trouble everywhere. Outside, I heard she's making the Mingjian Mountain Villa, the #1 major clan in Hejiang province, a mess." On the other side, after hearing these words, Ye Gangan only stretched out her hand, and immediately a glass of wine automatically flew into her hand. Regarding her daughter's mischief, a demonic woman like her obviously didn't care. She only said casually, "Oh, that little girl ran outside. I was wondering why I haven't seen her these past few days." Seeing this, Ling Yunfeng couldn't help but feel exasperated. He loudly said to her, "Aren't you worried about your daughter? The Mingjian Mountain Villa is searching everywhere for people to deal with her." But no matter what he said, Ye Gangan remained calm, as if nothing was a big deal. She raised her glass and said with a smile, "Are you worried about our daughter, or worried about Mingjian Villa?" He didn't expect her to nitpick him like that, but without much thought he answered the question. "Of course I'm worried about my daughter. Mingjian Villa has already issued a request for aid to the Dao sect, and Tianfen Shui has already sent people down the mountain." Even though the situation had come to this, she was still able to leisurely enjoy the glass of wine in her hand. And then she replied with a smile, "Oh, who did the Dao sect send out? If they don't have some real skills, they might be unlucky to encounter Linglong, haha. So the reason a mother like you isn't concerned about her daughter's safety is because that little Linglong is so strong, there's no need to worry so much, and no one can touch her." Not only did it stop there, Ye Gangan also flashed a disdainful smile and said, "When the time comes, I want to see what kind of expression Tianfan Shu will have." Hearing these words, Ling Yunfeng suddenly wore a hesitant expression, and he stammered in response to her, She sent our son and daughter. She just got here." Ye Gangan couldn't help but burst out laughing. She laughed haha with extreme glee, pointing her finger at him and saying, "It's really interesting." Seeing this, he said loudly, "Hey, you're still laughing. If those two fight, it won't be good if either of them gets hurt. After all, they are both Ling Yunfeng's children." Ye Gangan or Tianfan Shui might not care about the petty squabbles between the two children, but Ling Yunfeng couldn't just stand by and watch. Then Ye Gangan suddenly sat up. She smiled, and said with a disdainful tone, "Oh, wasn't Xianfeng unable to reach Foundation Establishment? How dare Tianfan Shui send him down the mountain?" Hearing her words, Ling Yunfeng sighed and replied, "Because of me.
Following that, he began to wave his hands and feet, recounting the whole story to Ye Gangan, and she listened very attentively to his story. A moment later, when Ling Yunfeng had finished telling his story to this point, Ye Gangan suddenly laughed and said, "Having a father who is the strongest saint lord in the world, your child is like being born with a trump card, drawing them a king and a boom." Seeing her being so carefree, it made him cover his face with his hands in helplessness, and he replied, "Hey, how can you still laugh? Now that his foundation is stable, he can also fight against nascent soul realm cultivators. Aren't you worried that our daughter will get hurt?" Hearing this, Ye Gangan did not rush to answer but suddenly got out of bed. She slowly walked forward and stood in front of Ling Yunfeng, then directly sat on his lap and then began to answer him. "The Saint Lord is invincible. Hasn't a little girl like me been living well? Our daughter's methods and intelligence, even I feel inferior to her." Ye Gangan had believed from the beginning that her child could never lose to those people. And then she continued, "Those resourceful demonic cultivators of Zai Tian Pavilion have been made self-doubting by her. The first opponent, Tian Fanshui's child encounters, will probably suffer." But Ling Yunfeng seemed distracted, his face flushed, and he said shyly, "Hey, you female devil, talk when you talk. Why are you sitting on me and not getting off? What kind of decorum is that?" Even though he said that, Ye Gangan not only didn't get up, but moved even closer to him, making his face even redder than before. She smiled and said in an enchanting voice, "Rebellion, not following the rules. Isn't that the principle of our demonic sect? Hey hey?" As soon as she finished speaking, Ling Yunfeng suddenly raised a finger and lightly touched her forehead, chanting a teleportation spell in the face of her astonishment. Immediately afterwards, a slight tremor appeared around Ye Gangan. Before she could even figure out what was happening, she was back in her original position, now sitting on her familiar bed instead of on Ling Yunfeng's lap. Seeing how heartless he was, she pouted, crossed her arms in front of her chest as if angry, and said, "HMPH blockhead, you don't understand a woman's heart." Ling Yunfeng didn't pay much attention to her sulking. He slowly stood up and said to her, "You should still come with me." Ye Gangan, hearing this, asked in confusion, "Do what?" He put on a serious face and replied, "To pick up our daughter. It wouldn't be good for either of us to get hurt. The best way is to avoid meeting each other." But at this point, Ye Gangan flatly refused. She snorted and said, "I'm not going. My educational ideal is natural laissez-faire." Ling Yunfeng, on the other side, couldn't let this girl decide so freely, so he immediately raised his hand towards her and cast a spell on her, saying, "Hey, stop playing the haughty young maiden. You're not a kid anymore, and besides, I'm not discussing this with you. You're going." After that, he lifted her into the air, her body now surrounded by a source of spirit energy. Even so, it seemed that his words didn't move Ye Gangan at all, she said. "What a domineering man. Moreover, our daughter has her own opinions. Even if we go, it'll be useless." Ling Yunfeng didn't care. He turned and walked forward, leading Ye Gangan behind him as he said, "At least keep an eye on them. Don't let them cause any trouble." Then the two of them rushed out of the castle. Their speed was so fast that in an instant they could fly up into the sky. Where they passed, they created a bright streak of spiritual light, causing tremors everywhere. Ye Gangan was dragged away so suddenly and at such high speed, causing her to shout, "Hey, you're flying too fast." Immediately afterwards, only a beam of spiritual light was seen in the sky, and the two of them were no longer to be seen. Speaking of their journey at this time, Ling Yunfeng and Ye Gangan were on their way from the Divine Continent to Jiangnandao, the stronghold of the Heavenly Swordman. Of course, it didn't take them too long to reach such a distant place, and they were able to stop in the air at night. Appearing before them at this time was Jiangnandao Prefecture, Yangzhuhao. As soon as they arrived, Ling Yunfeng spoke. "We're here, next." He briefly mentioned the history of this place for the sake of understanding the situation. The Sword Manor is a cultivation family with deep roots in Jiangnan, dating back 400 years, during the 5 dragons contending for the pearl, always maintaining neutrality to the outside world, and very humble. To this day, we still don't know their origins. The forces behind them haven't even made a move yet, but they've already asked the Taoist sect to send people to support them. There are quite a few doubts behind this. After speaking, he turned to speak to Ye Gan, "Let's go." But for some reason, as soon as he saw her, he was suddenly startled. His eyes widened, while his cheeks flushed red. It turned out that Ye Gangan's appearance at this time was not much different from the day before when they first met, except that this time her clothes were no longer intact, because the beautiful dress from before was torn to shreds, even emitting smoke, forcing her to go to the trouble of covering herself with her hands. Seeing this scene caused Ling Yunfeng to spurt blood from his nose, and then he quickly covered his eyes, saying in confusion, "Hey, what's wrong with you?" On the other side, Ye Gangan pouted and replied, "It's all because you were flying so fast my clothes couldn't withstand the friction." Her words left him speechless. Following that, she linked arms with him, ignoring the urgent matter at hand and smiling brightly.
Since we're already out, let's go buy clothes first. Yang Zhu's clothing is very famous, let's go. Ling Yunfeng saw that this girl was clearly not concerned about the matter of the little girl Ling Long,
and was also clinging to him so closely he quickly reminded her, "Hey, don't cling to my arm. Also, buy them quickly. Who knows, the two kids might meet soon."
When he had agreed to go shopping with her,
Ye Gangan quickly pulled him along. She smiled brightly and said, got it, you're paying for the clothes." Hearing this, he hurriedly reminded,
"Be economical. Divine Continent is in ruins, waiting to be rebuilt. There are places to spend money everywhere. Even I am very frugal."
Ye Gangan turned her head, covering her mouth with her hand as she laughed and replied to his words, "I know, but you have to help me choose. You're such an unromantic man, no wonder you're still single."
Seeing her deliberately teasing him like that, Ling Yunfeng could only reluctantly say,
"I'm just busy fighting, and after unifying the Divine Continent, I'm busy stabilizing the country. I don't have time to think about my own affairs." In front of Yunfeng, a building with bright red colors and an ancient style, located among modern buildings. This was originally a large store, so there were many customers inside at this time. And here we have Ling Yunfeng, stuck waiting outside the dressing room. You already know he's waiting for Ye Gangan to finish changing. Suddenly, he calls out to Ye Gangan inside, "Are you done yet? Don't forget the purpose of this trip." Right after, she steps out of the dressing room, asking, "A girl choosing clothes obviously needs to put in some effort. How's this outfit?" Hearing her voice, he turns around and curtly replies, "Whatever, just hurry up and go already." But as soon as he finishes speaking, he suddenly freezes, his face showing a blank expression as soon as he sees Ye Gangan. Gotta say, this Ye Gangan is too gorgeous. She's wearing a sexy thigh-slit dress with an exquisitely tied bow in the back, accentuating her perfect, seductive figure. Even Ling Yunfeng is completely stunned now. He just stares at the beauty before him, speechless.
Seeing him silent, Ye Gangan, while tucking her hair behind her ear, asks, "Hey, is it pretty? With this devastating beauty,
is there any man who would dare say it's not beautiful?" Ling Yunfeng deliberately avoids her gaze, his face turning red, and replies,
"A demonic woman is a demonic woman. No wonder she charmed so many heroes back then."
Hearing this, Ye Gangan pouts in disagreement. "But I didn't charm you. Is my charm not enough? Or does Holy One have other interests?" Ling Yunfeng finds himself unable to answer her question.
So he whips around and loudly declares, "What are you thinking? I only have grand ambitions. No time for romance. Picked already. Then let's go." Talk about being fussy, this girl is so troublesome. First, she wanted to go shopping. Then problems arise after buying. She pouts and says, "It's just a little loose at the waist." She looks at her lower back and complains, "This part is a little tight." Then sighs, looking regretful, and continues, "It doesn't fit me quite right. Guess I still have to get it custom made." Ling Yunfeng is completely defeated after hearing Ye Gangan's complaints. Who knew girls were so complicated? Now it's his turn to sigh. Although unhappy, he ultimately has to indulge this woman, so he says as he walks, "Then after we settle the matter with my daughter, I'll get you a custom-made one." Ye Gangan smiles upon hearing this and happily steps forward to hook her arm around his, replying, "You said it. Then let's go, he." Ling Yunfeng says wearily, "Don't act like we're going on vacation. How are we going to find my daughter? Where are the detectives you arranged?" But even though it concerns his daughter Ling Long, Ye Gangan doesn't seem too worried. She just smiles casually and says, let's go ask." This reaction is understandable, as she is very confident in Ling Long's abilities. Cut to Feng Shi Pavilion, another place in Yangzhou of the Southern Moon Dao residence. Ling Yunfeng and Ye Gangan have arrived together. Standing before them is a pale-haired girl. Unsure of her identity, she seems very cautious in front of them, saying, "Reporting to Holy One sect leader, young Miss Ling Long suddenly lost all traces not long ago. Even the idiot from the Dao sect, who wanted to cause trouble with the young miss, along with the protectors secretly following and protecting our sect's young miss, have all disappeared." Ling Yunfeng, hearing this news, immediately asks, "What? Who did it?" As soon as he asks, the girl is so scared that she kneels on the floor, stuttering in panic. This humble one is incapable, has absolutely no clues. Please forgive me, Holy One." Seeing her like this, Ye Gangan doesn't pursue the matter, but calmly says, "Step back." Then the girl hurriedly runs out. When only the two of them are left in the room, Ling Yunfeng says, "With my daughter's intelligence and her current cultivation, to make them both disappear so quietly, the person behind this is definitely not simple." He turns to Ye Gangan. Noticing her expression the whole time, he can't help but wonder, "Why are you so calm?"
Hearing this, she gently tucks a strand of hair behind her ear and nonchalantly replies, "What do I have to worry about?" She adds, "First, I believe our daughter isn't someone who would fall into someone else's trap. Maybe she designed it for some purpose, to let her opponent catch her. Not only that," she raises 2 fingers and continues, "Second, don't we have the invincible Holy One? Finding someone, this small matter, isn't that easy." Hearing Ye Gangan's words, Ling Yunfeng seems enlightened, as if he suddenly realized something, and exclaims, "That's right." Immediately after, he sighs and says, Suddenly becoming a father, so nervous, almost destabilized my Dao heart. I was just too worried and panicked." Ye Gangan covers her mouth and giggles at his reaction. Finally, Ling Yunfeng figures out a solution. He says, "Watch me. I'll find her right away." Then he closed his eyes, focusing all his energy to use the all-sensing Dharma realm technique. Thump. Immediately, a barrier appeared, surrounding them. It quickly grew larger and spread outside Phoenix Embrace Pavilion, and in just a blink of an eye, it covered an entire city. And finally, a vast area on Earth, almost like an entire country. Ye Gangan, seeing this, was a bit stunned by the scene. "No, isn't this a bit of an overkill? Seems like this move is quite effective," because Ling Yunfeng immediately exclaimed, "Found her." And with that, he immediately grabbed her hand and said, "Let's go." Then the 2 of them disappeared from the room. At Heavenly Sword Manor, mist shrouded the scenery, and 2 soldiers were patrolling the path. Ling Yunfeng and Ye Gangan appeared right behind these patrolling soldiers. The 2 hid themselves, observing their surroundings. Ye Gangan asked, "Where is she?" Ling Yunfeng looked down at the ground beneath their feet and said, "Below." Ye Gangan said, "A clan with a secret dungeon is never anything good. They claim to be righteous but do things they don't want others to know. Truly despicable." Ling Yunfeng replied. "Then let's see how strong they really are," he urged. "Let's go." Ling Yunfeng proactively extended his hand for Gangan to hold. Gangan gently took his hand and asked, "How do you plan to get in?" Ling Yunfeng smiled faintly and said confidently, "Directly through here, of course." Ling Yunfeng held Gangan's hand, closed his eyes, and chanted his ultimate technique, Jade Clarity Mystical Art, Universal Permeation. The surrounding scenery gradually changed. Ling Yunfeng and Gangan began to move downwards into the ground. Gangan was very surprised by this. The 2 of them slowly sank deeper into the earth, Gangan gradually getting used to it, and finally, their entire bodies disappeared beneath the ground. Ling Yunfeng and Gangan were now underground, with thick tree roots, scattered bones and rocks all around them. Gangan curiously asked Ling Yunfeng, "This isn't earth manipulation. What kind of magic is this?" Ling Yunfeng slowly explained, "Ever since he accidentally entered the Jade Clarity realm, he's had a completely new perspective on the world. For example, everything in this world may seem real, but in reality, everything is ethereal." He continued, "Our bodies are the same, so he experimented many times, and unexpectedly unlocked new magical techniques that allow him to penetrate everything in this world, like water flowing through a sieve." Gangan looked at him admiringly and said, "That's a really interesting magic technique. What you're saying can be verified with the research results of our civilization from 500 years ago." Yunfeng said in surprise, "Ever since I met you, you've been searching for clues about that ancient civilization, haven't you?" Gangan pondered and said, "After the end of the war 500 years ago, most of the information was destroyed, but many traces still remain," she continued. "Among them, there are research documents on the authenticity of humans' perception of the world in that era," she happily explained. "For example, they discovered that the basic unit making up our world is something called an atom, and 99% of what's inside an atom is empty space, so it's pretty much just like what Yunfeng said with amusement. "That's really interesting. After we take the kids home, could you tell me more about your discoveries?" Gangan happily agreed. "Sure thing." In the deserted corridor, only the torches on the walls illuminated the gloomy path. Yunfeng and Gangan continued to use their techniques, phasing through the ground from above the basement ceiling. Their feet slowly appeared, and the 2 of them materialized in the basement. Yunfeng and Gangan appeared in a prison cell. Feng was chained. Sitting in a corner, Feng said, "Is this the plan you were talking about?" He continued angrily, "Now that we're locked in this damn prison, aren't we just waiting to be slaughtered?" Ling Long frowned and said, "If it wasn't for someone constantly calling me little demonic girl, and not even listening to reason, I couldn't beat you in a fight, so I had to bring you here to see the truth for yourself. So do you believe it now? This is the true face of Heavenly Sword Villa," she said sarcastically. Feng, realizing the truth, said nothing. He quickly avoided her gaze and apologized. Hearing that, Linglong covered her mouth
Trying to hold back her laughter, she burst out laughing, pointing at him and saying, "You're so dumb. Why would the Taoist sect send such a clueless disciple like you down the mountain?" Feng just stayed silent, not saying a word. He said angrily and anxiously, "Hey, how can you still be laughing? We're locked up here now. What good is knowing the truth?" Linglong smiled and said, "So, are you willing to cooperate with me now?" He said, "Even if I am, what good is it?" He raised his chained hands and continued, "This thing is a powerful spiritual artifact. Even if I can cut through gold and iron, I still can't break free from this." Linglong twisted her hand. She said, "Watch closely." Yunfeng and Gan Gan stood silently by, observing the unfolding events. Yunfeng scratched his head in surprise, whispering to Gan Gan, "Hey, what's with this situation? I thought they were going to draw swords and fight it out." He continued, "Fengar is usually so straightforward, but he actually willingly apologized to Linglong." Meanwhile, Gan Gan just covered her mouth and chuckled. She said, "While Linglong's cultivation isn't the strongest among the current generation, if we're talking about methods for manipulating others, I'm afraid most elders in the cultivation world wouldn't be her match." Yunfeng glanced at Gan Gan and said, "She's truly a mini version of you," Gan Gan replied proudly. "So what's wrong with that?" Yunfeng said, "As an opponent, it's not so great, but as a friend or a daughter, she'd be excellent. At least she wouldn't keep people on edge." Gan Gan pouted and said, "That's not good either. Making people too at ease, isn't that just telling them not to bother with you?" Linglong held up her hand, saying smugly, "Watch closely." She stuck out her tongue, and there was a tiny pipe in her mouth. She took the pipe and blew with all her might. The sound of the pipe echoed. Feng sat there, still not understanding what was happening. He asked, "What are you doing?" At that moment, something moved within her dress. Black bugs swarmed out from within her dress, teeming. Then, they crawled onto Linglong's shackles, and very quickly, they devoured the shackles, and the leg shackles too. The bugs gnawed voraciously. Feng asked in surprise, "What are these?" Linglong smiled and said, "These are the gold-devouring worms I snatched from the immortal worm child," Feng said in shock. "Immortal worm child? That guy's a major demonic overlord who causes trouble everywhere," he asked. "How could you?" The shackles were bitten through and fell to the ground. Linglong brushed her hands together, saying smugly, "All done." Feng looked at her in utter surprise. The bugs then crawled back into her skirt. She smiled. Looking at Feng, she laughed and teased, "Pretty nice, right?" Feng flinched and turned his face away, stammering, I didn't. I was just looking." He was too embarrassed to speak properly. Linglong calmly said, "Go ahead and look then. You so-called righteous cultivators are really weird. Always saying one thing but meaning another." He blushed and stammered, I'm sorry." Linglong continued to cover her mouth and giggle. She arched her back again and said, "You're really weird, you know. It's not like I'm going to lose a single piece of me just from you looking." He continued to blush and turn away, not daring to look straight ahead. Yunfeng stood silently observing, unable to utter a single word. Meanwhile, Gan Gan stood beside him, smiling with amusement. Yunfeng said mournfully, "She really inherited it from her aunt. Normally, a girl wouldn't be a match for my son, but why do I keep feeling like Fengrir is being led by the nose?" Gan Gan happily said. "Thanks for the compliment." Yunfeng asked, "Auntie, what should they do? Should we just show ourselves and take them away?" Gan Gan shook her head. She said, "This trivial matter won't faze Linglong. This is their kind of Jianghu adventure. If they always need adults protecting them, then what will happen when we're not around later?" Yunfeng thought for a moment, scratching his chin in agreement. Gan Gan said, "I have an idea." Then she whispered into Yunfeng's ear. He gave a wry smile and said, "As expected of you, Auntie. Let's do it that way." After that, the two turned and left, gradually disappearing from the cell. Meanwhile, Linglong was casually strolling around the cell. Feng quickly urged, "Hey, unchain me too." Linglong laughed and said, "What's the rush?" After that, she lightly touched the bar of the cell. The bar suddenly shot out an electric current with a loud zap, making her flinch and quickly retreat away. "No biggie," she said, licking her finger and frowning. "They've strengthened the lightning barrier on the cell door. Thieves love doing this kind of thing. Nothing new here," Tianfeng said worriedly. "This is a purple-violet divine thunder barrier. Its power is supremely yang and incredibly strong. If you get zapped, your soul will scatter. Even nascent soul cultivators can't withstand it. There's no way they can get out." Linglong said, "You sure know a lot, don't you?" Tianfeng and Linglong were being held in the main prison after getting into some unnecessary trouble. Suddenly, Tianfeng spoke to her. "I used to have no cultivation, so I read a lot of Taoist sect ancient texts, and also studied array formations." Linglong smiled mischievously, turning back to tease Tianfeng.
Did reading all those books make you dumb? How can this crappy array formation stop anyone? While they were discussing their plan, Ling Long began pulling something mysterious out from the side of her skirt. In Ling Long's hand was a black bead, and she immediately warned Tianfeng, "Cover your ears tightly." Tianfeng looked bewildered, not knowing what Ling Long was about to do. Outside, the jailer was guarding strictly, completely oblivious to the pair inside who were about to make a break for it. Then suddenly, a loud explosion rang out, astonishing him into a daze. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately ran towards Tianfeng and Ling Long's cell, spear in hand, and shouted, "What's going on?" His face clearly showed shock and disbelief at what was unfolding before his eyes. A huge hole was right in the middle of the room, with debris scattered from the explosion, and those two had already escaped. He panicked and shouted, What is this? Where are they?" Turns out, Ling Yunfeng hadn't escaped with Ling Long. Instead, he stayed behind to execute another elaborate plan, replying to the panicked jailer. "The demonic woman from the Zhaitian Pavilion has escaped. I told you, we're not on the same side. If the Zhaitian Pavilion's demoness escapes and attracts the attention of Ye Gangan, you're a dead man." Ling Yunfeng didn't give the guy a chance to react, immediately launching an attack. "I am Ling Yunfeng, a disciple of the Dao sect. Because I was framed by that demoness, I was also captured. Quickly take me to meet the master of the manor. I will testify for you, clarify everything, and save your life." The jailer nodded like crazy, following Ling Yunfeng's instructions to save his own skin. Okay, thank you, brother." The jailer cautiously started to approach, completely without suspicion. To unlock Ling Yunfeng, he fumbled to grab the key to unlock Ling Yunfeng's shackles. Behind him, Ling Long had used her incredible stealth art to fool the jailer and chuckled, "Gotcha!" From behind, Ling Long stepped out of her stealth cloak with a wicked, scheming grin. Ling Long held a big rock in her hand, ready to swing it at the jailer in front of her. Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Long quickly knocked him out with a terrifying blow, almost popping his eyeballs out. She looked at the unconscious jailer with a satisfied smirk, while Ling Yunfeng was still in shock. Ling Long stuck her tongue out, mocking the jailer. "I told you, how could this thing hold anyone?" Ling Yunfeng was really anxious, and hastily urged Ling Long to unlock him. Ling Yunfeng greets, "Just hurry and unlock me." Ling Long skipped and sang, turning away and ignoring Ling Yunfeng's plight. To his confusion, Ling Long turned back and said to Ling Yunfeng with a gleam in her eye, "Bye-bye." Ling Yunfeng was once again clueless about what was going on. Still wearing the shackles on his body, Ling Yunfeng frantically begged for help from the person in front of him. "You! What are you doing?" Ling Long continued to push Ling Yunfeng to the brink, scaring him until he freaked out. "What am I doing? Leaving this place and finding treasures? That's what." Hearing Ling Long's words, Ling Yunfeng couldn't keep his cool. "Are you going to release me or not?" Ling Long still refused to release Ling Yunfeng, starting to scare him. "Release you so you can keep causing trouble for me. You righteous people are even more treacherous than we demonic cultivators. Another person is just more chaos." Ling Long threw up her hands, feigning annoyance at Ling Yunfeng's previous actions, sighing, "I clearly told you that this heavenly sword manor was secretly capturing people to refine pills, but you just wouldn't believe it." Ling Yunfeng knew he was wrong, and immediately lowered his head, admitting his mistake. I'm sorry." Ling Long crossed her arms, looking at Ling Yunfeng knowingly, beginning to lecture him, "TCH, people like you who just came down the mountain are like innocent kids entering society, so naive." Ling Yunfeng unconsciously felt guilty about his past actions, confessing to Ling Long, "I was too naive. I didn't expect the Heavenly Sword Manor, which calls itself a righteous sect, to do such things." Ling Long gave Ling Yunfeng a condition in exchange for freeing him, saying that she'll only release him if he promises to listen to her from now on. "How about it?" Ling Yunfeng's eyes lit up, and he immediately agreed to the condition. "As long as it doesn't go against the Dao and Jianghu principles, I'll listen to you." Both look into each other's eyes for a while to verify each other's solidarity. Ling Long burst out laughing, catching Ling Yunfeng by surprise. Ling Yunfeng asked Ling Long quizzically, "What are you laughing at?" Ling Long pouted angrily, put her hands on her hips, and said to Ling Yunfeng, "I laugh when I want to laugh. Is it your business? One more word and this young lady will ignore you." Ling Yunfeng was worried about his fate, and quickly covered his mouth to avoid future troubles. Ling Long burst into laughter at Ling Yunfeng, who was so scared that he covered his mouth while looking at her. Then, Ling Long gently stroked Tianfeng's head, much to his surprise. Ling Long smiled and chatted casually with Tianfeng. "So obedient. Now that's what I call a good toy, good boy." Tianfeng blushed with embarrassment, turned away to avoid Ling Long's gaze, and said shyly, Don't get so close." Ling Long still wouldn't stop, and continued to stroke Tianfeng's head with a delighted smile. The fighting bracket appeared, showing the two names facing off, Tianfeng and Ling Lung, and the result was obvious. Tianfeng was helpless, Having completely failed in his duel with that OP Linglong, Linglong and Tianfeng successfully escaped the prison, while Linglong skipped along singing. Tianfeng warily looked around at everything. The two walked along the dark corridor with similar prison cells on either side. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoed from somewhere, directed at the two, startling them. Tianfeng, is that you? Linglong and Tianfeng abruptly turned around to see who was speaking. It turned out to be his master, Lin Yuanfeng, also imprisoned here. He cried out joyfully, "It really is you! Hurry up and release me!" Tianfeng's face was full of questions and confusion. Linglong immediately turned back to question about the mysterious person's identity. Who is he? Seeing Tianfeng's bewilderment. An acquaintance. Tianfeng scratched his head in confusion. Why were you caught and locked up here? This guy also hesitated and beat around the bush. The woman beside him, seeing this, came to his rescue. Your senior brother and I accidentally entered a mountain cave on our way back, and there was someone inside using living people to create puppets. Senior brother didn't listen to my advice and directly attacked them, she continued with a reproachful look at the other party. As a result, as soon as he discovered that the place was related to Tianjian Mountain Manor, a mysterious expert caught him. She raised her hand and flicked Ling Yunfeng on the head with a grumpy expression. You're such an idiot! He didn't dare to resist, only to repent. I'll reflect on it. Ling Yunfeng rubbed his head after Gangan's head smack and quickly told Tianfeng to rescue them. So can you two release us? Tianfeng turned to persuade Linglong. He's pretty strong too. Linglong felt suspicious of these two people, her eyes showing displeasure, but she still saved them. Linglong crossed her arms and scrutinized the person in front of her. Oh, what a coincidence. Ling Yunfeng just scratched his head awkwardly and smiled it off without saying anything, and he was hit with another head flick from Gangan beside him, leaving him stunned and confused. Gangan pouted and looked sulky with Yunfeng. I must have built up some bad karma in my past life to have met such a stupid senior brother like you, humph. Gangan then persuaded Linglong again in a heartfelt and urgent tone. Little sister, let us out. We'll listen to you. There are many experts in Tianjian Mountain Manor. It's good to have another helping hand. Linglong didn't want to make things difficult for the two of them, and then said her agreement. All right, Linglong began to make a special request of the two people she just met. But I'll say it first. If we find any treasures, you're not allowed to fight me for them, Gangan replied without hesitation. Agreed. The two, now four, traveled together after the breakout, and now they were walking along the corridor looking for something. Linglong suddenly stopped in front of a room and turned around to say to everyone, You guys wait a moment, I'm going to get my bag. The petite Linglong scurried into the room to get what she needed, tiptoeing adorably. Linglong successfully retrieved her bag that had been taken from her earlier. Linglong put it on and continued the group's journey with a sly, Let's go. The four still walked along the dark corridor with different dungeons on either side. Before them now lay a dark path, shrouded in mystery and uncertainty about what awaited them. Linglong turned to Tianfeng, suggesting, Hey, you go ahead and scout the path. Tianfeng didn't hesitate, his eyes sharpening, focusing on the dark path ahead. Tianfeng dashed into the task at an astonishing speed, catching everyone off guard. At this moment, only Linglong, Yunfeng, and Gangan remained, silently waiting for Tianfeng. Linglong suddenly turned her head, looking back at the two behind her. Ling Yunfeng looked puzzled by this action. Why aren't we moving? Linglong grinned mischievously, as if she knew everything. What are your parents doing here? The other two were startled. Shocked and astonished by Linglong's words, Ling Yunshan quickly explained, It's not me, I didn't, you've got the wrong person. Gangan couldn't help but giggle at Yunfeng's flustered state. Gangan also revealed their hand. Just admit it, both of you. Don't pretend anymore. Linglong knows everything already. Ling Yunshan, knowing he'd been exposed, sighed and said to Linglong, How did you find out? Linglong reached into her pouch, rummaging for something. Linglong took out a jar with a glowing firefly inside and said, Last time I met Mom, I sprinkled this mother-child spring powder on her. Holding the jar, Linglong continued. See, this bug is thumping like crazy because it smells Mom's scent. Linglong crossed her arms, pretending to be angry at her parents. Besides, when we entered, I already observed. The room next door had a middle-aged uncle. Definitely not you two. Ling Yunshan felt embarrassed as his plan was exposed, having controlled the middle-aged uncle and hiding in the corner. Linglong pressed them about their mysterious actions. Dad? Mom? What kind of magic did you use to get in here? Gangan responded with a satisfied look, hinting at their next move. We'll tell you when we get back. Oh, Gangan retorted while akimbo. So, did you come to drag me back, or just to play with me? The saint was frustrated to hear Gangan say that. Play? You came to such a dangerous place just to play. Do you even know how dangerous this place is? Gangan only frowned and pouted at the saint's scolding. The saint sensed that Gangan seemed a bit sulky and felt sorry for herself, softening her maternal heart, and sighed before calmly reconciling. In the star-plucking pavilion, she doesn't have friends of her age to play with, so she's always finding her own fun, like seeking exciting and interesting things.
Once she starts, she won't give up until she finds it. Instead of saying she's playful, it's more like if she doesn't find some toys, she doesn't know what she should do. The saint, seeing her daughter's sad expression, retreated into thoughts about the past.
Gangan is still young. This child has been indulged by Ye Gangan since she was little, and she doesn't have any friends her age. She's lonely on her own, and she must be very lonely wanting to find someone to play with. The saint had no choice but to give in, patting Gangan's head and saying with a smile, "Of course, Dad came to play with you." Hearing this, Gangan was delighted, eagerly hugging the saint's arm. Okay, but don't tell that idiot he's my toy."
The saint felt a bit helpless.
"Oh, this kid met this girl. I don't know if he's blessed or cursed," the saint instructed Gangan. "But you can't just treat people like toys, want to be friends."
Gangan just giggled, skipping ahead to lead the way, singing as she went, "Ula ula, let's go."
This battle between the saint and his daughter looks like the saint already lost the first round. In one of the palaces, suddenly, for some reason, it burst into flames. People started yelling, "Fire! Put it out quick!" Everyone grabbed buckets of water. Gotta put out the fire ASAP before it spreads and causes serious damage. There was this guy, Jano, also frantically bringing water to help when out of nowhere, a stick appeared and whacked him on the head. Reno spurted blood from his nose and collapsed, kicking the bucket right there. Then the body was dragged inside. Not just one unlucky victim, but 2, 3, and a total of 4 guys lying there. Heads bashed in, their clothes stolen. Turns out, Gangan orchestrated this to steal clothes and disguise themselves as servants in the palace. All 4 of them, despite being intruders, were strolling around all high and mighty, not afraid of anyone. Suddenly, someone spotted them and shouted, "Hey, what sect are you guys from? Hurry up and put out the fire." Ling Lung quickly retorted, "Where's the bookkeeper? We were sent by the higher-ups to protect him." The servant, without a shred of suspicion, revealed the location. "The room on the west side is where they do the accounting. That place isn't on fire." Ling Lung was thrilled that a fish took the bait. All right, you go put out the fire. We'll keep an eye on the accounting room." The servant totally bought it and left immediately. After the servant ran off, Ling Lung continued leading the troops. "Head to the west side room." Brown Hair wondered, "What are we going to do in the accounting room?" Ling Lung explained, "In any organization, the person managing the books is definitely one of the sect leader's most trusted people, so the secrets they know are also the most. If we want to dig up the treasures of this heavenly sword villa, who else are we going to look for?" asked the sect leader directly. The more Gangan thought about it, the more fun she had, skipping ahead to lead the way, calling out to everyone, "Let's hurry!" The saint chuckled to his wife. "Our daughter's mind is so quick, she's messing with the heavenly sword villa's centuries-old legacy, turning it upside down." Gangan was also super excited, grinning from ear to ear, saying, "Follow Mom." Ling Lung skipped along, singing happily because she had never had so much fun playing with her parents before. Before long, the 4 of them arrived at the west side room. Keeping books at the west side accounting room, the group of 4 youths, 2 boys and 2 girls, were holding the fat hat-wearing guy hostage, probably to illegally break into the accounting room to search for some information. The white-haired girl was reading information about large-scale human trafficking, using living people to test the failed elixirs of the Heavenly Sword Villa. How can such a powerful Jianghu faction produce so many experts? The white-haired boy next to her was also helping his dad find information about some large amount of high-quality elixir. Gangan seemed to have found something. Ling Yunfeng immediately turned to ask, but Gangan was being all mysterious, not ready to spill the beans to her buddies just yet. Fatty with the hat, who was getting blinded by the light, suddenly burst out laughing like a hyena, tears streaming down his face. Turns out, these guys were using feathers to tickle his feet, trying to pry out the mansion owner's secrets. But Fatty was just the bookkeeper. He didn't know squat. Ling Lung was having a blast, sitting on the table watching Tianfeng desperately trying to hold his nose while tickling Fatty's feet. She waved Ling Yunfeng over, and he got a little flustered by her idea. Gangan nudged Ling Yunfeng's shoulder, reminding him, "Dude, you promised the guy. A real man keeps his word." After that, poor Fatty got attacked on both feet, shaking like a leaf. Ling Yunfeng and Tianfeng, each armed with a feather, tickled the heck out of the fatty's feet while plugging their noses with the other hand. The poor fatty was powerless, just lying there and laughing non-stop. The stinky foot odor wafting up was so bad the 2 handsome guys kept pinching their noses. That silver-haired guy could only pity them for being bossed around by those 2 girls. On the flip side, Tianfeng felt he should keep his word and do what he promised, not feeling pathetic. He's so handsome and righteous. Ling Yunfeng was secretly embarrassed because, even though they're both guys, the brown-haired one was straighter than him. How's he ever gonna find love? So, the single dog who's got some game is laughing at another single dog.
Fatty couldn't take it anymore and begged for mercy. I can't tell you what you want. If I do, my whole family will be doomed.
Ling Lung held up some kind of book and threatened Fatty, if you don't talk, I'll leak your financial info to everyone. Your whole family will be in danger. Fatty thought fearfully. That purple-haired hottie is wild. I need to choose, and fast. He was laughing uncontrollably from the tickling, and helplessly asked, either way I'm screwed. How am I supposed to choose? The white-haired girl chimed in, demanding Fatty to reveal the mansion owner's secret chamber. Where is it? Now's your chance to bail. But if you take too long to answer, you won't be able to escape. Fatty couldn't take it anymore. He gave up, and said the location was probably in the study. Every time he brought things in there, the owner took forever to come out. But he didn't know how to get in, because the owner always dismissed everyone. As soon as he finished speaking, he got a whack on the head, and went temporarily unconscious. The purple-haired girl made a swift move, one strike, and Fatty was out cold. A sound effect, like in a video game, signaled that the secret passage mission was a success. The gentle moonlight illuminated the hall, the mansion owner's study. Someone was spraying from a small bottle. Turns out, the four of them had moved to the location, the mansion owner's room. Ling Lung was constantly spraying the can all around the room. Tianfeng asked curiously, what are you doing? Aren't we looking for a mechanism? Ling Lung was too lazy to explain to these blockhead guys, not wanting to get annoyed, so she told him to figure it out himself. He could only stand there, blankly observing everything around the room. Then, it seemed like he saw something. Strange green dots appeared on the objects. Those are fingerprints. The spray Ling Lung used is a chemical substance that forensic teams use to find fingerprints. While Tianfeng was still focused on observing the fingerprints appearing, she was moving. ZFA, the purple-haired girl, approached the ink painting hanging in front. The edges of the painting had a lot of fingerprints, showing it was often flipped open. The purple-haired girl immediately touched the painting. The two white-haired guys in the group were amused by the purple-haired girl's unique antics. A task screen appeared again. So, their mission to crack the secret passage mechanism was brilliantly completed, thanks to the clever Ling Long and her useless companions. Not only did they find the secret passage, but after going down, the group of four also encountered a guarding beast. But no worries, Ling Long took care of it. With just a bone, the beast became a puppy wagging its tail. The mission to subdue the beast guarding the secret passage was completed with a snap of the fingers. At the secret passage of the Heavenly Sword Manor, Ling Yunfeng and his group stood before a wall with a secret passage mechanism. After they had all observed it long enough, his daughter rubbed her chin and wondered, this is a profound lock. Then, Tianfeng said seriously, when I think about the precious treasures I've read about in Taoist books, among the mechanisms with Lubin locks, profound locks, residual corpses, and essential keys, all are infinitely variable. Without the corresponding key, forcibly opening them will trigger the traps hidden within the formation. Finishing, he turned to Ling Long and asked, such an important secret room, the barriers are different from the purple extinction divine lightning in the dungeon. We don't know what powerful ambush formations are hidden inside. What should we do? While he was asking them, Yunfeng had been intently looking at the secret passage, effortlessly opening his flawless sense and peering through the door. After observing carefully, he turned to his wife and began to transmit his voice sternly. This formation is very ingenious. If I didn't have the insightful eye, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to detect it. Hearing this, his wife replied, oh, what's so mysterious about it? Immediately he transmitted back, all the mechanisms before were part of this one, luring people to go to the end. Where we are standing is a huge mechanism relay station. Retreating 100 meters will activate the ambush formation. Forcibly breaking the door will also activate the ambush formation. The formation's energy is supplied by 4 Jungian formations, spread across all directions. Although its power is 3 parts of my cultivation, even you, I fear, would suffer. Hearing this, she said softly, truly a scheming old man. What he's hiding inside must be the biggest secret of the Heavenly Sword Manor. What to do? Should I take action to break the formation? No, he asked, transmitting his voice, but she just casually shook her head and replied, this is our daughter's game. Unless absolutely necessary, let's not interfere. Hearing his wife's words, Ling Yunfeng could only scratch his head, his face full of confusion, not knowing what to do. This appearance of his made her reveal a sly smile at the corner of her lips. Then she transmitted to him,
Even if his formation is more powerful, what's the point if it's not activated? Breaking some underworld lock isn't difficult for our daughter.
Ling Yunfeng, hearing what she said, continued to transmit. Although this sect is not very knowledgeable about formations, this profound lock has tens of thousands of combinations, only one of which is correct. If it can't be forcibly broken, someone like me can't solve it.
Suddenly, their daughter reached into the little devil-shaped bag at her waist, causing the boy with her to pay attention.
"What do you want to do?" he asked. But the daughter didn't answer properly, simply shaking the small vial in her hand, playfully saying to him, "Just watch, and pinch your nose." As soon as she finished speaking, she popped open the vial. Before his eyes,
seemingly instantly, he reacted as the vial emitted a disgusting smell. What is this?" he asked, pinching his nose.
Then Ling Yunfeng also leaned closer to look. "This is," he asked.
But his daughter only moved closer to the secret passage and poured the liquid on it. In an instant, the exterior of the profound lock was quickly corroded, leaving only the internal system.
"This is the handiwork of the Wanju Duji, Lady of Myriad Poisons," Ling Yunfeng exclaimed in surprise as he witnessed the process.
The girl smiled brightly and replied, "That's right, this is the newest thing she made, corroding all metallic objects. I borrowed a bit from her."
Hearing this, the boy with her also realized, exclaiming, "I get it. You don't want to open the mechanism, but directly destroy it, so it won't trigger the trap anymore." Hearing this, she reached out and stroked his head, her face radiant, saying, "I thought you were a dummy, but I didn't expect you to be quite smart," causing him to raise his voice and say, "Don't keep touching my head." Then, they saw their daughter approach the exposed engine, and just like that, she reached both hands inside. Until it clicked, the little one then backed off, letting the door swing open. "Done." She excitedly raised her hand towards the three behind her, answering them. She also got her mom's smile and a proud thumbs up from Ling Yunfeng.
The group then stepped through the doorway,
and what greeted their eyes was a row of cabinets filled with glittering and gorgeous items. Even the desk was covered in stacks of books, radiating a dazzling light, while the two in front were marveling. Ling Yunfeng put on a serious face and frowned slightly. His wife, on the other hand, clearly spotted something and furrowed her brow. The two ahead quickly approached the treasure cabinets, while his wife went to the desk with the books, while he just stood there, watching them all. His wife picked up a book and solemnly read it.
Meanwhile, his daughter and that girl each grabbed a vial, eyes lighting up with excitement, saying, "Ah, divine grade great revival pill. There hasn't been one in the martial world for over a decade."
At the same time, the dude who came with them picked up a glass vial containing something jade green, exclaiming, "Physique reconstruction pill. This is the legendary elixir. Even if you're left with only half a body, just take this pill and you can regenerate your body."
Ye Gangan's daughter snatched it away, stuffing it straight into her pocket. Ting Xu said,
"Hey, how can you do that? These things are evidence of the Heavenly Swordmanner's crimes." Zhai Tiangei's daughter pointed at Xianfeng's chest, saying, "You said you'd listen to me in everything," Xianfeng stammered. "Well, the girl turned away. "I didn't go to all this trouble infiltrating this place for justice." She reached out and grabbed another vial of pills. "These treasures are all mine."
She was overjoyed.
Xianfeng said, "Hey, at least leave a little bit behind for evidence." Ling Yunfeng, observing from behind, thought that his son being too honest wasn't a good thing. Yunfeng tossed a vial of pills to Xianfeng. "Xianfeng, this will be useful for you, take it." Xianfeng caught the vial. "It's a nourishing pill elixir." Xianfeng was confused. This is evidence,"
Ling Yunfeng said. We're looking for treasures. Don't be so rigid. See if there's anything else good."
Xianfeng wondered, "Why are you all coming to Ling Yunfeng?" After searching around, he saw a mysterious aperture pill and thought, "This Heavenly Swordmanner really has a lot of secrets. Hey, come check this out." Yi Gangan voice transmitted.
Right after she said that, Ling Yunfeng popped up next to Ye Gangan. He asked, "What's up?"
Gangan handed Yunfeng a book.
Yunfeng read through it, studying the contents,
and then he said, "They're actually using Song people for their pill testing." Ye Gangan said, "Not just that. This stuff has been going on for at least 2 centuries.
Sure enough, Yunfeng spotted a weird look on Ye Gangan's face, so he patted her shoulder and asked,
"What's up with you?" Suddenly, a voice echoed, "This old man is super curious. How in the world did you guys open this mystic mechanism lock?" All 4 of them jumped and spun around. Turns out, there was an extra person there. Shi Tiancheng. He said it was some crazy lock, crafted by the 100 Hands divine craft. Ling Long just grinned and asked, "Why don't you guess?" Tianfeng immediately stepped in front of her to protect her. Shi Tiancheng scoffed, "You two punks really do have some tricks up your sleeves. One's the daughter of the Shu Zihijian Pavilion's sect leader, and the other's the new generation eldest son of the righteous and demonic dual-path Fire Dao sect. He observed them, then asked, "You two are?" Tianfeng bellowed, cutting him off. "Cut the crap. My Dao sect is the friggin' pillar of the divine continent's righteous path. Manor Lord Ji, doing something so cruel and messed up as using living people for pill testing. I'm gonna report this back to the headmaster and expose you to the whole world."
Shi Tiancheng sneered. Heh, sounds like you won't get that chance. In a few days, 2 people will be found dead, supposedly after a fight, in a temple 100 li from here.
And then the Shu Zihijian Pavilion and the Dao sect are gonna have a huge clash. Ling Yunfeng asked, "You want to stir up conflict between the two sects? What's your game?"
Shi Tiancheng put on a super smug look and said, Ling Yunfeng, back when the world was unified and peaceful, there weren't many vagrants wandering around, right? So where were we supposed to get so many people to test our medicine?
Hearing that, Yi Gangan thought, just as I suspected, Heavenly Sword Mountain Villa has an even bigger secret. Yunfeng was clearly cooking up something too.
Tianfeng angrily swore at him. You're the real heretical fiend, Ye Gangan then said. So candid, huh? Guess you're not planning on leaving anyone alive. You really don't regret this. Shi Tiancheng stroked his beard and burst out laughing.
My young friends, you're the ones who should be regretting things. You had such bright futures, but you just had to come here and throw your lives away.
This old man almost feels bad for you, Ye Gangan retorted, looking bored.
Yo, you've been rambling for ages. Are you done with your last words yet? This totally took Shi Tiancheng by surprise. Ling Long flashed a smirk. Holding a jade orb in her hand, she said, her voice dripping with disdain.
Who said I destroyed the mechanism, she scoffed. Something this good should obviously be used in the right place, at the right time. As she spoke, she crushed the jade orb in her hand. Shi Tiancheng's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. Suddenly, a streak of green light zipped by.
The light totally enveloped his body, freezing the old man solid. And then a bunch of iron bars shot down from nowhere, forming a prison cell around him.
Ling Yunfeng shielded the white-haired girl on his side, while Tianfeng also moved to shield Ling Long. Seeing Shi Tiancheng frozen inside, the brown-haired guy said,
"Just now, that girl, Gangan's daughter, clearly said this kind of secret chamber is super crucial. Even if you open the door, you can't avoid a bunch of hidden traps. The older and more insidious they are, the more cautious they are. Of course, they have to keep some mechanisms to deal with us. This is called getting a taste of your own medicine, hee, the brown-haired youth said. You're so awesome." Gangan's daughter rubbed her head. "Just know that, and obediently listen to your master. If he's happy, he'll teach you to help him broaden his mind." Ling Yunfeng and the white-haired girl also looked at them, smiling. Ling Yunfeng thought, feels like they'll become good friends. The white-haired girl next to him said, "Really? But why do I feel like you'll have a headache later?" Then Yunfeng asked, "What? Why?" The girl was surprised.
"Someone's here." Startling Yunfeng, Gangan's daughter also looked over.
Shi Tiancheng had disappeared without a trace. Gan's daughter said, "They have reinforcements, let's go." But suddenly, the white-haired girl, who was behind, used her hands to knock out the Gangan duo. The two of them fell to the ground. Ling Yunfeng asked, "What are you doing?" Then the two of them returned to their original forms. That girl was actually Gangan. Turning into her, she replied, "This is no longer a game. Does this Shi Tiancheng have an imprint on him? Can you track him down when he's in danger?" Ling Yunfeng replied, "As long as it's an instant teleportation imprint, it will naturally leave traces. What do you know?" Ye Gangan used the ecstasy demonic binding art, releasing a pink mist onto the two Gangan girls and the youth, making them disappear. Ye Gangan said, "Let's chase after them first. Let's go." Saying that, Yunfeng replied, "All right." He used flawless vision, making his eyes shine towards the ice block Shi Tiancheng was in earlier, and noticed a green aura there. Yunfeng grabbed Yi Gangan's hand. Yi Gangan said, "Yikes." Then he used myriad miles tracking technique, fleeting light following shadow, causing the two of them to move into the green aura in the ice block, and then both of them gradually disappeared. Yunfeng and Ye Gangan arrived at a cave. They went inside. Ling Yunfeng said, "This place is over 10 miles deep under the Heavenly Sword Villa. They have such a secretive place." Yunfeng turned to ask her, but saw Ye Gangan trembling. Yunfeng glanced over, then reached out and grabbed her hand, asking, "What's wrong?" Ye Gangan had stabilized her mentality more. Yunfeng also smiled wickedly, and then sighed, after which she said, "Let's talk as we go." Yunfeng said, "Okay." The two of them both headed into the cave. Ling Yunfeng said, Ever since I met you, I've felt like you were searching for something, which is why you've stepped on quite a few toes of big families and major sects, leading them to call you a demonic enchantress. But I know you've never done anything truly wicked or harmful." Hearing that, Gan was stunned for a moment. "Yeah, is my intent that obvious?" Gan asked. Ling Yunfeng replied, "You don't bother explaining yourself to others, burying your head in your goals. That's why people misunderstand you so deeply. But as your friend, I've learned a lot from you." This made Ye Gan feel a pang of guilt, and then, suddenly, tears just flowed out of her eyes. Seeing Ling Yunfeng smile at her, she wiped her tears away. Ling Yunfeng's gaze softened as he looked at her. Ye Gan said, "Since our invincible Saint Venerable is being so frank, I can't keep hiding it either. Want to hear my story?" Ling Yunfeng said, "I'm all ears." Ye Gan began. "What if I told you that the chaos of the past few centuries has likely been orchestrated by 5 great cultivators, hidden behind the scenes?" Suddenly, Ye Gan asked Ling Yunfeng, "What do you think of that?" Ling Yunfeng replied frankly, "Wen Yunfeng once mentioned a similar speculation to me, but it was just that speculation, because there wasn't any solid proof. Plus, I was busy unifying the divine continent at the time, so I let it go." Then, Ye Gan continued, "Those 5 had incredibly profound cultivation, their origins unknown, their motives unclear. But they seem to have some hidden agenda beneath the world, manipulating the chaos and order of this realm through various proxies." Ling Yunfeng asked, "How do you know?" Ye Gan replied, "Me and a group of other youngsters, all because we possess pure yin physiques, were captured by them using various methods to be human test subjects. They used us to test their medicines." She remembered her childhood, when she was bound like this. Her face looked like she'd been tortured here, and many others were also tied up and hung here. 2 men were chatting. "Have we used the new medicine yet?" "No, we can't. Only a few of the previous test subjects haven't recovered yet. If we use it now, where will we find more pure yin physique test subjects? If there are no results by tomorrow, the ancestors will be furious. Not only will the 2 of us lose our lives, but I'm afraid the ancestors might want to change the entire situation of the divine continent. Our hard-earned positions, and even our families, might all vanish into thin air. Then give it to them. Let's just follow fate." Ye Gan bowed her head. Then suddenly, her mouth was forced open, and a pill was shoved in. Even though she didn't want to, the pill still went into her mouth. The pill went down her throat, and suddenly, Ye Gan's eyes shot wide open. She looked like she was about to explode. Ye Gan and many others were locked onto pillars. She hung her head low. Her eyes were squeezed shut, and a voice rang out. "This one's no good. Throw her out and deal with her. Hope the others can endure it." Then Ye Gan was tossed into a corner, and then a hand grabbed her leg, dragging her limp body to some place. That person hung Fanshu upside down over a deep abyss, and mercilessly dropped her. She fell straight into a mountain of corpses, reeking of death. One of her eyes fluttered open as she lay there, looking so pitiful, truly like a soulless puppet tossed away. She just lay there, amidst the tragic mountain of corpses. No one came to save her. Her expectant gaze looked so heartbreaking. On the cliff, they threw down another unfortunate corpse. It was a little boy, about 3 or 4 years old. The corpse landed right on top of her. Little Gan was drenched in blood, her eyes empty and lifeless like a dead person. Another child fell into the pit of corpses. It collided with Gan. The violent impact jolted Gan awake, her eyes wide and clear. She jumped up. She had regained her senses. Looking down, she saw 2 dead boys, and she cried out in shock. "Ah! She looked around, wide-eyed and disoriented. Suddenly, there was a pair of red eyes behind her. Gan looked back and saw a giant serpent staring intently. The serpent opened its massive mouth, wanting to swallow her whole. How could her tiny body escape the jaws of that monstrous beast? It quickly tossed her up and swallowed her into its mouth. She floated down into the monster's stomach. Then it lifted its head and seemed to notice something. Its body emitted a strange purple light. Its stomach swelled up bigger and bigger. Then, boom! Little Gan burst out of its stomach, glowing with a purple light that grew brighter and brighter. She looked at her glowing body. Then she turned back and saw her friends lying there. She walked towards them. Then she went to the cliff. Straining with all her might, she started to climb. She climbed slowly. The distance between her and the edge of the pit was getting closer. She thought to herself, "These beasts killed my whole family, made me get this weird power, so I've slaughtered them all. I was just a kid back then, suddenly finding a reason to live amidst all the killing." Suddenly she yelled, "Ah, yeah," Gan said. It was to find those 5 ringleaders, kill them, or be killed by them. Yunfeng placed his hand on her shoulder, his face looking at her gently. Perhaps now she has more things she can do. Her eyes softened, and she said, "I know what you want to say, but it can't change my primary goal. Those bastards ruined my life. I'll use every ounce of strength I have to find them and tear them apart." With the same look, Yunfeng looked at Ye Jinjin. He said, "Since getting to know you, I've always felt you're a bit strange." Ye Jinjin asked, "Oh, like what?" He sighed. "It always feels like you're chasing something, completely disregarding what others think. You don't care about reputations, and have destroyed quite a few demonic cultivators. Making outsiders unable to comprehend your logic, you've become a dreaded great devil. Only now do I know there's a reason for it." The two walked slowly. Then Yunfeng turned back to look at Ye Jinjin. Ye Jinjin asked, "What do you want to say?" Yunfeng asked, "Don't mind if I lend you a hand, do you?" Ye Jinjin said, "Those old geezers are not only unimaginably strong but also cunning as foxes. Based on my current strength, I still lack confidence. It's different with you. Around, I feel like I've got a few more chances of winning." They saw the light. Yunfeng said, "Let's go." The two disappeared into the gloomy sky. "There is one person on the stone pillar, and one person kneeling there." Shi Tiancheng looked at the person on the stone pillar, shivering and crying. "This person's face has not yet been revealed." His eyes opened. "What enemy forced you to activate the space imprint on your body?" Shi Tiancheng said. Reporting, "Ancestor, it's the daughter of demonic lords Hai Tiange and the son of Tianfan Shui Dao sects, useless Xuanzun. They fell into our trap." The person sitting on the statue said, "Oh. So who followed you here?" Shi Tiancheng looked up in shock. Then he turned. "It's Ling Yunfeng and Ye Jinjin, Saint Zun." Ye Jinjin, Saint Zun. Why are you together?" Shi Tiancheng said in panic. In the stone cave, Yunfeng and Jinjin are standing, and a mysterious black figure is sitting on a stone pillar, below which Shi Tiancheng is kneeling. As soon as Jinjin saw the man, she asked, "Are you one of those 5 people?" That mysterious black figure said, "Oh, Amir Zhai Tiange sect master knows about our existence." Yunfeng continued, "The unity of heaven and man, the majestic inner chi of an incomparable being with inwardly contained spiritual energy, why has he never shown himself in the world?" The mysterious black figure was silent for a while without answering, and then he said, thinking back to 500 years ago, detached from the world, realizing immortality, to reach the realm of Taiyi Jade purity, we painstakingly searched for hundreds of years without success, yet it appeared on a junior like you. Truly rare. A dazzling light erupted from that mysterious figure in black, and the mysterious figure in black revealed himself to be a strange old man in white robes. Gan Gan frowned when she saw him, and shouted, "So this is the reason you guys are causing chaos in the mortal realm, killing people, and tearing countless families apart." The old man's face twisted, and he roared angrily, "Insolence!" The old man released a massive pressure. The immense pressure bursting from him sent Shi Tiancheng flying. Gan Gan was completely unharmed, because Ling Yunfeng had created a protective shield for her. The old man said, "We have long transcended and become immortals. In our eyes, everything in this world is just livestock. Would you care about the thoughts of livestock?" With that, he waved his hand, and a mysterious force seized Shi Tiancheng, lifting him into the air. Shi Tiancheng cried out in horror, Old ancestor, what are you trying to do?" The old man sneered. "Even a grandson who carries my bloodline is just cattle. Once he's useless, I'll kill him," he said, clenching his outstretched hand. Shi Tiancheng's face turned ashen, and he struggled, saying, "Ancestor." Shi Tiancheng seemed to be in immense pain. His mouth widened, his face turned pale, and he groaned in agony. Then Shi Tiancheng's body swelled up, his face bulging, his eyes popping, looking utterly grotesque. Then Shi Tiancheng exploded in the air, splattering blood everywhere. Blood rained down from his body. The old man's eyes shone with golden light, and he said gleefully, "When the heavens unleash their killing intent, dragons and snakes rise from the land, overthrowing the mighty and uprooting their homes. The common people tremble." Then the old man glanced down at Ling Yunfeng and the others, and he reached out to suggest that Ling Yunfeng join them. Ling Yunfeng simply said calmly, "Our worldviews are completely different." Gan Gan turned to him and asked, "So what are you planning to do?" Ling Yunfeng replied, "What do you want me to do?" Hearing this, Gan Gan leaned on his shoulder and said, "Then capture him first, then cripple his cultivation, and then interrogate him for information." Ling Yunfeng responded, "Then that's what we'll do." The old man's face contorted like a monkey eating ginger when he heard this, and he roared furiously, "Impudence!" His shout created a pressure that shattered the surrounding ancient trees into boulders, and those boulders flew towards Ling Yunfeng. Ling Yunfeng immediately stepped in front of Gan Gan. He raised his hand, emitting a golden light.
The flying rocks were immediately enveloped in the golden light.
Then Ling Yunfeng squeezed his hand lightly, and the rocks smashed into each other. Ling Yunfeng said, "Return to dust." The rocks then emitted a brilliant golden light.
He raised 2 fingers and said,
"Refine form, transform into swords."
The rocks dissolved and scattered above the old man's head.
Then they gathered again, forming the shape of swords. After that, a series of brilliant golden swords floated above the old man's head. The golden swords were about to descend upon the old man's head, but he just kept his eyes closed, calm, and collected. Then the old man opened his eyes and said, "You want to show off in front of this old man with this little bit of magic? All the magic in the world is in our hands."
He used his power to turn the golden swords controlled by Ling Yunfeng blue.
The swords immediately stopped moving and floated around the old man. He said, "Refine form, assimilate essence."
The swords were covered in a mysterious blue light. They gradually dissolved and changed shape. The old man continued,
"I'll show you this old man's sword transformation."
The swords gradually warped,
leaving only the sword's essence.
The swords were gathering together into a single form. Finally, they created a giant great sword floating above the old man's head.
10th level. The great sword became extremely huge. The old man stroked his beard and said, "Little brat, can you withstand this?" He then launched the giant great sword at Ling Yunfeng. Ling Yunfeng calmly extended his hand, gathered his power, and said, "HMPH. No matter what technique you attack with, today I will defeat you." Ling Yunfeng gently touched the tip of the old man's greatsword with his hand, and he said, "Sword transformation, infinitely subtle."
The great sword turned red starting from the hilt, gradually spreading upwards.
Then the great sword was enveloped in a brilliant golden light, shrinking to a fraction of its original size. Ling Yunfeng continued. The small golden sword shot towards the old man who was sitting there. The expression on his face suddenly changed slightly. The old man thought to himself, "This isn't right." Thinking this, he dodged his head to the side, but he was still grazed by the golden sword, losing a patch of his beard. The golden sword continued to fly, piercing into the rock wall inside the cave. Above, a large patch of earth suddenly rose up from the ground. A golden sword shot out from within.
It pierced through the layers of clouds, soaring straight into the blue sky.
Inside the cave, a large hole was revealed, and light from outside streamed in through it. The hole was right behind the old geezer.
His face filled with shock. He turned his head and said,
"This, impossible."
Gan, who was hiding behind Yunfeng, poked her head out, full of joy, and immediately said,
"Hey, aren't you overreacting? An old man's body can't handle that." The old man's face darkened a few shades. He didn't say anything, and then his body instantly disappeared. Gan exclaimed in a panic, "That sly old fox is trying to escape." Yunfeng immediately said I'd use sword transformation to take him down, and I definitely will. With that, he shot upwards, a golden ray transforming into a sword, relentlessly pursuing. On the ground was the hole created by his sword, and the golden ray that Yunfeng released shot up to the sky through it.
From that golden ray, countless smaller golden swords were unleashed, spreading everywhere in the vast heavens and earth, hunting for the old man.
Yunfeng closed his eyes to sense it, then he opened his eyes and said,
"Found him." Yunfeng took Gangan's hand and pursued the old man to the great snow mountain tens of thousands of miles away, in Shenzhou.
Finally, Ling Yunfeng and Ye Gangan caught up, and the silver-haired old man was being held in place. Suddenly, Ye Gangan spoke up. "The great snow mountain, tens of thousands of miles away, in Shenzhou, what a cunning old fox, running so far." The old man was extremely surprised. How did you do it? This is impossible. How could the Taiyi Jade Clarity Realm be this terrifying?" Ye Gangan immediately flew forward, using her casual demeanor to chat. "Taiyi Jade Clarity Realm is just something written in ancient texts. Mountain toppling, sea draining, Qiankun Na. You old geezers haven't experienced this kind of realm. How would you know if this Taiyi Jade Clarity Realm can compare to the current great power of the Saint Sovereign?" The man became stiff. What? Could it be? Could it be that this has surpassed the Taiyi Jade Clarity Realm? Ling Yunfeng stood to the side, observing the situation, and suddenly he spoke up. "Our sect's principle is to never stop exploring higher realms." Ye Gangan continued to observe intently, and suddenly her eyes were filled with killing intent. "I won't blame you for playing with the world in your hands. I won't blame you for killing innocent people. I won't blame you for using living people to refine pills." Suddenly everything turned dim. "Now I'm only interested in your realm. How you guys researched me before, now it's only reasonable to return it all, right?" The old man's expression became horrified. Ye Gangan turned back to observe Ling Yunfeng's expression, and then she immediately used her original, adorable demeanor. "This female demon, me, is just using some small, cruel tricks. You'll just turn a blind eye, right?" Ling Yunfeng, didn't say anything, and then he just sighed. "He's yours." The old man immediately widened his eyes, and then screamed in horror. Wait, I'll tell you anything you want to know." But at this point, Ye Gangan was still overflowing with killing intent. "If you don't taste a little bitterness, where's the sense of accomplishment in making you talk?" Immediately after, she summoned the Dark Moon Art, Heavenly Demon Devour. The old geezer's entire body and soul were instantly extracted. His cultivation also merged into Ye Gangan's body. Ye Gangan's body began to change. A large cloud appeared in the sky, along with lightning bolts striking down on Ling Yunfeng. Observing everything from the outside, he didn't show the slightest change in expression. "So she will become the leader of Shenzhou under me. Am I really doing the right thing by indulging her so much?" The entire space was now completely changing color. Ye Gangan immediately stood still. Her body was being transformed into something different. Now Ye Gangan became extremely beautiful and radiant. Two completely contrasting scenes, one person full of vitality and one withered. The old man was still trembling. Please." But Ye Gangan just smiled softly. She turned around to look at Ling Yunfeng. Ling Yunfeng said nothing, just silently observed. Ye Gangan immediately spoke up. "Fight me." Only then did Ling Yunfeng change his attitude. Gently. "All right." Ye Gangan rushed forward. She began to unleash her demonic power to attack Ling Yunfeng, but he still didn't make the slightest move to dodge. Ye Gangan was extremely excited. "How terrifying. Even if I'm like this, using all my strength, I still can't shake you at all," Ling Yunfeng calmly replied. "Didn't you make this venerable one use 4/10 of his power?" Ye Gangan looked at her hand, a little confused. "How is that possible? I clearly plundered all of that old geezer's magic power." Ling Yunfeng still replied gently. "No matter how much magic power there is, if the body can't contain it, it's meaningless. Like a cup full of tea, adding more water is useless." At this time she absorbed too much magic power beyond her body's capacity. Ye Gangan immediately returned to her adorable appearance. "Then please, Holy Lord, help me release this excess magic power." Ye Gangan became both charming and adorable. "So please, Holy Lord, help me release the excess." Immediately, she created a large magic ball. Ye Gangan summoned the demonic thunderstorm prison, trapping both of them inside the magic ball. A great force radiated around. A raging tornado moved across the snowy mountain, and a series of large ice fragments continuously pierced down the mountain. The surroundings were gradually changing. After several hours, the space finally returned to its normal appearance. Ye Gangan leaned against Ling Yunfeng's body, seemingly exhausted. Without a shred of strength left, Ling Yunfeng softly asked. Feeling better, Ye Gangan slowly opened her eyes. She looked directly up at Ling Yunfeng, nodded slightly, and then reached out to touch his handsome face. At this moment, Ye Gangan suddenly became deeply affectionate. "Luckily I had you. It makes everything I went through before feel worthwhile." The two stood under the falling snow, when suddenly, Ling Yunfeng spoke. "Sa Ji Yu, take this guy back for interrogation. Any information, transmit it to me through the underworld." Ye Gangan suddenly reached up to smooth her hair, and immediately transformed into a gentle young woman. "Even as a saint venerable, you're still such a blockhead. This scene, this moment, is not right for that." But Ling Yunfeng was confused. Not right for what? Ye Gangan moved closer, preparing to kiss Ling Yunfeng. In that instant, their lips met, catching Ling Yunfeng completely off guard. Gradually, Ye Gangan's figure began to fade until she completely disappeared. Further surprising him, her voice still echoed in his ears. "Don't overthink it, it's just the right moment for emotions. I'm heading back first, you go check on your daughter." Ling Yunfeng touched his lips, still feeling the warmth, his bashful expression showing that he still didn't understand what was happening. He wondered, questioning himself. What just happened? Ling Yunfeng's heart beat faster and faster, but seemingly unable to immerse himself in it, he shook his head vigorously, trying to snap out of it. Ling Yunfeng was still embarrassed. What did she say just now? Finally remembering his main purpose. "Ah, right, my daughter. Go see my daughter. And my son." Ling Yunfeng immediately left the snowy mountain and returned to Shenzhou. Ling Yunfeng was observing something in the myriad mirror, and his expression wasn't good at all. The scene showed a pair of young man and woman lying on the ground. The two children had finally awakened, feeling exhausted all over after a long sleep. Ye Tingyu's son reached up and rubbed his aching neck. "What happened? My neck hurts." Suddenly, he stopped his actions, and immediately, Ling Yunfeng's figure appeared. Tingyu's son immediately stood in front, protecting his younger sister. "Who are you? Why did you sneak attack us?" The little girl behind him didn't seem to understand what was going on, but she still smiled very happily, and then brushed away the young man's hand. "Silly, This is the Saint Venerable. Ling Yunfeng was still super chill, and that kid was totally caught off guard, like he grabbed his head and was all, "Holy Paragon, Ling Yunfeng, the Holy Paragon." Awkward, much. Dude totally forgot to transform. Tianfeng knelt on the ground. Disciple of the Dao sect, Tianfeng, pays respects to the Holy Paragon. Ling Yunfeng was getting more and more embarrassed. Crap, this is awkward. Forgot to transform. Again. Right then, the little girl beside him teased, "You Dao sect disciples can't even recognize the Holy Paragon. What a joke." Tianfeng was super embarrassed, scratching his head. "Well, the Holy Paragon once visited the Dao sect, but only our direct disciples have ever seen him. I haven't seen the Paragon's true face." This smart and sassy girl, playing along, was like, "So what's up now? Why is the Holy Paragon here?" Tianfeng realized something, looking around left and right, and then he stood up. "Excuse me, has the Holy Paragon seen my two senior brothers and sisters who are slightly older than me?" Ling Yunfeng scratched his head awkwardly. Well, this..." Ling Long sighed quietly, immediately switching back to her smart and sassy act, backing him up. "The Holy Paragon probably came because they went to deliver a message, right?" Ling Yunfeng caught on. That's right, this Paragon, came here after receiving their message." Immediately going into super important mode, "I never expected the Heavenly Sword Manor to be up to such things." Ling Yunfeng picked up a talisman and he slowly moved it toward Tianfeng. "This Yin talisman contains top-secret information. Carry it to Tianfengsu, the Heavenly Headmaster." Tianfeng was super careful. Following the Holy Paragon's instructions, Tianfeng will leave immediately. Suddenly, Tianfeng turned to look at the little girl behind him, and Ling Long immediately put her hand up to threaten him. "I'll play with you later, with my awesome toys." Tianfeng also bowed, and then he subtly looked up. "Don't pull any tricks in front of the Holy Paragon, or I won't be able to protect you." Ling Long was a little confused. Then she froze for a moment, and immediately perked her chin and turned away. "I'm not stupid. Get lost, you righteous idiot." Tianfeng bowed one more time before leaving. Although Ling Long is the daughter of the Zai Tian Pavilion Master, she is only exposing the crimes of the Heavenly Sword Manor, and is not doing anything bad. Tianfeng will return to fulfill his mission. And then, Tianfeng disappeared. Now, only the two of them were left in the room, staring at each other. Ling Long's expression was super unhappy, and Ling Yunfeng was getting even more embarrassed. Immediately, the little girl spoke up. "All the treasures here are mine. Don't you dare try to take them." Ling Yunfeng scratched his head sheepishly. I know. You get the credit for exposing the crimes of the Heavenly Sword Manor this time." Ling Long looked around. "Where's my mom?" Ling Yunfeng looked helpless. "Your mom already left? Pack up these pills and you should go too." But Ling Long was having none of it. "HMPH, I'm not done playing yet, I don't wanna." Ling Yunfeng immediately went into angry dad mode. "You've caused such a scene that so many people are staring at us, it's dangerous." Ling Long shot back with a cocky look. "Huh? The flash step technique, disguise arts, and trap formations from those old geezers at the Zai Tian Pavilion. I've learned them all. Don't underestimate me, I know a ton of stuff." She then continued, "I'm not about to let myself get into danger. Even that old man Ji, ranked 36th in the world, just got owned by me, didn't he?" Ling Long then recalled Tianfeng's adorable face. "And that dummy. He's obviously a bit older than me, but didn't I have him wrapped around my little finger?" Ling Yunfeng still looked a little worried, but on the flip side, Ling Long was incredibly sharp. "HMPH. You're just afraid I'll cause you trouble. You're scared that if people find out you're my dad, you'll lose face." Suddenly, Ling Long's body started to tremble. "Don't worry. Even if I told anyone, nobody would believe it anyway." Her emotions got the better of her, and Ling Long suddenly started to sob. Ling Yunfeng felt a tight, uncomfortable feeling in his chest. Guilt pushed him to walk closer to the little girl. "I'm sorry, I'm not a good father." But just then, Ling Long stopped crying. "Dad, what's good or not good about it? Wasn't it just mom wanting a kid, so she found a tool guy, and then tossed him aside after she was done?" Ling Yunfeng started to panic. "Of course not. It was to protect your mom, to protect you, and to make our family happy." As if she'd gotten what she wanted, Ling Long cheerfully turned back around. "Really? So you'll play with me, right? To make me happy?" At that moment, Ling Yunfeng realized he'd been played, and his face froze. Damn it, I got tricked again. How come, ever since I met this kid, she's always had me in the palm of her hand? Ling Yunfeng knelt down and spoke to the little girl. "Ling Long, you really don't have to be like this. If you want to play, you can just tell me. What do you want to play?" Ling Long's eyes filled with anticipation. For real. She put her hands on her hips and proposed, "Then I want to play something different." Yunfeng stroked his chin, thinking. He suddenly thought of a fun place. His eyes snapped open with excitement as he said, "All right then, I'll take you to play with something new.
How about we go to my secret base? Linglong's eyes lit up with excitement.
What kind of secret base? Yunfeng held out his hand, his eyes filled with a powerful intensity. You'll know when we get there. Linglong stepped forward and took his hand. Yunfeng muttered under his breath. Absolute boundary of the mysterious heaven's illumination. A shimmering golden dome of light enveloped the two of them. Linglong excitedly touched the dome of light. Is this your strongest defensive magic? I heard that even a dozen high-level demonic cultivators couldn't break it. What are we doing? Yunfeng laughed and said, You'll know when we get there. And just like that, after he finished speaking, the two of them, wrapped in the dome of light, lifted off the ground. They shot up so fast they blew a hole through the ceiling. A moment later, in a place with endless, overlapping mountain ranges, a streak of golden light flashed, shooting up from the ground straight into the heavens. It was Linglong and Yunfeng, encased in the beam of light, flying at full speed into the blue sky. Two streaks through the sky, leaving a long, bright trail. Some dude flying around on his sword nearby was totally caught off guard by the light show. He squinted up like, what? His eyes were all kinds of confused. Ling Yunfeng and Linglong were still zooming at top speed, but neither of them felt a thing from the wind or pressure. That golden dome was keeping them snug as bugs in a rug. Before they knew it, they blasted right through Earth's atmosphere. But Ling Yunfeng wasn't about to stop there. He immediately shot Linglong straight into the vast, endless universe. That golden dome was still rocking and rolling, protecting them like a boss. Linglong was digging the view, letting out a cute little ooh. She was totally vibing with this once-in-a-lifetime experience. She was looking left, looking right, not missing a thing. Ling Yunfeng saw her like that and thought, aha, now the kid's dropping the act. That's the innocent side she should have at her age. Suddenly, Linglong spotted something weird. She pointed and asked, What's that? Ling Yunfeng followed her finger and saw a busted-up satellite, pieces floating all over the place, he explained. Probably some junk from humanity, like 500 years ago. Linglong pointed at something else, and he continued, his voice a little nostalgic. Those were created by the immortals of Shenzhou, called the Miracle of the Heavenly Palace. Linglong asked excitedly, Daddy, where are you taking me? Ling Yunfeng chuckled, all gentle and doting, and pointed ahead. Linglong's eyes went wide. A bright, full moon appeared before them, shining softly with a touch of magic in the vast darkness of space. Linglong was super hyped when she saw it, her eyes sparkling like crazy, and she kept saying, Go, go! Ling Yunfeng chuckled and replied, Let's go! He grabbed her hand and they zoomed towards the moon. They flew super fast, and in a blink, they were on the surface of the moon. Now get this. On the moon's bumpy surface, there was this little patch of land with green grass, tall trees, and even a little lake. The two slowly descended, and the golden dome protecting them merged into an even bigger golden dome, protecting the little patch of land. Ling Yunfeng held Linglong's hand and gently landed on the ground. Linglong was bursting with excitement. She didn't even wait to land properly before jumping down, stomping on the soft green grass. Little, cute Linglong was taking in the natural atmosphere with all her senses. She suddenly said, What's going on? I feel like my body's lighter. Linglong squatted down, raised her hands behind her, then jumped up into the air and laughed gleefully. Wee, haha, what is this place? A light jump, and you can jump so high. Ling Yunfeng watched her playing around and smiled gently, full of love. Linglong tried to lift a huge rock, 10 times her size. Weirdly, the 100-ton rock was easily lifted by the tiny girl. Linglong smiled and said, Haha, this rock is too light too. After Linglong spoke, she carried the rock forward a few steps, gained momentum, and threw the rock into the air. That 100-ton rock got yeeted like a freaking baseball and zoomed off into space. It blasted off like a massive meteor, and then, poof, gone. Left behind just a tiny little streak of light. Ling Yunfeng plopped down on the green grass, watching Linglong play. He flopped back, using his arm as a pillow, and said, This is where Daddy comes when he's tired, needs to think, and wants some peace and quiet. Linglong heard him and turned her head. She jumped down onto the soft grass and snuggled up next to him. Linglong stretched out her arms and legs, happily soaking it all in. Yunfeng started telling her, Once upon a time, Daddy wanted to find a quiet place, away from all the drama, the grudges, everything. I searched everywhere. He pointed towards Earth and continued, Suddenly I looked up and saw the moon, and I had this crazy idea to try coming here. That's how I created this awesome Huangtian Zhao spell. Linglong lay beside him, looking at where he was pointing. totally amazed. Her eyes lit up as she gazed at the distant view. Linglong raised her hand, mimicking Yunfeng's gesture.
Her tiny, adorable hand pointed towards the faraway earth. The two of them were enjoying this unique and magical moment.
Yunfeng sat up with a gentle smile and said, "Let's just have fun for now." Hearing that, Linglong jumped up excitedly and agreed. Okay? The father and daughter, surrounded by a protective shield, freely flew and jumped on the moon. The two stopped to chat about the satellite. Then, they started a fire and grilled some meat on the moon. A while later, Linglong, munching on a kebab, sat on the edge of a large crater, enjoying the view. Yunfeng was right beside her. They were chatting and laughing like crazy. Linglong leaned in close to his ear to tell a story, looking super excited. Yunfeng chuckled as he listened, and Linglong giggled along with him. After playing for a bit, Linglong got sleepy and drifted off on Yunfeng's lap.
She was pretty tired after all the fun, so she slept like a log.
Yunfeng gazed at her lovingly, then looked up and smiled at the scene before him. He sees the big earth and a brightly lit area, a place with tall towers bathed in the gorgeous pink hues of the sunset. A girl is leaning on the railing, gazing up at the moon. On the moon, an image of Linglong appears, making a funny face. The girl with long, dark hair is gently gazing at the moon.
After a long sleep, Linglong groggily stretched and woke up with a gentle smile, looking at her daughter.
Ling Yunfeng asked, "You're awake, Linglong?"
Rubbing her eyes, the little girl nodded.
He chuckled. "Wanna head back?" Faced with her father's question, she stared blankly, then blurted out, Can Daddy always be there for me like this?" With a gentle gesture, he nodded. "That's right," he confessed. "That's how my dad was, and that's how my grandpa was too. So I think being a dad like that is super cool."
Receiving the warmth from her father's hand, she shrunk her neck in.
Linglong lowered her head, quickly evading the question, then replied, "Liar. A busy dad like you, there's no way you'll always have time for me." Hearing this, Yunfeng sighed and looked up at the sky. "Your dad's parents also had a younger sister who died in the chaotic era. Your dad and a group of friends are trying to create a world where family can always be together. Then, Daddy will have plenty of time to spend with you."
She couldn't listen anymore, so she propped herself up, retorting angrily,
"By then, I'll be all grown up, as awesome as Mom. I won't need Daddy to spend time with me anymore." Linglong's words made him smile helplessly. While she grinned with glee, she suddenly turned her head. "But I still can't go back." Yunfeng tilted his head, asking in confusion. "Why?" she quickly replied in a lively tone. "Because I promised Xuan we'd go see the myriad Dharma assembly together." Linglong's words were like a bolt of lightning to Yunfeng. He clutched his head and wailed, "Holy crap! When did Gangan and Huke start hanging out? These two little brats. One's a little devil, the other's a little goblin. Together they are trouble. Even an old fox like me gets played by them. These kids know how to mess with people's hearts." One Linglong already caused the Tianjian mountain manor, an ancient family, to fall apart. I don't even want to think about what Xuan will do. With lightning speed, Yunfeng executed a special technique using his zero-distance perception toward Earth. His eyes scrutinized with thought, then suddenly widened in panic.
Crap. Observing her father's series of incomprehensible actions, Linglong frowned and asked, "What's wrong?"
Yunfeng turned and announced, "I can't sense Xuan's location. There might be unforeseen danger."
Receiving the information that her friend was in danger, the little girl said angrily, "Take me there now."
But she was stopped by his words. "You go back and wait first. Once Daddy finds Xuan, I'll definitely bring her to you. We'll go see the myriad Dharma assembly together."
Her father's head pat calmed her down, and she replied softly, "Okay, Daddy, you must find Xuan, she's my only friend." Quickly hugging him, faced with his daughter's concern, he smiled helplessly. Holding the child in his arms, he gently replied, "Daddy promises you." After promising the child, he cast a spell on Linglong. A golden circle quickly appeared, transporting Linglong away. Back to Du Cheng, of the Great Ming Dynasty. At the royal palace, Huke was listening to the soldiers' reports, her usually beautiful face now etched with an indescribable worry. She asked helplessly. Still no sign of her. The soldiers knelt down in fear. "We deserve to die 1,000,000 times. Apologies were useless now," she ordered. "Increase the manpower, expand the search, continue looking." After receiving the queen's command, he quickly left, but was frozen halfway. Huke also looked at the person in front of her in surprise. It was her domineering husband, Ling Yunfeng, making an appearance. After a long daze, she couldn't contain herself, ran over and hugged him, sobbing, "Why are you here?" Embraced by a beauty with jade-like spirit, Yunfeng blushed slightly, but glancing down, he saw the rare vulnerability Huke showed in front of others. He gently grasped her shoulders, trembling with fear, and comforted her, asking, "Any news about Xuan?" Huke looked into his infinitely tender eyes. shook her head slightly, and sighed.
The situation had become more serious, causing his brows to furrow. No clues at all. Receiving the question, Hu Keijin also responded helplessly.
Her trail suddenly went cold at the Shenxiao sect. Can you sense Xuan Xuan?
He also shook his head helplessly, replying, precisely because I couldn't sense her, that I came to you immediately.
Hearing Yunfeng's words, Hu Keishin's face turned as white as if all the blood had been drained from it,
and her body staggered. But Yunfeng caught her in time. Crying, she said, even you can't sense Xuan.
She didn't finish her sentence before Yunfeng interrupted. Don't panic. The Shenxiao sect, their sect leader, Xiao Chao, is my old comrade in arms. That place is his territory. Let's go ask him. The fear of losing her child gave her strength, and she exclaimed, I'm going too. Hearing her demand to go, he asked in return, what about the great Yu country affairs? Hu Keixin was only worried about her child now, so she quickly replied, the great Marshal Chen is holding down the fort.
The more she thought about it, the more her heart ached, causing her even more pain. Xuan is my life. As a father, Yunfeng comforted her and said, let's go. Before departing,
Hu Keixin quickly used a transformation spell, which made him puzzled.
After transforming back into her original form, she, like a small cat, jumped into Yunfeng's warm embrace, holding a soft, fluffy ball in his arms, eased his tension somewhat. The damage was even greater when that soft, fluffy ball looked at him with glistening, tearful eyes.
He sighed softly.
Activating his magical power, he whisked away from the bustling Daiyu kingdom and arrived at the perpetually misty Mount Shengxiao. As soon as they reached Shengxiao's sect, a whole bunch of Taoist priests, wielding their sword skills, rapidly scrambled out of the sect like ants fleeing a disturbed nest.
They zoomed past him in a flash. Sensing something fishy, he couldn't help but ask, what the heck is going on here?
Suddenly, a shout rang out.
Watch out. Ling Yunfeng quickly used his magic to stop a little Taoist priest who was flying towards him.
Abruptly halted, the little Taoist priest angrily yelled, who are you? Why are you stopping me?
Facing such a bossy attitude,
he calmly replied, Ling Yunfeng. His name hit the Taoist brain like a bolt of lightning, causing him to exclaim, Holy Paragon. He quickly bowed his head in apology. Our sect didn't receive any notice about your visit. Did you come in disguise from?
Yunfeng ignored the apology
and went straight to the point. What's going on here? The little Taoist obediently replied,
reporting to the Holy Paragon, a demoness from Daiyu Kingdom broke into our sect and released the important prisoners in the heavenly prison without permission. We are following the Law Sovereign's orders to search for their whereabouts. These words startled Hu Keihan and Yunfeng so much that they both exclaimed, what? They couldn't believe their ears. Yunfeng made eye contact with Keihan, who was in her cute fox form. He thought, go quickly find Xiao Chao and ask about the situation.
Yunfeng and the fox suddenly vanished, leaving the young Taoist stunned. On Mount Haoshan of the Shengxiao sect stood a towering pavilion. Yunfeng's spiritual sense reached out to observe the place.
He repeated the name of the pavilion.
Mind cleansing, Keihan, nestled in his arms, pondered. Xiao Chao is also a famous figure in the world, a meritorious subject who fought alongside you in Shenzhou, now a protector of the Southwest. Why does his cultivation hall have to use the two words, mind cleansing? Yunfeng speculated. War is a cruel thing. Each side, with their own strength and goals, wants to achieve the final victory. Not only must there be people charging ahead risking their lives, but there are also those who must lie beneath the battlefield.
He then recalled how ruthless Xiao Chao used to be. Yunfeng thought to himself, doing some of the darkest deeds will leave the heart of any person with a conscience full of holes, and his other identity used to be one of the assassination organizations that made heroes from all over the world terrified. The first assassin unrepentant of the blood slaughterhouse.
Keihan thought to herself, the unrepentant enters hell. Mind cleansing forgets the past.
She turned to look at Yunfeng and asked telepathically, then what about you, Holy Paragon?
He worriedly thought, there is something to mend the heart. This can be regarded as my luck. I hope he can find it too.
Yunfeng's spirit entered the pavilion, walking and thinking. Shenzhou was established, the blood slaughterhouse vanished. At this time in the world there is only Shenzhou sect leader Xiao Chao, no more unrepentant.
He carried the beautiful fox along the path. The pavilion was elegantly decorated. In front was a lotus pond, filled with the fragrance of fresh, pink lotuses, standing out against the lush green leaves.
Looking at the arrangement, Yunfeng praised, this guy knows how to live. Such an elegant arrangement. Suddenly the fox jumped down and transformed into Keihan. She approached the pavilion, and then turned to Yunfeng, saying,
this place is definitely not something Xiao Chao could have arranged. Hearing this, he surprisingly asked back, oh, you can see that too. Keihan explained softly, you big heroes are always fighting for the world, decisive in killing, naturally carrying murderous aura. Looking around the area, she continued. But the arrangement here is elegant. Someone put a lot of thought into it. In my opinion, it must be Xiao Chao's direct disciple, Bi Su. Ling Yunfeng asked in surprise. You know that little girl too, she replied. She often comes back to Dayu Kingdom to collect medicine. She is one of Xuanxuan's friends. Then Qi Han suggested. Let's go in and find out the situation quickly, he agreed. Okay. Gently pushing the door open, Ling Yunfeng strode in, observing. Suddenly a voice rang out. Holy One still likes to barge in directly. Now that the world is at peace, you should announce yourself first, so that I can welcome you. Hearing that, Ling Yunfeng replied awkwardly, this time I didn't come for official business. A stranger standing near the window replied. Holy One and the Queen of Dayu Kingdom came together. What a strange combination, he asked in puzzlement. The two of you are here for Princess Xuanxuan's matter, right? Qi Han nodded. Although this little girl is playful, she knows her limits, and would definitely not do something like releasing a dangerous prisoner. Qi Han came specifically to verify. She placed her hand on her chest and bowed her head, saying, Coming without informing you is improper. I hope sect leader Zhao will forgive me. He stood there without answering. Then the man turned around. It turned out he was Xiao Chao. He cupped his hands and bowed, saying, Greetings, Holy One, greetings. Your Majesty the Queen. Then Xiao Chao said, Princess Xuanxuan indeed released a dangerous prisoner of the Shenxiao sect on her own accord, and at the same time stole a secret treasure of our sect, along with the criminal, a serious crime. The two of them exclaimed in surprise. What? Suddenly he knelt on one knee and reported, The disaster was caused by this rebellious disciple. Implicating the princess, I hope your Majesty will forgive her. Once again they blurted out, What? The two looked at each other in shock. Then Ling Yunfeng grabbed Xiao Chao's shoulder indignantly and questioned, What is going on? How could this little Su Xian do such a thing? Why is Xuanxuan also involved? What important secret treasure is it that caused your entire sect to mobilize and capture people? Where are they now? He gently advised the Holy One, Please don't get agitated. Qi Han stood there awkwardly, not knowing what to do next. Ling Yunfeng shouted sadly, How can I not be worried? Xuanxuan is an important disciple that I just accepted. Hearing him, Xiao Chao was shocked and muttered in fear, Important disciple, important disciple. Suddenly, a strange black aura enveloped him. Seeing that something was wrong, Ling Yunfeng asked worriedly, Hey, what's wrong with you? Suddenly, Xiao Chao raised two fingers towards him and rushed over, shouting, The one who harmed my disciple, kill. Ling Yunfeng was caught off guard and was stunned to hear that. Qi Han advised, Be careful. He seemed to want to attack Ling Yunfeng, but he was protected by an invisible shield. Everyone was shocked and stood still. The man's eyes turned completely black. His hair was as red as blood. His gloomy face terrified anyone who looked at him. Ling Yunfeng frowned and asked suspiciously, Your murderous nature hasn't been eliminated yet. Xiao Chao gritted his teeth, telling himself, Don't look, don't listen, don't think. Then, like a comet piercing the sunstrike, he shot towards Yunfeng. Just as he was about to touch Ling Yunfeng's face, a dazzling golden light suddenly erupted from under Yunfeng's chin. The same dazzling golden light was also emitting from his hand. Ling Yunfeng used his hand to hold the Lingtai Qingming Tianyin Dangmo seal on his head to suppress the devil-slaying palm thunder. Suddenly, a golden light shone down from above onto them, causing the demonic energy on the man to dissipate. After a moment he woke up. Xiao Chao was exhausted and staggering. Luckily Ling Yunfeng held him steady. Suddenly, someone rushed in and shouted, Sect leader, what happened to you? Kei Xin turned around and cast the dream-entering spell. The person was hypnotized, stood motionless, and then collapsed to the ground. The man had also recovered a bit. He hurriedly begged Ling Yunfeng, Hurry and go help them. Tell Su Xian not to come back. I'll bear all the sins. Ling Yunfeng asked, puzzled. He once gave Xuanxuan a celestial star, so even from 10,000 miles away, I should be able to sense it. Why can't I sense it? He struggled to answer. The place they went to, is the land of four nothings. Keshin glanced at him and asked, The land of four nothings? What kind of place is that? Ling Yunfeng suddenly realized and scratched his head, replying, No wonder I can't sense it. Then he turned to her and said, The land of four nothings is different from the four mansions and heavens. It's a peculiar place that both exists and doesn't exist, a place beyond the mundane, he further explained. If you want an image, it's like a bubble separating from this world. Only special opportunities can allow entry. These places beyond the mundane are scattered in various locations in Chenzhou. The number is known to be few. Hearing this, Qiuxin asked him, Where are they located? Xiao Chao held his shoulders and earnestly instructed, This one is 500 miles southwest, in the Wuhui forest. This land of four nothings is a secret that my Shenxiao sect has protected for many years.
It is said that the sealed extinction devil by the 5 immortal isolation exists inside Lei. You guys, hurry and go. The two were slightly stunned, standing frozen in place. Ling Yunfeng turned around, leading Qi Xin, saying, "Let's go." Then they disappeared without a trace. Looking at the scenery outside the door, Zhao Chao was still frightened, sweat covering his face. He raised his left hand to look. In his hand were red ash particles. Suddenly, someone ran in a panic and asked, "Senior brother sect leader? What happened?" He didn't answer but turned his head away. Xiao Chao closed his eyes and then raised his hand to cast a spell. He conjured a black blindfold, wanting to conceal his identity. Far away, on that mountain peak, a beam of light suddenly flashed with great speed. As it turned out, Ling Yunfeng and Kexin were speeding through the air. Suddenly she frowned and looked down, noticing that she was a little different. Ling Yunfeng asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Kexin's face turned serious, and she suspiciously asked, "Don't you feel that this whole thing is very strange?" Ling Yunfeng frowned and said, "Yeah, it is a bit odd. Su Xin, that child, although I've only met her a few times, was raised by Xiao Chao since she was little and is a very well-behaved child. How could she steal treasures? Xuan is also an understanding child, so why would she participate in this?" Hu Kexin also asked with doubt. The sect leader's words are also very strange. If he knew they were heading towards Wuhui Forest, why would he need you to go capture them? Could there be something between the master and disciples that they aren't telling us? Ling Yunfeng replied in a solemn tone. Right now, the most important thing is to find them ASAP so we can figure out what the heck is going on. With that, both of them zoomed off like rockets. In the never-returned forest, there's fog all year round. At this moment, Ling Yunfeng and Hu Kexin were floating in the air. Looking down at the forest below, Kexin said, puzzled, "If they really went to the Four Nose Land like you said, where do we even start?" Suddenly, she grabbed Ling Yunfeng's hands, shaking them frantically. "Why not use your Qiankun reversal to rewind time to before they entered?" Ling Yunfeng shook his head. Qiankun reversal can only go back a moment at most. Then he turned to Hu Kexin and said, "You're so flustered, isn't this your specialty?" Ling Yunfeng gently pinched her nose and laughed. "Forgot about this." Hu Kexin seemed to realize she had a secret weapon. Her face instantly flushed red. She excitedly exclaimed, "That's right, I'll find them now." Hu Kexin closed her eyes and focused. She began to cast a spell, chanting, "Heavenly gift of the demon race, open up all senses of smell. The fragrance around me is being sucked in for 10 miles. As long as it's not more than 3 days old, I can distinguish all the scents." Suddenly, Hu Kexin opened her eyes wide and shouted, "Got it! There are definitely 2 people. Let's go." Saying that, Hu Kexin grabbed Ling Yunfeng's hand, dragging him towards the source of the scent. A moment later, they were standing on a lake, surrounded by tall trees. The atmosphere gloomy. They looked around to investigate and observe the terrain. Hu Kexin kept sniffing around, and she asked wearily, "Their scent stops here. What should we do next?" Ling Yunfeng calmly replied, "These outer realm places, entering depends entirely on fate. Maybe the entrance will only appear at certain times, or a special magic item is needed to open the passage." He raised his hands and continued, "Of course, there's a third way, a way only I can do." As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Yunfeng's hands were instantly enveloped in holy flames. A beam of light shone straight down on him, illuminating the whole area. Ling Yunfeng pointed his glowing hand forward and shouted, "Tear open space directly." In the dark night, a white gap immediately appeared, as if torn apart by teeth, with fragments scattering everywhere. Before them was a small barrier, just enough for 2 people to pass through. Inside was a completely different space. Ling Yunfeng took Hu Kexin's hand and stepped inside. He whispered, "Let's go." After the 2 of them entered, the barrier gradually closed, and finally, the barrier disappeared completely, causing the surrounding fog to dissipate and the forest to become less gloomy. On this side, they had entered another space, just as dark and gloomy as the outside. Ling Yunfeng and Hu Kexin carefully observed their surroundings. Suddenly, he realized something was wrong and said, "Crap." Hu Kexin was equally panicked and asked, "What's wrong?" Ling Yunfeng hesitated and replied, "This place really has an extremely dense demonic aura, suppressing Xuan's aura nearby. Dangerous." With that, he disappeared in a flash, leaving Hu Kexin alone. Hearing Ling Yunfeng say that, she was extremely frightened and worried for her daughter. She started sniffing around, searching for Xuan's scent. Suddenly, Hu Kexin darted forward and shouted, "Xuan." In front of her was a dense thicket of bushes. Hu Kexin stubbornly pushed through it. Unexpectedly, Ling Yunfeng was standing right behind it. He unexpectedly turned around to look at her.
and she was also surprised to see him.
Hu Kenshin didn't have time to stop, and crashed straight forward, lips meeting lips.
Both of them immediately widened their eyes and stared at each other. They were both very surprised, staring intently at each other. They were now in a very awkward position, causing Ling Yunfeng to blush slightly. Hu Kenshin reacted quickly, immediately backed away and shouted, "What are you doing standing here?"
Seeing that Ling Yunfeng didn't react, she said in a flustered manner, Could it be? Tears began to stream down Hu Kenshin's face like rain. Her eyes glistening with tears, she tremblingly called out, "Xuan Xuan." Ling Yunfeng was a bit flustered by her pitiful appearance,
and hurriedly said, "Hey, you, calm down a bit. Why are you suddenly acting like a kid?"
Hu Kenshin pinched his cheeks, sobbed, and shouted, "How can you tell me to calm down? Xuan Xuan is the apple of my eye."
Suddenly, a child's voice came from behind. "Mother Empress, why are you two here?" Both of them were stunned, and immediately turned around to look. Behind them was Xuan Xuan happily running towards them, along with Su Jin, and a little girl with eyes as red as a demon's.
Hu Kenshin burst into tears as well, and rushed over immediately. She threw herself into Xuan Xuan's arms, pitifully saying, "You naughty child! You naughty child! Sneaking out without a trace, making me unable to eat or sleep in peace." Xuan Xuan patted her head, comforted her, and apologized. "Don't cry, Mother Empress.
Don't cry." Hu Kenshin heard that and turned her face away in a huff.
Suddenly she burst into sobs, shouting, I don't care. I was so worried that I cried, so wronged that I wanted to cry, and now that I see you're okay, I'm relieved, but I still want to cry. I'm still angry, I'm not happy." But her tail was wagging uncontrollably.
Ling Yunfeng recalled her previous statement. "When us fox spirits are happy, our tails wag unconsciously, more honest than our mouths." He thought to himself, "Oh, so she's clearly lying herself. Her tail is definitely happy. These two are totally hypocritical. Like mother, like daughter." Ling Yunfeng stepped forward and patted her shoulder, saying, "Hey, you! How can a dignified queen of a great nation act like such a childish rogue?"
Hearing him say that, Hu Kenshin seemed to cry even louder, and pretended to be acting spoiled, replying, I don't care, I'm not happy, I want to cry."
Ling Yunfeng scratched his head in confusion and asked, "Then, what am I supposed to do?"
Xuan also sighed, and shook her head in resignation. Xuan pulled Ling Yunfeng's hand and walked away, ignoring Hu Kenshin, who was still sulking and crying loudly. She said nonchalantly, "Never mind, just leave mother alone for a while." Xuan turned her head and asked,
"Why are you two here?" Ling Yunfeng didn't answer, just stared intently at Su Xin and the scary little girl next to her.
Su Xin smiled at him, while the little girl beside her still had a cold expression. Ling Yunfeng asked, puzzled,
Xuan, I want to ask why you two ran here."
He looked towards Su Xin again, and continued,
"And Su Xin, how dare you steal the secret treasure of the Shengxiao sect on your own?" He reminded her softly, "Do you know that the entire Shengxiao sect is mobilized, searching for you two?" Hearing this, Su Xin panicked a little, and she lowered her head in silence, not daring to say a word.
Suddenly, the girl beside her changed her expression, becoming darker, and slowly said,
"They are very fierce, must not be hurt, must be eliminated." Hearing her say that, Su Jin turned to look at her in surprise.
Xuan in front also suddenly turned around. She quickly rushed towards Ling Yunfeng, who immediately became highly vigilant. He raised his hand forward, facing those blood-red eyes. He began to chant, Zi Wu Pao. A second later, a bright pink rope was immediately conjured, tightly binding the little girl, levitating in the air. Ling Yunfeng lowered his hand, and the little girl also fell to the ground with a thud. He realized something was wrong. "You!" The little girl gritted her teeth, her face darkening. She roared ferociously like she was possessed by a ghost, her face distorted, looking very scary. Surrounding her was a burst of power with flickering black light, extremely eerie and mysterious. She screamed deafeningly, making everyone except Ling Yunfeng cover their ears because they couldn't bear it. Ling Yunfeng's binding rope immediately cracked open. She had broken free, preparing to rush towards him, but unexpectedly, it looped around behind Ling Yunfeng, where Hu Kenshin was sitting, surprising him a bit. Hu Kenshin, who was covering her ears, saw a dark power flying towards her, startling her and widening her eyes. Hu Kenshin frantically hugged her head. Xuan was also extremely shocked, and both the little girl and Su Jin shouted in unison, "No!" Ling Yunfeng anxiously raised his hand, wanting to attack. Because of this, a dazzling pink light radiated from the palm of his hand, and he said loudly, "This is not demonic energy, it's ghost energy." A palm strike flew high into the air. In mid-air, it gathered into a large area between him and Qiuxin. Ling Yunfeng used the Popo Jun Zhen Xie,
his fingertips also bent to suppress what was in front of him. The pink light curtain immediately transformed, becoming straight lines intersecting each other,
quickly creating a magical cage. Inside appeared a black gathering of energy with two blood-red eyes flashing.
That thing gradually took the shape of a little girl. As if out of control,
those red pupils widened, and her two hands clenched tightly onto the bars of the cage. And a clear growling sound also came out. Hu Kei-shin quickly hid behind her husband, trembling greatly. Ling Yunfeng frowned while controlling it. This is a ghost creature, with dense ghost energy, rare in the world, too fierce and evil. If it escapes from here, I'm afraid it will be dangerous for the world. It's better to eliminate it. She hid behind him, secretly glanced at that thing, and nodded in agreement. The Qingxiao sect actually hides such a terrifying evil object. So scary.
Ling Yunfeng's eyes were filled with killing intent, and he tightened his fingertips even more. At this moment, Su Jin immediately ran over to stop him. Please, Holy Lord, show mercy. And Xuan was also beside her, begging him, Father Lord, please don't. The atmosphere between the two girls suddenly became quiet, and they were stunned at the same time.
Su Xin shot the little fox girl beside her a completely stunned look, and Xuan, realizing she'd just slipped up, immediately slapped her hands over her mouth, stammering, I forgot. Sister Xin was left totally confused.
Pointing at him, and then looking at the little girl, she asked, Xuan, what did you say just now, Father Lord? The little fox gave a shh gesture, telling her to be quiet, then moved closer and whispered, This has to be kept a secret. Ling Yunfeng and Hu Kei-shin were both dumbfounded by the two kids in front of them.
After a while, Kei-shin finally spoke up, questioning, Xuan, what's going on here?
The little girl, scared by her parents' interrogation, immediately pointed at the cage, hastily explaining, Zhao, he's our friend, Father Lord, can you, please, let her go? Ling Yunfeng and Kei-shin exclaimed in unison, What friend? Su Xin also stepped forward, adding, Yes, he's a good kid. Then, the little fox girl quickly ran towards the magic cage. Before everyone's eyes, the little devil being imprisoned stared at the little girl in front of it.
Xuan naively introduced, Xiao, these are my father and mother lords, please don't cause trouble at our house.
The little devil, hearing this, trembled and replied, Xuan's father and mother lords, please don't hurt Xuan and Su Xin. The little fox nodded in satisfaction and promised, They absolutely won't hurt me.
The kid in the cage also nodded, indicating it understood. Ling Yunfeng and Kei-shin exchanged glances, understanding something. He reached out, and golden light radiated from his palm, dissolving the cage.
It had been gradually weakening anyway, and then it disappeared. The little devil gently landed on the ground, and Xuan held out her hand to support her friend. AI looked at the three kids in front of them and asked, What on earth is going on here? Su Xin gently looked at the kid, her hand touching the others as if to comfort her, then explained everything clearly.
This child has been locked up here for hundreds of years, and he's always been alone. Although his power is terrifying, he's never hurt us since we came here. Xuan also anxiously spoke up in defense. Afraid of hurting us, he even sealed all his demonic chi. He's a good kid. Hearing her daughter say that, Hu Kei-shin rushed over to hug the child, bursting into tears, looking incredibly wronged. HMPH, I'm so good to this kid, how could you be so heartless to your mother? Disappearing without saying anything. Looked again. The fox who had been dealing with the society for many years was now crying in his arms. Xuan helplessly rubbed her mother's head and apologized in a childish voice. Mom, Mother Lord, I left a message for you. Hearing this, Hu Kei-shin stopped crying and wiped away her tears, stunned. What? Where? The little girl Xuan quickly replied, I left it on the desk. In your study, I made plans with Ling Long to go to Qintao Tian. Perhaps, realizing she had just dug a hole for herself, embarrassed, Kei-shin puffed out her cheeks and pouted, feigning anger. What? Who would think to look there? When people found out I was missing, I didn't have the mind to deal with official business. Xuan helplessly poked her cheek. This mother is more childish than me. How old are you? Why can't you stay calm when something happens? She grabbed her daughter's hand and rubbed it on her face, acting spoiled. I'm just worried about you. You're my daughter, my most precious treasure. Ling Yunfeng stood to the side, silently watching the loving mother and daughter. He internally judged, with some embarrassment, I never expected this she-fox to have such a childish side. Ling Yunfeng turned to Su Xin with a serious expression. Su Xin, why did you steal the token of the Shenxiao sect, to the point that the entire Shenxiao sect came after you two? Faced with this question, she hesitated. The little fox girl boldly stepped forward to explain. Father Lord, it's because
Before she could finish, he interrupted. And you too, Xuan Xuan, Ling Yunfeng said sternly.
Do you know what the crime is for releasing a heavy prisoner of the Shenjiao sect without permission? Xuan Xuan seemed frightened, and immediately confessed everything. Su Jin did it to save her master. Why did those stubborn elders have to imprison her? They're the bad guys. Hearing this made him stare in stunned silence. Hu Kei-shin looked at her daughter suspiciously and asked, What? Ling Yunfeng put his hands behind his back and calmly ordered,
What's going on here, you two? Come over here and explain. Clearly, Xuan Xuan looked at the little ghost and instructed, We'll play with you later, stay here for a bit first. The little girl and Su Xin lovingly held its hands. The little ghost obediently nodded upon hearing this and muttered, Heaven's gonna jump later, oh. The night sky covered the desolate forest with withered trees.
The atmosphere became extremely eerie. The two adults and two children looked at each other tensely. Ling Yunfeng spoke first. Su Xin, what's wrong with your master? Why did he tell me to tell you to stay away from the Shenjiao sect? Su Xin was extremely surprised to hear this. Master, did Master really tell you that? He confirmed. That's right, the girl trembled, unable to control her emotions. Tears welled up in her eyes, then shook her head, refusing to accept it. No way, I can't go. I have to save my master. We're about to find the other shoreflower. He was stunned by Su Xin's words. What did you say, other shoreflower? Hu Kei-shin also turned curiously to ask him, What's that? Ling Yunfeng quickly explained. It's a legendary exotic flower. It only blooms at the intersection of life and death. It can be refined into Grandma Meng's soup, which can make you forget your past life. He remembered his buddy Xiao Chao's strange face and became extremely worried. Ling Yunfeng looked at the two children and asked calmly, Is Xiao Chao's inner demon more serious now? What happened? Su Xin was silent for a long time, seemingly hesitant. After a while she told the whole story. After unifying Shenjiao, Master took over as the head of the Shenjiao sect. Besides handling sect affairs and quelling the remnants in the southwest, he locked himself in the cleansing heart chamber, carving Buddha statues day and night. Until a few days ago, it was a full moon night, with bright moonlight shining through the drifting clouds. Su Xin was busy lighting the stove and cooking in the kitchen. She looked at the steaming pot with anticipation. The aroma wafting out was irresistible, so she took a few sniffs. Su Xin hugged her face and happily cooed. So fragrant, she quickly scooped out a bowl and went to the front of Xiao Chao's hall.
Politely called out, Master, Su Xin has cooked a mind-nourishing soup for you. Please come and have some. Then she happily opened the door and went inside, looking around. She even called out Master a few times, but she still couldn't find him. Seeing this, Su Xin stepped into the room, then quickly placed the bowl of soup on the table, hot steam rising. Suddenly, Su Xin's attention fell on the carving on the table. She curiously picked it up to examine it, a meticulously carved and mysterious figurine. At the same time, a cool breeze ran across, blowing Su Xin's hair. Seeing her master leaning against the wall, she panicked. Master, what's wrong with you? She ran over to ask her master with concern, but Xiao Chao became unusual, his eyes like a red light shining brightly in the dark night. Not only that, but he also grabbed the person's neck right in front of him. The Xiao Chao in front of her now was no longer the Xiao Chao from before. His face was twisted in discomfort and abnormality. Su Xin, lifted high up by him, struggled incessantly. Shizun, what's wrong with you? I'm Su Xin. Suddenly, his entire body shuddered. The eerie face and eyes instantly changed. One side of his face returned to normal, and he called out to the girl. Su Xin was pushed out the door by Xiao Chao and landed on the grass outside the hall. Shizun didn't say a word and slammed the door shut. Su Xin didn't give up. She pounded on the door and shouted, Shizun, what's wrong with you? A voice came from inside. I'm fine. Go back quickly. But before Su Xin could say anything more, she was interrupted curtly. Don't you listen to your teacher's orders? This made her pause. Xiao Chao comforted her. The kanji you cooked smells very fragrant. I'll eat it all. You go back quickly. Su Xin's eyes shimmered as if she was about to cry. From that time on, the incident of the night devil injuring people spread throughout the sect. Su Xin was walking when she overheard the disciples in the sect gossiping. Hey, have you heard? That demonic creature appeared again yesterday. That's right. How did that demonic creature pass through the mountain protection array? What does he want to do? Can't the elders control him? Each word made Su Xin frown, as if she was contemplating something profound. In an area with towering mountains, the surrounding atmosphere was gloomy, with thunder and lightning striking down intermittently. Su Xin climbed the mountain alone. Her body was like a tiny ant compared to the mountain, with demonic creatures circling around her. The cliffs scratched her body all over, and sweat soaked her clothes. But she still didn't give up. Finally, Su Xin climbed to the top of the mountain.
A piece of land that looked lifeless grew a small tree, and on the tree grew a kind of luminous golden berry. Su Xin was overjoyed, forgetting all her fatigue, and picked the fruit.
At night, in Xiao Chao's residence, he had long hair. His eyes were wrapped in a piece of cloth, and the statue in his hand looked somewhat like Su Xin.
Su Xin happily brought a bowl. Xizun, this is Dingxing Cao and Beiyuan Guo that I begged for from the Great Ming Kingdom, made into kanji. Please have a taste. Hearing this, Xiao Chao put down the statue in his hand and turned to answer.
Okay. Xiao Chao picked up the bowl of kanji, intending to taste it. Suddenly, the spoon fell from Xiao Chao's hand, spilling the kanji. He trembled, clutching his head,
groaning, and a red light seemed to emit from behind the cloth wrapped around his eyes. Su Xin panicked. Xizun, what's wrong with you?
Xiao Chao didn't want to implicate his disciple, so even in pain he tried to say, "It's nothing. Your teacher is just tired and needs to rest. You may leave."
Suddenly, a surge of black aura rose from Xiao Chao's entire body, and Xiao Chao became worse. Su Xin was certain. Xizun, something's wrong with you. You can't fool me. What exactly happened?
The cloth covering Xiao Chao's eyes was burned into pieces, revealing a pair of black eyes with red pupils. He grimaced and looked towards Su Xin. Xiao Chao lost control, reaching out to grab Su Xin, but his other arm managed to stop him in time.
Xiao Chao's body was increasingly enveloped in demonic energy. He glared at Su Xin. "Go away." But she was stubborn, wanting a clear explanation. "I won't. If you don't tell me what's going on, I won't leave." In the nick of time, two figures appeared beside Xiao Chao, startling Su Xin. Su Xin called out the names of the two people. Fa Zun Daren, Li Zun Daren.
Fa Zun cast his magic, and a golden light, the demon-subduing finger, appeared above the tip of his finger.
Li Zun on this side also shouted in unison, and a yellow spot of light appeared on his finger. The two masters poured their power into Xiao Chao's distress.
They circulated their energy until their bodies burst with that yellow light, constantly suppressing Xiao Chao. But facing such a powerful demonic affliction, Fa Zun frowned, feeling the difficulty.
Ling Zun tried to keep his composure, saying, "Senior brother, quickly wake up. Suppress the inner demons inside." Possessed by inner demons, suppressed by his fellow disciples from the outside, Xiao Chao was torn to the extreme. Blood vessels popping all over his face, he roared. Quadruple A. Su Xin stood to the side. Seeing her master in so much pain, she couldn't help but shed tears, trying to call out, "Master, what's wrong with you? Please wake up."
At one moment, the demonic affliction in Xiao Chao wavered. Fa Zun saw the opening and shouted to Li Zun, "Now's the chance." The two of them used all their might to overwhelm the inner demons. Demonic energy bursting out everywhere. The inner demons no longer seemed as strong, and Xiao Chao no longer screamed in pain. Finally, Xiao Chao completely woke up, his face extremely exhausted. Everyone was gathered in the main hall. Xiao Chao covered his eyes, panting heavily. Fa Zun was meditating, and said softly, "Su Xin, you are the head disciple. Today's matter must not be spread outside. Understand?"
Su Xin heard him say that, and quickly clasped her hands in response. Fa Zun, please tell me, what's wrong with my master? He sighed, glanced at her and said,
"Little girl, don't worry, your master is fine, we're here. You go back first, we still have things to discuss with the sect leader."
Su Xin heard that, and bowed slightly, quickly replying, "Okay."
She turned and left.
Su Xin slowly closed the door. Suddenly she furrowed her brows, pulling something out from her belt.
It was a life-saving magic artifact, full of talismans and seals personally passed down by her master.
Su Xin placed it on herself, and began to cast a spell. Her body began to fade away. It was an invisibility technique. Su Xin pressed herself against the door, secretly peeking inside. She listened intently to everything.
Inside, a voice rang out. "Junior brother, your inner demons are becoming more and more difficult to suppress."
Everyone inside didn't know anything, and continued to speak. "How about opening the secret realm to find the Bitian flower? Only then can we cure the root cause." Another person spoke up. "No way. It is said that the realm seals the devil of world extinction. If it escapes, there will be another catastrophe for sure." Su Xin frowned as she listened inside, and continued to listen. "Can we seek help from the saint?" "Absolutely not. Although the saint is the most powerful cultivator, the devil of world extinction was left behind by the sleeping immortals of a previous era. Its power is unfathomable. If the saint is injured, the divine continent, which has only just recovered, will fall back into war." Hearing this, she ran outside. Su Xin poured something into a cup, then borrowed a strong sedative from Xuan Xuan, which could make her master fall into a coma, and obtained her master's seal.
At the same time, she found a clue to the Bitian flower. She was holding something in her hand.
She ran outside, preparing to find the medicine, but was caught by Fa Zun. He put his hands behind his back, and said sternly, How dare you? Dare to intrude into the face of the seven gods Zhao? Lock her up. At this time, Su Xin was with Xuan Xuan, Hu Qihan, and also Ling Yunfeng. Su Xin stammered. I was locked in the heavenly prison. Shen Xiao Yunfeng heard this, and turned to ask Xuan Xuan. What about you? How did you rescue Su Xin from the heavenly prison? The little girl happily raised her finger and said, You got charm magic. Hearing her say that, he was so surprised he asked, What? Charm magic? Ling Yunfeng looked at Qihan, worriedly asking, Isn't charm magic only supposed to be used once in a lifetime? Qihan rested her hands on her chin, shyly replying, This girl is a genius of the nine-tailed fox clan. We don't have a limit on how many times we can use charm magic. You deserve some credit for that. Hearing that, he suddenly yelled, Say what? No limit. Isn't that hacking? Xuan Xuan spoke up at this moment. That's right. I promised Ling Long we'd go watch the Myriad Dharma assembly, and when we passed by the Divine Firmament sect, we stopped by to visit Sister Su Xin. Turns out she was locked up. She continued to hook her arm around Su Xin's, proudly saying, She's a good person. It must be those people who are wrong. Of course I had to help. So I just used charm magic all the way. The little girl recalled the moment. Xuan was using charm magic and asked, What did Sister Su Xin do? The guard didn't even wait to answer. Su Xin stole the Divine Firmament's secret manual and was imprisoned in the celestial jail by the Dharma Lord. Standing in front of the guard, she ordered, Lead me to the celestial jail and call me beautiful young lady. He also obediently said, Yes, beautiful young lady. Xuan Xuan arrived in front of the celestial jail where two other guards stood. They loudly shouted, Who dares to break into the Divine Firmament's celestial jail on their own accord? Her eyes were incredibly devious as she ordered, Open the door. They were hit with charm magic. Their minds became muddled, and they quickly opened the door for her. Xuan Xuan passed by them, grumbling, Daring to be so fierce with this young lady. Slap each other 100 times. The two of them immediately started slapping each other. Smack, smack, smack. It seemed very painful. While the little girl was very satisfied as she went inside, looking for Su Xin in the celestial jail. At this time, the celestial jail was very dark, with only a few candles along the path. Yet another jailer appeared. He seemed to be still awake, struggling to say each word. You, who are you? What kind of demonic magic are you using? Xuan Xuan annoyedly said, Stop talking nonsense. Open the jail door. He took out the key, his hand shaking as he opened the door, but he stubbornly used his other hand to grab the hand holding the key, and he spat out blood from resisting. He shouted, I will not succumb. Suddenly, a big tree hit his head, causing his nose to bleed and lose all his will. The jailer who got hit on the head fainted in a pool of blood. Xuan quickly opened the door and gestured, Sister, quickly follow me. The two ran quickly into the forest. Xuan said, Sister Su Xin, I want to go see the Myriad Dharma assembly. Come with me. Su Xin paused for a moment upon hearing the invitation. Suddenly, Su Xin stopped. Seeing this, Xuan urged, Sister Su Xin, what's wrong? Hurry up, Su Xin replied. Xuan, thank you for saving me. I have something important to do. I can't go with you. Xuan quickly suggested. Where do you want to go? Xuan will go with you. Su Xin shook her head in refusal. No, that place is very dangerous. You could lose your life. I can't implicate you. Xuan froze, then grabbed Su Xin's hand and asked, See, Su Xin, are you doing this for your Shizun? Su Xin was taken aback. You? How did you know? Xuan explained. Sis, you only get flustered and clumsy when it involves your Shizun. Su Xin blushed in embarrassment. No way. Xuan leaned closer and asked bluntly. There's something I've always been curious about. Do you like your Shizun? Su Xin's face turned crimson, and she frantically denied it with her whole body. How could that be? Don't talk nonsense. Like Shizun, that kind of thing. This disciple is troublesome, constantly angering Shizun, disappointing Shizun, and always causing trouble for Shizun. How could I dare think like that? Absolutely impossible. Xuan wasn't giving up. But if you were really as bad as you say, you would have been expelled from the sect long ago, right? The reason your Shizun is so tolerant of you, could it be that he also likes you? Su Xin wavered a bit. Her face flushed as she wondered to herself. Really, even if her heart fluttered, Su Xin still denied it to herself. How could that be? Shifu and disciple can't like each other. It's against the ethics of heaven and earth. Xuan laughed mischievously, teasing. The expression on your face is completely different from what you're saying. Su Xin lowered her head shyly, then took Xuan's hand, expressing her gratitude. Good little sister, if I can survive and return, I'll repay your great kindness, even if I have to be your ox or horse. I must go now, Xuan.
Xuan raised her hand and declared, "Okay, we're going." Su Xin stopped her. "No, you said it yourself. The place I'm going is very dangerous." Xuan rummaged around in her skirt. She pulled out a round jade, emitting light. Xuan explained, "It's precisely because it's dangerous that I have to go with you. I have a super powerful summoning beast. Once there's danger, it will immediately summon a super-duper helper." Su Xin asked doubtfully. "Super-duper powerful?" Xuan affirmed. "Absolutely super-duper invincible powerful." Then, she took Su Xin's hand and moved forward. "Let's go." Su Xin, though still worried, finally nodded in agreement. Su Xin instructed, "If you encounter danger, you must run away. Understand?" Xuan replied, Got it, don't worry, I'll definitely be fine." A moment later, Kexin and Ling Yunfeng appeared where the two were. Xuan happily hugged Ling Yunfeng and turned to Su Xin. "Sis, look, I didn't lie to you, right? Daddy Superior came by himself." Xuan innocently asked, "Daddy Superior, I haven't even summoned you yet. How did you get here?" Ling Yunfeng felt awkward, thinking to himself, "This is awkward. Should I tell her that the 4 witchlands can't be sensed? Would it damage the image of the super-duper powerful dad in Xuan's heart?" Ling Yunfeng quickly coughed, stabilizing his emotions. Of course, it's because I care about you. You ran out without saying a word, making us very worried about you, you know." Xuan explained meekly. Xuan wanted to help her sister. Ling Yunfeng smiled wryly, sighed, and comforted. "It's good that you're... Okay, so, did you find the Lycoris radiata?" Xuan and Su Xin shook their heads together. Suddenly, Xuan jumped out and said, "I know." Ling Yunfeng asked Xuan, "Then why don't you take us to find it?" Su Xin replied, "It only agreed to tell us where the manjusaka flowers are if we play games with it." Xuan added, "Yeah, this kid has always been alone, so lonely. We just started playing with it when father and mother arrived." The little girl walked over, pulled Ling Yunfeng's hand and said, "Father, let's play with it together." He replied, Okay. The little girl turned to Hu Kexin and said, "Mother, you play too." She puffed out her cheeks and said, "HMPH, kid games. I am a queen, how can I play such a thing, it's so embarrassing." Xuan gave her mother a pleading look. Finally, Hu Kexin gave in. "Fine, let's go." Ling Yunfeng and Kexin each took Xuan's hand and walked forward. Su Xin looked at the scene and thought to herself, "Is this what family is like? So nice." She turned her head and called out, "Sister Su Xin, hurry up and come." Su Xin called out, "Okay," and then quickly ran after them. On the other side, a little friend was sitting alone, lonely in the gloomy forest. At this time, a voice rang out, "We're here." Hearing the voices, the little friend turned to look in the direction of the sound. Xuan's family of 3 and Su Xin were running over. Xuan took the little girl's hand and said, "Sorry to keep you waiting." The little girl replied, "It wasn't long at all." Seeing this, Ling Yunfeng asked, "How long have you been here?" The little girl replied, "It feels like a very, very long time." The little girl said to Xuan and Su Xin, "Let's play hopscotch." Xuan happily agreed. "Okay, one sound." Xuan saw the little girl drawing squares on the ground and curiously asked, "How do you play this?" Ling Yunfeng stared intently at the kid. He rubbed his chin as he watched and thought. Hu Kexin, who was beside him, saw this and asked, "What's wrong? Did you discover something?" At this time, he recounted, "Once, I and a group of people were carrying out a secret mission. We accidentally broke into a relic from 500 years ago. That place seemed to be a refugee camp." He recalled the scene there, desolate, gloomy, and full of human bones under the ground. At that time, he and the others were very surprised. After that, they went deeper inside. While walking, he looked down at the ground and saw the skeleton of a small child still holding a teddy bear in its arms. Around them were drawings and the rows of squares in front. Ling Yunfeng walked over and sat down. He picked up a drawing of the child. It depicted 2 children happily playing hopscotch. He looked at the children playing happily in front of him and remembered that drawing again. Kexin asked, "This kid's been here for 500 years already." Ling Yunfeng replied, "Quite possible. The Qingxiao sect's waters run deep to keep such a huge secret hidden away." She said dejectedly, "Who turned this child into this? The era of 5 immortals, where myriad laws were born and 100 schools vied for supremacy, saw unimaginable strange and unorthodox techniques. I'm afraid this kid is some kind of product from those ghost Dao evil cultivators of that era." He spoke up. Ling Yunfeng looked at the little girl and said, "It's rare for her mind to be so pure. Many evil cultivation methods I've encountered tend to drive people insane and trigger unexpected murderous intent." Hu Kei-shin leaned her head on his shoulder, which startled him a little. He asked her, "What are you doing?" She replied, "I'm so scared I'm practically paralyzed," King Jin teased. "Lord Sage, do you mind if I borrow your shoulder for a moment?" Ling Yunfeng blushed slightly and said, You sly fox." The two of them leaned on each other, watching the children play. The little girl then told Xuan, "Come here, let's play toss." The little girl lifted a large rock with one hand. Xuan exclaimed in dismay. No way. We can't handle this." Ling Yunfeng spoke up from behind. "Next, I, this honored one, will play with you." Ling Yunfeng approached from a distance. Xiao smiled. "All right, let's go." Then, she hurled the rock towards Ling Yunfeng. He reacted instantly, widening his eyes. A boom echoed, and light flashed. Hu Kei-shin anxiously watched the dust dissipate, and a figure stood tall amidst the smoke and dust. Ling Yunfeng raised one hand, lifting the rock, holding it effortlessly in mid-air with just one hand, standing calmly and watching. This left Xuan and Su Xin endlessly amazed. Ling Yunfeng then said, "Let's go play up there." Xiao agreed, and then both of them flew high up. The two of them stopped in mid-air, and Ling Yunfeng still held the rock in his hand. Ling Yunfeng shouted, "Let's begin." He thought to himself, "I need to put on a good show. Using 1/10 of my strength should be enough." He threw the rock towards Xiao, shouting, "Catch!" At this moment, the rock was like a meteor hurtling swiftly down from outer space. Yet Xiao was able to catch it effortlessly, and then she threw it back, and Ling Yunfeng caught the rock again. The two of them were tossing each other around in the air, totally ignoring the three others down below. Down on the ground, Xuan and Su Xin were gaping and shouting, "Wow, how magnificent!" Then, Ling Yunfeng started throwing punches non-stop, and Xiao was giving it right back, not letting up an inch. Turns out, they were playing rock, paper, scissors. Su Xin, witnessing their playful scene, couldn't help but sweat a bucket. Next up was a one-legged hopping battle. The first to fall loses. Xiao was in attack mode, all ready to go, and Ling Yunfeng was prepped too. Suddenly, Kei-shin jumps up and yells, "This looks fun. I want to play too." She gets into position, grinning, and saying, Add me in. Xiao didn't say a word, immediately sending Kei-shin flying, who crashed into a rocky mountain, creating a huge rumble. Kei-shin was stuck on the cliff face, staring blankly, face all dazed. It took Ling Yunfeng and Xuan a long time to coax her, but it seemed like Kei-shin was still sulking. Xiao suddenly said, "Let's go get some manjusaka flowers, they're fun." Xuan and Su Xin exchanged excited glances, then ran over to grab Xiao's hands, saying in unison, "Okay, thank you." Ling Yunfeng and Kei-shin sat watching the three kids having a blast together. Ling Yunfeng seemed to be thinking about something, and Kei-shin asked, "What's up?" Ling Yunfeng frowned and replied, "My gut's telling me something's not right, let's go check it out." Scene change. Arriving near the vast long river, Xiao led everyone to the riverbank. Xuan looked around. "Where are the flowers?" Xiao pointed ahead. "The flowers are on the other side, in the direction I'm going." It was those mountains that exuded an eerie, ghostly vibe. She walked to the edge of the river, when suddenly the water split apart, forming a path. Xiao calmly walked forward. The four of them were stunned for a moment, and then they followed Xiao. Everyone was super excited and curious. Looking around, Xuan touched the water. "The water's so clear, how come there aren't any fish?" Xiao turned her head and asked, "What are fish?" The four of them were stunned again. Ling Yunfeng smacked his head. "So that's it, I get it now. This place is thick with ghost energy? Could this be the passage between the realms of yin and yang? No wonder there's no living thing here." Xiao walked to the middle of the river. "We're here." The four of them stood there dumbfounded again, because they were seeing a strange scene. In front of them was a floating black hole, flanked by 2 rows of stone statues of children. Those statues were incredibly lifelike. If you looked closely, they had diverse hairstyles, but identical outfits. Xuan asked fearfully, Who are they?" Xiao pointed at each stone statue. Little fifth touched the wall next to it and said, "Little Ling, far over there is little fourth, little sixth." Kei-shin covered her mouth, asking, "What happened to them?" Ling Yunfeng frowned. Before him was a blood-red spatial black hole, thick with demonic energy. He speculated, "That place emits extremely dense demonic energy? That place might be the legendary Netherworld Gate." Xiao turned around and walked towards where they were standing. Stopping in front of Xuan, Xiao raised both hands forward, saying, "Spider lilies for you guys." Xuan and Su Xin thanked her, but the two of them were bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Xuan looked down at Xiao's feet, and she saw it start to turn into stone and spread upwards. Xuan shouted in panic, "Your legs, Xiao."
didn't reply. Her entire body quickly turned into stone. Suddenly, a spider lily sprout grew in the palm of her hand. It gradually grew larger, and finally, a spider lily bloomed. Su Xin cried and hugged. Xiao Xiao, I'm sorry, I didn't know it was like this. Spider lily, I don't want it anymore, don't go. Xuan's tears fell like rain.
Ling Yunfeng and Kezhin stood in silence. Then, Ling Yunfeng sighed and said,
Don't be sad. Even if you two hadn't come here, their lifespan was already approaching its end. Just now, the last trace of vital energy in her body dissipated.
Ling Yunfeng continued. Before leaving, being able to have you two as companions, at least she's not alone. Look at her face. Both Xuan and Su Xin tried to hold back their cries, and looked at Xiao Xiao. At this moment she was wearing a contented smile. Xuan cried loudly again, shouting, Why do they have to be trapped here? Who is so heartless? Ling Yunfeng explained. The shore of the Wangchuan River. Spider lilies bloomed, passing the Naihei Bridge and forgetting all the past.
Looking at the stone statues in this place, he continued. What happened here 100 years ago? What purpose were these children created for? I'm afraid no one knows anymore.
Ling Yunfeng waved his hand forward, bringing the spider lily floating in the palm of his hand. Ling Yunfeng said in a deep voice, Time is pressing, and sorrow can't wait any longer. Quickly refine Mengpo soup to help Xiao Qiao. Su Xin resolutely wiped away her tears, then respectfully clasped her hands to thank the Holy One for his great kindness. Su Xin has nothing to repay. Ling Yunfeng replied warmly. You silly girl. No need to thank me. Xiao Qiao is your Shifu, and also my sworn brother. Both you and I want to save him. He teleported to the Shenxiao sect. The four of them quickly returned to the Shenxiao sect. Ling Yunfeng asked Su Xin, You're a wanted person right now. It's not convenient for you to show your face. Do you want me to go in your place?
Su Xin lowered her head to think, then replied,
If I leave, Shizun won't be able to eat the lotus seed sweets I make for him anymore. No one knows what size clothes Shizun is most comfortable in, and only I know how to concoct the spirit concentration incense that Shizun likes best.
Su Xin bit her lip, made a decision, and then clearly said,
As for violating the sect rules before, I'm willing to accept any punishment. I will absolutely not leave Shizun.
Xuan worriedly said, Sister, you can go to the Great Yu Kingdom. As long as you want to see Shizun, I'll find someone to bring him there. Wouldn't that be fine? The Shenxiao sect's rules are so strict, sister, you can't go back. I won't let you go back.
Kezhin put her hand on Xuan's shoulder and gently shook her head.
Kezhin said,
Su Xin has made up her mind. You can't dissuade her. Right now what you should do is respect her feelings for you and for Xiao Qiao.
Su Xin clasped her hands.
Thank you, Your Majesty the Queen. I'm leaving now.
She walked straight towards the mountain gate. Xuan anxiously shouted, But you could die. Su Xin paused for a moment, thought for a bit, then replied with a smile.
In that case, I also want to die by Shizun's side.
She lifted her foot and continued walking.
Ling Yunfeng silently watched, when suddenly Xuan pulled on his sleeve. Father! Your Excellency! Ling Yunfeng rubbed her head to comfort her. Dad will think of something. You two wait here. With that, he disappeared. At this time, inside the Shenxiao sect,
Su Xin had just appeared.
Everyone immediately stopped and looked at her.
Everyone clamored loudly, Bi Su Xin! It's Bi Su Xin! Inform the sect leader, with proper etiquette. Second Master Su Xin knelt down and she loudly said,
Disciple Bi Su Xin violated the sect rules, and comes here to beg for punishment. And then, Dharma Master immediately appeared. He looked at her, and then said, Bi Su Xin stole the sect's important treasures without permission, escaped from the heavenly prison, and injured her fellow disciples. Her sins are heavy. Capture this rebellious disciple.
The disciples immediately drew their weapons, surrounded Su Xin, and shouted, Traitor Bi Su Xin, won't you surrender and be captured?
Just at this moment, Xiao Qiao appeared in front.
Xiao Qiao stood in front domineeringly.
He announced, Who dares to hurt my disciple?
Bi Su Xin trembled, tears welling up in her eyes, and called out, Shifu. She presented the medicine bottle and cried, Shifu, don't worry about me. Here is the antidote. It can cure your heart ailment. Disciple is willing to bear any punishment. Xiao Qiao was taken aback for a moment, then turned his head to look at Su Xin. Then, he glanced at the disciples surrounding them.
Finally, he looked back at her.
Xiao Qiao then reached out, not to take the medicine, but to touch Su Xin's cheek, and said,
Silly disciple, this master isn't worth you doing this for. Fa Zun scolded. Headmaster Shidi, you are the leader of a sect. You cannot condone this. Quickly seize Bi Su Xin.
Xiao Qiao turned around and shouted, That's right, rebellious disciple Bi Su Xin. She stole the sect's sacred object without permission, a crime unforgivable. Furthermore, she escaped from the heavenly prison, injuring fellow disciples, Adding to her crimes, what punishment should she receive?
That person loudly proclaimed, Bi Su Xin trespassed into the forbidden area, one of the sect's 4 great capital offenses. Fleeing from the heavenly prison and injuring fellow disciples further compounds her crimes. She should receive 5 soul-extinguishing nails.
Su Jin was shocked by the punishment she had just heard.
The disciples present were all terrified by these words. Ling Yunfeng, hidden high above, observed and thought to himself, soul-extinguishing nails. Nails imbued with the power of lightning, driven into the major acupoints, twisting. This pain is like a sword twisting through flesh.
Su Xin smiled,
2 streams of tears flowing, and she lowered her head in response.
Criminal Bean Su Jin, knowing that I have committed a great taboo within the sect, my sins are grave, and I willingly accept the punishment. Xiao Chao placed his hand on her head. He wondered,
why did you come back? Fa Zun then transmitted his voice. Headmaster Shishidi, you are the leader of a sect. If even you cannot abide by the rules, how can we manage this great Shenchao sect? How can we face our Shifu and the legacy of our ancestors?
Those words only added to Xiao Chao's sorrow. Fa Zun didn't wait any longer and shouted, Men, tie the criminal Bin Su Jin to the punishment pillar.
Bisu Xin was dragged away by 2 disciples. She opened her mouth to say her last words. Shifu, I have received your nurturing grace, and I am willing to accept the punishment. Please remember to drink that medicine. Xiao Chao stood there silently.
Space and time seemed to shift for a beat.
Tears flowed from beneath the black veil. At the execution site,
Su Xian was tied to the pillar, her hands and feet bound. On the high platform, Xiao Chao was forced to sit with the other members of the sect,
his hand gripping the armrest tightly. At this moment, Ling Yunfeng's voice echoed in his mind. Your beloved disciple is about to be punished, and you're not even batting an eye. Are you still the Xiao Chao I know?
Xiao Chao was stunned and quickly transmitted back. Sacred One, why didn't you stop Su Jin from returning? Ling Yunfeng replied. She knew she was going to die, but still wanted to come back and give you the medicine, the only Mengpo soup that can cure your inner demons. Ling Yunfeng placed his hand on his shoulder, using a soul-linking technique to transmit all the events that took place in the 4 lands into Xiao Chao's mind.
He was stunned for a moment, then looked down at the medicine bottle in his hand, trembling as he tightened his grip on it. Fa Zun stood up and shouted, Execute! Bring the soul-extinguishing nails. Immediately a disciple stood forward. In his hand he held a wooden box containing many sharp nails. He then formed hand seals with both hands, causing the soul-destroying nails to rise into the air, and immediately after, they shot towards Su Xin.
Suddenly, Xiao Chao appeared, blocking her. Fa Zun hurriedly yelled, Senior brother sect leader, what do you think you're doing? The entire plaza fell silent. Su Jin exclaimed in shock,
Master. Before she could finish, Xiao Chao looked at Su Jin, scolding, How could I have accepted such a blockhead as a disciple?
Her eyes welled up with tears as she replied, I'm sorry, Master. Su Jin doesn't like studying magic, causing Master to be humiliated.
Xiao Chao teleported in front of her. Su Xin realized something and hurriedly shouted, Master, what are you going to do? Xiao Chao just smiled and gently touched her cheek. He then turned around, shielding her from behind, and looked at the people standing below. Xiao Chao shouted, The other day, the Night Devil harmed disciples in the sect. That was me.
The disciples below were shocked and exclaimed, What? They were all stunned and speechless.
Fa Zun clenched his fist and shouted, Damn it! Don't act rashly! Li Zun let out a soft breath and smiled. As expected, he's still the same, truly worthy of being senior brother. Xiao Chao continued clearly. My direct disciple, Su Xin, worried about my inner demons, trespassed into the forbidden area and injured fellow disciples. Such a serious crime deserves punishment. But she told me
that as her master, I failed to properly supervise her, causing her to violate sect rules. As her master, I should rightfully be punished. Moreover, as the sect leader, I injured fellow disciples, an even greater crime.
Xiao Chao took out the sect leader's token and then announced, The 18th sect leader of the Divine Firmament sect, Xiao Chao, today passes the position to Fa Zun, Wei Wuji.
Fa Zun was stunned by Xiao Chao's maneuver. Xiao Chao then shouted, Disciple of the Divine Firmament sect, Xiao Chao, hereby accepts punishment. Su Jin cried out in panic, No, Master, no. Xiao Chao didn't answer but reached out his hand.
He seized control of the soul-destroying nails before that disciple could react, then forcefully pulled them back, causing a series of nails to shoot straight towards Xiao Chao. They rushed towards him, then pierced through Xiao Chao's body with lightning speed, causing him to cough up blood.
Seeing her master being stabbed by a series of nails, Su Jin couldn't help but panic and shout,
No! She struggled to break free from her shackles.
Su Xin struggled non-stop, her whole body in pain, as she screamed loudly.
Crack!
Su Jin broke free from her restraints. She rushed forward, and Xiao Chao dove forward, taking the soul-destroying nails for her. Su Jin also had to painfully cough up blood before the might of those soul-slaying nails. Xiao Chao stared wide-eyed at Su Jin, the space around them seeming to freeze. Xiao Chao touched Su Jin's face, chiding, "Silly disciple, why are you so foolish?" She choked back tears, replying, "I'm sorry, Shizun, in the end I can only be your silly disciple."
As she finished speaking, both of them fell to the ground, motionless. The disciples stood frozen, unable to comprehend what just happened. The two lay motionless, embracing each other, covered in blood, yet happier than ever. Li Zun had been standing there dumbfounded this whole time. Li Zun could only sigh, lowering his head in despair. Outside the Shengxiao sect mountain gate, Fa Xuan paced back and forth anxiously, when suddenly she heard the bell echoing from within. Hu Keishin was shocked. The immortal passing bell. The sect leader is dead.
Xuan exclaimed in horror. What? Where's senior sister Su Xin? Didn't father say that everything would be all right? Xuan quickly turned and ran, ignoring Hu Keishin's outstretched hand trying to stop her. I'm gonna go see.
Just as she was about to run inside, Ling Yunfeng suddenly appeared behind her.
He was the real Xiao Chao and Bi Suixin, who are safe and sound now, Xuan happily shouted. Father! Hu Keishin came up right behind the little girl. Both of them were overjoyed. You brought them out. Didn't they just ring the immortal passing bell, I thought? Hu Keishin asked.
Is this all you're doing, right? Ling Yunfeng smugly replied. This is called a plan. He raised his hand and released the time freeze on the others. Back to the moment before, after Bin Sujin stepped forward, taking the soul-slaying nails for Xiao Chao, she inevitably suffered injuries. Her eyes filled with regret, she said, I'm sorry, Shizun. In the end, I can only be your silly disciple. Suddenly, the space shifted. Ling Yunfeng used his magic to freeze time, locking everyone in place. The scene became eerily silent. Not a person or object moved. Everyone's expressions were frozen. Not even Bi Sujin and Xiao Chao could escape. At this moment, Ling Yunfeng walked over to the two of them. He raised his hand and cast a spell. A green light flashed from his hand, instantly causing the two of them to disappear. Next, he recited an incantation, using his divine power of creation, creating another Xiao Chao and Bi Sujin to take their place. Then he quietly left without a trace. Scene change. A forest with rocky mountains, lush trees, and birds flying in the distant sky. Ling Yunfeng went to the side of Lake Qixin, while the other two were still lying motionless on the grass, their bodies covered in injuries. After Ling Yunfeng recounted what happened, Xuan exclaimed in admiration, Father, your magic is so cool, can you teach me? Ling Yunfeng was about to refuse. Learning this magic is super tough, but Xuan grabbed his hand. I'm not afraid of hardship. The little girl grinned happily. Learning this move, I suddenly thought of so many fun ways to use it. Ling Yunfeng couldn't bear to refuse, but he still had to warn her. If you want to learn, I have one condition. Absolutely no mischief. Can you do that? Xuan puffed out her cheeks, pouting in a show of annoyance. The little girl turned her head away in a huff. Does Xuan look like a troublemaker in your eyes, Dad? Oh, I'm so heartbroken. Ling Yunfeng's lips twitched. He stood there, stunned, speechless. He scratched his head awkwardly. Okay, I'll teach you. All right, Xuan. Xuan still wasn't letting him off the hook. Not enough. Not done coaxing someone yet. One more chance. Ling Yunfeng had to offer another suggestion. How about I teach you another cool spell then? Kexin smiled, watching the two father and daughter, feeling happy. Returned to Su Xin. They were still motionless. Then suddenly, the girl slowly opened her eyes. She glanced at Xiao Chao lying next to her. Seeing Xiao Chao's mouth still bleeding, his body covered in wounds, she slowly reached out her hand toward Xiao Chao. Her hand trembled as she took his hand, saying with tears streaming down her face, Master, why are you so foolish? Taking the punishment for a useless disciple like me again. The three of them, Ling Yunfeng, hearing Su Jin's voice, simultaneously turned their heads to look. Xuan ran over and called out, Sister Su Xin. The little girl blamed Ling Yunfeng. Father, why didn't you bring them out sooner? They didn't need to get hurt. Then, she looked at Su Xin and asked with concern, You're so badly injured, are you going to die? Ling Yunfeng comforted, Don't rush, I have a plan. Watch me. Then he raised his hand, casting the most powerful recovery magic on the two. The wounds caused by the soul-destroying nails rapidly healed, the body magically restoring itself wherever the green light passed. The wounds of the two gradually opened until there wasn't a single trace left. Bi Sujin's pupils opened wide. She sat up abruptly and called out blankly, This is. Xuan happily ran over to hug Bia Su Xin. Sister Su Xin. Su Xin,
held the little girl in her arms, saying,
"I'm sorry, Xuan Xuan, for making you worry." At this time, Xiao Chao's voice came. "Thank you, Holy One, for saving us, master and disciple."
Su Xin was startled and turned her head to look at Xiao Chao. Seeing Xiao Chao was talking to Ling Yunfeng,
Feeling her gaze, he also looked over.
Su Xin excitedly rushed over and hugged him tightly. "Master, you're okay, that's great."
Xiao Chao suddenly felt his face burning, looking at the girl trembling as she hugged him. Xiao Chao gently stroked her head and said, "I'm sorry. Master shouldn't have let you suffer."
Su Xin suddenly remembered something. She quickly pushed Xiao Chao away and said,
"Master, the medicine. Quickly drink the medicine."
Xiao Chao held out the broken medicine bottle. Su Xin looked at Ling Yunfeng in confusion.
What should we do?" Ling Yunfeng reassured her. "Don't worry. After what just happened, the good news is that Xiao Chao has slain his inner demon."
Su Xin excitedly asked again. "Really?" Xiao Chao nodded.
"That's right." He looked at her tenderly and said, "Luckily I had you, thanks." The two of them gradually approached each other.
Su Xin blushed and awkwardly turned away. Xuan Xuan couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Kei Xin asked Xiao Shansheng,
"Now that the two of you, master and disciple, are supposedly dead to the world, what are your plans?"
Xiao Chao turned to look at Su Xin.
He wanted to ask for her opinion. "Now that master is free from restraint, are you willing to travel the world with master?" Su Xin replied. "Wherever master goes, Su Xin will follow."
Xuan Xuan chimed in from the side. "Didn't you say you had to take care of master's laundry and cooking, Su Xin? If you do that every day, it'll be so tiring. Isn't that the kind of thing a wife does? This disciple feels so wrong."
Su Xin blushed and exclaimed, "What are you saying, Xuan Xuan? Don't talk nonsense." Xiao Chao froze, unsure of what to say.
Ling Yunfeng walked over and put his arm around Xiao Chao's shoulder. "Brother, let me tell you something." Xiao Chao glanced over. "Holy sect, please speak." He announced some news. "The Mengpao soup has been successfully concocted. It needs 2 main ingredients. One is the other shore flower, and the other," Xiao Chao curiously asked.
"What is the other ingredient?" Ling Yunfeng cryptically said. "A drop of blood from the heart of someone who is deeply in love with you." Xiao Chao was stunned when he heard what Yunfeng said.
He turned to look at Su Xin, who was happily playing with Xuan Xuan.
Looking at her happy smile,
Xiao Chao couldn't help but smile as well.
He said, "Thank you for the holy sect's guidance." A vast mountain landscape appeared.
Ling Yunfeng,
Qixin, and Xuan Xuan waved goodbye to the two of them. Xiao Chao also held Su Xin's hand and waved goodbye. Then the two of them left together.
Xuan Xuan watched the two figures get smaller and smaller in the distance. She thought for a bit, then suddenly yelled out, "Sister Su Xin, remember to write to me. Once you find a place to settle down, you absolutely have to tell me. I'll come find you to play."
Ling Yunfeng let out a sigh of emotion. Kei Jin asked, puzzled, "Why the sigh, venerable master?" Ling Yunfeng looked down at Xuan Xuan, gave her nose a little pinch, and instructed her, "From now on, if you want to go out and play, you must tell an adult, got it? Otherwise the adults will worry about you."
Xuan Xuan said solemnly, "I got it, my lord father."
Ling Yunfeng's mouth twitched. Kei Jin asked, "What's wrong with you now?" Ling Yunfeng scratched his head awkwardly. "She answered me like that, now I can't even say the rest of what I wanted to say."
Kei Jin gently patted the little girl's head and said with a smile,
"This little rascal is super smart. She totally knows what you're trying to do." Ling Yunfeng could only shake his head helplessly when suddenly, Xuan Xuan jumped up and hugged his neck and gave him a kiss on the cheek. Ling Yunfeng stood frozen as he heard Xuan Xuan say, "Thank you, my lord father." Ling Yunfeng smiled and happily lifted Xuan Xuan up. "Seeing you happy makes me very happy too." Suddenly, Qixin also walked over and kissed him on the cheek. Ling Yunfeng was flustered. What are you doing?" Qixin tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and replied, "Just a foreign custom. Don't take it to heart, venerable master."
Ling Yunfeng's face went crimson from being kissed by the pretty girl, and he just had to touch his cheek.
The sun gradually set behind the mountains, and the family of 3 walked off into the twilight. The whole scene just radiated boundless joy and happiness. Ling Yunfeng turned to Qixin and said, "You go back first. Xuan Xuan wants to see the 10,000 Dharma Grand Assembly, so I'll take her." Qixin hooked her arm through his. "No way, I want to go too." Xuan cheerfully shouted, "My lady mother, let's go together." Ling Yunfeng yelled helplessly, "Are you just gonna ditch the Great Moon Kingdom? How are you even a queen?" Qixin replied with a smile, "I have a bunch of good subordinates." As she spoke, she took a step forward, and then she turned her head back to the setting sun. "Isn't someone still here?" Ling Yunfeng was utterly speechless. At the same time, at the Shen Zhao sect, the Dharma Venerable stood before 2 coffins. The 2 corpses previously created by Ling Yunfeng lay peacefully inside them. Both were silent. their faces etched with grief and loss. Fa Zun looked at Xiao Qiao reproachfully. Senior brother sect leader, among the three of us, your cultivation realm far surpasses ours. It's not like you can't shoulder the responsibility of sect leader. To just dump it on me like this, can I even handle it? Suddenly, he seemed to realize something, stroking his chin. Wait a minute. Li Zun looked at him and asked, what is it? He looked at Xiao Qiao suspiciously. Why does senior brother have so few injuries? Li Zun pinched Fa Zun's arm, scolding in annoyance. Senior brother, are you seeing things? Sect leader senior brother just passed away, and you're in the mood to worry about this? Hurry up and cry. Fa Zun stared blankly for a few seconds, clutching his aching arm as he suddenly came to his senses, and quickly raised his voice. Junior brother. You idiot. Li Zun wiped the sweat from his brow. Exhaling a breath, he turned his head away, looking into the distance. A look of serenity and joy on his face, he muttered in his head. Senior brother, have a safe journey. In Tiandu City, the family of three, Ling Yunfeng, Hu Kexin, and their daughter, had just arrived. Hu Kexin's daughter looked around with great interest. It's so magnificent. How did father build such a great wall? Ling Yunfeng puffed out his chest proudly. Your dad built it. Plus, I added several powerful formations capable of drawing down the 9 heavens lightning tribulation and 9 earths infernal hell disasters. Immovable, fireproof, indestructible. It's the most fortified city I've built for this divine continent. Hu Kexin's daughter excitedly ran ahead. Let's go, let's go. I've always heard that the east and west markets of Tiandu gather the most fun things in the world. I want to go see them. Ling Yunfeng agreed happily. All right? Suddenly, Hu Kexin linked her arm with Ling Yunfeng and whined, I also want to buy some new clothes. Last time, Holy Venerable ruined my silk dress, so you have to make it up to me. Ling Yunfeng's face immediately forced a smile. Remembering Ye Gangan from before, Ye Gangan was exactly like Hu Kexin now, demanding things from Ling Yunfeng. Since we're already out, let's go buy clothes first. The clothes in Yangzhou are very famous. In the end, Ling Yunfeng still decided to agree, sighing with emotion. As expected, demons and devils don't discriminate by family. They're all the kind that don't like to suffer losses. While walking, Ling Yunfeng suddenly saw someone and froze slightly. It was Dongfang Ming. Dongfang Ming's eyes were looking distantly in that direction. Ling Yunfeng called out. Nephew Dongfang. Dongfang Ming heard the call, turned around, and approached to greet them. Greetings, Holy Venerable. Greetings to the Queen of Great Yu Kingdom and Princess Xuan Xuan. Hu Kexin's daughter frowned and asked, Who is he? Is he famous in Tiandu? Hu Kexin said gently, Silly child. This is the son of Prime Minister Dongfang, Dongfang Ming, known as the perfect young master. Even our Great Yu Kingdom knows of him. Meeting him today, his bearing is truly extraordinary. Dongfang Ming just smiled slightly at these words. Hu Kexin's daughter puffed out her cheeks and grunted. How can there be two perfect people in the world? If there are, they must be faking it. Even at a young age, Dongfang Ming was understanding and his conduct was extremely proper. Princess is right. If one doesn't feign a little or compromise a little, surviving in the chaotic times before was a very difficult thing. Moreover, my every move affects my mother, so I can't help but be like this. Please forgive me, princess. But Hu Kexin's daughter just pouted and grunted. First time seeing such a good explanation for being fake. How boring. Ling Yunfeng interrupted. Nephew Dongfang, please dispense with the formalities. Why are you still here? Dongfang Ming still performed the greeting and replied, By order of my mother, I am here waiting for the Dongfang family disciples participating in the myriad Dharma assembly. Ling Yunfeng was all praises. Your etiquette is impeccable. Even waiting is done with such grace. Prime Minister Dongfang really has a fine son. Dongfang Ming remained composed. You flatter me, sacred sovereign. With that, Ling Yunfeng, along with the mother-daughter duo and Hu Kexin, departed. Ling Yunfeng said, Farewell, nephew. Continue with your duties. This venerable one shall take his leave first. Dongfang Ming responded respectfully. Safe travels, sacred sovereign, safe travels, Great Yu's princess consort. Even after they had gone quite a distance, Dongfang Ming still maintained his respectful bow. Little Hu Kexin secretly glanced back at Dongfang Ming. Dongfang Ming responded with a smile. Incredibly handsome. Little Hu Kexin pouted and muttered, HMPH, this guy's so fake. Xuan Xuan doesn't like Ling Yunfeng. Seriously, this little Hu Kexin. Ling Yunfeng offered his opinion. Prime Minister Dongfeng has strictly disciplined him since childhood, adhering to all etiquette. It's rare to find a young master from a prominent family who is so humble and prudent, but his perfection makes me uneasy. Suddenly, Hu Kexin whispered to Ling Yunfeng, I heard that the Dongfeng young master was raised by his mother, and Prime Minister Dongfeng has always kept his father a secret. Could his father also be a sacred sovereign? The person who heard this, Ling Yunfeng, almost spat blood.
Ling Yunfeng hastily explained, "Hey, you can't just say things like that, Dongfang Yu, that woman, I remember her very well. She and I were just like bros, absolutely no romantic feelings, and besides, nothing ever happened between us." Hu Kaixin burst out laughing at Ling Yunfeng's overreaction. Hu Kaixin smiled knowingly. "But in this world, there aren't many men who can catch Prime Minister Dongfang's eye. With your experience, Sacred Sovereign, before Prime Minister Dongfang had a child, did anything ever happen that you don't remember?" Ling Yunfeng vehemently declared. "She is the Jade Langjun Dongfang Yu, a righteous hero. One thing is one thing, two things are two things, not one, to do things rashly like you guys." Then Ling Yunfeng told the mother and daughter, Go quickly, I'll arrange your accommodation first."
Dongfang Ming silently watched them leave, his face showing that he was extraordinary. Dongfang Ming was gloomy, thinking about Ling Yunfeng. Ling Yunfeng scratched his face blankly, looking at the mother and daughter who were already in bed.
Hu Kaixin was being naughty, striking provocative poses in front of Ling Yunfeng. Ling Yunfeng said, "You must be tired from the journey, go take a bath and rest, I'll take you shopping later," Hu Kaixin said sweetly,
and was extremely charming. The Sacred Sovereign must also be tired. How about we bathe together? This humble servant gives a very comfortable back rub. Ling Yunfeng froze.
So embarrassed he was speechless. His mind conjured up a dark fantasy of Hu Kaixin giving him a back rub until Ling Yunfeng's nose bled.
Little Hu Kaixin naively chimed in, Yes, Daddy. Mommy's back is very soft and comfortable." Even though Ling Yunfeng was so tempted that his face turned red, he scratched his head and forced a smile, stuttering, It's not good to say things like that."
Suddenly a voice calling Ling Yunfeng made him jump. "Sacred Sovereign, where have you been these past few days?"
Ling Yunfeng immediately turned around, his face blank.
Dongfang Yu entered with a dignified expression. Ling Yunfeng panicked. You, what are you doing here?" Ling Yunfeng asked with suspicion.
"Shouldn't someone in your position be handling official duties at this time?"
Hu Kaixin greeted politely. Prime Minister Dongfang, little Hu Kaixin also greeted politely. Prime Minister Dongfang Yu greeted back politely.
"Your Highness Queen, Your Highness Princess."
Then Dongfang Yu turned sharply to ask Ling Yunfeng, "Sacred Sovereign, is this a good time?" Ling Yunfeng was immediately worried.
This isn't like you. What happened?"
Hu Kaixin smiled knowingly.
Then Hu Kaixin took her daughter outside, saying softly, "We'll leave you two to talk in the room." Only the two of them were left in the room. Ling Yunfeng spoke first. "You quickly." Suddenly Dongfang Yu grabbed Ling Yunfeng's hand. Dongfang Yu said, trembling with fear, Ming Greer is missing." Ling Yunfeng was confused.
"What?" Ling Yunfeng recounted. "I just saw him outside the city gate. He said he was ordered by you to receive the disciples of the Dongfang family." Dongfang Yu was stunned.
"What?" Dongfang Yushu yelled in a panic. "He's been missing for days already."
Immediately, Dongfang Yushu turned and rushed off, flustered. I'm gonna find him," Ling Yunfeng quickly said. "I'll go with you." Up above, Ling Yunfeng and Dongfang Yushu flew to the location they needed to reach to search for Dongfang Ming. This couldn't help but make Ling Yunfeng muse. Something's fishy here. Seems like there's some big conspiracy secretly influencing the city gates.
Dongfang Yushu grabbed the collar of one of the guarding soldiers and interrogated him. "Where is my son, Dongfang Ming?" The guard, looking rather honest, replied, "Young Master Dongfang left with a caravan. This subordinate doesn't know. Please forgive me, Prime Minister."
Dongfang Yushu paced back and forth, lost in thought for a while but couldn't figure it out.
Dongfang Yushu bit her lip, pondering, "What's going on?"
Suddenly, Ling Yunfeng placed his hand on Dongfang Yushu's shoulder.
Dongfang Yushu turned to look.
Ling Yunfeng reassured her.
"The more it is like this, the more you need to be calm. Panicking won't solve anything." Dongfang Yushu was taken aback. "Is that your line?"
Then, Dongfang Yushu lowered her head in contemplation, and then took a deep breath. Dongfang Yushu calmed down and thanked Ling Yunfeng. "Thank you. I was being reckless. I'm calm now. Let's go back and discuss this."
Ling Yunfeng nodded. "All right." At the Holy Paragon's residence, the two calmly analyzed everything. Ling Yunfeng asked, "The situation is indeed very strange. When did you discover that he was missing?"
Dongfang Yushu replied seriously. "Mingzhi has been preparing for the Myriad Laws Assembly battles a lot recently, and he's been pretty reliable as well, so I didn't pay much attention. I was busy handling official matters. It wasn't until a few days ago, after I finished handling official matters and returned home 3 days ago.
I was still in the cabinet office."
Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Dongfang Yushu frowned slightly while looking at the documents, annoyed.
"What is it? Why are you so flustered? Don't you know I'm handling official business?" a voice called from outside. "Reporting to the Prime Minister. It's a maid from your household, with an urgent matter." Dongfang Yushu was silent for a moment. then set the documents aside and said, "Let her in." Click! The door opened, revealing the pale face of the maid. The maid hurriedly said, stammering, Miss, young master, Dongfang Yushu said sternly. "You've been serving me for so many years. Why are you still so flustered? Calm down. What about the young master?" The maid reported. 2 days ago, the young master seemed to have urgent business and wanted to go out. I asked if he would be back for dinner, and he said he would, then went out. I thought he was just going out normally, but he hasn't returned yet. I felt something was wrong, so I hurried to find you. Dongfang Yushu remained calm and asked, "What, have you searched the places he usually goes to?" The maid stammered, Yes, we've searched everywhere. No one has seen the young master. It's like he disappeared." Dongfang Yushu froze at hearing this and immediately stood up and loudly ordered, "Someone, contact the Central Investigation Bureau. Have them secretly investigate the whereabouts of my son, Dongfang Ming. If there's any lead, report to me immediately. Also, call Liu Feng here for me." That guy heard and replied, "Yes, Prime Minister." The girl standing beside him worriedly asked, "Yushu, young miss, why do you want to investigate this secret?" Yushu replied sternly, "Ming'er always acts cautiously. There's no way he'd suddenly act like this." Suddenly, Yushu lowered her head, startling the girl. Immediately after, Yushu's entire body began to tremble. Seeing this, the girl said worriedly, "Young miss, you." Suddenly, Yushu raised her head and told the girl, "I'm fine. Quickly send people to find Ming'er. Report any leads to me immediately." The scene changes to a developing urban area. At this time, Yushu is standing opposite Liu Feng. Then, Yushu loudly asked Liu Feng, "Not a single clue." Liu Feng frowned and turned around, saying to Yushu, "There's definitely a secret organization with eyes and ears everywhere. Perhaps they're plotting something and targeting the grandson of the Dongfang family." It seems Yushu and Liu Feng have recognized the organization. With worried expressions, both of them exclaimed in unison, 10,000 Laws Assembly. Yushu frowned and said to Liu Feng, "That's really worrying." Then, she asked, "Where's Ling Yunfeng right now?" Liu Feng awkwardly replied, "Right after the cabinet meeting ended, he left already. What should we do?" Yushu angrily shouted, "That damn bastard! He actually left. Find him and bring him here to me immediately." Liu Feng replied awkwardly, "Yes." After receiving the order, Liu Feng left. Immediately after, Yushu watched worriedly, her face at this moment filled with worry. Back to the present. After hearing everything, Ling Yunfeng raised his hand and stroked his chin, saying, "According to what you said, Dongfang Ming's tracks have been concealed very carefully in recent days. Do you think it's just a coincidence, or was someone deliberately setting it up?" Yushu replied with a serious expression, "If what you say is true, then why would they go to such lengths? What exactly do they want to do? But thinking about it now is useless. The thing that needs to be done right now is to find a way to break through, and finding Ming'er is that breakthrough." At this time, Yunfeng gently patted his head and agreed with Yushu. "You're right. Dongfang Ming's sudden appearance. Perhaps that guy is trying to send some kind of signal." At this time, Yushu spoke up and said, "All speculation is meaningless at this moment, because the opponent may hear some news and become vigilant. Whether or not that happens, all depends on you. The immense power that only you possess. Use it to track down the culprit and deal with their leader." Yunfeng smiled and said confidently, "Let's begin. This is going to cost quite a few points." Yushu stood beside him, silently observing. While Yunfeng got into a stance to cast a spell, he raised his hand and muttered the incantation. 4-direction manifestation. Hexagonal gate open. Discern the chi. Find the trail. Immediately after, Yunfeng's clones gradually appeared. He cast the spell while analyzing. Currently, Tiandu has a population of over 10 million people, most of whom are civilians. Besides the people participating in the 10,000 Laws Assembly who are gathered here, there are also 200,000 cultivators. With Dongfang Ming's cultivation, he seems to be the leader of this generation of disciples. Even in his normal state, his aura is enough to compress the number of people down to 2,000. Divide into 4 directions. Each direction split into 500, and lock onto the target. Yunfeng's eyes, at this moment, showed an extremely strong aura. And then, streaks of power just zipped all over the city, and boom! The presumed targets just lit up in Ling Yunfeng's eyes. Then, he yelled, "Lock onto him!" And then he just mumbled the second layer incantation, Heavenly Eye. Seek souls from 1,000 la. Then, a third eye started popping up on Ling Yunfeng's 4 manifestations, and he said, "Open the eye. Let brilliant light sweep through all directions." Yushu got all worried and rushed over to Ling Yunfeng asking, "So, what's the deal? Ling Yunfeng's 4 clones are already back.
They merged back with his main body, and then Ling Yunfeng looked at Yu Shu, his face just dripping with disappointment.
He just kept shaking his head.
Yu Shu saw that and just froze, her whole body tensing up.
She was both worried and analyzing, saying, "Looks like our opponent is a top-tier expert, and he definitely used something to hide his aura. At this rate, we're basically looking for a needle in a cosmic haystack." The two of them were standing in the room, and Yu Shu was pacing around like crazy, biting her hand and mumbling worriedly. "What should we do? Is there any other way?" Ling Yunfeng said. "How about we set up some covert ground surveillance and sweep the entire city?" Yu Shu frowned and said, "No. A search of that scale, even if we do it super secretly, could totally stir up the grass and startle the snake. Not only would it endanger Mingshir's life, but if our opponent is already cooking up some massive destruction, Lam Lu could take some serious damage." With that, they just stared at each other.
Ling Yunfeng was rubbing his chin, deep in thought, when a childish voice suddenly piped up.
"Are you guys playing hide and seek?" Both of them spun around, totally bewildered, and said at the same time,
"Princess Xuan."
Ling Yunfeng asked, "When did you sneak in here?" Xuan giggled and replied, "Right when Daddy Emperor was casting his spell." Yu Shu stammered, totally caught off guard. "Daddy Emperor? Since when did—" She said it in a really dark tone.
Ling Yunfeng started sweating buckets, nervously scratching his head. Well, you'll have to ask Hu Kexin about that." Xuan cut in, "Daddy Emperor, Prime Minister Yu Shu, stop bickering, aren't you two looking for your son?"
Yu Shu replied, "Exactly. We are looking for our son." Ling Yunfeng just turned and stared, which completely caught Yu Shu off guard. The two of them just gawked at each other.
Ling Yunfeng practically screamed, "What did you just say?" Yu Shu's face turned beet red. She gave a little cough, and quickly corrected herself.
No, that's not right. No, it's my son, Princess Xuan. You're totally mistaken." Xuan chirped. "Our fox demons and wolf demons, we can all tell who our parents are just by their scent, including whether someone else is our dad or not, or if our mom can sniff it out perfectly accurately."
Ling Yunfeng glanced over at Yu Shu, who was wide-eyed and staring at Xuan, and then he bellowed,
"What the heck is going on? Why can't I remember anything? Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Yu Shu stammered, unable to speak. I couldn't bring myself to say it. 18 years ago, you and I, sharing the same ideals, fought bloody battles, carving out a peaceful future. Once, to scout intel on enemy forces, we secretly infiltrated deep into their territory. Flashback time. When we teamed up to sneak into the enemy's area, there were enemy camps and soldier tents everywhere. Suddenly, a bright light flashed, startling us both. A magic formation appeared, and someone shouted, "Crap, it's an ambush!" We suddenly stood exposed in the middle of the battlefield, assassins swarming out from their hiding spots. Ling Yunfeng drew his sword, his eyes gleaming.
He struck the massive walls, cracks spiderwebbing across them, showing signs of crumbling. Ling Yunfeng told the person beside him, "Yu Shu, let me break the barrier. You get out of here."
Yu Shu pulled out a talisman, she said. "We go together. Don't you dare try to be a hero and hog all the glory." Ling Yunfeng laughed. "You're such an idiot," Yu Shu retorted. "Says you." With that, they both charged forward. Yu Shu said, "In the end, we fought our way out of that battle, risking our lives. But you got seriously injured protecting me. I really thought you were a goner."
Memories flood back. Yunfeng took a blow for Yu Shu, a blow that nearly killed him.
Yu Shu screamed at that moment, "You idiot! Why did you have to save me? I didn't need you to save me." Inside the cave, the fire flickered. Yu Shu supported the dying Ling Yunfeng, saying, I'm done for. Hurry, and take the intel back to Dongfang."
Sobbing uncontrollably, she yelled,
"No way. Hang in there for me. I'm not letting you die. Got it, Ling Yunfeng, you big dummy." Ling Yunfeng weakly said, "Mom, Dad, Sis, I'm coming to join you." Dongfang quietly took Ling Yunfeng's hand, she said. "You fool. At least you should leave an heir for the Ling family." With that, she let down her hair. Her long, flowing hair revealed itself in the dimly lit cave, illuminated by the weak light source. And the crystallization of the two formed. Back in the present, Ling Yunfeng, covered in sweat, was stunned, speechless for a moment. Ling Yunfeng roared, "You took advantage of me when I was in danger. I considered you a brother, but you slept with me when I was about to die." Yu Shu retorted, "Who told you to be so hard to kill like a cockroach, and your heart is in the wrong place? I was just momentarily moved, wanting to leave something for you in the next life." Ling Yunfeng was speechless, he said. "Then why didn't you tell me?"
Yu Shu said, "What's the point of telling you? Just being Dongfang's son. Yu Shu has already caused him so much pain."
Adding the title of Holy Ancestor's son Could he even survive until now?
Ling Yunfeng's face darkened as he shook his head, saying, "So all of you women who have my children like to use this reason to stop me from acknowledging them, right?"
Yu Shu questioned. All of us women. Besides me and Hu Kei-shin, there's someone else. Ling Yunfeng scratched his head, embarrassed, and mumbled, "There is a little bit, yeah."
Xuan spoke up, "Daddy father, and the sect mistress of Zai Tian sect, the family heads of the Yi family, the elder of the Dao sect, Night Listening Snow, Great Master Hai Jin of the Pure Thought Mountain sect, and Lian Xin of the Medicine King Valley, they all have your kids."
Yu Shu exclaimed, "What?" Ling Yunfeng almost spat blood, saying, Xuan, is this really the time to cause trouble?"
Xuan ignored him, saying, "What, Dongfeng? Aren't we discussing Dongfeng's business now?" Yu Shu responded. "That's right, what other options are there?"
Ling Yunfeng contemplated, saying, "What should we do?" Xuan confidently said, "Find the person Xuan likes the most, and leave it to me." The two asked in unison. "You have a way," Xuan replied. "I have unlimited charm," Ling Yunfeng said. "Tell me what to do, and I'll listen to you," Yu Shu said. "You two go quickly. I'll wait here for news. I'll mobilize resources at any time." Ling Yunfeng picked up Xuan, saying, "Where to?" Xuan replied. "The city gate where we arrived, of course." With that, the two disappeared. Yu Shu worriedly muttered, "Minger, you must be safe." At the city gate, people were coming and going busily. Crowded, Ling Yunfeng and Xuan stood amidst the crowd. Xuan said, "Daddy father, about the people." Ling Yunfeng cut her off, saying, "Flatterer." With that, he used magic, and a light radiated around the two, freezing everyone in place. The two approached a guard. Ling Yunfeng released the spell on a guard near him. The guard, who was just released from the spell, was stunned. He looked around, seeing Ling Yunfeng standing in front of him, calling out, "Holy, holy ancestor!" Xuan used charm, and the soldier was like hypnotized. Ling Yunfeng spoke. "What was the young master Dongfeng Qingxiang doing here earlier?" The soldier mechanically replied. "The young master Dongfeng picked up a carriage, saying he was waiting for a friend in the carriage. We did a quick check and let them through." Ling Yunfeng asked further. Xuan asked, "Which direction did they go?" The soldier pointed ahead, saying, "They turned left, and then disappeared." Xuan commanded, "Forget you ever met us, forget this whole conversation, and get back to your guard duty." The guard replied, "Why, yes." And just like that, the two of them teleported away. The guard snapped back to his senses. They all looked at each other with question marks floating over their heads. Another guard asked, "Hey, you alright, man?" He replied, "No idea. My mind just went blank for a second. I totally spaced out." The other guy slung an arm over his shoulder and said, "Must have had a wild night with the missus, huh, bro? You gotta learn to pace yourself." As they spoke, Ling Yunfeng and Xuan headed into the city. Xuan said cheerfully, "With your magic, Lord Father, and my soul seduction technique, we can keep on searching without a single soul knowing," Ling Yunfeng said. "You're still the one with all the tricks." A tangled map appeared, and the two happily forged ahead. Ling Yunfeng said, "Their counter-surveillance skills are seriously strong. They're deliberately taking these deserted streets to throw off any tails." Xuan pinched her nose and said, "I can smell his scent now. It's super strong. We're not far," Ling Yunfeng said happily. "Awesome, quick, lead the way." Xuan sniffed the air, pointed in a direction, and said, "That way. We're almost there. Let's go over while we're invisible," Ling Yunfeng replied. "Got it." At the Yi Clan fabric store, the two stood before the entrance. Ling Yunfeng spoke first. "The Yang Clan's fabric store, what's going on here?" Xuan said, "Lord Father, this is Auntie Yang's store." Ling Yunfeng said, "Let's go in and check it out first." Inside the incredibly spacious courtyard, guards were on patrol. Ling Yunfeng and Xuan strolled right in. They phased right past the guards and into a room where a young man sat bolt upright. The Qiankun light seal glowed from outside the door. Ling Yunfeng and Xuan entered the room. Xuan hopped down onto the bed, saying playfully, "Found him, Lord Father. Aren't I amazing?" Ling Yunfeng praised her. "We were lucky to have you." The two of them moved closer to the young man. Ling Yunfeng unsealed his acupoints. The young man slowly regained consciousness. He said calmly, "Holy Saint Lord, you've come," Ling Yunfeng said, surprised. "You knew I was coming," the young man explained. "I was trapped and looking for an opportunity. When I saw you at the city gate this morning, I seized the chance to greet you. I knew Mother would find you, and only you could possibly find me." Xuan pouted with a HMPH. "If it wasn't for me, Lord Father might not have found you at all." Ling Yunfeng scratched his head and said, "That's true, Xuan is the real MVP here. The enemy's plan was so meticulous. What in the world happened? Why did you suddenly disappear? Do you know how worried your mother was? The boy said. It was an emergency situation.
It concerns the safety of the holy capital. After careful consideration, I can only apologize to mother. Xuan secretly felt that her big brother was a bit impressive.
You can actually consider so much and make such a calm decision. Even I, your mother, couldn't do that, the boy asked in surprise.
Big brother, Ling Yunfeng, scratched his head awkwardly, saying,
Well, actually, you two are both my children, Xuan said. Didn't Auntie Dongfang tell you? The boy's eyes widened in surprise.
Ling Yunfeng sighed, saying, It's not that your mother didn't want to. The young man raised his hands, signaling him to stop. The boy fell silent, his body trembling slightly, slowly lowering his hands. He looked up at his father and smiled, saying, I understand mother's difficulties. If I had any resentment before, it's all gone now. A hand landed on his shoulder. Ling Yunfeng smiled and said, I'm so glad. The boy called out. Holy Emperor, Ling Yunfeng said, shouldn't you change how you address me? No. The boy hesitated for a moment, then smiled, saying, Father, let me explain the current situation first. I've been trapped in a dead end. Ling Yunfeng and Xuan exclaimed in unison. What? The boy said. A few days ago, I participated in a debate. There were many people at the debate. He sat in a place watching someone pouring tea, nodding with a smile. Suddenly, a loud shout made him turn to look. A tea-pouring girl was being embraced by a man. The girl screamed, What are you doing? Let me go. The man laughed lewdly, saying, It's your fortune that I, your daddy, have taken a liking to you. This whole world was conquered by my father and his comrades. Serve me comfortably, and I'll happily make you a concubine. This opportunity isn't available to just anyone. The girl resisted, saying, I already have a boyfriend. Please, sir, let me go. The man said, So, do you want your boyfriend to disappear from this world, or follow me? The girl exclaimed in fear. You. Suddenly, the girl disappeared. The man was stunned. The girl appeared in front of him. He said, You can step back now. The girl bowed her head and said, Thank you, young Master Dongfang, and quickly ran out. The man's face turned black, and he angrily shouted, Dongfang Ming, you ruined my good time. Don't think that just because your mother is the prime minister you can suppress me. My father is also a great contributor. Dongfang Ming calmly sipped his tea, then slowly said, The nation that Sacred Lord founded was for the sake of a peaceful, oppression-free country. Your dad and my mom risked their lives for this ideal. How could you forget your original intentions so soon after achieving peace, dude? Seriously? Aren't you afraid of embarrassing your dad by acting like this? The man said, Dongfang Ming, what's the point of arguing with words? This whole empire was built with fists. If you've got the guts, spar with me, young master. Dongfang Ming said, This place is for young cultivators to discuss the Tao, not for random brawls, and definitely not a place for thugs to fight. The man slammed his foot on the table loudly, and he said, The son of Prime Minister Dongfang is as pale and delicate as a woman. Is it because he doesn't have a dad and just follows his mom? Then he burst out laughing, and the others joined in, hooting and hollering. Dongfang Ming's face darkened, and he teleported away from his seat. He teleported to a distance and opened his mouth to speak. If you're so keen on forcing my hand, then I don't mind teaching you a little lesson so you know to be humble and act like a decent human being when you are not strong enough. The man sneered and threw a punch, saying, Let you taste my old man's famous technique, the power of the heaven-piercing cannon fist. He said, and punched over. Dongfang Ming effortlessly dodged and lightly stepped on the man's shoulder. Dongfang Ming looked down from above like a king. He used the earth element technique, Mount Tai Crush. The man's entire body collapsed into the floor. He could barely stand up. This guy shouted, Dongfang Ming, how dare you hit me? Even my dad never hit me. Get your foot off me, or I'll go tell your mom. Everyone outside laughed loudly. Dongfang Ming said, Do we have to involve our parents in our own issues? Where's all that bluster from before? The man lying on the ground said, Look everyone, Dongfang Ming is hitting people, ruining the reputation of Prime Minister Dongfang. Everyone just stood outside, laughing and mocking. Dongfang Ming said, Get lost. The angry man cursed as he left, turning back to shout, You just wait. I'll get you for this. That day, after the DAFO discussion conference ended, it was already dark. Dongfang Ming was walking on the road when he suddenly felt something whiz past. Dongfang Ming turned around defensively, seeing an arrow flying towards him. The arrow nearly pierced his head. Dongfang Ming quickly recited a spell, and the ground rose up to block the arrow from hitting him. He shouted, Who's there? A dark figure stood in the distance, its identity unclear. Dongfang Ming rushed forward, ready for a fight. But the dark figure darted past, avoiding confrontation. Dongfang Ming frowned thoughtfully, then decided to give chase. The dark figure arrived at a small alley and suddenly noticed something. Dongfang Ming looked over, only to see the man from this morning, with a hole in his head, hanging on the wall, covered in blood.
What a mess. Dongfeng Ming frowned as he looked up.
A person in a black cloak appeared from behind, saying, Dongfeng Ming, son of Prime Minister Dongfeng, a little spat during the doubt discussion, killing the son of your main rival. If this news hits the headlines tomorrow, how do you think you'll look, young Master Dongfeng? Dongfeng Ming's face darkened and he said, Who are you? And why are you doing this? The mysterious figure replied,
I'm nobody special, so I won't bother introducing myself. I just need to borrow young Master Dongfeng's identity to transport some goods. Dongfeng Ming said, You dare threaten me? Aren't you afraid I'll eliminate you right here? The mysterious figure conjured an energy ball in his hand. The ball rolled to Dongfeng Ming's feet, and it emitted a blinding light, reflecting an image of Dongfeng Ming attacking the man slamming into the wall and being stabbed in the head. Dongfeng Ming smiled smugly. The image was incredibly realistic. The figure said, If young Master Dongfeng doesn't comply, tomorrow this Xuanguang orb will appear all over the cities, and then, haha, young Master Dongfeng will follow in Prime Minister Dongfeng's footsteps, getting himself killed. You can't possibly be unaware of the power of this, right? Dongfeng Ming frowned in displeasure.
Back in the present, Dongfeng Ming, Ling Yunfeng, and Xuan finished hearing the story. Ling Yunfeng stroked his chin, saying,
It seems these people have been targeting you for a long time. Dongfeng Ming confirmed. They moved quickly and decisively, forcing me into a corner with no choice. Xuan asked, What did they tell you to carry? Dongfeng Ming replied, I don't know. Even though I've been trying to investigate, they are very cautious, and the guards at the city gates discovered the Saint Venerable.
Actually, I hope to attract the Saint Venerable's attention so I can find a way to investigate here, and then think of a way to search together, Ling Yunfeng said. You experienced the chaotic world on the front lines, and matured much faster than other kids your age. You know how to advance and retreat without panicking. I'm very pleased, Dongfeng Ming smiled, saying,
A world of peace is also my wish. I'll dedicate everything to it, Xuan playfully interjected.
Then let's keep searching.
Like finding treasure, how exciting, Dongfeng Ming reminded her. This matter is serious. Don't treat it like a game, Xuan pouted, saying, Father dearest, how did Dongfeng Madam teach such a fuddy-duddy son? Anyway, we're just looking for something. Wouldn't it be more fun if we treated it like a game? Dongfeng Ming chuckled sheepishly, saying, Did I say the wrong thing? It's all the same.
Xuan happily said, Exactly, Ling Yunfeng thought. Xuan and Linglong, those two little devils. Luckily, they're not together, or I wouldn't dare imagine what kind of disaster they'd cause.
A horse carriage was parked in the courtyard, which the three of them spotted as they came out. Dongfeng Ming said, That's the carriage they brought me in. Ling Yunfeng suggested they go take a look. The three of them boarded the carriage, where a large wooden box was sitting.
To be more precise, it looked like an exquisitely crafted wooden cabinet.
Ling Yunfeng's eyes lit up as he activated his heavenly eye of clear sight. In his all-seeing gaze, the wooden cabinet radiated light, its exterior slowly becoming transparent, about to reveal what was hidden inside.
Xuan asked, Lord Father, what's in there? Ling Yunfeng answered,
There's a metal box inside. But my heavenly eye can't penetrate it. It must be made from some kind of special material. Dongfeng Ming raised a hand and said, Someone's coming. Just as he spoke, a group of people burst in and moved toward the carriage. Two of them started to move the wooden cabinet. One of them said, Damn, this is heavy. What the heck is inside? The man outside yelled, What's with all the questions? You got a death wish. Hurry up and move it. At his command, the two men strained to haul the cabinet inside.
Xuan whispered,
Let's follow them and see. Dongfeng Ming nodded in agreement. The men transported the cabinet to a vast chamber, struggling to get the heavy cabinet onto a lift.
Three men stood on the platform, moving the cabinet.
Ling Yunfeng's party of three flew along behind them. When they arrived, they saw a group of men in supervisor uniforms looking at the cabinet.
Ling Yunfeng's group phased into the room just as the movers were filing out. One man opened the cabinet, and two others lifted the iron box out.
One of them said, Does this thing really have the power to destroy the world? I heard it can destroy even the holy capital, a magical artifact from the ancient civilization. That's terrifying.
Dongfeng Ming and Xuan were stunned, exclaiming in unison, What?
The two men were startled and shouted loudly,
Who's there? Ling Yunfeng muttered an incantation, and the two men's bodies began to glow.
The three of them drew closer, and Dongfeng Ming spoke up.
Holy Saint, is what they said true? Ling Yunfeng replied. Shouldn't we be changing how you address me now? Dongfeng Ming called out awkwardly.
Father, Xuan said with a smile. Why are you still shy, Dongfeng? Dongfeng Ming stammered. Saint Lord is the idol of us juniors. Suddenly, he's my father. I'm still a bit surprised and nervous.
Ling Yunfeng ruffled Xuan's hair and said, Alright, don't make your brother feel awkward. Let's get down to business.
According to the archaeological discoveries of ancient civilizations, that era was indeed destroyed by a terrifying type of demonic energy. It contains immense power. Just one could obliterate everything within 1,000 miles, shining like the sun, with the sky turning the crimson color of death, Xuan said, astonished.
It's really that scary, Ling Yunfeng asked. Records show that over 10,000 were released, nearly wiping out the ancient people. If this thing really exists, it must be dealt with immediately.
Xuan said, Father, we can't just solve this problem. We have to catch the mastermind behind it too. Ling Yunfeng hummed and asked, What do you want to do?
Xuan whispered something to Ling Yunfeng.
Ling Yunfeng said, You're really a clever little one. Do as you say. Then, Xuan approached the two men and said, What's on your heads? How did you get here? The two men answered in unison, We follow the orders of the supervisor. We don't know where we came from. Xuan asked, What are your names? The two men replied, I'm number 26, I'm number 29. Ling Yunfeng said. Looks like their memories have been wiped. Dongfang Ming frowned and said, They're careful. It's a one-way communication. We can only dig one layer at a time. Once they're discovered, the investigation will be cut off immediately.
Xuan said, With the infinite soul charm of others and the space-time law of Father, we can find the top of the line silently. Then, she ordered, Forget what happened just now, and continue with your mission.
The two men then woke up.
The two men continued to transport the box, slowly walking towards another room. Ling Yunfeng and the others still followed closely. Ling Yunfeng stared at them intently.
They arrived at a room with more people, and something like a rocket was brought out. One of them said, Why are you so late?
The other replied,
This thing is too heavy. It's heavier than gold, so we had to go slow. The man in the yellow coat reminded,
Hurry up and bring it here. Get Rhea.
Before he could even finish the word, he froze solid.
Ling Yunfeng approached, and Xuan asked, Who is your superior?
The man replied, The ledger manager in the shop. They arrived at the ledger manager's place, and the three stood before an old man. Xuan asked, Who is your superior?
The old man replied, My 3-1 sect envoy, whom I've never met, arranged for me to lie low in the Yi family shop, secretly carrying out the important task assigned by the sect leader, Ling Yunfeng said.
3-1 sect? Dongfang Ming asked. Father, isn't this 3-1 sect the evil sect that plagued the divine continent over a decade ago? Ling Yunfeng replied, This 3-1 evil sect plagued the living, using ancient poison to control its members, who were fearless of death and battle, making them difficult to deal with. We joined forces with the strength of the world and went through a bitter battle to destroy them. I didn't expect them to return after more than a decade. Never mind, let's deal with this place first. I'll discuss how to handle this with Chancellor Dongfang and the cabinet. Dongfang Ming said, Absolutely not. Ling Yunfeng asked, Why? Dongfang Ming said, If we destroy this place now, and I reappear in the capital, the enemy will definitely spread that threatening thing throughout the entire city. Then we'll have a whole new mess on our hands. Better to whisper a plan with those two. Xuan seemed surprised. Ling Yunfeng said from what Dongfang Ming said, Please, Holy One, grant my request. He also told his mother. Ling Yunfeng reached out and placed his hand on Dongfang Ming's shoulder, his eyes filled with determination. Dongfang Ming had the same look in his eyes. That night, a loud explosion suddenly rocked the quiet neighborhood, and everything went up in flames. Ling Yunfeng and Xuan looked down from above. Ling Yunfeng sighed and said, We still have to explain things to Ting Yu. At the Holy One's residence, Ling Yunfeng and Xuan entered the room. Yu Shu turned around abruptly, anxiously asking, What happened? I just heard a Yake family store exploded. Is it related? Where's Minger? Ling Yunfeng said, This is related to the San Yi sect. Ming Shir. Yu Shu's eyes widened in shock.
Dongfang Ming once said to let the kid fake his death and enter this dark world, to investigate this matter with all his might.
We have to uproot those San Yi sect bastards. Yu Shu was unable to move, tears streaming down her face, unconsciously calling out, Minger. She bit her lip, trying to hold back the tears. Yu Shu shouted, Why didn't you stop him? He's our son. The underworld is full of dangers. It's a 1 in 10 life situation. How can he take care of himself going like that? Ling Yunfeng said. Mingzhi didn't hesitate at all. Dongfang Ming, once said firmly, I personally witnessed my parents and many uncles and aunts sacrifice themselves, enduring so much hardship, sacrificing so many people to build this peace. If the Holy One and the Chancellor are willing to sacrifice their lives to pursue peace, why can't I, as their son, shoulder this responsibility? Please, Father, grant my request, Yu Shu sobbed. As the Chancellor, I'm very happy, but as a mother, I can't bear it. Conquering the world isn't easy, protecting it is even harder. Why is life so difficult? With that, she buried her face in Ling Yunfeng's chest and cried. Ling Yunfeng comforted her. Don't worry, I'll always pay attention to Minger's safety, and I'll definitely bring him back to our side. Through the window, the two embraced, and Ling Yunfeng looked outside. Outside the Holy One's residence, Dongfang Ming looked at the building that was still lit. He lowered his head and then left, wishing everyone a happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Thank you for your love and support. Season 2 of Before I Became Invincible, I Owed Too Much. Romance has come to an end, brothers. If you guys want to keep up with this comic, smash that subscribe button, and while you're at it, give that like button a little tap. Thanks for watching until the end, everyone. Bye-bye, my loves.